Chapter 1. Did I make the Dragon King's sister live in a doghouse? Su Mu found himself transported to another world. Gazing at the golden Taurus emblem on the steering wheel and the surrounding carbon fiber, he fell into a deep contemplation. This vehicle was a Lamborghini, one he had only ever glimpsed on his mobile phone. That I am still alive, how have I traversed to this place? Just seconds ago, Su Mu had left his company, donned with headphones, engrossed in an urban novel. Upon opening the door of a shiny car and settling inside, he discovered the interior transformed entirely. That a sudden influx of memories surged through Su Mu's mind, and he leaned back against the seat, overwhelmed. He had inexplicably crossed into the very novel he had been listening to. Yet this was not the crux of the matter. The crucial point was that he had become the antagonist within the tale. The protagonist was the Dragon King, who returned with 3,000 soldiers, only to find his sister residing in a doghouse. Su Mu was the architect of this misfortune, and his fate was all but sealed. This melodramatic plot is truly absurd, Su Mu muttered under his breath. To forced the protagonist into a display of grandeur. The author had intentionally lowered the intelligence of the surrounding characters. This was somewhat understandable. However, to diminish his own character to such an extent seemed excessively harsh. The protagonist's sister was currently a senior in high school, sweet and charming, excelling academically, and serving as the school's belle. How could such a woman, this villain, be relegated to living in a doghouse? With a finger pinching the corner of his eye, Su Mu attempted to review his circumstances. He was Su Mu, the second son of Su Shou, chairman of the Su Group. He had an attractive elder sister, a year his senior, who served as the executive president of the company. Typically, beautiful female executives find themselves in the protagonist's harem, and this narrative was no exception. His sister was, in fact, the Dragon King's consort. Yet, according to later developments in the plot, Su Mu knew that his sister was adopted. Her true identity was that of the descendant of Su Shou's late best friend, whom Su Shou had brought home and raised as his own daughter. As for Su Mu, he was wed to a woman from a fallen family, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yi Tong. She was indeed the sister of the Dragon King. The protagonist's surname was Yi, which made perfect sense. According to the storyline, not only was Yi Tong involved, but Yi was also among the Dragon King's women. This was reasonable, as the Dragon King was an adopted son of the head of the Yi family, possessing an extraordinary lineage. This also made sense. The Yi family had fallen into bankruptcy and needed a robust ally, naturally seeking out the Su Group, the top firm in Jiang City. After Yi Tong married into the Su family, she brought along a younger sister, the very one Su Mu had condemned to a doghouse. The critical point was that this antagonist, Su Mu, harbored a profound disdain for them, perceiving them as parasites. When the Yi family fell into disarray, Su Shou, considering the ties between their families, had invested a significant sum, only to see it squandered. Instead, he found himself enamored with a beautiful teacher at Jiang City High School, incessantly sending her flowers after work. Indeed, this beautiful teacher was also one of the protagonist's women. Su Mu was in a dire predicament, having antagonized the protagonist's women, beaten the protagonist's sister, and made the protagonist's sister live in a doghouse. How could he endure the Dragon King's return? According to the plot, the Dragon King's strength was formidable. He would eliminate Su Mu and lead his 3,000 soldiers to the Su Group. Su Shou could only grit his teeth and swallow his grievances. As for his sister, she might even revel in this turn of events, for she despised him. Naturally, Su Mu felt the same. This antagonist was indeed lacking in intellect. With such a promising hand, he played it poorly. Su Mu felt a pang of anxiety with the protagonist being so powerful. Was he destined to await his demise? When the time came for the protagonist to retaliate, his sister, wife, and even his sister-in-law would hardly come to his aid. Rather than helping him, they would likely revel in his downfall. The impression he had of these individuals could not be mended in just a few days. As Su Mu found himself at a loss, a line of black text materialized before his eyes. Detected that the host possesses an innate villainous physique, posing a severe risk to the host's safety. Seeing the black text, Su Mu's face lit up. As a frequent reader of novels, he understood what this meant. It seemed his system had arrived. "System, what should I do?" Su Mu inquired immediately. Yet, the system did not respond to his question, and once again, black text appeared before him. The host must perform acts of justice to gain justice points, countering the physique. Reward for the host: Eye of the God. Su Mu squinted, as if a memory had suddenly emerged from the depths of his mind. something he had known long ago. Taking a deep breath, he comprehended the purpose of his system. In essence, he needed to do good deeds to earn the favor of others. As the goodwill of others increased, Sumu would receive positive feedback, thereby accumulating justice points, which could be used for draws. However, the amount of justice points that an average person could provide was pathetically small. Only those connected to the protagonist could yield substantial justice points. His eye of the god would reveal who was connected to the protagonist. By gaining positive feedback from these individuals, his justice points would significantly increase. Sumu summoned the system in his heart, and his panel materialized before him. On the left was his character information, and on the right was a roulette with rewards currently unseen. First, he checked his information. Name, Sumu. Character, villainous physique, manager of the Human Resources Department of the Su Group. Strength, 9. Speed, 11. Stamina, 6. Defense, 7. Skills, none. Note, according to the system's assessment, based on all men of the same age, the average attribute value is 10. Sumu gazed at his statistics, which would bring tears to a dog's eyes, particularly his stamina, which was exceedingly poor. However, given the memories he had acquired, it was no surprise Sumu had spent his days in bars, neglecting his health. Fortunately, with the system, he would no longer be so passive when facing the protagonist. Suddenly, Sumu turned to see a young man, approximately 18 years old, capturing images of his car with his phone. He used the eye of the god to check the other's information. Name, Li Shuai. Character, student. Favorability, 3. Destiny level, 1 max level 10. Sumu found it somewhat amusing he didn't even know the lad, so why was the favorability negative? However, upon reflection, it made sense. In this world, there were many who resented the wealthy. Encountering someone affluent would naturally trigger their disdain. Thus, Sumu opened the car door and stepped out. Li Shuai noticed the owner descending and quickly tucked away his phone. He dared not provoke someone of such wealth. Hastily apologizing, "I'm sorry, this car is just too stunning. I couldn't resist taking a photo. If you disapprove, I'll delete it right now." "Why delete it? Would you like to sit inside and experience it?" Sumu offered with an affable smile. That might not be appropriate. Li Shuai stammered, momentarily dumbfounded. In his mind, young men driving sports cars were often arrogant and dismissive of others. To his surprise, the dapper gentleman before him was so amiable. Favorability, 5. Sumu beheld the black text materializing, observing that the favorability had shifted from negative to positive, now standing at 2 points. Moreover, Sumu himself garnered 5 justice points. What's so wrong with it? Sitting in it won't cause any harm, Sumu encouraged, giving Li Shuai a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Really? Thank you, bro," Li Shuai exclaimed, elated, as he gingerly climbed inside, capturing photos with his phone. Lift the red cover on the center console beneath. It is the start button. You can press the accelerator a few times, Sumu cheerfully directed from outside. "Bro, thank you so much." Li Shuai felt as though he were on the verge of fainting with joy as he started the sports car. With a roar, the engine's growl resonated, and after pressing the accelerator a few times, the ferocious sound shook Li Shuai with exhilaration. Favorability, 8. Sumu's lips curled upwards. He had unexpectedly amassed quite a few justice points in such a short span. That moment, his gaze drifted toward the school entrance in the distance. 2 women came into view. One of them was the beautiful teacher he admired, Mu Qingying. Clad in a black uniform, the buttons straining at the front, she sported a high ponytail, her bright eyes and pearly teeth revealing a lovely oval face that eclipsed even the stars of television. From his memories, Sumu was aware that this woman possessed a cup figured out on this point. Sumu found himself in agreement. The previous antagonist's taste and aesthetics was still intact. "Qingying, look, he's back again. He really doesn't let up," remarked a short-haired woman beside Mu Qingying, her expression tinged with envy. "Oomph. He's nothing but scum." Mu Qingying approached with an indifferent expression. "Sumu, how many times must I tell you? It is impossible between us." Li Shuai, who had been in the car, hurriedly exited upon witnessing the scene. "Brother, he'll be leaving now." "All right." Sumu chose to ignore Mu Qingying and wave at Li Shuai. "Sumu, I'm speaking to you. Take your flowers and leave." Upon her arrival, Mu Qingying noticed the flowers in the passenger seat and continued to scold him coldly. "Who says these flowers are for you?" Sumu replied calmly, gazing at Mu Qingying. "You're quite self-absorbed, aren't you? Chapter 2 come. Let's return home. If one cannot manage their own household, how could they hope to conquer the world? Sumu's current objective was to resolve domestic matters. After all, today was Friday, the day his sister-in-law, Yiyu, returned home for her break. Naturally, it also marked the day of residing in the doghouse. When the Dragon King returned, if one were to rank the sources of his anger, the foremost would undoubtedly be his sister sleeping in the doghouse. He needed to raise Yi's favorability towards him. Sumu used his divine eye to assess Mu Qingying before him. Name, Mu Qingying. Role, teacher at Jiang City First Senior High School. Protagonist of the Dragon King's arrival. Favorability, 80. Destiny level, 8 max level 10. Seeing this favorability score, Sumu felt utterly speechless. This antagonistic character truly lacked insight. Could she not discern that there was no interest directed her way? It was crucial to note that he already had a legally recognized wife. If he wished to pursue a woman, a divorce was a feasible option. Sumu, stop pretending. I warn you, if you continue this way, I will call the police and report you for harassment. Mu Qingying exclaimed sharply. Others may fear him, but Mu Qingying was not intimidated. Though her family was not as affluent as the Su family, they still held a respectable status in Jiang City. If the Su family dared to confront the Mu family, they would surely suffer repercussions. A line of black text appeared above Mu Qingying's head. Favorability for Sumu checked his justice points, and, upon discovering they had not diminished, breathed a sigh of relief. He disregarded Mu Qingying, for he had already spotted his target. He swiftly approached the passenger side, opened the car door, and, with the flowers in hand, made his way towards the school gates. There stood a girl in a school uniform, elegant and poised, with shoulder-length hair and a lithe figure. Her skin was as delicate as fine jade. She was engaged in laughter with her classmates, her adorable dimples appearing with each smile. According to the plot, this Yiyu was not to be underestimated. She possessed greater depth than her sister and would not hesitate to assist the protagonist in acts of violence in the future. The fact that she lived in a doghouse at home, yet appeared unperturbed at school, was telling. Yiyu, are you finished with school? Sumu called out from a distance. Yi's smile abruptly froze upon seeing him. It was replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. The man had the audacity to call her out at school. Was he intending to humiliate her publicly? As tears threatened to fall, she recalled her fantasies of a savior who might rid her of Sumu. Yet, fantasies remained just that, as the scion of Jiang City's foremost elite, who would dare lay a hand on Sumu. Favorability, 7 damn. Sumu cursed silently as he observed the black text floating above Yi's head. Just hearing his name had caused her favorability to plummet so drastically. He used his divine eye to glean her information. Name, Yiyu. Role, student, protagonist of the Dragon King's arrival. Favorability, 160. Destiny level, 9 max level 10. Sumu could scarcely fathom the depth of her hatred towards him. Mu Qingying's disdain was already significant at 80, yet Yi's was double that. Sister, brother-in-law, Yiyu stammered, her pale hands clenching tightly as her body trembled. If not for her sister, she would have preferred to avoid the weekend visit, particularly to confront this loathsome man. School was her sanctuary, and now he had invaded it to insult her. Why couldn't Sumu just disappear? Here, I came to take you home, Sumu said, handing the flowers to Yiyu with a smile. Internally, she was repulsed, yet she dared not refuse. To do so might provoke him into striking her. Thank you, brother-in-law, Yi replied, accepting the flowers. Wow, Xiaoyu, I've never heard you mention such a handsome brother-in-law. A plain-looking girl beside Yiyu exclaimed, clinging to her arm with a starry-eyed expression. Sumu marveled at his unchanged appearance. He still looked like his former self. Standing at 185 centimeters with a refined visage, he certainly qualified as handsome. Yet, he had never encountered a woman who gazed at him with such infatuation. Perhaps it was his outfit, a Zegna suit worth over 50,000, coupled with a Rolex worth several hundred thousand. Being tall, wealthy, and handsome added to his allure, but could not substitute for the substantial dowry in a million-level house. My sister just got married not long ago, Yiyu said, glancing towards Mu Qingying in the distance, already piecing together the situation. Sumu must have been delivering flowers to Mu Qingying, who had rejected them, prompting him to bestow them upon her instead to save face. Let's go home, Su Mu said to Yu. All right. Yu nodded slightly, forcing a smile at her classmate. I'll head back now. See you on Monday. The girl waved cheerfully. Su Mu opened the passenger door of the sports car, and Yu cautiously climbed in, fearful of dirtying the seat and providing Su Mu with an excuse to strike her again. Su Mu jogged to the driver's seat, paying no mind to the still-stunned Mu Qingying that he shut the door, started the engine, and swiftly sped away, leaving Mu Qingying bewildered in the wind. As Su Mu listened to the roar of the sports car, he reflected on the wonders of the system. Once, he would not have dared enter a Lamborghini dealership, let alone purchase one. Yet, with the system's assistance, he navigated the vehicle with ease, as though he had been driving for years. Yu, clutching the flowers, remained silent beside him, oblivious to Su Mu's intentions. Perhaps it was due to Mu Qingying's rejection that he harbored resentment, planning to find excuses to lash out at her and her sister once they returned home. Favorability 5, Su Mu observed the black text above Yi's head. Utterly perplexed, he had said nothing at all. In Jiang City's eastern district, an area reserved for the affluent, the streets remained patrolled by security even in the dead of night. Su Mu resided in a villa within the Jiangshang district. Initially, he lived with his family in a manor, but now that he was married, Su Mu's father had advised him to move out, leading him to purchase a villa here. He parked the car in the garage beneath the villa, which housed not only the Lamborghini, but also 2 other vehicles, a Porsche 911 and a Cadillac Escalade. After exiting the car, Su Mu extended his hand toward Yu. These flowers are not for you. Yu hastily returned the flowers to Su Mu, fully aware they were not meant for her, but for Mu Qingying. They are for your sister, Su Mu stated calmly. Yu was taken aback, thinking she had misheard. For her sister? Su Mu and Yu exited the garage and entered the villa's courtyard. Nearby lay a doghouse, constructed of double-layered wooden boards. Though it was not as dismal as one might think, the space included a single bed and a small table. In places like Yanjing and Shanghai, such accommodations would command at least 2,000 a month. Having Yu reside here was more of an insult than anything else. As usual, Yu walked expressionlessly towards her doghouse. Su Mu had previously stated that she was not allowed in the villa's living room, which was under surveillance. After her sister had secretly brought her in for a meal, Su Mu had discovered it and punished her sister accordingly. Later, whenever Su Mu was not at home, her sister would prepare meals and come to the doghouse to share them with her. With a gentle pat, Su Mu placed her hand on Yi's shoulder and said, "Come, let us return to the house together." Yi's body tensed in response. Chapter 3, Brother-in-Law. I think the doghouse is quite nice. Yu's body trembled, her face filled with dread. Brother-in-law, I do not wish to go. Did you not say before? The doghouse is my home. She had scolded Su Mu in her heart hundreds of times. To send her back to her room and then turn against her, claiming, "Who told you to come in?" Ultimately, after receiving a beating, Yu would not fall for it again. I said to go back to your room, Su Mu reiterated calmly, his expression resolute and unyielding. Upon hearing his tone, Yu understood that the impending punishment was unavoidable. She could only nod in reluctant agreement. Pushing open the grand door of the villa, she stepped inside to find a lavishly decorated interior that exuded opulence at every turn. In truth, Su Mu did not favor such ostentatious decor. It lacked refinement. The sound of cooking emanated from the kitchen. As if sensing someone had entered, a striking woman in an apron briskly emerged, spoon in hand. "Xiao Yu, how did you get in here? There are cameras." Before Yitong could finish her sentence, she caught sight of Su Mu, freezing in place. Su Mu looked directly at her. Yitong possessed an innate grace that was striking. With her hair styled in a bun, her delicate features were on full display. Her long, straight legs resembled those of a model. Particularly captivating were her eyes, which conveyed an innocent yet melancholic aura, evoking an instinctive desire to protect her. If there was a slight imperfection, it was that she did not match Mu Qingying in allure. Yet, she was not lacking, having at least reached a C cup, her figure equally alluring. Su Mu could not fathom why the previous antagonist was unsatisfied with such a wife, to the extent of resorting to violence against her. Moreover, it was significant that he had been married to her for almost a month. The previous antagonist had never laid a finger on Yitong. Night spent away from home, indulging in nightlife, only to return in the morning for rest. Su Mu could surmise the rationale crafted by the author. as a mere villain in the grand scheme of the Dragon King's harem. How could he dare to touch her? Yet, he was no longer that villain. Gazing at his legitimate wife before him, it would be illogical not to engage with her. "You, what brings you here?" Yitong asked nervously. Sumu could see the panic etched across her face. Utilizing his divine sight, he examined Yitong's information. Name: Yitong role: housewife. Protagonist of the Dragon King descends favorability. -15 destiny level. 8. Maximum level 10. Sumu sighed upon seeing this. The previous antagonist had treated her poorly, yet she harbored the highest favorability towards him. Based on the narrative, he could deduce the reason. Yitong felt indebted to the Su family. When the Yi family faced calamity and lacked funds for operations, she personally implored Su Shou, citing the close ties of their ancestors. At that time, Su Shou had provided substantial financial support and resources to the Yi family. Nevertheless, it proved insufficient, ultimately leading to the Yi family's downfall and the disappearance of Yitong's parents. As a result of this incident, the Su Corporation fell from being one of the top 5 enterprises in Jiangbei province to merely ranking among the top 10 within 2 years. Although still a giant in Jiang City, the decline in status was palpable. This was the source of the previous antagonist, Su Mu's resentment towards her. Previously, Su Mu had been the center of attention in other regions of Jiangbei province. However, with the family's status diminished, even those who once flattered him now dared to show disdain. Naturally, Su Mu, aware of the narrative, understood that the demise of the Yi family stemmed from the protagonist, Yi Chan, offending a hidden family. Upon observing Yitong, he noted that, despite her negative favorability, deep down she felt a sense of obligation, perhaps even a debt to the Su family. According to the plot, Yi Yu had repeatedly urged Yitong to divorce. Yet she had never acquiesced. "This is my home. Why should I not come?" Omo approached Yitong, presenting her with a bouquet of flowers he had purchased on the roadside. "I bought these for you." Meanwhile, Yi Yu silently cursed, realizing the flowers were originally intended for Mu Qingying, only to be repurposed for her sister when the former declined. This, Yitong was taken aback. Is the sun rising from the west today? Why would Su Mu give me flowers? She wondered if he had concocted some vile scheme to torment her. As this thought crossed her mind, a dark message appeared above her head. Favorability -1. Su Mu felt exasperated. How overly sensitive these individuals were. "Let us prepare dinner together. I'll assist you," he told Yitong, waving his hand dismissively and placing the flowers on the nearby coffee table. "All right, but it will take another 20 minutes. Yitong replied, turning back to the kitchen with her spoon in hand. In reality, the meal was nearly finished. She just awaited Yi Yu's return. However, she had not prepared Su Mu's meal, as he never dined at home. She feared voicing this, worried Su Mu would find another reason to scold her. So she merely stated they needed to wait 20 minutes longer. At that moment, the spacious living room contained only Su Mu and Yi Yu. Yi Yu felt as if a thorn lodged in her throat, acutely aware of the oppressive silence. She certainly did not wish to remain in Su Mu's company, prompting her to speak. "Brother-in-law, I'm heading back to the doghouse." Su Mu beckoned to Yi Yu. "Come sit beside me." Yi Yu was incredulous, unable to comprehend Su Mu's intentions. However, under the weight of his authority, she cautiously approached and sat on the sofa. "This villa has ample rooms. You need not sleep in the doghouse any longer," Su Mu remarked, glancing at Yi Yu. The proximity allowed the unique scent of Yi Yu to waft towards Su Mu, compelling him to inhale deeply. The scent of youth. The former antagonist truly squandered his opportunities. Yi Yu fidgeted uncomfortably, eager to confront Su Mu directly about his intentions. If he wished to strike her, why not do so outright instead of playing these games? "Brother-in-law, I think the doghouse is quite nice," she said, her voice trembling slightly. Su Mu did not respond to Yi Yu. Instead, he retrieved his phone and sent a message to the property management, instructing them to dismantle the doghouse in the yard. Living in such an upscale villa community, the management fees were exorbitant, ensuring a higher level of service than typical neighborhoods. Before long, the doorbell rang through the hall. Su Mu rose and walked outside the villa, where 5 uniformed security guards stood at the fence, the leader being a middle-aged man. "Sir, what can we assist you with?" the man asked respectfully, aware of the influential status of this family. Sumu opened the door, gesturing to the doghouse in the yard. Tear this down. I no longer wish to see it. Understood, the middle-aged man nodded, immediately instructing the others, go fetch the tools, and do it quickly. Yes. The group hastily departed. Sumu paid them no further mind and returned to the villa. In a short while, the security personnel began their work in the yard. Yi watched through the large floor-to-ceiling windows as they dismantled her home, a wave of discomfort washing over her. Soon after, Yitong approached with a dish in hand. Upon seeing the doghouse being torn down from the window, her face turned ashen. What are you doing? Are you really going to let Xiaoyu sleep on the streets? What has she done to deserve this? Yitong's heart brimmed with unexpressed grievances, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 4. Eightfold Justice Points Sister. It is not as you think. Yi promptly stood up and approached Yitong. My brother-in-law just mentioned that I will be residing in the villa from now on. What? Yitong placed her plate on the dining table, wiping away her tears with her hand. She thought she had misheard. What was truly going on with Sumu today? Yi was equally perplexed. Did Sumu perhaps face impending demise? Was this a moment of reflection? Let us eat first, Sumu said to Yitong. She nodded and requested Yiyu's assistance, and soon, a meal was laid out before them. There were 3 dishes, stir-fried cabbage, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and sauteed egg greens with tofu. Sumu frowned slightly. Was this the usual fare? As soon as he spoke, memories surged in his mind. Previously, the villain Sumu had denied Yitong the chance to work and even refused to provide her with living expenses. After the downfall of the Yi family, she had no source of income. Yi was still in school and required meal allowances. The fact that they could eat was already a significant improvement. Sumu, I wish to find a job, Yitong said. Her gaze lowered as she sat across from him. I sold my only pair of gold earrings for over 2,000, but I've already spent it all. Sumu remained silent, inwardly cursing this villainous role. She would rather work than accept charity. What a chasm lay between them. In truth, if Yitong were willing, she need only call Su Shou, and he would undoubtedly send her the money. I implore you, Xiaoyu's tuition is due soon. I do not want her to drop out of school prematurely. Yitong pleaded, tears streaming down her face as she looked at Sumu with a pitiful expression. Seeing her like this made Sumu want to strike himself. Affection level -5, black text appeared above his head. Not for Yitong, but for Yiyu. Sumu sighed. Despite everything, Yitong had not yet diminished in affection. Today, let us converse as a family, Sumu declared, picking up his chopsticks and tasting a piece of tofu. Do you understand why I was unkind to you before? The 2 sisters exchanged glances, their hearts filled with speculation. Yet unsure of what had provoked Sumu's ire. Our Su family was once ranked among the top 5 in Jiangbei, but since assisting your Yi family, our status has plummeted. Sumu took another bite of egg. Previously, in other cities, the young masters treated me with respect. Yet now they dare to scorn me and insult me. Upon hearing this, Yitong nodded inwardly. She had suspected as much. Thus, I harbored disdain for you, viewing you as leeches. Sumu turned towards Yitong with a serious expression. I apologize. I was indeed overly emotional. What? An apology? Both Yitong and Yi were taken aback. Sumu was actually apologizing to them? Sumu, do you seek something from me? Yitong sensed something was amiss. She understood Sumu's nature. He was the quintessential spoiled rich kid. He was not only unkind to them, but to others as well. Yet, here he was apologizing. No, I merely believe we are family, and I have been rather harsh towards my own kin. Sumu took out his phone, transferring 50,000 to Yitong and 10,000 to Yiyu. The sound of notifications from their phones left them both stunned. If you wish to work, come to our company. I can find you a more relaxed position, Sumu suggested, glancing at Yitong. Of course, if you prefer to pursue something on your own, I support that as well. Yitong was momentarily dazed, pinching her finger to confirm this was reality and not a dream. All right, I will consider it, she replied, her mind slightly adrift. After the meal, Sumu added, your cooking is delightful. Yitong was rendered speechless. Affection level 20. Sumu observed the black text above Yitong's head, astonished that such a simple compliment could shift her affection into the positive. She truly was easily pleased. Sumu checked his information, his eyes widening. The affection level for Yitong had increased by 20 points, yet his justice points had risen by 55. He was perplexed. Was the justice point increase random? Determined to test further, he instructed, Yi Tong, please prepare a room for Xiaoyu. I shall step out briefly, but will return shortly. Understood. Yi Tong, washing dishes in the kitchen, responded without daring to inquire about Su Mu's destination. Yi Yu, peering through the window, saw Su Mu drive away and sighed in relief. She approached the kitchen, whispering, Sister, the Su Mu sea-mill? Is he changing his attitude because he fears we might disturb his grave? Do not speak carelessly, Yi Tong admonished. Rest assured, the cameras are on the second floor. Our conversation is inaudible to the recording devices above. Yi Tong sighed lightly, shaking her head. I truly do not know what is wrong with him. I have a theory, Yi whispered suddenly. What is it? He wouldn't be contemplating divorce, would he? His father never listens to him, and he might be seeking to placate you into initiating the divorce. Yi Yu explained it. Recently, Su Mu has been pursuing our school's music teacher. Once divorced, he could marry someone else. As Yi Tong scrubbed the dishes, she paused, lost in thought. Sister, I recognize your debt to the Su family and your reluctance to divorce. But if Su Mu were to propose it, would you not agree? Yi Yu probit. Having long desired her sister to free herself from Su Mu's grasp, Yi Tong merely nodded gently, returning to washing the dishes. Sister, you should have done this long ago. Do you truly believe someone like Su Mu is capable of recognizing his faults and changing? Yi Yu remarked, glancing towards the window. He just apologized to you, yet immediately went off to socialize with others. He certainly will not return tonight. Enough. Let me find you a room, Yi Tong replied, having cleaned the kitchen thoroughly. You can stay in the room next to mine from now on. Yi Tong led Yi Yu upstairs and tidied the adjacent room. Just as they prepared to head downstairs, Su Mu returned unexpectedly. Yi Tong and Yi Yu exchanged injured los glances. What was happening? Logically, he should have spent the night elsewhere. What did you do? Yi Tong hesitated before asking. Su Mu headed upstairs. Yi Yu's face turned pale. The scoundrel couldn't possibly have waited for her to ascend before coming back to confront her. Could he? Yi Tong suspected the same and quickly stepped in front of Yi Yu. I just went out to buy something for you, Su Mu said, revealing a small red gift box in his palm. Yi Tong felt bewildered, her mind momentarily blank. Yi Yu was even more perplexed. If the flowers were for Mu Qingying, then this gift was clearly intended for her sister. Yi Tong cautiously accepted the gift box and opened it, revealing a pair of gold earrings. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears upon seeing them. Affection level 20, Su Mu had gone out to purchase gifts specifically to enhance his affection score. Eager to discern how it was calculated, he opened the system to find that his justice points had increased by 160. He finally comprehended the source of these points. Yi Tong's destiny level was 8, and thus his acquired justice points were multiplied by 8. As for the previous increase of 55 points, it had been due to the system rectifying the negative score first. Originally, Yi Tong's affection level was negative 15, so the 20 points had first compensated for that deficit. The remaining 5 points, multiplied by 8, contributed an additional 40, culminating in a total of 55. Su Mu felt a surge of excitement. It was no wonder that he sought out individuals closely associated with the protagonist. The increase in justice points was several times greater than that of an ordinary person. With this thought in mind, Su Mu glanced over at Yi Yu, realizing he needed to act swiftly to restore her favorability. Yi Yu, being a level 9 destiny bearer, possessed a favorability multiplier of 9. Yi Tong, I shall return to my room and await your arrival, Su Mu said with a smile towards Yi Tong before making his way to his own quarters. Today marked a significant moment akin to the camaraderie of Guan and Bao. Chapter 5. Su Mu's legal wife Yi Tong observed Su Mu returning to his room, particularly struck by his words, I'll wait for you, which rendered her expression somewhat unnatural. Is it truly identical to the earrings you wore before, sister? Yi Yu gazed at the golden earrings within the box, unable to suppress her astonishment. Could it be that Su Mu had genuinely turned over a new leaf? Impossible. One must never be deceived by his facade. There must be some ulterior motive at play. Yi Yu took Yi Tong's hand and guided her downstairs. As she felt the need for a heart-to-heart with her sister, Su Mu exemplified the archetype of someone who slaps you 100 times only to offer you a piece of candy afterward. Should one be grateful for such treatment? Absolutely not. At this moment, Su Mu lay on his bed, feeling a tinge of nervousness. He was still a young man, Having graduated just over a year prior and not having even experienced a romantic relationship, he was quite traditional, avoiding the frivolities of nightlife. But first, the lottery. Sumu mused, as each 100 points allowed him a chance to draw. With over 200 points accumulated, he was eager to discover the rewards. For these items could serve as valuable assets against the protagonist. Opening the system, Sumu examined the panel before him and placed his finger upon the wheel. It began to spin, the entire system glowing softly. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received 20 attribute points. Upon checking their application, he realized they augmented his character's attributes. This was indeed a precious boon, permanently enhancing his physical prowess, something many would covet. Sumu reviewed his attributes: strength, 9 speed, 11 endurance, 6 defense, 7 logically. He should enhance either strength or speed. With sufficient power and swiftness, even the Dragon King would be of no concern. However, recalling the impending challenge, Sumu silently decided to elevate his endurance to 26. With each increment, he sensed a transformation within his body. He clicked the wheel once more, drawing again. The wheel spun rapidly before finally coming to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained a Hall of Fame-level piano certificate. New memories flooded Sumu's mind, and he found himself playing an imaginary piece with a rhythmic finesse, as if etched into his very being. I truly desire strength, Sumu sighed, recognizing that his immediate concern was the return of the Dragon King. Yet, with Yitong's affection now a positive figure, any future goodwill would be multiplied by 8. There would undoubtedly be many opportunities for drawing rewards. Moreover, Yitong was merely one of the protagonists. There were others as well. Surely, leveraging their affections would lead to his ascent. Before long, the door to the room creaked open. Yitong caught sight of Sumu nestled beneath the covers, her face slightly flushed. Even she was unsure of her own feelings at that moment. Her sister's words rang true. After enduring so many slaps from Sumu, could a mere piece of candy prove his redemption? Of course not. She understood Sumu's intentions, yet she struggled to find a reason to refuse him. After all, she was his legal wife. Though they had not held a wedding, they had indeed registered their marriage. Come, let us sleep, Sumu beckoned to Yitong. Yitong nodded gently. Sumu settled down to watch a detective drama, where the sleuth apprehended the ringleaders of a riot, leading to a resolution that revealed the truth, a delightful conclusion. Yu felt a twinge of regret, suddenly yearning for her own space. Why had she chosen to sleep next door? Sleep eluded her, akin to a renovation project, impossible to rest. The following morning, Sumu abruptly opened his eyes, instinctively reaching for his phone to check the time, only to realize his device had transformed into a flip phone. It dawned on him. He had crossed over into another realm. There was no longer a need to punch in at work, fearing a deduction for tardiness. He turned to glance at the still sleeping Yitong, tears lingering in the corners of her eyes. He felt his current endurance was sufficient for dealing with his wife, and should it prove inadequate later, he could always enhance it further. Upon reviewing his justice points, he noted an increase of over 500. The previous day, he had observed Yitong's affection for him rising like a flowing stream, though it had dipped slightly in the later stages. Clearly, moderation was key. Excess could yield adverse outcomes. Desiring not to awaken Yitong, Sumu quietly rose, dressed, and exited the room. It was only when she heard the door open and close that Yitong finally opened her eyes. In truth, she had been awake all along, too apprehensive to open her eyes with Sumu nearby. She feared he might drag her into another endeavor. He was quite overwhelming. Yitong had begun to feel exasperated with him in the early hours. After all, this was her first experience. Sumu quickly washed up and settled onto the living room sofa. After a night of effort, he was now able to draw 5 times. Feeling an urgent need to enhance himself, the wheel spun relentlessly before eventually stopping. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have gained 10 attribute points. Sumu shook his head gently. It appeared luck was not on his side this time, having drawn 20 points yesterday. He continued to draw. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received 20 attribute points. Another draw. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained a Master Chef certificate. Sumu rolled his eyes. What useless items. He required strength to ensure his survival. Reluctantly, he pressed on with the draws. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 50 attribute points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a storage space. Sumupos de momentaredi. Not focusing on the attribute points just yet, but rather examining this newfound storage space. Summoning the system, he discovered an item slot had appeared. As he tapped it, a transparent virtual cabinet manifested before him, approximately the size of a refrigerator devoid of doors. After a brief hesitation, he stuffed a cushion from the sofa inside. Upon closing the system, the cushion vanished entirely. Reopening the item slot, he retrieved the cushion, confirming its presence within. This is quite a useful feature, Sumu mused. Stroking his chin, I could store several self-defense weapons here. Whether traveling by plane or high-speed train, he would no longer fear security checks. Having accumulated a total of 80 attribute points, he began to enhance his attributes. This time, he opted for a balanced approach, raising all his attributes to 30 points, 3 times that of an ordinary person. He allocated the remaining 13 points to speed. While increasing strength was also an option, he was aware of the narrative. The Dragon King was a martial artist. No matter how strong he became, if he could not land a blow, it would be futile. Better to enhance his speed. If he could not win, he could at least escape. With each point he clicked, Sumu felt a transformation within his body. It was as though he were undergoing a cleansing of sorts. His muscles became increasingly defined, and he no longer experienced that haze. Instead, it felt as if he were transported back to childhood, with the world becoming vividly clear. He reviewed his attributes. Name, Sumu. Character, villainous saint body. Manager of human resources at Su Corporation. Strength, 30 speed, 43 endurance, 30 defense, 30 skills. Hall of Fame pianist, master chef. Seeing his transformation, Sumu nodded in satisfaction. Just then his phone rang. Glancing at it, he noticed it was Su Shou, his father. According to the storyline, Su Shou was indeed a character, albeit one burdened with a wayward son. Following the return of the Dragon King and the demise of the villain Sumu, his sister would become part of the Dragon King's harem. Ultimately, Su Shou would merely retain a nominal position, as the Su Corporation fell entirely under the Dragon King's control, serving as a launch pad for his dominance in the business world. Now that Sumu has become himself, it is not so easy for the Dragon King to seize the family fortune. Dad, what's the matter? Sumu inquired after answering the call. Today is Saturday. Don't forget to visit the Su family. You have a good relationship with that young man from the Su family, right? You must secure this deal for me. Su Shou stated from the other end. Come to the office first. I have a few things to discuss, he added. All right. As Sumu spoke, he noticed Yi Tong had already descended from the stairs. She was gripping the handrail, her legs trembling as she descended. She glanced at Sumu, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. Affection minus... Chapter 6. My limited knowledge of the piano, Sumu chuckled upon seeing the dark letters floating above Yi Tong's head. It appeared that the so-called affinity was not a linear ascent, but rather akin to the fluctuations of stock prices, with its overall trend inclined upwards. After ending the call, Sumu smiled and suggested, Today, I plan to visit the Su family. Why don't we go together? Yi Tong was somewhat speechless. Her legs still trembled from the walk. Couldn't he see that? Yet, she dared not voice it outright. Merely shaking her head, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Let us postpone for today. Very well. Rest at home, Sumu conceded, realizing that the previous day had indeed been taxing for Yi Tong. Affinity 3. Sumu was taken aback by the words that appeared above Yi Tong's head. He had not anticipated that a single statement would yield 3 points. Conversely, it also granted him an additional 24 points of righteousness. I will prepare breakfast for you. Yi Tong had already descended the stairs and headed straight to the kitchen. That's unnecessary. Our father wants me to go over now. Today's task is rather significant. Securing the Su family's business deal could yield us billions. And I need to prove myself to the family. Sumu stated before rising to head outside. As Yi Tong watched Sumu's retreating figure, a sense of disbelief lingered. Had he truly begun to engage with the family business? Could it be he had genuinely changed? Su Corporation headquarters. Sumu parked the Caird in the garage and, upon exiting, made his way to the adjacent underground elevator. He noticed a woman disembarking from Maybach. In an instant, memories flooded back. It was his sister, Su Ningbing. Clad in a black uniform, she possessed exquisite features and a curvaceous figure, embodying the quintessential S shape. Her presence rivaled that of Mu Qingying, yet their temperaments diverged significantly. Su Ningbing exuded an aura of cold elegance, reminiscent of a domineering CEO. True to her character, she approached tasks with decisiveness. Although she wore glasses, Sumu knew she did not require them. They were merely an accessory to cultivate a suitable corporate persona. "Good morning, sister," Sumu greeted. Su Ningbing merely glanced at him, offering no response. Sumu was unfazed. He understood that Su Ningbing had always regarded him with disdain. The two took the elevator together, during which Sumu perused her information. Name: Su Ningbing. Role: President of Su Corporation. Protagonist of the Dragon King's Return Affinity. -60 Destiny level. 10. Max level 10. Sumu was taken aback. Su Ningbing had reached max level. A first for him to witness. Based on the narrative, he could surmise her formidable prowess. In the later stages, she would become an unparalleled force, accompanying the Dragon King in his conquests. Her ruthless nature was fitting, showing no mercy to foes and executing without hesitation. Yi Tong and Mu Qingying were at level 8, primarily due to their infrequent appearances in the latter parts of the story. This was consistent with their personalities. Yi Tong's gentle demeanor would not serve the Dragon King well in the end. Yi Yu at level 9 frequently appeared and assisted the Dragon King in managing territories and strategizing. "What are you staring at?" Su Ningbing noticed Su Mu's gaze fixed upon her, frowning slightly. Su Mu ignored her, simply pressing the elevator button. The elevator in the basement could not directly reach the top floor. They first arrived at a mid-level and then transferred to an employee elevator for the upper floors. Throughout the ascent, neither spoke a word. Top floor. Sumu, hands in his pockets, arrived at the door of the chairman's office, surprisingly accompanied by Su Ningbing. He knocked, and a middle-aged voice beckoned from within. "Come in." Sumu opened the door and entered the office alongside Su Ningbing. The decor was quite minimalist, featuring a desk, a black leather sofa for guests, and a bookshelf. Beyond these, there was little else of note. As Sumu gazed at the middle-aged man before him, he momentarily drifted into nostalgia. His father had perished in a car accident during his childhood. Should he have survived, he would likely resemble the man before him. With this thought, Sumu resolved to treat him well. The Dragon King's return, seeking to seize his family's assets? A futile dream. "Welcome." Susho displayed a faint smile. His hair was cropped short, with a sprinkle of gray, and he exuded a rugged handsomeness for his age. According to the narrative, Susho had once been a soldier. Sumu nodded, taking the initiative to sit on the sofa. "Ningbing, what brings you here?" Susho addressed Su Ningbing, having referred to Sumu without acknowledging her. "I'm here to see how you plan to squander the family fortune." Su Ningbing approached the desk, her hands pressing down firmly. "The Su family's order is crucial. Why would you send Sumu? Do you expect him to secure the order?" Susho did not take offense, merely chuckling. "What you may not know is that Xiao Mu has a good rapport with Su Weiming of the Su family. That wastrel? Can he even hold a conversation?" Su Ningbing Vito, "Since you're so capable, why don't you propose a solution?" Su Mu interjected, casually adjusting his posture. The Su family is closely allied with the Mu family. Their food supplies are primarily sourced from them. What strategy do you have to wrest the order from the Mu family? Upon hearing Su Mu's words, both Su Ningbing and Su Shou were taken aback. Su Mu had indeed pinpointed a crucial aspect. Their competition for this deal was solely against the Mu family. Su Shou had considered that, by conventional logic, it would be impossible to acquire the order from them. Hence he turned to Su Mu, hoping he might offer an unconventional solution. "We can offer favorable terms. Surely the Su family would agree?" Su Ningbing suggested, glancing at Su Mu. "Favorable terms? The Mu family excels in food raw material processing. They possess the most professional facilities. We are merely entering this arena. Do you expect our costs to undercut theirs?" Su Mu countered. "Or do you plan to sell at a loss?" "Aye." Su Ningbing found herself momentarily speechless. Yet, black letters floated above her head. Affinity -1. Haha. Xiao Mu, you're quite impressive. It seems you've done your homework. Su Su lauet hertitili. Oomph. Then what do you propose? Su Ningbing, facing this wastrel for the first time, struggled to find words and instead glared at him. I have no solutions, Su Mu shrugged nonchalantly. Precisely because no one has a solution, that's why Dad sent me. Surely, my clever sister can see through this? Su Mu feigned confusion. You. Su Ningbing was rendered speechless. Affinity -1. Su Mu rose from the sofa, addressing Su Shou. Dad, rest assured. I will do my utmost. Based on my investigation, Su Weiye's daughter has become a disciple of Zhou Henning. This banquet is a celebration, Su Shou remarked with a smile. Zhou Henning? The world-class pianist from our country? Su Ningbing exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, he is a master. His connections are beyond imagination. That is why I've arranged for a top pianist from Jiangbei to accompany you, Su Shou said, looking at Su Mu. Even if you cannot secure the order, conversing with Zhou Henning would still be beneficial. A piano master? Su Mu was initially taken aback, then smiled. Dad, there is no need for that. I possess a modicum of knowledge about the piano myself. Chapter 7. Encountering the male protagonist. If you wish to dream, go home and sleep. You think you understand the piano? Su Ningbing scoffed, her tone dripping with derision. She herself had only a rudimentary understanding, having taken lessons in her youth. She could play a few simple pieces, but her interest in the piano was fleeting, leading her to abandon it. In stark contrast, she harbored a deep passion for combat, often entertaining the notion that perhaps she possessed a spirit more akin to that of a boy. As for Su Mu, his childhood was spent indulging in video games. The classes he attended were merely a guise for play, and due to his status, the instructors dared not impose any discipline. Sister, I sense a hint of disdain in your tone, Su Mu remarked. Eliminate that sentiment. Su Ningbing crossed her arms, the tension in her posture suggesting a formidable storm brewing just beneath the surface. All right, if I manage to secure the order this time, what do you propose we do? Su Mu initially held little hope. However, upon learning that the so-called piano master would be present, his outlook brightened significantly. A chance to engage with this esteemed pianist seemed fortuitous. Indeed, Ningbing, if little Mu does secure the order, what will you do? Su Shou chimed in with a smile. Su Ningbing pointed at Su Mu. If you obtain it, then whatever you suggest will be our course of action. Very well, Su Mu mused, stroking his chin as he appraised Su Ningbing's impressive figure. Since the beginning of my memories, you have yet to smile at me. If I manage to obtain the order, you shall greet me with a smile whenever we meet and be the one to initiate our conversations. I shall speak on Ningbing's behalf. Su Shou interjected with a chuckle. It is getting late, little Mu, you should head over now. Understood. Su Mu turned to leave, while Su Ningbing remained silent, certain that Su Mu would not succeed. I too have matters to attend to, she stated, departing the scene. Su Shou observed their retreating figures, leaning back in his chair with a sense of helplessness. When he took Su Ningbing in, Su Mu was yet to be born, though through examinations he learned he would have a son. His original plan was to raise a wife for his son, envisioning a future where Su Ningbing would wed Su Mu, thus solidifying their family bond. However, his indulgence had rendered Su Mu as he was now, while Su Ningbing had grown to be remarkably diligent and capable. The sibling relationship was strained, and, as a father, Su Shou recognized he could not force their union, ultimately abandoning that notion. The elder of the Yi family had once aided Su Shou, and with the fall of the Yi clan, Yi Tong and Yi Yu became orphans. To offer them refuge, Su Shou arranged for Yi Tong to marry Su Mu. Yet his true desire remained for Su Ningbing to align herself with Su Mu. If the siblings remained divided, the Su Corporation would surely crumble upon his demise. Su Mu, guided by memory, drove towards the outskirts of Jiang City, where a manor belonging to the Su family awaited him. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a parking lot filled with luxury vehicles, indicating that numerous enterprises sought their fortunes here. After securing his car, he made his way toward the manor, only to be confronted by a notification in black text. Warning, hostile rivals detected. Rivals? What nonsense is this? Su Mu scanned his surroundings with the eye of a divine, eventually fixating on a young man. Dressed in ordinary attire, he stood at 6 feet tall, with a rugged appearance and energetic demeanor. Name, Lin Yang. Character, protagonist of the King of Soldiers returns destiny power. 1520 destiny level. 15, Max level 10. Note, the protagonist exists independently of the destiny level. The host and the protagonist are arch-rivals, requiring no reconciliation. Sumu was taken aback by this revelation. How could there be another protagonist? Before he could voice his thoughts, another message appeared. The host faces a choice. Surrender to the protagonist, and the system will vanish. Alternatively, become the antagonist of destiny and seize the protagonist's fate. Upon seeing this, Sumu promptly chose to embrace the role of the antagonist. Absurd. I will leverage the system to confront the Dragon King's return. I shall not relinquish this chance. Choice made. Methods to counter the protagonist and information regarding the protagonist have been integrated into memory. Sumu felt a surge of new memories flood his mind, revealing a slight smile. Indeed, the protagonist proved to be formidable. His destiny level was far too high for a direct confrontation. Sumu would need to lower that level to 10, restoring normalcy before he could eliminate the threat. Should he act against the protagonist now? Even a simple gunshot might be thwarted by unforeseen circumstances, as the protagonist seemed impervious to death, often emerging from peril with newfound opportunities. The path to diminishing the protagonist's destiny level was straightforward. He could instigate failures that would affect the protagonist's fate, or he could exploit the connections between the protagonist and key supporting characters. For instance, the strongest adversary at present, the Dragon King, had Su Ningbing in his harem. According to the original tale, Su Ningbing was ultimately swayed by the Dragon King's power, offering the Su Corporation as her dowry. If she were to resist his influence and withhold the corporation, the Dragon King's control over the Jiangbei business landscape would falter, consequently weakening his destiny power. To summarize, to disrupt the protagonist's destiny, one must incite discord among those meant to support him, turning allies into adversaries or strangers. Miss, your hips are quite ample. Shall we exchange contact information? Lin Yang leered, casting his gaze upon a woman dressed in an extravagant gown. How vulgar! The woman retorted with a disdainful snort before striding towards the manor. Lin Yang watched her retreating silhouette with a faint smile. Sumu observed from a distance, fully aware of Lin Yang's narrative. In essence, Lin Yang was a bully, leveraging his prowess to harass others, particularly beautiful women, while wielding a sense of entitlement. Should anyone challenge him, he would relish the opportunity to flaunt his superiority. This type of protagonist was more villainous than most antagonists, and Sumu felt no moral qualms in harvesting his destiny power. Perfectly poised to practice against Lin Yang, Sumu acknowledged that the true threat loomed in the form of the Dragon King, whose ranks boasted thousands of such adversaries. The Dragon King's destiny level undoubtedly surpassed Lin Yang's by a considerable margin. According to the narrative, Lin Yang had come to the Mu family to collect his harem. With his brothers deceased, he sought to abandon his mercenary life and pursue a wife in the Flower City. On a flight, he fortuitously encountered Su Weiye's daughter, Su Yaya. Once, they had been junior high classmates, and she represented the epitome of his youthful affection. Yet how could such an ordinary man dare to pursue a lady of her stature? After graduating, he had forsaken further education, opting instead for training abroad, ultimately becoming a mercenary. Little did he anticipate that upon his return, he would cross paths with his former infatuation. Lin Yang flirted with her, discovering she was unattached. Just as he had hoped, utilizing his connections, he investigated the Su family, resolving that from this day forth, he would claim this long-lost love as his own. Once an ordinary boy, he was now heralded as the king of mercenaries. Noticing someone observing him, Lin Yang turned to find Su Mu's figure. Squinting slightly, he felt an inexplicable irritation towards this newcomer. Su Xiao, you finally arrived? I thought you wouldn't make it. Just then, a youth with bleached hair dashed out from the manor. Seizing Su Mu's arm, he lamented, I'm so sorry, Su Xiao. I messed everything up. Recalling from memory, Su Mu recognized that this individual was Su Weiming, the son of Su Weiye. Young Master Su, what seems to be the matter? Su Mu inquired with a look of genuine curiosity. Chapter 8. Triumph through the piano. Su Weiming pulled Su Mu aside and recounted the events that had transpired. Previously, Su Mu had informed Su Weiming that the Su family desired the orders for the new products of the Su family. Consequently, Su Weiming candidly conveyed to his father that these orders should be allocated to the Su family. However, His father was reluctant to comply, as all supplies for the Su family were sourced from the Mu family, and they intended to continue this arrangement. In response, Su Ruiming threatened that the Su family could not afford to offend the Su family, nor could he afford to upset Su Mu. What if, in retaliation, they became targets in the future? Su Wei had devised a plan to host a banquet featuring the esteemed piano master, Zhou Henning. The objective was straightforward. Each participant would perform a piece, and Zhou Henning would adjudicate their performances. The best performer would be sought by the Su family, provided they were entrepreneurs from Jiangbei, ensuring that no one would be offended. Upon hearing Su Ruiming's account, Su Mu could only sigh, acknowledging the Su family's earnest intentions. Mu Qingying, the music teacher previously pursued by Su Mu, was rumored to have reached the performance level in piano mastery. Thus, the banquet essentially served as a mere formality, paving the way for the Mu family to ultimately secure the orders. However, an unexpected variable had emerged: Su Mu and Lin Yang. "Young Master Su, it's fine. You have already done your utmost," Su Mu reassured Su Ruiming with a pat on the shoulder. Su Ruiming was momentarily bewildered. What was this situation? Su Mu, the one who had previously terrified him, was now offering comfort? He had been apprehensive about Su Mu's unfinished tasks and their implications for his future. "Let's enter together," Su Mu suggested with a smile. "All right," Su Ruiming nodded in agreement. The two approached the entrance of the estate, where Su Mu observed Lin Yang being obstructed by two bodyguards. "What is happening?" Su Ruiming inquired as he approached. "Young master, this individual lacks an invitation, yet insists on entering," a middle-aged guard pointed at Lin Yang. Lin Yang, meanwhile, surveyed Su Mu and Su Ruiming with a grin. Having already conducted his research on the general dynamics of Jiang City, he recognized both of these astute individuals from the files he had reviewed. Su Mu of the Su family was merely a thoughtless rich heir, and Su Ruiming of the Su family was no different. However, Lin Yang perceived Su Ruiming as more approachable, envisioning a potential alliance, especially given that Su Yaya was Su Ruiming's sister, thereby making Su Ruiming akin to a brother in kinship. With this thought in mind, Lin Yang devised a plan to assert his dominance by undermining Su Mu. "You there? What business do you have at our estate without an invitation?" Su Ruiming frowned, addressing Lin Yang. "If you seek alms, go elsewhere." "I have a good relationship with the Li family of Jiang City. Li Feiping is my elder brother," Lin Yang replied nonchalantly. "You should have entered by now. Li Feiping of Fengwei Foods? With your shabby attire, how could you possibly know him?" Su Ruiming mocked. "You lot, throw him out." Su Mu rolled his eyes at the scene. Su Ruiming exhibited a classic antagonistic demeanor, and it was evident that the so-called protagonist was about to flaunt his bravado. Predictably, Lin Yang, with an impassive expression, retrieved his phone, preparing to make a call. All right. Su Mu suddenly clapped his hands. "Young Master Su, since he claims to know Li Feipeng, let us take him to Mr. Li. If he does not know him, we can expel him afterward." "Young Master Su, you truly possess a heart of gold. What you say is reasonable. Accompany us inside," Su Ruiming remarked, glancing at Lin Yang. Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback. He had just pulled out his phone, ready to impress, only to be interrupted by Su Mu. Li Feipeng was not his older brother, but rather a recently acquainted subordinate. Had he called Li Feipeng, the latter would undoubtedly defer to him, allowing Lin Yang to bask in the glory. He had not anticipated being thwarted by this young man. Su Mu smiled at the unfolding events. Very well." Lin Yang begrudgingly put his phone away and entered the estate alongside Su Mu and Su Ruiming. The estate's lawn was adorned with tables and chairs, while several uniformed servers arranged red wine and delicacies upon them. In the distance, a piano stood, with a few children playing haphazardly. The adults congregated in small groups, engaged in conversation. "Mr. Lin, what brings you here without notifying me?" Li Feipeng, chatting with others, noticed Lin Yang and hurried over. Lin Yang had recently made his acquaintance, and the man was shrouded in mystery, possessing evidence of Li Feipeng's tax evasion, which left the latter in a precarious position. "Ah, so you truly know him," Su Mu remarked, stepping away with Su Ruiming. Lin Yang curset internally, lamenting the loss of his opportunity to impress. At that moment, a collective gasp arose from the crowd, their gazes fixated on the depths of the estate. three individuals commanded the attention of all present. The first was Mu Qingying, who today donned a simple long dress that was anything but ordinary due to her tall stature. Her ponytail accentuated her flawless oval face. Beside her stood a tall young woman with wavy hair and sparkling eyes. A delicate face that could easily be covered by a man's hand. Su Yaya. Accompanying them was an elder gentleman with graying hair, clad in a suit and sporting a white beard. Many had come specifically to see this elder, Zhou Henning, a national treasure and world-renowned piano maestro. His connections spanned both the business and artistic realms, both domestically and internationally. Establishing ties through him could lead to tremendous opportunities. At this moment, Su Mu utilized his divine eye to examine Su Yaya. Name: Su Yaya. Character: university student. Protagonist of Return of the King. Favorability: -20 destiny level. 8. Max level 10, seated at one of the tables. Su Mu indulged in the desserts while quietly observing the unfolding drama. As expected, Lin Yang approached Su Yaya with a mischievous smile. "Beauty, what a coincidence. We meet again." He greeted her. While speaking, he discreetly assessed Mu Qingying, surprised to discover such beauty besides Su Yaya in Jiang City. This woman had now entered his list of potential targets, but his primary aim remained Su Yaya, the former object of his affection. "You're that jerk." Su Yaya recalled their previous encounter on the plane. "Indeed, I am. My name is Lin Yang. I look forward to your guidance." Lin Yang responded with a grin. Su Yaya ignored him, grasping Mu Qingying's hand. "Qingying, let's go over there." Zhou Henning was already encircled by admirers, and Su Mu refrained from joining. He could see from Zhou Henning's impatient demeanor that the flattery from the crowd was ineffectual. To gain Zhou Henning's favor, one must demonstrate prowess on the piano. "Su Mu, what brings you here?" Mu Qingying suddenly spotted Su Mu, her expression filled with disdain. "What a persistent follower you are. Surely, you do not require my permission to attend the Su family's banquet? Must I report to you before attending the Su family's gathering?" Su Mu replied nonchalantly. "You." Mu Qingying's irritation was palpable. Su Mu smiled at Su Yet. Meanwhile, Lin Yang's expression darkened. Could it be that Su Mu intended to pursue the woman he had his eyes on? If so, he was courting disaster. Lin Yang immediately strode over in their direction. Chapter 9. The unrivaled adversary. Su Yaya was well aware of who Su Mu was. However, as the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Since he had approached her with congratulations, she could not respond with coldness. Thus, Su Yaya offered a faint smile and expressed her gratitude. "Yaya, let us depart. Uncle has arrived," Mu Qingying remarked dismissively, sparing Su Mu a glance. In her estimation, Su Mu had likely realized he could not catch up with her and was now resorting to the ploy of feigned intimacy with Su Yaya to provoke her. However, she thought he was mistaken. Mu Qingying wished for nothing more than for Su Mu to vanish from her world. From a distance approached a middle-aged man with slicked back hair, impeccably dressed in a suit, his eyes lined with deep crow's feet. He was Su Yaya's father, Su Weiye. Mr. Su has arrived. Congratulations. Yaya's enrollment under a master bodes a limitless future for her. I foresee the Su family rising as a new force." As soon as Su Weiye made his entrance, many in the vicinity had begun to flatter him. In truth, they spoke no falsehood. His daughter was indeed a student of Zhou Henning. Accordingly, Su Weiye naturally established a connection with Zhou Henning. Su Weiye smiled and clasped his hands, then turned his gaze towards Su Mu, surprised that the Su family was genuinely pursuing this order. If Su Shou had come personally, he would have granted him some respect. Yet, for Su Mu, the prodigal son, to seek his family's order? Naturally, Su Weiye understood that Su Shou would not attend. This banquet was held under the auspices of his daughter, and someone of Su Shou's stature, being of higher standing, would not specifically come to congratulate her. Had it been in his own name, Su Shou might have made an appearance, much like Mu Qingying's father, Mu Yuansheng, who also did not attend. "Mr. Zhou, my apologies. I just received an urgent call." Su Weiye approached Zhou Henning with an apologetic expression. "Not at all. I must also congratulate you on raising such an exceptional daughter." Zhou Henning replied with a smile. "Yaya is still young. Her future accomplishments will undoubtedly be remarkable." Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Zhou," Su Weiye responded with a smile. then surveyed the gathering. I believe everyone is here not just to offer congratulations, but for other matters as well. The numerous businessmen present exchanged knowing glances but remained silent. Our Su family has been in the food industry in Jiangbei for 20 years, firmly establishing our reputation. We are now set to launch a new production line. Yet we have yet to finalize our raw material processing partners. At this point, Su Weiye paused momentarily. There are simply too many excellent processing enterprises in Jiang City. It is difficult to please everyone. As he spoke, many in the crowd turned their attention toward Su Mu. The attendees were seasoned veterans of the business world, well aware that the primary competition lay between the Su and Mu families. Su Weiye was undoubtedly inclined to seek a partnership with the Mu family, but doing so would indirectly offend the Su family. The Su family's dominance in Jiang City meant that even a slight misstep could bring distress upon the Zhou family. Their primary purpose for attending was to become familiar with Zhou Henning, hoping to grasp the minuscule chance of securing the order for themselves. This time, I intend to let Mr. Zhou decide our partners, Su Weiye declared, pointing toward Zhou Henning. Let each family send forth a representative to play the piano, and whoever performs best, we shall choose. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into whispers. They were taken aback by Su Weiye's clever tactic, which allowed for the selection of the Mu family while sparing the Su family's pride. Su Mu, the prodigal son, what could he possibly offer? If he failed to secure the order, it would merely reflect his lack of skill. At this moment, Mu Qingying displayed a confident demeanor. Her piano skills had long reached a performance level. She had already played before Zhou Henning, who had praised her for her exceptional talent, noting that she was among the rare few in the country. Compared to Su Yaya, the only thing she lacked was a certain spirit. Mu Qingying felt elated. As a member of the Su family, Su Yaya would undoubtedly not be her match. In fact, in the entire Jiangbei region, how many could truly compare? Little did Mu Qingying know, there was indeed someone present who mirrored her confidence. It was not Su Mu, but Lin Yang. As an overseas mercenary, Lin Yang had to assume various roles during missions, necessitating the acquisition of diverse skills. He had also learned the piano, taught by a world-renowned pianist hired by a wealthy Middle Eastern patron. The pianist had remarked upon his considerable talent, stating that he was a cut above the rest. Excellent. I believe Mr. Su's proposal is quite reasonable. Since Mr. Zhou is present, we shall determine the victor through piano performance, Lin Yang boldly proclaimed. The surrounding crowd turned to regard the young man, who appeared to be around 20 years old. Yet, none were aware of his true identity. Only Su Yaya furrowed her brow slightly, sensing a hint of familiarity about him. However, I must stipulate that external assistance is not permitted. We must rely on our own talents, Su Weiye added with a smile. To invite a renowned expert would defeat the purpose of this gathering. His words effectively shut the door on the Mu family's participation. With no external aid allowed, who among the gathered businessmen could rival Mu Qingying's prowess? At one of the round tables, Li Feiping sat beside Lin Yang, whispering, "Mr. Lin, what shall we do? I am your distant cousin. I am one of our own." Lin Yang replied with a smile. Those invited to play had undoubtedly secured well-known pianists, and a little investigation would easily reveal their identities. However, he had never showcased his own piano skills domestically. Su Xiao, my apologies, Su Weiming, seated beside Su Mu, said with some resignation. Not to worry. I have a modicum of knowledge about the piano, Su Mu replied with a smile. His words elicited laughter from those at the neighboring table, including Lin Yang, who found humor in the notion. Lin Yang leaned closer to Su Mu, wearing a condescending smirk as if addressing a fool. Su Xiao, you understand the piano, do you? Lin Yang's voice rose, intended for all to hear, eager to see Su Mu make a fool of himself. Just a bit, Su Mu replied nonchalantly. At this, many in attendance burst into laughter. This prodigal son understood the piano, who in Jiang City's entertainment venues did not know of him. He was a frequent patron, often demanding that Su Xiao cover the entire tab. Just a bit? I too have a limited understanding. Shall we join shortly? Lin Yang mused, feeling as though he were toying with a simpleton. Certainly, Su Mu nodded. Lin Yang chucklet inwardly, thinking of how this person had once sought to charm his white moonlight. There would be ample time to bring him to ruin. Very well, let us commence. Who shall go first? Su Weiye regarded Su Mu as nothing more than a jest. We shall go first. A youth donned in black-rimmed glasses urged his young daughter, who looked to be in elementary school, toward the piano. All present were affluent individuals, accustomed to nurturing their children's talents from an early age. This particular family had chosen to teach piano. The girl, appearing around 10 years old and clad in a charming black dress, approached the piano. She positioned her fingers on the keys and began to play a relatively famous piece, Wedding in a Dream. Upon concluding her performance, many applauded. Not bad. Although she stumbled over a few notes and the rhythm faltered slightly, managing to play a level 4 piece smoothly is quite commendable, Zhou Henning remarked with a smile. Today being Saturday, many children were present, while the elders, having lacked musical education in their youth due to financial constraints, were mostly unfamiliar with music. As several musically inclined children finished their performances, no one else stepped forward. At this juncture, Lin Yang turned to Su Mu with a smile, eager to see him falter. Su Xiao, why don't you give it a try? With a single remark, laughter erupted from those around, as they discerned the underlying reason. What was there to ascend? Perhaps Su Mu himself was aware that he was less informed than these children. Would it not be a source of embarrassment to take the stage? With my prowess, I am destined to be the grand finale. Su Mu maintained a calm facade, though internally he was quite displeased. Truly, his rival was relentless, offering him an escape without provocation. Yet, he seemed intent on orchestrating Su Mu's humiliation, and should that be the case, he ought not to expect mercy. Allow me to take the lead. Mu Qingying rose from her seat, prompting those around her to pause, for a true master had arrived. Chapter 10. A melody that touches the soul. Mu Qingying sat before the piano, her fingers lightly dancing over the keys to reacquaint herself with their feel. From her vantage point, Su Mu could see her profile, an elegant figure with a delicate waist and an alluring curve that captivated the eye. Suddenly, her fingers sprang to life, and the music surged forth. As the prelude unfolded, Su Mu's mind instinctively recognized the piece and its technical demands. This was Chopin's Fantasie Impromptu. Zhou Henning nodded discreetly. Among piano compositions, this one was considered quite challenging. Yet, Mu Qingying's fingers moved like a dancing sprite, gracefully leaping across the keys. Many in the vicinity, indifferent to music, closed their eyes to listen intently. The enchanting melody flowed from slow to fast, then back to slow, ensnaring the audience in its embrace. Minutes passed, and as Mu Qingying concluded with her final note, thunderous applause erupted around her. Truly remarkable, Miss Mu. Even someone like me, who knows little of music, is utterly enchanted. There seems to be no contest. Who could possibly rival Miss Mu? Not only the onlookers, but also Su Yaya approached, grasping Mu Qingying's hand. Sister Qingying, you were incredible. My foremost goal now is to surpass you. Su Yaya beamed brightly. Oh, you're too modest, Mu Qingying replied with a smile, knowing full well that she faced no rival in that moment. Zhou Henning chimed in, indeed, your performance is of concert quality. With such skill, you could hold your own concert. Hearing such praise, Mu Qingying's smile deepened. Ha ha ha, if Mr. Zhou thinks so, then today as champion is. Just then, Su Weiye's words were interrupted as Lin Yang, with an unperturbed demeanor, stood up. Su Mu shook his head. It appeared the main event was about to commence. What is the matter? Sui inquiret, glanzing et Lin Yang. This young lady's talent is indeed commendable, but I have yet to perform. Perhaps Mr. Zhou would care to evaluate my skills, Lin Yang replied, striding toward the piano. Su Weiye furrowed his brow. Who are you? You seem unfamiliar. Old Su. He's my distant cousin. Lin Yang, Li Feiping quickly clarified. Very well. We shall keep this fair and open. If this young gentleman wishes to give it a try, I shall not hinder him. Su Weiye nodded lightly, feeling confident that Mu Qingying had already outshone everyone present. Seated at the piano, Lin Yang pressed down a few notes, causing those knowledgeable in music to freeze in astonishment. Su Yaya, observing Lin Yang, murmured, could it be? He's about to play La Campanella? Indeed, it was Lis La Campanella. Mu Qingying's expression shifted. This piece is renowned for its vast range and is considered one of the most challenging to play. Zhou Henning closed his eyes, listening intently, realizing that talent flourished in the city. The rapid notes crashed upon the audience's auditory senses like waves. Even those unversed in music could discern that Lin Yang was Mu Qingying's equal. Su Weiye was taken aback, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Could he be outshone at the last moment? If he could not choose the Mu family, he would have undoubtedly opted for the Su family. The Su family was affluent and could potentially include him in future lucrative ventures. Yet, being overshadowed by this individual felt worse than swallowing a cockroach. Regret washed over Su Weiye. Had he known, he might have simply partnered with the Su family. As the saying goes, one should not put all eggs in one basket. The Mu family had already secured numerous orders, so they would not complain. As the music concluded, applause erupted once more. Mu Qingying was in a daze. She had not anticipated encountering such a formidable rival. Had she known, she would have chosen a more challenging piece herself. Su Yaya's eyes sparkled, despite being frivolous. Lin Yang's piano skills were exceptional. Lin Yang smiled at those around him, relishing the moment. Impressive. This piece only faltered slightly in the middle with a few slower notes and an unsteady tempo. Otherwise, it was top tier, Zhou Henning praised, giving Lin Yang a thumbs up. The audience was left speechless, astonished by this unexpected contender. Mu Wingying couldn't had feasts. She refused to yield and was determined to prove herself with an even more difficult piece. She had initially thought it unnecessary to complicate matters. Su Weiye was in a stupor, realizing that his clever idea had inadvertently benefited another. Among those most exhilarated was Li Feipeng. Lin Yang was indeed a treasure. With assets of merely 200 to 300 million, a successful operation of this order could double his wealth effortlessly. Mr. Zhou, what is your opinion? Lin Yang asked, exuding confidence. You both present quite the dilemma. However, if I must be frank, you are the stronger of the two, Zhou Henning replied, turning to Lin Yang. Lin Yang's expression swelled with pride, ready to engage with Su Yaya and secure his place in her heart. Su Weiye sighed deeply. There was no way to retract his earlier words, especially with Zhou Henning present. He could not simply deny his statements. After Lin Yang's moment of grandeur, he couldn't resist teasing Su Mu. Su Xiao, weren't you supposed to be the grand finale? Will you still take the stage? Of course, I'm just about to, Su Mu replied, hands in his pockets, approaching the piano. The surrounding crowd eagerly anticipated the spectacle. What could Su Mu possibly play? If he could manage to perform two tigers, it would be a feat worthy of several tables. Beside him, Su Ruiming anxiously pulled at Su Mu's sleeve. Su Xiao, don't embarrass yourself. You won't measure up to them. Fear not, did I not mention? I have a rudimentary understanding of the piano. Su Mu sat at the piano, his mind flooded with countless compositions. It was a surreal feeling, as if he were once a master pianist of the highest caliber but had lost his memory. This time, however, Su Mu intended to showcase his originality. He would create an impromptu piece. His left hand fell upon the keys, producing dissonant sounds that lacked any semblance of rhythm. Merely random notes. The cacophony caused many children to cover their ears. The businessmen laughed, though they dared not intervene, for this was Su Mu of the Su family. Mu Qingying scoffed, finding it embarrassing. Zhou Henning frowned, preparing to speak when Su Mu's right hand began to move. Although the left hand produced noise, the addition of the right hand began to harmonize. Zhou Henning's eyes widened, and he held his breath. The dissonance persisted, yet under the influence of the right hand's melody, it gradually transformed into something less jarring. Ultimately, it melded into a cohesive whole, evolving from chaos to order. Su Mu's music seemed to reach the very soul, rendering those who had once mocked him speechless. What is this? A melody that touches the soul. Chapter 11. The piece is named Dawn. As the music reached its final phase, it soared to a magnificent climax. The majority of the audience, upon hearing it, were overcome with goosebumps, rising from their seats. Some were even moved to tears. Among them was Su Weiye, whose emotions surged as he felt a pang in his nose, tears streaming down his face. Perhaps this was the resonance of the soul. From this piece, he unexpectedly perceived the entirety of his life. In his youth, much like the chaotic beginning of the composition, he faced numerous obstacles, targeted by others and met with disdain. Yet, he did not surrender. It wasn't until he was nearly 40 that his family's food business began to gain some recognition. Just as Su Mu's music transitioned from chaos to order, so too did his life. At that moment, the once passionate music gradually subsided into tranquility. Su Wei took a deep breath, reflecting on his current situation. Now, in his 50s, he had lost the fervor of his youth. This new product had consumed him for years with indecision. Had he been younger, he would have launched it without hesitation, regardless of profitability. As the final note faded, silence enveloped the room, so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Unlike the previous applause that erupted immediately after other performances, Su Mu's piece left the audience in a contemplative silence. Finally, the first applause broke forth. Su Wei was the first to rise, followed by a fervent clapping from the rest of the audience. Mr. Zhou, I may not understand music, but I comprehend my heart. Forgive my presumption in declaring the victor without your consent. Su Wei bowed apologetically to Zhou Henning before pointing to Su Mu, proclaiming, "The winner this time is Su Mu." The applause grew even more fervent. Wow, I never imagined that this young man from the Su family possessed such talent. A middle-aged man in the crowd removed his glasses to wipe away tears. He could not fathom why the music stirred such deep emotions within him. At that moment, Mu Qingying was left speechless, her heart tumultuous with overwhelming waves. Earlier, she had doubted Lin Yang, believing she could perform the difficult piece as well. But facing Su Mu, she had no choice but to concede. His performance touched the very essence of the soul. Su Yayao was equally astonished, having never known Su Mu possessed such a remarkable gift. Lin Yang's expression darkened. This young man had once again thwarted his attempts to show off. This time, it was a crushing defeat, rendering him nothing more than a stepping stone for Su Mu, who laughed just now. I have long stated that Su's musical talent is extraordinary. Su Weiming stood up, brimming with excitement. Do you think we frequented bars for no reason? We sought inspiration. As he spoke, he glanced at his father, Su Weiye, who had repeatedly warned him to steer clear of Su Mu, fearing the latter would lead him astray. Seeing the performance unfold, what could he possibly say now? What piece was that? Whose composition is it? What is its title? Zhou Henning approached Su Mu, trembling with emotion. Tears streamed down his face. Being a master of music, he was even more sensitive than the others. If those who lacked musical understanding were brought to tears, how much more so for him? It was an impromptu piece I played, Su Mu replied after a brief pause. As for its name, let us call it Dawn. The crowd was once again stunned. Such a masterful composition had merely been an offhand improvisation. Mu Qingying was rendered speechless, questioning if he was even human. Dawn, Zhou Henning murmured softly. From chaos to order, from darkness to light, dawn. Wonderful. You are Su Mu? Su Mu nodded. Zhou Henning regarded him with a grave expression, asking, "May I take you as my mentor?" Initially, the audience did not find this request surprising. It was clear that someone with such talent would be sought after by Zhou Henning. However, a sudden realization dawned upon them. It was Zhou Henning who wished to take Su Mu as his mentor, not the other way around. Su Yayao scratched her head in confusion, unsure of the situation. She had just taken a mentor herself, and now there was an additional mentor figure? Mr. Zhou, you flatter me. I am unworthy of such an honor, Su Mu smiled. However, we may exchange musical insights in the future. Indeed, let's exchange contact information swiftly. Zhou Henning immediately pulled out his phone. Mr. Su, do you know anyone in the music industry? None, why do you ask? Su Mu inquired. To be frank, this piece is destined to resonate widely, its value immeasurable. If you lack connections in this field, allow me to handle its distribution. Zhou Henning proposed. I will not take a single cent. All proceeds from the piece will belong to you. Mr. Zhou, please do not be so modest. If you take nothing, will that not be in vain? I am not lacking in funds, Su Mu replied with a smile. After exchanging contact information, he added, let us proceed with a standard market share arrangement. Agreed. Zhou Henning found himself increasingly in awe of Su Mu. As the music concluded, the surrounding crowd rushed to congratulate Su Mu. Everyone present understood that, compared to the orders from the Su family, Zhou Henning's connections held far greater significance. At that moment, Su Yayao approached Su Mu, her eyes filled with admiration. Su Mu, you are incredible. Her words instantly broke the composure of two individuals, one of whom was Lin Yang. A flicker of malice appeared in his eyes. The object of Su Yao's admiration was supposed to be him, Yet this scoundrel Su Mu had stolen the spotlight. Su Mu noted the words that appeared above Lin Yang's head and used his divine eye to inspect. Name: Lin Yang. Character: protagonist of The Return of the Soldier King. Destiny power: 1480. Destiny level: 14. Maximum level is 10. Understanding this, Su Mu recognized how to deal with these protagonists. Previously, his destiny level had been at 15, but after several setbacks, it had dropped to 14. If he could reduce it to 10, he would be able to confront him directly. As for the other individual whose composure was shattered, it was naturally Mu Qingying. She suddenly felt a sense of failure. Piano had been her lifelong passion, and she had practiced diligently. Yet, she never anticipated that despite her efforts, she would fall short of Su Mu, the seemingly aimless prodigal. Not so impressive, Su Mu remarked with a smile. Did I not recall that you attended university in Jiang City? Our proximity allows for mutual learning in the future. That would be wonderful. I will surely seek your guidance. Suyayo eklemet, had exitement palpable. At this point, Su Weiye approached with a smile. Su Mu, we should discuss matters of collaboration. He felt relieved that Su Mu's appearance had thwarted Lin Yang. Otherwise, he would have been distressed. Uncle, I'm a novice in this area. Please discuss it directly with my father, Su Mu replied cheerfully. Very well. Su Weiye nodded, feeling fortunate that his somewhat foolish son had formed a bond with Su Mu. Could it be that a fool's luck was indeed a thing? Had he sensed that Su Mu was extraordinary all along? Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Ningbing entered Su Shou's office, holding some documents. Our industry in Yang City is shrinking. At this rate, we may face closure again. Taking a deep breath, she continued, Dad, you shouldn't have helped the Yi family back then. The Yi family once did us a favor, and besides, that matter is in the past, Su Shou replied. Stroking his stubble, we must see if we can establish a partnership with the Su family. Their involvement could revitalize our industry in Yang City. Dad, what are you dreaming about? Do you truly believe that Su Mu will succeed? Su Ningbing wore a look of utter disbelief. At that moment, a hurried knocking echoed from outside. Su Shou frowned and entered the room. As the door swung open, a middle-aged man stepped in, exclaiming, Chairman, a significant incident has occurred with the young master. Su Ningbing's expression darkened. She thought to herself, I warned against letting him go. Chapter 12. One of the 3,000 warriors under the Dragon King appears. Su Shou let out a soft sigh. Perhaps he had been too naive. From now on, such matters would be entirely entrusted to Su Ningbing. Chairman, young master is astonishing. It has shocked the entire audience. The middle-aged man's smile could hardly conceal his excitement. What? Su Shou's expression turned grave as he immediately inquired. What exactly happened? The middle-aged man took a deep breath and recounted the events surrounding the Su family without missing a single detail. Su Shou and Su Ningbing exchanged glances, both visibly shaken. Are you suggesting that Zhou Henning publicly declared his intention to take Su Mu as his teacher? Su Shou swallowed hard, unable to restrain his curiosity. Indeed, however, the young master declined, stating that they could exchange musical ideas in the future. The middle-aged man explained. Very well, you may leave now. Su Shou gestured for him to go, leaning back in his executive chair. The middle-aged man turned and quietly closed the office door behind him. Is that possible? Does Su Mu even understand music? Has he composed pieces? Su Ningbing found it hard to believe, suspecting that he might have botched the situation deliberately. Ningbing Su Shou was about to respond when his phone vibrated. He glanced at it and smiled, flipping the device to show Su Ningbing the screen. The contact was none other than Su Weiye. Su Shou answered the call, activating the speakerphone. Su boss, your son is truly a hidden gem. He has made an extraordinary impact. Su Weiye's voice came through. Old Su, you flatter me. What brings you to call? Su Shou replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. What else could it be? Your son is so remarkable. He secured an order from my family. I'm calling to discuss collaboration. When will you be available? Su Shou's heart raced with joy, yet he kept his tone calm. I'm available anytime. Excellent. Let us meet tomorrow afternoon. I believe our families have much to collaborate on, Su Weiye said with a smile. I'll arrange it immediately, Su Shou confirmed. After hanging up, he turned to Su Ningbing. Her icy demeanor seemed slightly out of sorts. Had it truly succeeded? Moreover, Su Weiye's method this time was to rely on the piano for a decisive victory without external assistance. If Su Ningbing attended, the order would surely slip away. Her rudimentary piano skills could not compare to Mu Qingying's prowess. Remember to keep your promise to Su Mu, and maintain a smile when you see him. Su Shou stretched lazily, relishing the prospect of the Su family collaboration. Put in some effort to see if you can revitalize our remote company. Understood. Su Ningbing not that. Though she was still perplexed. When had Su Mu learned the piano? She had never heard of it before. The thought of having to smile at Su Mu made her feel uneasy. Meanwhile, the banquet on Su Mu's side had concluded. He had indeed reaped substantial rewards. Besides Zhou Henning, he had also exchanged contact information with Su Weiye and Su Yaya. Upon returning to the company, Su Mu first headed to his office. "Hello, Mr. Su." "Good day, Mr. Su." As he made his way to his office, the employees hurriedly greeted him. In their eyes, there was a mix of fear and flattery. As the human resources manager and the chairman's son, Su Mu wielded significant power. Anyone who displeased him could be dismissed without hesitation. Once inside his office, Su Mu settled into his chair, turning to face the window as he accessed the system. This time, the protagonist had lost 45 points of destiny power. He wanted to see if he had gained anything. Sure enough, he noticed a new attribute at the top of the system page. Name: Su Mu. Character: Villainous Saint Body, Manager of Su Group's Human Resources Department. Strength: 30 Speed, 43 Stamina, 30 Defense, 30 Destiny Power, 45 Skills, Hall-level pianist, master chef. Su Mu carefully studied the system, then pressed and held the Destiny Power attribute, which brought up a detailed description. After reading it several times, he finally grasped the concept of Destiny Power. Destiny Power differed from the justice value used for lottery draws. The latter could only be used for drawing lots and was primarily acquired from supporting characters, essentially representing their goodwill. However, Destiny Power could only be obtained from the protagonist. This value could be exchanged at a ratio of 1 to 10 for justice value and could also boost another's base attributes. This realization was daunting. Su Mu had not anticipated he could enhance others. He felt untroubled by potential betrayals, for this Destiny Power belonged to him. He could bestow it upon others or reclaim at will. With this thought, he resolved to find someone to test it on. Just then, a knock echoed at the office door. "Come in," Su Mu called out. The door opened to reveal a tall young man in a suit, sporting a crew cut. Around 30 years of age. Through his memories, Su Mu recognized him as Wang Biao, the driver Su Shou had assigned to him, who also served as his aide. Akin to his secretary, Su Mu felt a sense of gratitude toward him. According to the original storyline, Wang Biao had been raised by his grandmother, who had fallen gravely ill. Su Shou had generously provided 600,000 to cover her medical expenses, allowing her to live an additional 6 or 7 years. Wang Biao was deeply grateful to Su Shou and fiercely loyal to Su Mu. After the Dragon King's return, Wang Biao was killed by one of the Dragon King's subordinates while attempting to save Su Mu. Su Mu checked Wang Biao's information. Name: Wang Biao. Character: Driver. Affection level: 1 Destiny level 1, max level 10. Su Mu pressed and held Wang Biao's name, and detailed information appeared. Strength: 35 Speed, 20 Stamina, 30 Defense, 25. Su Mu nodded inwardly. Wang Biao could be considered a bodyguard assigned by Su Shou. Usually, several individuals would not dare approach Su Mu. He attempted to click on Wang Biao's strength attribute. As expected, a plus sign appeared next to the strength value. After a click, his strength increased to 36, while Su Mu's Destiny Power decreased to 44. A smile crept onto Su Mu's face. In this manner, he could cultivate his own influence. "Su Shao, here are the new employee profiles for your review," Wang Biao said, placing a stack of documents on Su Mu's desk. "Would you like to meet them? If not, I can have them report tomorrow." Su Mu picked them up and began flipping through the pages. Suddenly, he froze. "Su Shao, what's wrong?" Wang Biao asked, puzzled. "Nothing, old Wang. You may go about your business." Su Mu waved him off. Wang Biao nodded and turned to leave. Su Mu's gaze settled on a particular woman's profile on the document, his expression gradually turning cold. The name listed was Meng Wanyue. According to the storyline, Meng Wanyue was one of the Dragon King's 3,000 warriors and an exceptionally talented individual. Her joining the Su group indicated that the Dragon King had already discovered the remnants of the Yi family, Yi Tong and Yi Yu, currently residing with the Su family. Meng Wanyue had been dispatched by the Dragon King to monitor the Su family. In accordance with the plot, Meng Wanyue became Su Mu's secretary. Subsequently, through her investigations, she learned of Su Mu's frequent mistreatment of Yi Tong and that he had relegated Yi Yu to live in a doghouse. It was she who alerted the Dragon King, prompting his return with 3,000 warriors. Chapter 13. The woman's pride. Su Mu's expression grew increasingly grave. It appeared he could not afford to be idle. It would be prudent to amass more justice points for the lottery, thereby enhancing his own capabilities. He scrutinized Meng Wanyue's profile, certain that the information contained therein was fabricated. With his eyes closed, he pondered, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. Dismissing Meng Wanyue outright was not an option. Her identity was far from ordinary. Should this approach prove ineffective, she would undoubtedly resort to alternative tactics, leaving Su Mu vulnerable. The optimal strategy was to adhere to the narrative and keep Meng Wanyue nearby for surveillance. By allowing her to witness the affection shared between him and Yi Tong and Yi Yu, it was likely she would refrain from alerting the Dragon King immediately, granting Su Mu further time to develop his own plans. According to the storyline, Meng Wanyue was also among the Dragon King's harem. To be precise, she admired the Dragon King, yet he had always regarded her as merely an underling. It was only in the later stages that he consented to her becoming one of his women. Su Mu narrowed his eyes. If he could cultivate Meng Wanyue as an ally, he would inadvertently diminish the Dragon King's fated power. Su Mu picked up the telephone on his desk and summoned Wang Biao, instructing him to bring Meng Wanyue to the office. Typically, Su Mu would not entertain such visits. But in this case, he had a valid reason. After all, she was applying for the position of his secretary. Before long, the office door swung open, and the two entered in succession, with Wang Biao leading the way, followed by a woman clad in office attire. Old Wang, you may leave. Somos gestured to Wang Biao. Understood. Wang Biao nodded and exited. Good day, Su Zong. Meng Wanyue slightly bowed her head in greeting. Sumo assist Meng Vanyu. Her figure was well-proportioned, with long black hair cascading down her back, curling slightly at the tips. Her bangs obscured her delicate brows, revealing most of her exquisite features. Indeed, her appearance was quintessentially that of a female protagonist. However, Meng Wanyue had one flaw: her eyes. They were strikingly beautiful, yet devoid of vitality. Or perhaps it could be said they exuded a chilliness, lacking emotion. Su Mu understood that this was tied to her background. Meng Wanyue's origins were tragic. She had been sold abroad since childhood and trained as an assassin. It is known that female assassins possess innate advantages over their male counterparts, particularly when it comes to eliminating men. Meng Wanyue was among the elite assassins of her organization, and her last target was none other than the Dragon King. The outcome was predictable. She was captured by the Dragon King, who recognized her capabilities and annihilated her entire organization, sparing only her. The Dragon King, in his ruthless manner, presented Meng Wanyue with two choices: death or servitude. Not wishing to perish and harboring no attachment to her former organization, she chose to remain. After several missions, Meng Wanyue was gradually swayed by the Dragon King's strength, yet her feelings remained largely aspirational rather than emotional. It was only after his return that she began to develop genuine affection, envious of the love he shared with the other female protagonists, which ultimately led her to harbor feelings for him. Thus, Su Mu found himself with an opportunity. Utilizing the Eye of God, he reviewed her information. Name: Meng Wanyue. Character: assassin, protagonist of the Dragon King's arrival affinity. -20 fate level. 9. Max level 10. Meng Wanyue. Is it? Su Mu regarded her profile. Accustomed to others harboring negative sentiments towards him, a mere inquiry would reveal his reputation. Yes, Meng Wanyue nodded. Why do you wish to be my secretary? Surely, you must have inquired about me during your application process? Su Mu placed her profile on the table. Meng Wanyue's expression faltered momentarily. As an assassin, she would naturally investigate her target's character and habits. Su Mu was often labeled as a wastrel, frequently frequenting entertainment venues in the city, and was known for sudden outbursts of anger. She had encountered many such affluent second-generation individuals, yet none had possessed Su Mu's self-awareness. Was he merely pretending? I I did not inquire. I simply wished to earn money and find this position appealing. Meng Wanhua lowered her head, resembling a nervous young girl. As a female assassin, acting skills were equally crucial. Your records indicate you graduated from a prestigious university abroad? Sumu inquired. Yes, Meng Wanhua affirmed. Your family must possess some wealth to afford studying overseas? No, I worked while studying abroad. I am an orphan. My parents have both passed, Meng Wanhua explained softly. Su Mu propped his chin on his hand, observing Meng Wanhua's expression, and remarked, "It must have been difficult for you over the years." Meng Wanhua stiffened. Having been groomed as an assassin since childhood, any misstep could result in punishment. Even now, detached from her organization and following the Dragon King, he still failed to show her any concern. Su Mu's words struck a chord in her long-buried heart. It was manageable, Meng Wanhua finally responded. In the future, it will be better, Su Mu smiled as he retrieved his phone. Let us exchange contact information. Starting tomorrow, you will officially commence work. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me. All right, Meng Wanhua nodded. After Meng Wanhua departed, Su Mu initially considered having Wang Biao follow her to ascertain her current residence. However, upon reflection, he decided against it to avoid alarming her. Someone like Wang Biao, tasked with tracking an assassin, would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Proceeding with caution was paramount. Su Mu glanced at his phone, noticing Su Shou had summoned him. He then made his way to the top floor of the company via the elevator. Upon entering the chairman's office, he discovered his sister, Su Ningbing, was also present. Su Shou sat in the executive chair, his phone playing a video. The music emanating from a device was Su Mu's piano performance. Though the recording apparatus could not capture the ambience of a live performance, Su Shou closed his eyes, captivated by the melody. "Father, what is the matter?" Su Mu inquired as he approached. "Ningbing, what did I just say?" Su Shou slowly opened his eyes. Su Ningbing's demeanor was unusual. The normally icy beauty bore a faint blush. She forced a smile that was more painful than a frown. "Su Mu, you are somewhat useful." With that, she immediately turned her face away to gaze out the window. Affinity 1, Su Mu beamed. It was indeed challenging to elevate his sister's affection. "Kid, you are quite the concealed talent. Quickly tell me, whose piece is this?" Su Shou turned to Su Mu. "I heard Joe Henning is preparing to release it for you. And if it turns out to be a copy, we will be in trouble." "Umph, I knew it was plagiarized," Su Ningbing interjected with a scoff. "Old man, do you have so little faith in me?" "This piece is an impromptu composition I've created," Su Mu shrugged. "If you do not believe me, feel free to pay someone to verify." "Is that so?" Su Su Guivi. "Why would I deceive you? I have mentioned before that I possess a modicum of skill with the piano," Su Mu said, casting a glance at Su Ningbing. Su Ningbing awkwardly adjusted her glasses, turning her face away with a frosty demeanor. Affinity 1. Su Mu could not help but shake his head. This woman was indeed quite proud. Chapter 14. How could a formidable warrior like me be unable to handle a mere girl? Su Su Lauet Hatitli Zenini Daolai. He had always thought his skills were wasted. But Su Mu had surprised him, showcasing remarkable talent. "Go on with your business." Su Shou waved his hand dismissively and closed his eyes again, listening to the soothing piano melodies emanating from his phone. The two exited the office. In the elevator, Su Mu turned to Su Ningbing and said, "Sister, please remember to smile at me from now on. Don't go around with that long face." "Why should I smile at you?" Su Ningbing replied coolly. "Really? So you don't mean what you say?" Su Mu retorted. "I never agreed to it. It was Dad who made that promise." With that, the elevator stopped at the next floor. Su Ningbing, in her high heels, hurriedly exited, yet a faint smile lingered on her lips. Su Mu rolled his eyes at her alluring figure. Affection 5. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, he noticed the words appearing above Su Ningbing's head, prompting a smile from him. "Old woman, you're quite the actress," he smirked, shaking his head slightly. After spending the afternoon in the office, Su Mu drove home. Unlike others, he found it more practical to derive benefits from his wife, Yitong. As he drove, an idea struck him. He should do something to enhance his standing. Merely relying on words to increase affection had its limits. He aspired to elevate his strength. Remembering his prowess as a master chef, he decided to showcase his culinary skills to garner affection. He sensed that the warrior Lin Yang had begun to harbor resentment towards him. Just as Su Mu was about to turn into a nearby shopping mall, he spotted someone. Fortune smiled upon him. He had been thinking of Lin Yang when he saw him. At that moment, Lin Yang was stealthily hiding behind a car, observing something intently. Su Mu activated his divine eye, scanning the surroundings until a lavish panel appeared before him. It was Su Yiya. She had just alighted from a vehicle with another woman and was heading towards the mall. Su Mu smiled. The protagonist was stalking Su Yiya. Perhaps he was envious of Su Mu for stealing the spotlight at the Su family gathering. Su Mu felt it was time to seize the opportunity to benefit from his own white moonlight. Initially, Su Mu paid little heed, but soon noticed that Lin Yang was flanked by two burly men who seemed terrified of him, clearly having been taught a lesson before. Curious about their conversation, Su Mu parked his car a distance away and cracked the window to eavesdrop. After listening, he shook his head lightly, realizing the lengths to which the protagonist would go to win affection. It seemed he needed to take action. Lin Yang, donning a hat as a simple disguise, had intended to orchestrate a chance encounter with Su Yiya. However, he unexpectedly encountered the two ruffians from the bar the previous night. As a soldier of fortune, it was reasonable for him to seek beautiful women at a bar, but he was met with troublemakers seeking confrontation. With a few deft moves, he sent them to the hospital. The two men quivered in fear at the sight of Lin Yang. He devised a simple plan: to wait by Su Yiya's car until she returned and instruct the two men to cause a scene. At that moment, he would swoop in to save her, which was far better than a mere coincidence. Over the years abroad, he had encountered many beautiful women, yet Su Yiya remained his cherished moonlight, representing his desire to amend his past cowardice. He was determined to win her heart. Su Mu considered exiting his vehicle, but Lin Yang and his companions happened to walk past. He quickly lowered his head, pretending to be engrossed in his phone. Thankfully, he went unnoticed. Suddenly, he remembered his dash cam and connected his phone to capture footage of Lin Yang and the two brutes, who were now trailing Lin Yang like subordinates. Pleased with this revelation, Su Mu decided to wait a while in the car before heading to the mall's underground supermarket. It had been a long time since Yitong had enjoyed meat, so Su Mu bought a substantial amount to improve their meals. After all, both he and Yitong needed to maintain their strength for physical tasks, necessitating a nutritious diet. Meanwhile, Lin Yang and the two muscular men lurked behind a vehicle, able to see Su Yiya's car and the entrance to the mall. Lin Yang had been waiting for 20 minutes when he suddenly brightened. There she was, the one in the hat. The two burly men nodded and approached the two women. "Yiya, you're not falling in love, are you? Buying a men's razor?" One of the women beside Su Yiya, Wang Ying, a plump yet youthful beauty with a round face, jested. "Don't be ridiculous. He's my elder. So did I say slightly?" Her teacher, Zhou Henning, had advised her to cultivate a close relationship with Su Mu, who was a true master. Thus, she thought to buy a gift for him to avoid visiting empty-handed. At that moment, two muscular men approached them. One of them leaned close to Wang Ying, causing her expression to harden. "What do you want?" she demanded. "Oh, I didn't notice before. Two lovely ladies." The bald man grinned lewdly. "Ladies, how about exchanging contact information? I'd like to treat you to drinks later." Wang Ying, "Let it go," Su Yiya urged, holding her friend's hand. They were just two girls. It was unnecessary to invite trouble. Wang Ying scoffed, but ultimately chose to swallow her anger. Just as they attempted to leave, another burly man blocked their path. "What do you think you're doing? You think you can just walk away after bumping into us? We aren't that easy to deal with." The man with hair sneered. "Call us big brothers and pay us 500 yuan, and we'll forget this ever happened." "Wait, I'm calling the police," Wang Ying retorted angrily, pulling out her phone. However, the bald man snatched it away. "You dare call the cops? Do you want me to make you regret it? What are you doing? Let that girl go." Lin Yang approached from a distance. "Ipan seeing Lin Yang, so ya frowned slightly." "Huh, a beauty. I didn't expect to find you here." Lin Yang feigned surprise, then pointed at the bald man. "Return her phone. Kid, don't ask for trouble. Do you want me to teach you a lesson?" The bald man replied coldly. "I said, return her phone." Lin Yang's expression darkened as he reached out to retrieve it. "You brat." The bald man swung a punch at Lin Yang's face. With a loud thud, the punch struck Lin Yang's chin, leaving the bald man stunned. What has happened? He thought, bewildered, as the situation deviated from expectations. Lin Yang smirked inwardly. He had devised a more sophisticated approach. Rather than merely saving the damsel, he would allow himself to be injured in the process. Which scenario would touch Su Yi's heart more? Certainly, the latter. At that moment, he forcefully grabbed the phone back, shoving it into Su Yi's hand while covering his head and lunging at the bald man. Get out of here. Lin Yang declared heroically. Brat, you're asking for it. Another burly man charged towards Lin Yang. Upon witnessing this, Su Yi's face finally betrayed a hint of concern. Please don't fight. I can pay you. Lin Yang, upon hearing her words, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He, a formidable warrior, was still able to manipulate the emotions of a mere girl. At that moment, he simply wished for these men to strike swiftly. One must not hesitate if they seek to capture a wolf. What are you doing? Just then, Su Mu, carrying various bags, shouted from a distance. You little brat, stay out of this. The bald man was in the midst of speaking when he caught sight of Su Mu's figure. Su Sao, who are you? Su Mu inquired with a furrowed brow. The bald man glanced at his companions and quickly urged, we should leave at once. Those who frequently frequented bars were well aware of the scion of the Su family. Whenever Su Mu appeared, their spending power would invariably inflate, as he would cover the entire bill. Such a figure was not one they could afford to provoke. Lin Yang's gaze turned ominous. It was that insufferable brat again. Chapter 15. Men are all big pigs, damn it. That Su Mu is once again meddling in my relationship with Su Yaya. Su Mu. Su Yaya exclaimed with surprise upon seeing him. What brings you here? I ran out of vegetables at home, so I came to buy some for cooking, Su Mu replied, lifting the bags he carried. What? Su Mu can actually cook? Su Yaya's eyes sparkled with delight. He plays the piano so well and can cook too. How is he so perfect? The rumors of Su Mu being a spendthrift made Su Yaya vow to confront whoever had spread that lie. Favorability 30. Su Mu was taken aback by the sudden increase in favorability. He intended to win her over. It felt like a gift. He recalled when Su Yaya's favorability was in the negatives. Now it had turned positive. Lin Yang noticed the glimmer in Su Yaya's eyes, and his jealousy intensified. The once ordinary him was long gone. Ever since he became a mercenary abroad, no one dared to snatch away what he desired. Lin Yang's expression suddenly shifted, a smirk forming on his lips. Su Mu, are you acquainted with those two earlier? I bet you called them here, didn't you? Su Mu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He hadn't exposed Lin Yang yet, but here he was, making accusations himself. Su Yaya and Wang Ying exchanged glances. Indeed, those two had fled upon seeing Su Mu. I see. You deliberately brought them here to create a scene, intending to play the hero and win Yaya's favor, right? Lin Yang sneered, figning realization. You're disgusting. Su Mu. Su Yaya gripped the shopping bag tightly. It contained a razor she bought for him. Remembering the rumors about Su Mu, she wondered if he truly intended to act this way. Seeing Su Yaya's expression, Su Mu shook his head gently. Sometimes, it's better not to reveal the truth, as it could lead to an awkward situation for both parties. Reveal the truth? The truth is that you deliberately sought them out to play the hero and gain Yaya's affection. Lin Yang scoffed. But I saw those two with you just now. Su Mu replied, maintaining his calm demeanor. Ha ha, Yaya, look at him, rambling nonsense. If we were together, would I let them hit me? Lin Yang laughed mockingly. Yaya, come with me, Su Mu said, heading toward his car with his bags in hand. Yaya, don't go. Don't you know what kind of person Su Mu is? Lin Yang interjected. Su Yaya hesitated for a moment, but decided to follow. No matter the circumstances, she wanted to see the truth unveiled. Su Mu appeared calm. Perhaps he truly had evidence. Wang Ying followed closely behind Su Yaya. Lin Yang, however, wore a smug smile, confident as a soldier, having already sabotaged the parking lot's cameras. Even if Su Mu discovered them together, there would be no evidence. Su Mu parked beside his Cadillac, opened the door, and placed his purchases in the back seat. He turned to Lin Yang, saying calmly, Buddy, this is my car. Lin Yang's expression shifted slightly. Could it be Yaya? Wait a moment. Su Mu sat in the driver's seat, reconnected the dash cam, and downloaded the latest footage. He wouldn't let anyone find a weakness. Previous footage wouldn't suffice, as the timing would be off and could be perceived as intentional. After downloading, he opened the video, scrolled through the timeline, and handed his phone to Su Yaya. Wang Ying leaned in to take a look as well. The video showed Lin Yong walking ahead, flanked by two burly men, as if they were his lackeys. Striding right past Su Mu's car, Lin Yong felt humiliated. He hadn't anticipated the dash cam. "Do you know why I didn't expose you earlier?" Su Mu asked, his expression unfazed as he looked at Lin Yong. "I could tell you like Yaya. Though your approach is misguided, I saw no reason to sabotage you. I just didn't expect you to turn the tables." Su Yaya, her gentle face now turned icy, glanced at Su Mu and then at Lin Yong. The contrast was stark. One was a gentleman, the other a shameless rogue. Su Yaya couldn't help but chastise herself for even momentarily doubting Su Mu. Favorability 30, get lost. "I never want to see you again. If you keep bothering me, don't blame me for being rude." Su Yaya showed at Lin Yong. "Yaya, I didn't mean it. I just love you too much." Lin Yong stammered in a panic. "Su Mu, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might still be in the dark, falling for his tricks." Su Yaya approached Su Mu, returning his phone. "It's nothing," Su Mu smiled. "Let me see you both to your car." "Okay, Su Yaya Nadith." Lin Yong stood there, his face darkening, frozen in place. After escorting Su Yaya and Wang Ying to their vehicle, Su Mu returned without acknowledging Lin Yong, who called out to him. "Su Mu, Su Yaya is the woman I want. Stay away from her in the future. I know you like her, but your methods are misguided," Su Mu replied coolly. "Stop pretending. Who do you think you are? Do you think I don't know?" Lin Yong growled, turning to leave. "I've warned you. If you provoke me, it won't just be you. Your entire Su family will pay the price." Su Mu watched him walk away, pondering how Lin Yong seemed more like the villain. After all, these protagonists often relied on fate and fortune, accustomed to bullying others. Now that they faced a setback, it was no surprise they reacted with anger. Checking his justice points, Su Mu realized he could draw 6 more times. As for his fortune points, they had reached 94. Instead of exchanging them for justice points, he decided to enhance someone else, starting with his father. With a father who cared for him, Su Mu resolved to treat him well. As for others, that could wait. At this moment, Yi Tong sat on Yi Yu's bed. They had spent the day together, discussing one topic. Su Mu. "Sister, I think it's necessary to mention that the noise at night should be kept down," Yi Yu said, observing Yi Tong. Yi Tong's face flushed crimson. She knew Yi Yu was right next door and had done her best to restrain herself, but she felt utterly unable to contain her feelings. "Oh, I almost forgot. It's time to make dinner." Yi Tong jumped up. "We can't keep Su Mu waiting for 20 minutes after he gets off work." "Sister, Su Mu should be tested further. Maybe his kindness yesterday was merely a pretext for something more intimate," Yi Yu suggested as she stood up. "Honestly, I doubt he'll come back today. Men are all big pigs. Once they get what they want, they no longer cherish it." Chapter 16. Yi Yu's determination to attain enlightenment. Yi Tong stood at the threshold of Yi Yu's room. After a brief moment, a gentle smile graced her lips as she declared, "I shall prepare a meal for you." However, as she descended the staircase, an inexplicable melancholy tugged at her heart. Yi Yu's words indeed held merit. Perhaps his actions yesterday were merely a pretext to share a bed with her. After all, despite their lengthy marriage, Su Mu had yet to lay a finger on her. Since their union, Su Mu had consistently treated her and her sister poorly. It was unreasonable to assume that a single day of change would guarantee his future behavior. Taking a deep breath, Yi Tong resolved to cast aside such thoughts. Regardless, they had already obtained their marriage certificate and shared a spousal bond. She owed the Su family considerably. Unless Su Mu initiated a divorce, she had no intention of leaving. "Sister, I'm here to assist you," Yi Yu called out as she followed her down the stairs. The moment they entered the kitchen, the sound of the villa's front door opening caught their attention. Both Yi Tong and Yi Yu paused, turning to look outside. Within moments, Su Mu entered, carrying an assortment of bags. Upon seeing him return, Yi Tong felt an unexpected surge of joy. "Yi Yu, come here." Su Mu beckoned. Yi Yu's completion parled instantly. Their earlier conversations had taken place in her room. Could it be that Su Mu had installed listening devices there? Did he know she had spoken ill of him? "Brother-in-law. What's the matter?" Yi Yu stammered as she cautiously approached him, fearing a reprimand. Yi Tong furrowed her brow and joined Su Mu's side. "Hurry, put these items in the refrigerator. Today, I will cook for you both to elevate our dining experience," Su Mu instructed, handing the bags to Yi Yu. "Huh?" Yi Yu was momentarily taken aback. Yi Tong, too, was caught off guard before extending her hand. I'll do it. No need. Just relax and wait for the meal. Su Mu insisted, transferring all the bags to Yi Yu. He then moved towards the kitchen, donning an apron from the side. With Yi Tong's assistance, Yi Yu organized the items neatly in the refrigerator. Let me handle the cooking. You must be tired after a long day at work. Yi Tong suggested as she entered the kitchen. What? Do you think my cooking is unpalatable? Su Mu inquired with a playful smile. No, no, no. Yi Tong vigorously shook her head, her hair slightly disheveled. She tucked a stray strand behind her ear, exuding a captivating charm. Affection level 10. I possess some culinary knowledge. I assure you, it shall not be unappetizing. As Su Mu busied himself, he instructed, you two go play on your phones in the living room. All right. Yi Tong felt somewhat flattered. Could it be that Su Mu had genuinely changed? Yi Yu tugged at Yi Tong, leading her to the sofa. As an elder sister, Yi Tong noticed something amiss in Yi Yu's expression and inquired, what is it? Nothing. Yi Yu forced a smile. However, once seated, she quickly retrieved her phone and sent a message to Yi Tong. Sister, Su Mu isn't planning to poison us, is he? Yi Tong rolled her eyes in exasperation upon reading the message. She pulled Yi Yu aside to the adjacent bathroom. Once the door was closed, Yi Tong whispered, what nonsense are you thinking now? Sister, I'm not referring to deadly poison, but rather something that affects women, you know? Yi Yu whispered. Su Mu is so formidable. You alone cannot contend with him. He might be plotting to claim me as well. What absurd notions occupy your mind? Yi Tong lighted tapet Yi Yu's forehead. Ekasperated. Really, I heard from a friend that sisters like us can enhance a man's experience. Yi Yu's face paled at the thought of Su Mu potentially targeting her. Then you better keep a close watch, Yi Tong said, reopening the door and pulling Yi Yu back out. She herself was uncertain why, but she trusted that Su Mu would not resort to such actions. Yi Yu took a deep breath, summoning her courage, and asked brother-in-law, may I assist you in the kitchen? Su Mu glanced at Yi Yu and nodded slightly. All right, come help me wash the vegetables. Yi Yu complied, determined to stay vigilant. If Su Mu dared to introduce anything untoward, she would refuse to consume it. Su Mu was now rhythmically chopping vegetables, and not only Yi Yu, but also Yi Tong could not resist approaching to observe. The quality of one's cooking could often be discerned from the sound of their knife skills. Those who excel in the kitchen may not necessarily possess great knife skills, but those who lack culinary prowess certainly do not. Yi Tong stood outside the kitchen, watching Su Mu chop with remarkable rhythm and uniformity, as if he were copying and pasting his movements. Such speed and precision left her feeling inadequate. She could hardly believe this so-called prodigal son was, in fact, a culinary master. Such fluidity and expertise could not have been acquired overnight. At this moment, Su Mu felt as though his culinary skills had become second nature. He instinctively knew the precise amount of seasoning to add. Looking over at Yi Yu, he said, once you're done washing, you can sit over there. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. I want to see you cook. Yi Yu insisted, refusing to leave and missing no opportunity to monitor him. Very well. Su Mu continued to stir-fry, his movements seamless and fluid, leaving both Yi Yu and Yi Tong awestruck, as if witnessing a master chef performing. As time passed, Su Mu sensed it was nearly time to serve. Yi Yu, come and stir the rice, he called to the dazed girl outside. Okay. Yi Yu nodded, still in a stupor. The three gathered around the dining table, gazing at the array of dishes before them. Without even tasting, the mere sight of the food suggested they had entered an upscale restaurant. There were secret recipe ribs, beef with bell peppers, mapo tofu, minced eggplant, and garlic lobster. Su Mu pointed out each dish, all simple home-cooked meals, and encouraged give them a try. Yi Tong nodded, feeling confident. After all, she was Su Mu's wife. Even if something were amiss, it wouldn't matter. She sampled a piece of the secret recipe rib, and her entire being froze. Sister, is it delicious? Yi Yu inquired eagerly. Absolutely divine. The flavor is exquisite. Yi Tong's innocent eyes sparkled with delight. I told you, I possess some culinary knowledge. Su Mu remarked with a smile. Now, try the others. All right, Yi Tong agreed, and she began sampling the other dishes, each one far surpassing her own cooking skills. Meanwhile, Yi was swallowing hard, feeling uneasy. Something was amiss. Why was Su Mu suddenly treating them so well? Had he already slipped something into the food? Or had he stealthily added something while she and her sister were in the bathroom? Yet, the dishes before her were undeniably tempting. "Why aren't you eating?" Sumu asked, glancing at Yiyu. "Brother-in-law, I." Yiyu grasped her chopsticks, thinking that if she was to meet her fate, she would do so with conviction. This time, she resolved to bear witness to the truth. Once Sumu revealed his true colors to both of them, her sister would finally see through his facade. Chapter 17. Divine Ability, Level 1 Perception. Sumu observed as Yiyu began to eat, smiling as he inquired, "How does it taste?" "Delicious." Yiyu nodded emphatically. This meal was truly exceptional. She had never tasted anything so exquisite in her life. Back when the Yi family had not yet fallen, she had been regarded as a young lady of the household, with chefs dedicated to preparing her meals. Yet, their culinary skills paled in comparison to Sumu's. After the family's downfall, her meals consisted solely of the cafeteria food at school, and on weekends, she settled for her sister's simple home-cooked dishes. Unbeknownst to her, Yiyu felt her eyes redden slightly. "What's wrong?" Sumu asked, lifting his gaze. "It's just too delicious, Sob." Yiyu wiped away her tears with her sleeve, and a few black characters appeared above her head. Favorability 10, Sumu smiled. At last, Yiyu's favorability had shifted. His efforts were not in vain. It was noteworthy that until now, Yiyu had harbored the most animosity toward him. Once they had feasted, Yiyu covered her little belly and slumped onto the sofa. Suddenly, she felt her posture was somewhat unrefined, fearing Sumu might reprimand her. With that thought, she immediately straightened up. "Why so unfamiliar in your own home?" Sumu approached and placed a hand on Yiyu's shoulder. Her body instinctively trembled, expecting another reprimand, but Sumu simply gave her a gentle push, allowing her to recline back on the sofa. Favorability 10, Sumu smiled and sat beside her. At that moment, Yitong had already cleared the dishes, and she looked at the two seated together on the sofa, feeling an unexpected joy. Upon reflection, it seemed to be the first time since the downfall of the Yi family that she felt so relaxed and content. "Weren't you saying you wanted to do something yourself? Have you decided?" Sumu asked, smiling as he noticed Yitong emerging. "Not yet," Yitong replied, her head lowering in embarrassment. She had spent the day discussing Sumu with her sister, leaving her no time to think. "There's no rush. You still have alternatives. If it comes to it, you can work at our house," Sumu said, rising and walking toward Yitong. She nodded, realizing Sumu had grasped her hand, causing her to instinctively tremble, her face flushing crimson. "Yiyu, let's head to bed. You should rest early too," Sumu said, pulling Yitong upstairs. "But it's only 8 o'clock," Yiyu exclaimed, glancing at her phone. "What do you know? Early to bed. Early to rise is good for your health," Sumu retorted, glancing at Yiyu. "You should rest early too. What is wrong with 8 o'clock?" With Sumu's physical prowess significantly enhanced, he felt it would be a waste not to utilize his newfound energy. Today, Sumu delved into the Tao Hua Yuanji as he had always been a history enthusiast. He could recite it in full and perform it flawlessly. Meanwhile, Yiyu lay in the adjacent room, staring at her phone. As time passed, she began to realize her misconceptions about Sumu. Her body had shown no changes, indicating she had overthought. Sumu had not drugged her at all. Pulling the quilt over her head, she slowly drifted into slumber. The following morning, Sumu opened his eyes to find Yitong still peacefully asleep beside him. He checked the system and discovered he could now perform a 10-time draw. Thanks to Yitong and Suyiya, he urgently needed to enhance his abilities, as aside from the formidable Dragon King, the Soldier King would also likely seek him out soon. He clicked on the roulette and executed a 10-time draw. Ding! Host triggers hidden rule, 10-time draw. Grant one additional chance. Sumu was astonished to see this. Evidently, the system harbored numerous hidden functions to be explored in the future. Ding! Congratulations. Host has obtained 20 attribute points. Ding! Congratulations. Host has obtained 10 attribute points. Ding! Congratulations. Host has obtained 20 attribute points. Sumu now understood that attribute points served as a safety net, the most basic reward. If no valuable items were drawn, the system would compensate with attribute points. Ding! Congratulations. Host has obtained a desert eagle. What? Sumu was taken aback. Could he actually draw real-world items? Ding! Congratulations. Host has obtained the title of sharpshooter. Very well. Sumu murmured to himself. Living in a country with gun prohibitions, he had never used one before. Yet he had heard of the Desert Eagle's fame. It was heavy and had significant recoil, making it unsuitable for the battlefield. Within 7 paces, he could shoot swiftly and accurately, but beyond that, he lacked confidence. Obtaining this title alleviated his concerns. Ding! Congratulations, Host has obtained divine ability. Level 1 Perception. Sumu sat bolt upright in bed. This was the first time he had drawn a divine ability. However, he refrained from immediately examining it, waiting to see what other treasures he might acquire. Ultimately, he was disappointed. Aside from these 3 items, the remaining 8 draws yielded only attribute points. Ignoring the attribute points for the moment, he first scrutinized the description of his divine ability. As he gazed at the words, Sumu was entranced. Truly, a divine ability, even at level 1, was remarkably powerful. This ability enabled him to sense all living beings within a 100-meter radius. Closing his eyes to focus, he could distinctly perceive that Yiyu in the next room was still asleep. However, this perception was akin to infrared sensing. He could only discern shapes, not specific features. Nonetheless, it was astonishingly potent. Sumu expanded his perception to its maximum range, his pupils constricting sharply. He quickly arose and approached the desk in the bedroom, opening his laptop. Here, he could view the surveillance feeds in real time. Through the camera positioned outside the villa, he indeed spotted a woman clad in casual attire, wearing a mask and a cap, standing before the villa's wrought iron gate, recording a video. After completing her recording, she casually tucked her phone into her pocket and departed. Sumu had no idea who it was, but 2 potential suspects emerged in his mind. One was undoubtedly from Lin Yang, seeking revenge after Sumu had humiliated him repeatedly. The other was Meng Wanyue, investigating the Dragon King's sister and younger sibling. If it were Meng Wanyue, the situation would be exceedingly perilous. Thankfully, he had dismantled the doghouse previously. If she captured footage of the Dragon King's sister residing there, it was likely the Dragon King would arrive within days. Taking a deep breath, Sumu acknowledged the true power of this divine ability. After dressing, he headed to the bathroom to inspect the Desert Eagle. Taking it out in front of Yitong was risky. If she happened to wake up, it could lead to misunderstandings. Upon opening his inventory, there it was, the silver Desert Eagle. Sumu expertly ejected the magazine, only to be stunned. What? No bullets? Was he expected to resort to melee combat with the guns? But, with a sigh, he realized he would need to continue drawing to acquire ammunition. Yitong had actually awakened long before, just as she had the day prior. Terrified to open her eyes, she feared Sumu might target her again. He was too powerful. She felt she might break. Now, a thought emerged in her mind. Perhaps Sumu should seek other women, allowing others to share the burden. As long as Sumu treated her with the same kindness as he had these past few days, she wouldn't mind. Chapter 18. Who is he? The mercenary king, upon hearing the sound of the bathroom door opening, Yitong was startled and promptly shut her eyes, feigning slumber. Sumu merely glanced at her before departing the room. Descending the stairs, he sensed Yitong's movements, clearly aware that she had just awakened. He settled onto the sofa, beginning to assess his attribute points. In addition to a few items, he had acquired 160 attribute points. He first examined his own attributes. Name, Sumu character, villainous saint body. Manager of the Su Group's HR department. Strength, 30 speed, 43 stamina, 30 defense, 30 destiny power, 93 gazing at his attributes. Sumu resolved to distribute his points more evenly, aiming for a balanced development to avoid leaving weaknesses for his adversaries. With exactly 160 points at his disposal, he planned to allocate 40 points to each attribute. With every upgrade in strength, he felt notable changes within his body, transforming from a state of suboptimal health to something more robust. Suddenly, he discovered that upon increasing his strength to 50 points, he could no longer enhance it further. As a message appeared before him, the host's current physical strength has reached the apex of an ordinary person. The cultivation talent panel has been unlocked for the host. Name, Sumu character, villainous saint body. Manager of the Su Group's HR department realm. Early stage of bright strength physique. 40 spirit. 10 cultivation value. 0. Maximum 100 destiny power. 94 upon reading this. Sumu felt somewhat bewildered, aware of the narrative and the significance of realms. The transition from bright strength to dark strength marked the threshold for ancient martial artists. For instance, the Dragon King epitomized a formidable ancient warrior. Noticing a question mark in the upper right corner of the panel, he clicked on it, revealing an introduction to the panel. After perusing it, he experienced a moment of realization. Upon entering the realm of ancient martial artists, the previous 4 attributes had been consolidated into the physique attribute. Essentially, physique represented the overall strength and explosive power of the body, augmented by the addition of the spirit attribute. The cultivation value, situated below, was of paramount importance. The overarching narrative indicated that the Dragon King, upon returning to seek vengeance for Yi Tong and Yi Yu, did not depart Jiang City, but began to seize control of the Su family and penetrate the business world. Ultimately, he reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, unable to progress further. However, Sumu need not concern himself with these matters. He simply needed to fill his cultivation value to advance. According to the system's reminder, the future minimum would consist of both cultivation points and attribute points. Having consumed 20 points from the earlier 160, he currently possessed 140 attribute points, which he could only allocate to his physique and spirit. With each upgrade, Sumu felt a remarkable leap in his condition. He reviewed the changes. Realm. Early stage of bright strength physique. 100 spirit. 90 cultivation value. 0. Maximum 100 destiny power. 94 Sumu exhaled, sensing the power within him, yet remained uncertain about Lin Yang's current realm. He was unaware of what a physique of 100 in the early stage of bright strength truly entailed. At that moment, Yi Tong descended the stairs, her hair cascading freely instead of being tied up. Coupled with her unique ethereal beauty, Sumu felt an irresistible urge to show her tenderness. "Are you going to the office today?" Yi Tong invited. "Indeed, I have a few matters to attend to, but I shall return to keep you company afterward." Sumu replied with a smile. No. Yi Tong retreated a couple of steps in alarm, then cleared her throat. "I don't need your company. Work is important. Today, I plan to go shopping with Xiao Yu to survey the market." "All right. Should you encounter any trouble, remember to call on me. I am your man, your support." Sumu said, his smile unwavering. Affection 10, I understand. Yi Tong's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling that Sumu had indeed changed. Perhaps he had come to terms with matters, as he had previously stated that his resentment towards her and her sister stemmed from a Yi family's financial exploitation of the Su family. However, they were now family, and Sumu chose to let go of past grievances. Driving to the office, Sumu arrived at his workspace and began messaging the property management to request the surveillance footage from the villa area. While he was reviewing it, a knock resounded at the door. "Come Sumu Bekund." The door swung open, revealing Meng Wanyue in uniform, carrying documents. Her naturally cool eyes remained the most captivating feature. Sumu had come to work today specifically for her. He needed to subtly ascertain whether she had been photographing outside his residence. There was little choice. The expanse of his villa made it difficult to discern the figure outside. However, based on the silhouette, it did bear some resemblance. "Mr. Su, this is the information I organized for you this morning," Meng Wanyue stated, placing the files on the desk. Sumu raised his gaze to Meng Wanyue and calmly said, "Please accompany me to the police station shortly." "Mr. Su, what has transpired?" Meng Wanyue inquired, puzzled. "This morning, I discovered my car keys were missing. Upon reviewing the home surveillance, I saw a woman outside my door taking photographs," Sumu explained. Observing Meng Wanyue's expression, "I suspect it may be a malicious individual assessing me, possibly intending harm." Upon hearing this, Meng Wanyue's demeanor shifted noticeably. Sumu took note of this change and handed her his phone, saying, "Take a look at this individual." Meng Wanyue accepted the video, realizing it was from the villa surveillance. "I can't shake the feeling that this looks a bit like you," Sumu remarked suddenly. "Mr. Su, it's not me. I arrived at work early today. Besides, what reason would I have to photograph your home?" Meng Wanyue hastily dismissed, placing the phone on the desk and waving her hands in panic. She anticipated her luck would run so poorly, exposing herself on her first attempt. It was indeed her. She had approached out of curiosity upon hearing that a woman was sleeping in the yard of Sumu's villa intending to investigate further. The act of photographing the yard was merely to familiarize herself with the layout for a potential infiltration. I was merely jesting. How could it possibly be you? Sumu chuckled, adding, even if it were, I would consider it as you being manipulated by someone. Why you trust me so much, Mr. Su? She asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Because I sense your sincerity. You are a good person, Sumu replied, flashing a radiant smile. Meng Wanyue found herself momentarily taken aback. Sumu gradually withdrew his smile, realizing that even his dazzling grin failed to elevate her affection. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Su, Meng Wanyue expressed with a faint smile. Please return to your duties. I will come find you shortly, and we shall head to the police station together. Sumu said dismissively. Meng Wanyue nodded and departed. Meanwhile, Lin Yang stood outside the Su Group's building. He had already messaged his hacker friend to investigate the Su family's unsavory dealings. If all went according to plan, the information would arrive shortly. A mere local conglomerate. He had countless methods at his disposal to dismantle it. Lin Yang's gaze was filled with pride. After all, he was the king of mercenaries operating beyond the borders. Chapter 19. Meng Wanyue's unmasking before long. Lin Yang received a document on his phone. A smile spread across his face as he opened it. He intended to confront Su Shou with this information, believing that the Su family was unworthy of competing with him. However, upon reviewing the material, Lin Yang found himself utterly bewildered. What was going on? Su Shou had no incriminating evidence against him. The company paid its taxes promptly and even engaged in charitable activities, leaving no leverage against him. If there was any dirt to speak of, it was solely related to Su Shou's son, Su Mu. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yang realized that dealing with Su Shou would not be easy. He delved into Su Mu's records, only to discover there was no substantial dirt there either. The most serious incident involved a bar fight, but Su Mu had compensated for the damages. Suddenly, Lin Yang's gaze fixated on additional information regarding Su Mu. To his astonishment, he discovered that Su Mu was married. He then investigated Su Mu's wife, Yi Tong, and was surprised to find she hailed from the Yi family. After perusing all the documents, Lin Yang's smile returned. Finally, he had found something to hold against Su Mu. Did he dare compete for a woman with this? The information indicated that despite being married, Su Mu frequently visited bars and maintained a close relationship with the bar's owner. Furthermore, the collapse of the Yi family's company had left numerous investors devastated, and those seeking answers could not find anyone. Not realizing that a direct descendant of the Yi family was hidden within the Su family, Lin Yang's thoughts began to crystallize. Since he could not dismantle the Su group for the time being, he would aim to ruin Su Mu's family instead. Those who crossed him would not be easily forgiven. Su Mu finished his work and left the company with Meng Wanyue in a Cadillac. You have a driver's license, right? He inquired, glancing at her in the passenger seat. Yes, but this vehicle is rather large, and I might not be very adept, Meng Wanyue feigned naivety. In truth, she had driven tanks and helicopters while abroad. However, as an undercover operative, she had to portray herself as inexperienced. That's all right. You can never become proficient without practice. You can drive when we return, Su Mu said with a smile. Meng Wanyue nodded, aware that Su Mu intended to report a matter to the authorities. Yet she remained unperturbed. This was merely Su Mu's speculation. After all, she had only taken a casual photo with her phone and had done nothing else. There were numerous plausible justifications, such as her admiration for the villa's aesthetics. However, as they passed by the police station, Meng Wanyue noticed that Su Mu did not stop. Curiously, she asked, Su, aren't we going to the police station? No need. You might not have heard about corporate espionage since you're new to our group. I have already dispatched someone to investigate, Su Mu replied, glancing at her. As soon as that woman left, I went to her doorstep and found a long hair at the corner of the gate. Hearing this, Meng Wanyue immediately lowered her head. She had not anticipated that Su Mu would suspect corporate espionage. No wonder he was making such a fuss. Do you know why I said earlier that it resembled you? Su Mu asked, chuckling. Why? Because that hair is similar to yours. It has a slight curl at the ends, Su Mu pointed out, indicating her hair. Meng Wanyue's expression changed dramatically as she checked her uniform and indeed found a stray hair. After all, everyone sheds hair daily, and she had overlooked this detail. She discreetly covered the hair with her hand. Wanyue, may I have a strand of your hair? Sumu suddenly pulled over to the side of the road. Since you are new, naturally, you are the prime suspect. Meng Wanyue's hands trembled. She had not expected to jeopardize her mission for the Dragon King so soon. If the Dragon King were to find out, she could only imagine the punishment that awaited her. Su, I'm sorry. That person this morning was me, Meng Wanyue confessed. Looking at Sumu. But I'm not a corporate spy, I swear. Then why were you filming my home? Sumu asked with a smile. On your first day, you already know where I live and filmed a video. Unless you provide a satisfactory explanation, I cannot believe you. Meng Wanyue was at a loss for words, astonished by Sumu's astuteness, which was entirely different from the rumor she had heard. Unable to answer? Then I will ask you a straightforward question. You need only respond with a yes or no. Do you intend to harm me? No. Meng Wanyue shook her head. Are you working for someone else? Sumu continued his inquiry. No, I'm not. Is it true or not? Yes. Meng Wanyue affirmed, nodding. But not in a commercial sense. I would never betray the company. All right, I believe you. Get out of the car. Sumu opened the door and stepped out, with Meng Wanyue following closely behind. Initially curious about Sumu's intentions, she was taken aback when he walked straight into a restaurant. She quickened her pace to catch up with him, asking Su, what are we doing here? Before 7 o'clock, I was filmed at my home. By 7:30, I will be at the office. Walking around under the camera is to prove that you arrived early. Sumu glanced at her. You haven't eaten breakfast yet, have you? Haven tea. Meng Wanyue initially intended to argue, but felt utterly exposed before Sumu, as if he could see right through her. She decided to speak honestly, feeling a flutter in her heart. However, she understood that this meal was akin to a farewell dinner. Once it was over, she would likely be dismissed. The two shared a light breakfast before Sumu led Meng Wanyue out. However, she did not enter the car, but stood at the entrance of the restaurant. What? Do you want me to invite you to get into the car? Sumu took the initiative to sit in the passenger seat. I'm not being dismissed? Meng Wanyue exclaimed in surprise. No, you will return to report today and probably receive a scolding. I'm allowing you to stay with me a bit longer before you head back. They won't dare say much then, Sumu said with a smile. Meng Wanyue stood there in shock. She had not expected Sumu to be so considerate towards her. Once a killer, she had been merely a tool for the organization. Complete the mission and face no consequence. Fail, and she would be whipped mercilessly. Following the Dragon King was far better than her previous organization, yet the Dragon King still valued her lethal skills. In her life, there had been those who feigned concern for her, but they were all motivated by selfish desires. Uncertainty lingered regarding Sumu and whether he was like the others. At least for now, she found him to be quite admirable. Affection level 1. Seeing the black text appear above Meng Wanyue's head, Sumu smiled, feeling that his efforts had not been in vain. Meng Wanyue expertly drove them back to the company. At that moment, Sumu's phone vibrated. He took it out and saw it was a call from Yiyu. Logically, it should have been Yitong who called him. The fact that it was Yiyu indicated trouble for Yitong. He quickly answered, what's wrong? Brother-in-law, we are on the 3rd floor of the commercial city in the southern district of Jiang City. We've been blocked by someone. Yiyu's voice trembled with tears. Upon hearing this, Sumu swiftly replied, I'll be there shortly. Chapter 20. You are truly reckless. Sumu glanced at Meng Wanyue and promptly said, South District Commercial City, hurry. Meng Wanyue nodded. From the earlier conversation, she sensed that something was amiss on the other end of the line. With one hand gripping the electronic handbrake, she sharply turned the steering wheel. The car drifted gracefully under her command, executing a successful U-turn, and she slammed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle forward. Damn! Sumu silently cursed, then turned his gaze to Meng Wanyue, questioning her driving skills. Meng Wanyue remained silent, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. She felt that since their cover was blown, there was no need for pretense. On the 3rd floor of the commercial city, a group encircled Yitong. As they closed in, Yitong first pushed Yiyu aside. She possessed a gentle nature, yet was far from timid. Just as before, whenever Sumu attempted to harm Yiyu, she always stood in front to shield her. What do you want? Yitong, clad in a simple dress with her hair tied back, revealed her delicate features. Even in the most unadorned attire, her demeanor exuded the elegance of a refined lady. What we want? A man in a designer suit, with dyed yellow hair, stepped forward. You must be Yi Tong of the Yi family, right? That's me. Yi Tong responded cautiously. What is it? What else could it be? Years ago, our family invested tens of millions in your Yi family, and within a month, you went bankrupt. Did you think our money fell from the sky? The yellow-haired man scrutinized Yi Tong with a mocking grin. Now, how will you compensate us? Who are you? Yi Tong inquired, looking at the yellow-haired man. This commercial city is under the Huang family. I am Huang Hao, he replied, hands in his pockets, grinning. Is Huang Dahai your father? Yi Tong questioned. She had indeed heard of this matter. When the Yi family encountered difficulties, they first thought of Su Shou. Su Shou had invested significantly in the Yi family, yet fate seemed to conspire against them, leading to continual setbacks in business. The Yi family, feeling embarrassed, refrained from repeatedly seeking Su Shou's assistance. Yi Tong recalled that they had once approached Huang Dahai. Indeed, my father is Huang Dahai. Huang Hao's expression was haughty. You owe us a substantial sum. You cannot leave today. I apologize for this matter, but you must understand that this was an investment, not a loan. The Yi family does not owe you anything. Yi Tong feigned calmness. Is an apology sufficient? Your apology is hardly worth anything. Huang Hao stepped closer to Yi Tong, speaking in a low voice. Come with me for a few days, and we can forget this incident. Mind your words. I'm already married, Yi Tong retorted coldly. Huang Hao smirked lewdly. All the better, it's not your first time. Spend a few days with me, and your husband will be none the wiser. With a swift motion, Yi Tong slapped Huang Hao across the face and turned to leave. How dare you hit me and think you can escape? Huang Hao shouted, clutching his face. What are you waiting for? Stop her. Several burly men in suits quickly followed, blocking Yi Tong's path. In the distance, Yi rushed over, shouting, What are you doing? I'll call the police. Call the police? Go ahead. Huang Hao sneered at Yi. She hit me, and I feel a headache coming on. Perfect grounds for a charge of intentional injury. He was unaware that the Yi family had another daughter. His sole focus today was on Yi Tong. Take her away. Huang Hao, still holding his face, wore a sinister smile, thinking he had many ways to handle her. Yi Tong struggled fiercely, but the men held her shoulders firmly, rendering her efforts futile. Seeing this, Yi gritted her teeth, her gaze turning icy. She swiftly lifted a chair to strike at the men, but someone behind her seized the chair, preventing her from throwing it. Let go of me, Yi screamed, resembling an enraged little lion. When she turned to see who was restraining her, her eyes widened in shock. Sister, brother-in-law. Yi Tong also noticed Su Mu's silhouette and could no longer hold back her tears, droplets cascading down her cheeks. Even she was perplexed as to why his presence brought her such comfort, despite their previous altercations. Seeing Su Mu, Huang Hao slightly bowed. If it isn't young Master Su? Su Mu, recalling who this man was, understood the implications. The Huang family, though based in Jiang City, was backed by the Feng family from Jiangbei province. The Feng family had long been a competitor of the Su family. However, after Su Shou provided financial support to the Yi family for several years, the Su family fell to around the 10th position, while the Feng family remained in the top 5. Su Mu strode purposefully towards Yi Tong, causing the nearby security guards to retreat in fear. They all recognized him. Are you all right? Su Mu asked with concern. I'm fine, Yi Tong shook her head. Not fine. That man just insulted my sister. Yi rushed over, pointing at Huang Hao. Upon hearing this, Su Mu's expression darkened as he approached Huang Hao. Huang Hao, how dare you lay a hand on my woman? Yi Tong felt tears welling up at those words. Su Mu, I advise you to tread lightly. You must know I am associated with young Master Feng. If you dare to touch me, boom! Before Huang Hao could finish, Meng Wanyue, who stood beside Su Mu, took action first. She delivered a powerful kick to Huang Hao's body, sending him crashing across the smooth floor, sliding several meters before colliding with a pillar, coming to a halt. Cough! Huang Hao spat out blood, clutching his abdomen as he writhed on the ground. Meng Wanyue's expression remained placid, her eyes devoid of emotion, resembling a predator ready to strike. She advanced toward Huang Hao. Were it anyone else, Meng Wanyue would not have intervened. However, these two individuals were the ones she had been searching for. The Dragon King had commanded her to observe their lives and protect them. This man dared to insult them, and if the Dragon King learned of it, he would undoubtedly make him pay dearly. Meng Wanyue stood before Huang Hao, gripping his collar and lifting him off the ground. Another slap. Smack. Huang Hao spat more blood. Fear gripped him. He realized how dangerous Su Mu was. In a panic, he exclaimed, "Young Master Su, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please don't hit me." Su Mu looked bewildered, slightly innocent, for he had not instructed Meng Wanyue to take action. Nonetheless, he understood the situation. It was evident Meng Wanyue had seen photos of Yi Tong and Yi Yu. "Enough. Stand down," Su Mu commanded as he approached. Meng Wanyue hesitated momentarily before releasing Huang Hao, stepping aside. Su Mu crouched down and calmly asked, "Now, tell me, why did you target my woman?" "Young master, I didn't know she was your woman. Are you implying that you would act against any beautiful woman on the street as long as she lacks a background?" Su Mu interrupted, "You truly are reckless." Huang Hao scoffed, his anger boiling over. "In front of so many people, you dare to beat me like this? You're the one who is reckless." Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts, instead explaining, "I received a message today saying that Yi Tong was at our market, so I came looking for trouble." "A message? Let me see it." Su Mu's brows furrowed, realizing this was clearly a targeted attack. Chapter 21. The emergence of another female protagonist with a troubled expression. Huang Hao retrieved his mobile phone and opened a message, presenting it to Su Mu. Upon receiving the phone, Su Mu noted that the number was unregistered and appeared to be a virtual one. The message contained a single line. "Yi Tong from the Yi family is in your market." Su Mu returned the phone to Huang Hao, his mind already settling on a candidate, Lin Yang. Meng Wanyue had always been by his side, her purpose being to protect Yi Tong and Yi Yu. She would certainly not engage in such deeds. Su Mu's demeanor grew increasingly grim. He had not provoked Lin Yang. Previously, at the Su family's residence, it had been a contest of fairness. However, if the opponent chose to investigate Yi Tong and target his woman, he could not be held accountable for his ruthless response. "Are you out of your mind? He clearly considers you a pawn," Su Mu remarked, rising to stride towards Yi Tong and Yi Yu. He observed that not only had Yi Tong begun to accumulate favorable impressions, but Yi Yu's also increased concurrently. "Shall we go?" Su Mu smiled at the two. "All right." Yi Tong replied with a gentle nod. Meng Wanyue watched the exchanged glances between Yi Tong, Yi Yu, and Su Mu, finding the rumors to be utterly absurd. She had previously inquired into Su Mu's treatment of the two women, but witnessing their interactions firsthand revealed the truth behind the lies. As long as the two were faring well, there was no need for her to inform Long Wang. Huang Hao's eyes were filled with malice. Clenching his fists, he vowed revenge against Su Mu, this scoundrel who had gone too far. The Huang family had allied with the Feng family, and this matter could not simply be overlooked. If he did not seek retribution, how could he hold his head high in the circles of the affluent in Jiang City? Su Mu led the group to a vehicle, with Meng Wanyue voluntarily taking the driver's seat while Yi Tong and Yi Yu settled in the back. "Are we still assessing the market today? I happen to be free. Allow me to accompany you," Su Mu suggested, glancing back at the two. Yi Tong felt a surge of gratitude and took a deep breath. "Thank you. We are family." "No need for such formality," Su Mu replied with a smile, waving his hand. "Moreover, I mentioned this morning that you could count on me for anything. What do you think your man is for?" At his words, Yi Tong felt her cheeks heat and lowered her gaze. Favorability 20. "Brother-in-law, who is this sister? She's incredible." She kicked that scoundrel away with one swift move. Yi Yu inquired with curiosity. "Oh, this is my secretary and bodyguard, Meng Wanyue," Su Mu introduced. "Hello. I am the newly hired secretary of Su." Meng Wanyue turned back, displaying a professional smile. "Sister, when you have time, could you teach me? I want to become strong so that no one dares to bully us in the future," Yi Yu chimed, shaking her small fist and casting her sparkling eyes towards Su Mu in the front seat. "Of course, I'll teach you when I can," Meng Wanyue nodded. "Your main focus now should be your studies. What are you daydreaming about?" "Ye tong chi dit, ta ping ye yurs fodahat." Yi Yu stuck out her tongue, falling silent. Su Mu instructed Meng Wanyue to drive to another shopping mall and suggested she leave the car and return to work. Today, he intended to further cultivate the goodwill of the two sisters, particularly with Yi Yu, whose fate level surpassed Yi Tong's by one tier. Observing through the eye of God, he noted that after several days of effort, Yi Yu's favorability had risen to -100, having previously been at -160. If he could elevate her favorability to a positive number, He could reap benefits from the sisters in the future. He needed to continue enhancing his strength. Let's explore this mall, Su Mu said, glancing at Yi Tong. All right, she replied, still lost in thought over Su Mu's earlier words of rescue. She dared not meet his gaze, taking Yi Yu's hand as they walked towards the mall together. The group ascended from the first to the second floor, where Yi Tong meticulously observed the flow of potential customers, noting the patterns on her phone. Yi Yu, on the other hand, found herself captivated by a clothing display and halted in her tracks. Noticing this, Su Mu approached and placed a hand on her shoulder. Which one caught your eye? I'll buy it for you. Brother-in-law, I haven't spent the money you gave me yet, Yi Yu replied, though she maintained a skeptical attitude towards Su Mu's change of heart, her previous disdain dissipating. Save your money for emergencies, Su Mu reassured her, tousling her hair. Speaking of which, I haven't bought you a gift yet. Let me show off a little. Favorability 5. Yi Yu nodded softly, agreeing to enter the store with Su Mu. Hello, what have you set your sights on? A store attendant approached with a smile. She appeared to be in her 30s, adorned with heavy makeup, and could be considered a moderate beauty. Observing Su Mu's designer attire, she was intrigued, as the abundance of counterfeit goods made it difficult to discern authenticity. However, if he were indeed affluent, securing a large sale could significantly boost her commission. How much is this dress? Yi Yu inquired, pointing to a black dress hanging nearby. Oh, this is this year's trendiest style. Originally priced at $6,500, but today it could be yours for only $6,200, the attendant explained with a smile. $6,000? No, thank you. Yi Yu quickly shook her head. In the past, she would not have hesitated over such matters, but with the Yi family's bankruptcy and the hardships she and her sister had endured, she had matured considerably. As long as the quality was good, any clothing would suffice. Spending thousands on a single piece was utterly unreasonable for her. Brother-in-law, let us go, Yi Yu insisted, gripping Su Mu's hand as she prepared to leave. It's fine. Try it on one tea cost anything, Su Mu replied to the attendant, urging her to allow them to try it on. Upon hearing this, the attendant's smile faded. As a server, she had encountered a myriad of customers. The panic that spread across the girl's face upon hearing the price indicated her lack of funds. In essence, she was broke but still sought to appear affluent. The attendant had seen many like her before, dressed in designer clothes, snapping photos to post online, pretending the garments were theirs. Realizing that it would be a waste of her time to assist someone who would not yield a profit, she opted to call out, Xiao Zhao, could you take care of these customers? I need to use the restroom. Su Mu glanced at the heavily made-up woman, who left with a look of disdain. All right. Wang Jia, a young woman sweeping the floor, responded. Setting aside her broom, she approached with a warm smile. Hello, what can I assist you with? The young woman beamed. Su Mu sized her up. She appeared youthful and exuded a fresh, neighborly charm, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall. Her petite, straight nose added dimension to her face, and her eyes radiated a tenacity that was hard to overlook. Wow, Su Mu thought, taken aback. Observing through the eye of God, he realized this individual was extraordinary. Name, Zhao Yingying. Role, student, female protagonist of the strongest son-in-law favorability. 10 fate level. 8, max level 10. Another female protagonist had appeared. And correspondingly, there would likely be a male protagonist as well. No wonder she seemed so youthful. She was still a student. Given that today was Sunday, it was highly probable she was working part-time. Su Mu pointed to the black dress and stated, we would like to try this one. Certainly. Zhao Yingying removed the garment and glanced at Yi Yu, saying, Sir, your girlfriend is so beautiful. She looks stunning in anything. Upon hearing this, Yi Yu's body trembled slightly, and a rosy hue blossomed on her cheeks. Please follow me. Our fitting rooms are over here, Zhao Yingying invited with a smile. Allericht, Yi Yu replied, stealing a glance at Su Mu before following her inside. Before long, Yi Yu emerged from the fitting room. Su Mu examined her closely and then clapped, exclaiming, wonderful. You look absolutely stunning in that dress. The black dress, with its exquisite design, bestowed upon Yi Yu a regal air, though her natural beauty was the primary factor. Truly lovely, Zhao Yingying concurred, smiling beside her. At that moment, the earlier mentioned Sister Wang returned, seated nearby, while engrossed in her phone, scarcely acknowledging Su Mu and the others. Let her try that beige pleated skirt. I think it would look great, Su Mu suggested, pointing to another dress. Certainly, Zhao Yingying responded with a smile. However, Sister Wang, standing nearby, furrowed her brows and interjected, Sir, that skirt is one of our store's signature pieces, priced at 15,000. Chapter 22. Unrecognized majesty. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yingying was momentarily taken aback, hesitating to retrieve the skirt. The sales champion, Sister Wang, was a formidable presence in the store, holding sway over numerous esteemed clients. The owner treated her with utmost respect. How could they not allow a fitting? How could they ascertain whether the attire was flattering? Su Mu inquired with a composed demeanor. Your argument is valid, Sister Wang conceded, settling back in her seat while casting a glance at Zhao Yingying. Zhao, keep an eye on the garments. Should there be any flaws, I shall see how you compensate. Zhao Yingying felt a twinge of panic but cautiously replied, Understood, Sister Wang. You had also noticed the pleated skirt. Could it be that Su Mu had seen it, prompting her to try it on? Nevertheless, the skirt was far too extravagant for Yu. Let us abandon this and explore other stores, she suggested, grasping Su Mu's sleeve. What's the harm? Trying on doesn't cost anything. Su Mu chided playfully, giving her a gentle tap on the head. Go on quickly. Reluctantly, Yu donned the pleated skirt once more, and Zhao Yingying kindly knelt to adjust the hem. It looks exquisite, even more so than the previous one. Su Mu pointed to another outfit, adding, however, I suddenly feel that pairing it with that cardigan would enhance its beauty. All right, I shall fetch it for you, Zhao Yingying replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Sister Wang wore a look of disdain. If you lack funds, why bother trying on so many pieces? Truly, the audacity of some individuals knows no bounds. Su Mu continued to point out various garments, suggesting they all be tried on. Zhao Yingying busily attended to the clothing, while Sister Wang busied herself with her phone, muttering under her breath. All right, I won't try anymore. Once Yu had finished trying on the last piece, she returned to her own attire, still feeling that the clothing here was excessively priced. No more trying? Very well, Su Mu agreed with a smile. Zhao Yingying carefully hung each piece back in its place. Miss, you need not hang them back. Just pack up all the items we tried on, Su Mu instructed Zhao Yingying. Huh? She responded, utterly bewildered. The Sister Wang, engrossed in her phone, shared her confusion. Simply swipe the card, Su Mu said, producing a black card from his pocket. The sight of the card left Sister Wang astounded. She recognized it well. A wealthy acquaintance she had previously dealt with also possessed such a card. Her face immediately brightened. Zhao, you may continue your duties. I shall assist them in packing. Zhao Yingying felt a pang of discomfort at the apparent attempt to usurp her client, yet she was powerless to resist. Aware that Sister Wang was a seasoned saleswoman and she, merely a novice. Very well, Sister Wang, she acquiesced. You may pack them, but I wish to know how commissions are allocated. Su Mu directed his gaze at Sister Wang. I am purchasing these garments due to this lady's service. Had it been you, I certainly would not buy. According to store policy, you are my clients. Thus, the commission is rightfully mine, Sister Wang replied, her embarrassment palpable. Yet she could not let such commissions slip away, as they represented a significant portion of her salary. You truly lack shame. What service have you provided us? Su Mu's expression grew increasingly indifferent. Where's your boss? Have him come here. I wish to inquire about the commission distribution. Our boss is not present in the store, Wang said, but her attention was suddenly drawn to a young man outside, prompting her to run over joyfully. Lu Xiao, Lu Ye, accompanied by his newly acquired girlfriend, while perusing the mall, paused upon seeing Wang approach. Lu Xiao, someone is causing trouble in the store. Wang feigned indignation, pointing inside. Lu Jie, who was well-connected, enjoyed frequent visits to the store and was aware of its clientele. Oh, who dares to disturb you here? Lu Jie scanned the scene, amused. It's that man inside. Wang pointed accusingly at Su Mu. Lu Jie, with his girlfriend in tow, strode in boldly, challenging, who dares to disrupt my friend's establishment? Seeking trouble? Su Mu regarded the intruder with calmness. Wang was internally reveling in the drama, feigning anger. How dare you? Do you know who Lu Xiao is? Su Xiao. Lu Jie paled upon recognizing Su Mu. In the circles of affluent second-generation elites in Jiang City, who did not know Su Mu, his family's business was merely a small enterprise, incomparable to the Su group. Who are you? Su Mu inquired, stepping closer. I am Lu Jie. Su Xiao may not know me, as my family is in the garment business. Lu Jie hesitated to disclose his company's name. Is she your friend? Su Mu pointed to Lu Jie. No. I merely bought some clothing from her last time. I don't know her. Lu Jie hastily distanced himself, adding, Su Xiao, we have matters to attend to. We must take our leave. He swiftly led his girlfriend away, leaving Wang stunned in place. Yet, even she realized she had encountered a significant figure. She felt as though she had swallowed a fly, regretting her earlier actions. Lu Jie's fear was enough to affirm Su Mu's status. Had she recognized him sooner, who would still be selling clothes here? Confident in her sales skills, she now found herself humbled. Su Xiao, I was blind, Your Majesty. I was in the wrong. The commission undoubtedly belongs to Xiao Zhao, Wang conceded, understanding that she could not afford to offend someone of his stature. Xiao Zhao, come and settle the bill. Su Mu beckoned Zhao Yingying. Let us exchange contact details. Should you wish to purchase clothing in the future, I will reach out to you directly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yingying was overwhelmed with gratitude, her resilient gaze shimmering with tears. Her mother's severe illness made financial assistance all the more crucial. Affection 20. Su Mu was surprised, not expecting to gain 160 points of righteousness merely from shopping trip. After purchasing the garments, he left the store with Yiyu in tow. He glanced at Yiyu, noticing a fresh wave of affection manifesting above her head. Where have you two been? I've been searching for ages. Yi Tong approached from a distance, her eyes narrowing at the sight of the shopping bag in Su Mu's hand. Did you persuade him to buy those? No. I intended to buy something for Xiao Yu, Su Mu replied, winking at Yiyu. Her cheeks flushed crimson as a series of affection points appeared above her head. Affection 30. Su Mu was astonished. At this rate, he might just turn Yiyu's affection positive today. Don't spoil her too much, Yi Tong remarked as she sidled up to Su Mu. Once these words left her lips, she was taken aback, recalling how just days ago, Su Mu had reprimanded her and her sister. It's all right. I know my limits, Su Mu smiled, inquiring, what have you concluded today? I've gathered a lot. I'll check the computer at home later, Yi Tong responded. Just be sure it doesn't interfere with your sleep, Su Mu advised. At this, Yi Tong turned her face away, unable to let Su Mu see her blush. Chapter 23. The enchantress of foul odor wafted through the air, prompting Yiyu to cover her nose as she observed her sister's expression. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Yi Tong lightly tapped Yiyu's forehead, her gaze dropping to the floor, avoiding Su Mu's eyes. Shall we head home or grab a bite here? Su Mu inquired, glancing at the two. Let's eat at home. It's healthier and more economical. I've learned a few new dishes and would like to showcase them today, Yi Tong replied, turning her attention to Su Mu. All right, I'll go with your suggestion. Su Mu nodded in agreement. Upon arriving back at the villa area, Su Mu parked the car in the garage beneath the house. Yiyu, clutching several garments Su Mu had purchased for her, dashed up the stairs. Watching her, Yi Tong felt a wave of emotion. It had been quite some time since she had treated Yiyu to new clothes. Even when she did, they were merely inexpensive online finds. I'll head to the kitchen to prepare dinner, Yi Tong announced as she donned an apron. Meanwhile, Su Mu settled onto the sofa, perusing his accumulated justice points. To his delight, he discovered he had amassed over 400 points, largely due to the contributions of Zhao Yingying, in addition to those from Yi Tong and Yiyu. Zhao Yingying had started with a notably high favorability rating, yet Su Mu wished to save his points, hoping to gather enough for 10 consecutive draws. After all, such opportunities should not be squandered. Simultaneously, Lin Yang reclined in a private room on the second floor of a bar, casually crossing his legs. This exclusive space was reserved for only a select few influential individuals. The room was adorned with various bottles of liquor lining the walls and a small bar nearby. The soundproofing was impeccable. The raucous music from the main bar below was entirely inaudible. The dim lighting created an atmosphere reminiscent of a tranquil night. Suddenly, the door swung open, allowing the external music to seep in. A woman clad in a qipao, appearing to be in her 30s, entered. The qipao accentuated her curvaceous figure, particularly her rounded bosom, resembling a perfectly shaped peach. With cascading black waves of hair and fiery red lips, She complimented her porcelain complexion. Her alluring peach blossom eyes seemed to speak volumes of seduction. The woman was Feng Yu, the owner of the bar. She closed the door behind her, isolating the room from the outside noise, leaving only the sound of her heels clicking against the floor. Taking a seat opposite Lin Yang, she flashed a charming smile. "And who might you be? How did you come to know my identity?" "I'm merely an unemployed drifter who happened to stumble upon this information," Lin Yang said, resting his hands behind his head as he assessed the captivating woman before him. Her allure was undeniable, a siren capable of enchanting both young and old alike. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Given that you approached me, I assume you wish to negotiate?" Feng Yu maintained her sultry smile. "Indeed, you are the illegitimate daughter of the Feng family patriarch from Jiangbei. Almost no one is aware of your existence. You originally came to Jiang City with a mission to topple the Su family. However, 2 or 3 years ago, the Su family invested heavily in aiding the Yi family, resulting in significant losses for them. Before you could act, the Su family had already succumbed to their own struggles. You returned to the Feng family in triumph. Yet your father has not even laid eyes on you. They expect you to dismantle the Su family completely. Despite your efforts over the years, you have not succeeded." Lin Yang spoke with a smile, having expended considerable resources and money to unearth this information. Feng Yu continued to smile. "So what do you propose?" "Collaboration. Together, we can bring down the Su family. This way, you can return to the Feng family, and I will eliminate a rival in the process," Lin Yang suggested with a grin. "And if I refuse?" Feng Yu inquired, her gaze fixed on Lin Yang. "I hardly know your background, making collaboration difficult. Should you decline, I will divulge several pieces of information to Su Shou, such as your attempts to bribe senior members of the Su family." Lin Yang's smile widened it. "Rest assured, I possess evidence to support my claims. Your fate will be all too predictable." "I see. So you're threatening me," Feng Yu remarked, her demeanor shifting. "Indeed, I am issuing a threat, but it is also for your benefit," Lin Yang replied, his smile unwavering as he scrutinized Feng Yu. "What must I do?" she inquired. "By the looks of it, you seem inclined to agree," Lin Yang beamed. "We can target Su Mu. He should have a penchant for you. Tonight, invite him over, and if you follow my instructions, I assure you I have a plan to deal with him." Feng Yu's smile gradually faded as she hesitated before finally nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Su Mu was dining with his family. Today, Yi Tong had truly outdone herself. The flavors of the dishes were commendable. While they might not rival those of a master chef, they were undoubtedly of high quality for an ordinary household. "Delicious. My wife is truly talented," Su Mu praised, giving Yi Tong a thumbs up. The moment he uttered the word wife, Yi Tong's cheeks flushed crimson, a hue that extended to her ears. "Favorability 10. Favorability 10. Su Mu chuckled at the notifications appearing above Yi Tong's head. "Ah, school starts tomorrow. Finally, I want to have to play the third wheel." Yi Yu, having grown more comfortable around Su Mu in recent days, dared to joke. Previously, she would never have had the audacity to do so, often relegated to eating in her own corner. "What nonsense are you saying?" Yi Tong shot a glare at Yi Yu. "We are family. No one is superfluous here." "Indeed. Little Yu, since you can commute to school, how about I pick you up after class every day?" Su Mu chimed in. "Don't be silly. In a couple of days, I'll buy her an electric bike. She can ride herself to school," Yi Tong replied. "My sister is right. The gas money for a few rides of brother-in-law's car would be enough to buy an electric bike," Yi Yu added. Su Mu was about to respond when his phone vibrated. Checking it, he narrowed his eyes. "Feng Yu, the owner of the Moonlit Bar? Why is she calling me?" Recalling his past infatuation with her, he remembered how he would always frequent her bar, often covering the bill for the entire venue to catch her attention. However, Feng Yu was a shrewd woman, adept at playing the field without committing, accepting gifts and payments without ever giving a clear answer to his advances. "Why aren't you answering?" Yi Tong inquired, noticing his distraction. "It's the bar's owner. She might be anxious since I haven't visited her lately," Su Mu replied with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, both Yi Tong and Yi Yu's expression soured. Favorability -1. Favorability -2. Seeing the notifications above their heads, Su Mu found himself at a loss for words. That was a swift reaction. "Are you planning to take the call?" Yi Tong asked, feigning indifference as she continued to eat. "Let us see what she wants," Su Mu replied, connecting the call and placing his phone on speaker. Su Xiao, are you busy? Feng Yu's alluring voice came through the line. Yi Yu murmured under her breath, Enchantress. Chapter 24 Welcome. Young Master Su Yitong remained silent as Su Mu switched his phone to speaker mode, evidently wishing to demonstrate that he held no ties to the woman on the other end. Yitong's heart was conflicted. She had previously entertained fantasies that even if Su Mu found another partner, she would remain indifferent. However, she deemed that it should be a respectable woman, not someone who frequented bars. What is it? Su Mu inquired into the phone. It feels like it's been ages since young Master Su visited me for drinks. Feng Yu replied, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy, yet she refrained from being overt. She understood Su Mu well enough. A slight suggestion would surely prompt him to come rushing over. I've recently quit drinking as I have to accompany my wife for dinner every night. So I want to be coming, Su Mu stated. Upon hearing this, although Yitong maintained a neutral expression, her heart brimmed with joy. Affection level 10. Su Mu glanced at Yitong and smiled, the affection flowing effortlessly. What? Young Master Su actually has. Feng Yu began, but her words trailed off. As a perceptive individual, she instantly grasped the implication. Su Mu was involved with another woman. All right then, I shall call you again when I have time, she said with a smile. Okay, Su Mu replied, ending the call. Brother-in-law. That woman's tone indicates she's not a good person, Yi remarked, pouting. Don't worry, I am well aware she is not virtuous, Su Mu responded, just as his phone vibrated again. He checked to find a message from Feng Yu. Do you have time tonight? I wish to discuss something with young Master Su. Su Mu found it strange, based on the plot and his memories. Feng Yu had previously viewed him as a Na'vi target. Her sudden assertiveness fell off. Su Mu placed the phone before Yitong. I've decided to pay her a visit tonight. Yitong glanced at the message, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Why choose to discuss matters at night? You can accompany me, Su Mu suggested with a smile. I have no desire to go to such places. Yitong shook her head. You won't be coming back tonight, will you? What are you thinking? Where would I go if not home? I'm merely resolving a matter. I will definitely return tonight. Su Mu grasped Yitong's hand. We just married. How could I leave my wife alone at home? At his words, Yitong's face flushed with shyness. All right, let us eat. After dinner, Su Mu waited a while at home before driving his Porsche to the Moonlight Bar, located on the southern second ring of Jiang City. It was almost always packed every evening. The reason was simple. The bar's proprietress was exceptionally beautiful. Additionally, Feng Yu was quite the social butterfly. Besides Su Mu, she was acquainted with many influential figures who pursued her relentlessly. Upon arriving, the security guard at the entrance greeted him with a smile and gestured, young Master Su, there's a parking spot available. Su Mu nodded and parked his car. The guard promptly placed traffic cones beside it. After exiting the vehicle, Su Mu straightened his suit and handed a 100 yuan note to the guard. Buy some cigarettes. Thank you, young Master Su. The guard nodded respectfully. Su Mu felt an odd sensation, so he endeavored to maintain the same demeanor he had previously, ensuring no clues were left behind. Once he entered the bar, another guard approached. Brother Zhang, who is that? You're new, so it's understandable not to recognize him. Do you know the Su group in Jiang City? The guard asked while pocketing the 100 yuan. Of course, ISNT, the top-ranking conglomerate? He asked the chairman's son. Whenever he visits the bar, he covers the entire tab. Wow, that is quite impressive. As Su Mu stepped into the bar, the vibrant lights and music enveloped him. Several women in the dance floor swayed wildly, mingling intimately with men, some even kissing openly. The DJ on stage, upon spotting Su Mu, energetically announced into the microphone, "Welcome, young Master Su." The patrons erupted in cheers. Everyone knew of young Master Su's reputation. His presence meant an evening of indulgence. A girl with dyed blonde hair and smoky makeup glanced at Su Mu curiously. "Tu go, why is he being announced like that?" She asked a nearby young man. "You're new and don't know his status. He's the one who buys us drinks," Tu Gu replied with a chuckle, raising his hand to summon a waiter. "Bring us a dozen bottles of Ace of Spades." "Sorry, sir, our Ace of Spades is fully booked," the waitress replied apologetically. "What? Are you doing this on purpose?" Tu Yi sneered. "Sir, look over there in the corner." The waitress pointed to a table adorned with various premium liquors, explaining that they had ordered before young Master Su's arrival. Thus they had priority. Tu Gu, emboldened by Su Mu's presence, sought to have him foot the bill. The disparity was evident, and Tu Gu dared not cause a scene here. The owner was no ordinary individual. Is there any expensive wine available? We want something over 10,000, Tu Gu inquired with a smile. Yes, we still have the Youth Edition Tianlong series, with a package priced at 18,008. The waitress responded cheerfully. Then what are you waiting for? Bring it to me. Tu Gu grinned at his companions. Tonight, I'll let you all savor the taste of fine wine. At that moment, Lin Yang was seated in the area the waitress had indicated, surrounded by a group of heavy drinkers. Aware that Su Mu would be arriving, he had reserved most of the expensive wines, amounting to over 1 million in total. With the additional orders from others, Su Mu would certainly find himself compelled to spend at least 2 million to save face. Lin Yang had researched Su Mu. Knowing he was a man concerned with appearances, regardless of the costs, he would eventually cover the tab. Lin Yang's intention was to vex him. Even the wealthiest individuals would feel discontented after frivolously spending millions. However, if that were the only motive, it would be an overestimation of the situation. Lin Yang had additional plans for the evening. Why are you all dawdling? Drink up, Lin Yang urged as he observed Su Mu ascend to the second floor, a smirk playing on his lips. Su Mu had reached the second floor and knocked on a door. When it opened, Feng Yu, clad in a chi pao, revealed a seductive smile. Young Master Su, you've arrived? Su Mu nodded slightly, using his divine vision to assess her, seeking to uncover her true identity. Chapter 25 Feng Yu. Have you heard the tale of the farmer and the snake? Su Mu first scrutinized this individual, seeking to ascertain her identity, wondering if she might be a heroine from some novel. In any case, she was not the heroine in the Dragon King's arrival, nor did she have any connection to the Dragon King. Upon reviewing the information, a smile graced Su Mu's face. The functionality of the Eye of the God was indeed exceedingly convenient. In an instant, he discerned the mischief afoot. Name: Feng Yu. Character: owner of the Moonlit Bar. Heroine of the Return of the Soldier King. Favorability: -50 destiny level, 7, maximum level 10. The Return of the Soldier King. Was that not Lin Yang? Given that she was the heroine of the Return of the Soldier King, coupled with Lin Yang's connection to him, it was highly probable that her summons to him was motivated by Lin Yang, intending to conspire against him. Nevertheless, Su Mu marveled at the woman's acting prowess. With such a significantly negative favorability, she had concealed her true feelings so deeply that even he had been deceived. According to the memories of the former antagonist Su Mu, he could easily perceive the disdain held by Mu Qingying, Yi Tong, Yi Yu, and even his sister Su Ningbing towards him. Yet, this woman had eluded his perception. He had initially assumed she merely regarded him as a gullible fool. He had thought her favorability would not exceed -10, yet it was a staggering -50. Her destiny level of 7 suggested that she had engaged in numerous interactions with the protagonist early on, but had gradually faded from the narrative in the latter stages. The fact that she had proactively reached out to him was indeed peculiar. Su Mu strolled into the room and settled onto the sofa. Feng Yu closed the door behind her, silencing the external clamor, and approached Su Mu with a feline grace and a smile. Su Sao, I've grown accustomed to your frequent visits, and your absence these past few days has left me somewhat unsettled. Feng Yu gently traced her hand along the thigh of her Chong Sam, revealing her voluptuous curves to Su Mu, before taking a seat beside him. Su Mu smiled slightly, aware that anomalies often herald ulterior motives. He was no longer the foolish rich heir he once was. Speak, what is it that you desire? He inquired. He had to admit, this woman in her 30s exuded a captivating allure. She was entirely unlike Yi Tong. If one were to compare, Yi Tong was akin to a nourishing home-cooked meal, perhaps a touch mundane, yet wholesome and sustaining. In contrast, the woman before him represented fast food, delicious yet lacking in substance, likely to become tiresome after a few indulgences. Yet after a brief hiatus, one would find oneself yearning for more. This was the very mindset of the former antagonist Su Mu. Previously, he had pursued Feng Yu not with the intention of matrimony, but merely to relish a fleeting encounter akin to the friendship of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Perhaps Feng Yu was aware of Su Mu's past sentiments, which explained her low favorability towards him. What do you mean by that, Su Xiao? Can I chat with you if there is nothing else on my mind? Feng Yu playfully winked at him. If there's nothing pressing, I ought to take my leave. I've been rather occupied lately, Su Mu replied, rising from his seat. You're so busy, Su Xiao. Then please, do go. I wouldn't dare interrupt your significant affairs, Feng Yu said, crossing her arms, her ample bosom accentuated. In her heart, she mused this tactic of retreating to advance would surely ensnare him thoroughly. Very well, should you dare to act in such a manner again, I shall require reimbursement for my travel expenses, Su Mu remarked, hands in his pockets as he moved towards the exit. Feng Yu was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? He asked, truly leaving? If not for his resemblance to Su Mu, she might have felt as if he were a different person altogether. Logically, upon witnessing her displeasure, Su Mu should have been eager to placate her. Yet here he was, grasping the doorknob. Su Xiao, wait. The reason I called you here was not of great consequence. I simply have a new selection of fine wine that I wish for you to sample. What wine? Su Mu turned his head to inquire. Remy Martin, Louis XIII. A rare and exquisite vintage. I spent over 600,000 to procure a bottle, all thanks to a friend's introduction. Feng Yu sauntered over to the bar, retrieving a bottle from a black wooden box. Su Xiao, I shall personally craft a cocktail for you. Do you require payment? Su Mu asked. Su Xiao, you jest. You have been so supportive of my business. How could I possibly ask for payment? If all goes as anticipated, you shall cover the tab for the evening. Feng Yu offered a gentle smile. Not all. What? Feng Yu froze in disbelief. Lin Yang had ordered every premium drink she had available. She was astonished that Su Mu had not picked up the tab. This is utterly disastrous. No, I cannot allow this. If Su Mu does not pay, I shall have Lin Yang do so. My funds are not to be squandered. Su Mu shrugged with a faint smile. Huh, Su Xiao. You truly possess a remarkable sense of humor. The Su family's corporate towers stand tall in Jiang City. There is no way you could be short on cash. Feng Yu began to mix the drink. Indeed, but I find myself out of pocket this month. My allowance will only arrive next month, Su Mu replied, leaning over the bar. Feng Yu's lips twitched slightly as she continued to mix the drink. Just as she prepared to add another ingredient, Su Mu interjected, Do not add anything else. This exquisite vintage warrants only ice cubes. Nothing else is worthy. Feng Yu was momentarily stunned. She could not quite place why she felt Su Mu had changed. Yet, she could not articulate it. Su Mu lifted the glass, bringing it to his lips to take a gentle whiff, then, with an expression of indifference, said, Feng Yu, have you heard the story of the farmer and the snake? Of course, but why do you ask, Su Xiao? Feng Yu's demeanor shifted to one of slight tension, though it was fleeting, quickly replaced by her usual composure. Some individuals lack empathy. They are akin to beasts, incapable of human reasoning. Su Mu gazed at Feng Yu. I have a friend whom I nearly support daily in her endeavors. I confess I harbor feelings for her, yet I have never coerced her into anything. Conversely, she exploits my affection, teasing me, encouraging me to spend money on her. She could easily refuse, yet she chooses not to speak her mind. Su Mu took a small sip. Tell me, is my plight not pitiable? Pitiable, Feng Yu murmured softly. This is not the height of my misfortune. My friend ultimately consorted with other men, and I hear she intends to conspire against me. I am left bewildered, questioning what I could have done to offend her. Eventually, I came to realize that some individuals are simply beasts. Su Mu slammed the glass down onto the bar, causing Feng Yu to flinch in surprise. This wine is delightful, yet I am driving today and cannot indulge. Su Mu spat a small amount of liquor onto the floor and turned to leave. Pausing at the door, he glanced back with a smile. Do not misunderstand. This friend is not you. With that, Su Mu exited, leaving Feng Yu rooted at the bar, dazed. She was inexplicably moved, feeling a sting in her eyes. Raising a hand to her face, she discovered her eyes were misty. She had been brought to tears by this spendthrift. Yet, his words held a kernel of truth. Su Mu had indeed treated her well, openly expressing his affections, unlike others. This realization troubled her, leading her to question her character. Was it her own shortcomings that attracted such undesirable suitors? However, after hearing Su Mu's words today, she experienced a sense of relief. She was not a good person. Perhaps Su Mu lacked emotional intelligence, believing that spending money would win her over. Yet, he had never forced her or acted out of line. In fact, he had been her benefactor. Upon arriving in Jiang City, she had been targeted, and it was Su Mu who had come to her aid. Yet, she sought to ally with others against him. What difference was there between her and the unscrupulous individuals of the Feng family? I am truly a beast, Feng Yu whispered softly. At that moment, the door swung open, and Lin Yang entered, his brow furrowed. What happened? Why did Su Mu leave? Did you administer the drug I prepared for you? Chapter 26. Is this little girl the protagonist? No. Feng Yu emerged from the bar counter, sitting down on the sofa in a somewhat distracted manner. She remarked that exquisite wine requires no additional embellishments, for they do not befit it. What transpired between you two? Lin Yang inquired, noticing Feng Yu's unusual expression. Nothing. I was merely lost in thought. Feng Yu gently shook her head. That's good. However, if you could invite him over, it would signify that he holds you in his heart. We should plan our next move carefully, Lin Yang smiled, taking a seat opposite Feng Yu. There won't be a next time. What do you mean? Lin Yang's smile faltered abruptly. Feng Yu did not respond but pulled out her phone to make a call. Sister Yu, a deep voice answered from the other end. Did Su Mu leave? Feng Yu asked. Yes, he just stepped out the door. Did he settle the bill? No, came a reply. Have all the security personnel block the entrance. No one leaves without paying today. We are a small business, Feng Yu concluded before hanging up. She then turned to Lin Yang with a smile. Mr. Lin, your total expenditure today amounts to over 1.6 million. I'll give you a discount. You can settle for 1.6 million. Hearing this, Lin Yang frowned. Didn't you say that as long as Su Mu was here, he'd cover the whole bill? He has always done so, but not today. Besides, you were the one who ordered the expensive drinks, not me, Feng Yu replied, gazing at Lin Yang. I currently have no money. I'll owe you over 1 million for now. Lin Yang waved his hand with a smile. We do not allow debts here, Feng Yu stated. Boss Feng, have you forgotten that I hold leverage over you? Isn't that worth more than 1 million? Lin Yang chucklet. Feng Yu's expression darkened further. She felt like a lunatic. She despised Su Mu, yet he had never threatened her. However, this man before her had been a menace since their first encounter. It was truly vexing that she had aided Lin Yang in dealing with Su Mu. Affection 20. For reasons unknown. Feng Yu suddenly found that Su Mu was not so detestable after all. Then go and share this secret with Su Shou. But before that, you need to pay. Otherwise, I will call the police. Feng Yu retrieved her phone. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the bar, the patrons noticed Su Mu's departure and were left dumbfounded. They turned to the DJ on stage, questioning whether he had forgotten to announce something today. Normally, he would declare that tonight's expenses were covered by young Master Su. The group at the table, including the blonde man, was utterly bewildered. Bro, it seems he didn't pay, a woman with smoky makeup whispered. Of course I know. Lu Tu clenched his fists, growling. He had intended to spend over 100, taking the smoky-eyed woman to experience the world. Once they had drunk sufficiently, he planned to spend a little more to find a small inn and enjoy her company. He was aware that this woman was still in high school, untouched and innocent. However, upon seeing Su Mu, he had splurged on expensive drinks to impress her. But now, Su Mu had not settled the bill. Today, he was uncertain if he could even afford to leave, as he only had a little over 300 left on him. Wait for me a moment. I need to make a call. Lu Tu gestured to his companions and walked outside with his phone. Bro, I'll go with you. Another blonde man stood up. Though he hadn't received an education, he was no fool. Lu Tu clearly intended to flee, prompting them to remain behind. The two women also stood up, equally astute. A server approached as the group rose, smiling. Sir, you can pay with the QR code for our booth. Your total is 18,888. The server looked at Lu Tuesday. Lu Tu was stunned. Where could he possibly procure such a sum? Ahem. I didn't bring that much money today, Lu Tu awkwardly stated. With mobile payments being so convenient, you can borrow money or ask your parents. The server maintained her smile. You're also familiar with the streets. Dining here without paying has its consequences. Lu Tu glanced at his companions. Finally, settling on the smoky-eyed girl, Lu Shuiao, give me your phone. What are you doing, bro? Lu Shuiao tensed, stepping back. I don't have any money. I know you don't, but you can take out a loan, Lu Tu replied with a grin. Don't worry, we'll pay you back in a few days. Bro, why don't you take out a loan yourself? Lu Shuiao said cautiously. Stop with the nonsense. I'm blacklisted. How can I take out a loan? Hurry up. You two snapped kodidi. The server silently observed, not intervening. Tears streamed down Lu Shuyao's face as she trembled, reaching into her pocket to retrieve her phone. She regretted her decision, having thought that following Lu Tu would shield her from bullying. Instead, she found herself victimized by him. Lu Tu expertly clicked through the loan application, securing 20,000 yuan using Lu Shuyao's phone, scanning the QR code before handing it back to her. Lu Shuyao's tears had smudged her smoky makeup, yet she fought back her sobs as she entered the password. All done. We look forward to your next visit, the server smiled, nodding to the group as they left the bar. Lu Tu chuckled, placing a hand on Lu Shuyao's shoulder. You helped me out today, so I'll make sure to repay you. Come with me. Lu Xiao gritted her teeth, trembling, before firmly stating, I won T. You're giving me face. Aren't you? Do you still want my help in teaching someone a lesson? Lu Tu smirked. I can summon hundreds of brothers to back me up. I won T. I won T. Lu Xiao pushed Lu Tu away, lowering her head and fleeing. Just then, she collided with someone's chest. She looked up to find the man before her was none other than Su Mu, the very person Lu Tu had just mentioned. At that moment, Su Mu was carrying barbecue, having initially planned to drive away, but decided to stop for some barbecue to bring home for Yi Tong and Yi Yu, hoping to further enhance his favorability. Young Master Su, em soda. Lu Xiao cried, her voice choked with emotion. Su Mu regarded the woman before him, her makeup in disarray. However, he felt no interest in this young girl with bleached hair. She appeared youthful, yet he could only assume she was unaware of the filth she carried. Instinctively, he scanned her with his divine sight, his eyes widening in astonishment. Is this the female lead? Name, Lu Xiao role, student, protagonist of The Strongest Son-in-Law. Affection, 1 destiny level, 8, max level 10. He recalled encountering a protagonist from The Strongest Son-in-Law in a shopping mall before. It seemed the male lead of this novel had first acquainted himself with individuals of modest means. Nevertheless, since her affection level was positive, and her destiny level was still 8, Su Mu knew he could not let this opportunity slip away. Chapter 27. I no longer wish to be bullied. What troubles you? Su Mu inquired with a tone of concern. I am fine, Lu Xiao replied, uncertain of what to say, aware of her own situation. What could a person of such stature possibly care for her trivial matters? If you are fine, then why are you crying? Su Mu continued. I am in a good mood today and will offer you an opportunity. If you do not require my assistance, I shall take my leave. He retrieved his keys and pressed a button, causing the lights of a nearby Porsche 911 to illuminate. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiao realized this might be her only chance. After all, how could a student like her repay a debt of 20,000 yuan? Thus, she recounted the events that had transpired earlier. I understand. Su Mu nodded, gesturing towards Lu Tuesday. For this young lady's sake, I shall cover your tab. You need not reimburse her. He was acutely aware that the group of ruffians standing nearby likely possessed no more than 500 yuan among them, having no intention of repaying their debts. Thank you, Su Xiao, Lu Tu grinned. Should you dare to harass her again, I will not be merciful. Su Mu warned as he approached Lu Tu, placing a hand on his shoulder. You must realize that a single day's expenditure for me could lead to your disappearance. Lu Tu's face drained of color, his legs trembling as he nearly collapsed. He knew Su Mu had the means to make such threats a reality, especially after he had foolishly labeled Su Mu as a fool in front of Lu Xiao. If she were to inform Su Mu, it would spell disaster for him. Su Xiao, I was mistaken. I will keep my distance from her in the future, Lu Tu stammered. Let us depart, Su Mu said, releasing him and heading towards his sports car. Lu Tu and his companions hastily retreated. Lu Xiao stepped forward, her head bowed as she expressed, Thank you, Su Xiao. Get in the car, Su Mu commanded, opening the door. Taken aback, Lu Xiao recognized the emblem on the vehicle. Su Xiao, do you not comprehend? He replied. Very well. She nodded and climbed into the car. Once inside, Su Mu produced some wet wipes and tissues. Wipe your face. It is quite unappealing. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao's tears began to flow anew. Nevertheless, she took the tissues and attempted to restore her smeared makeup. As Su Mu drove away, he glanced at Lu Xiao, observing that her smoky-eye makeup had been entirely removed. In that moment, she appeared youthful and radiant, akin to someone of Yi Yu's age. perhaps just having reached adulthood. However, unlike Yu, whose cheeks retained a hint of baby fat and dimples, Lu Shuyao's face was more slender and sophisticated, exuding an air of aloofness despite her youth. "You look far more beautiful now than you did with that smoky makeup," Sumu remarked. "What prompted you to dress in such a manner?" At this, Lu Shuyao's tears flowed freely once more. I no longer wish to be bullied." "Bullying? What transpired?" Sumu asked, furrowing his brow. Lu Shuyao divulged her experiences, her voice breaking as she recounted her tale. Sumu was taken aback by the tragedy of her upbringing. Her father had gone missing during work, leaving her unaware of his fate. Years later, her mother remarried, giving birth to a son with her stepfather. In her home, she felt like an outsider, even her mother treating her poorly. Eventually, her mother sent her to live with her grandmother, and they had been cohabitating ever since. Her elderly grandmother scavenged to support her education. During middle school, several classmates had consistently insulted her grandmother. She had hoped high school would be different, only to find that some of her former tormentors had dropped out, emboldened by their connections to local thugs. They would corner her at school, demanding protection money. In her childhood, such bullying had been bearable, but now that she was an adult, she desired dignity. After much internal conflict, she resolved to change her circumstances, dyeing her hair blonde in an attempt to connect with outsiders. Lu Tu was merely the first thug she had encountered. She understood that associating with such individuals risked her integrity, yet she could no longer endure her current existence. Wiping her tears with a tissue, she lamented, "I do not live like this, but what choice do I have? I only have my grandmother who scavenges. I would prefer to have none at all. I would rather she were dead than endure this humiliation." Su Mu, upon hearing this, abruptly slammed on the brakes. The sudden motion propelled Lu Shuyao forward, but thankfully, her seatbelt restrained her. Pulling over to the side of the road, Su Mu commanded, "Extend your face." Lu Shuyao, bewildered, complied. Slap! Su Mu struck her face sharply. The sting sent Lu Shuyao reeling, incredulous as she gazed at him. "Who does your grandmother scavenge for? For her own sustenance?" Sumu demanded. Get out!" Sumu shouted. "What distinguishes you from those who bully you?" He pointed at her angrily. "Is the money for your education and meals simply bestowed from the heavens?" Even if she were the protagonist, Sumu had no desire to associate with someone like her. A person devoid of gratitude might one day turn against those who had helped her. "I apologize. I spoke rashly. I once thought that way, but it was a fleeting thought. I have a good relationship with my grandmother," Lu Shuyao sobbed, covering her face. "Where do you attend school?" Sumu inquired. "Jiang City No. 1 High School." "I am in my 3rd year," Lu Shuyao replied, wiping her tears. "Do you know Yu?" Sumu suddenly asked. "Yes. She is in Class 1. I am in Class 2, Lu Shuyao answered, a hint of envy in her eyes. Yu is the belle of her class, rumored to live in a villa, with many suitors vying for her attention. Sumu shook his head. Few knew that Yu had once lived in a dilapidated shack. However, she maintained an air of normalcy at school. In terms of depth and mindset, Yu is far superior to Lu Shuyao. Relying on others is no substitute for self-reliance. Often, bullying begins with seemingly minor grievances. Do you understand? Sumu leaned back in his seat. You must learn to retaliate. Do not simply submit, even if it means enduring pain yourself. Affection 10. Lu Shuyao nodded gently, her gaze hardening. Su Xiao, I understand. What have you comprehended? Sumu countered. I have indeed been too timid. Tomorrow, I shall bring a knife in my backpack, Lu Shuyao declared, clenching her fists. You know nothing. Sumu rolled his eyes. I will watch over you tomorrow outside the school. You may defend yourself, but do not break the law. I will assist you when necessary. Su Xiao. Lu Shuyao wiped her tears, trembling as she reached out, gripping Su Mu's arm tightly. Let's find a room. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 28. The most powerful son-in-law appears. Su Xiao, your kindness towards me, is it merely an attempt to win my affection? I consent to becoming your woman. Lu Shuyao paused and added, to be honest, I had even prepared myself to accompany that Lu too. I was foolish just now. How many men have you been with? Sumu inquired. Lu Shuyao lowered her head, feeling embarrassed as she replied, I just dyed my hair last Saturday. And I only contacted Lu Tu this morning. I have never had a boyfriend. Then are you still foolish now? Such an important first time? And you so readily offer it? Sumu gently pushed Lu Xiuyao's hand aside. Are you out of your mind? Affection 20. Tears welled up in Lu Xiuyao's eyes once more. And after a long pause, she softly said, Su Xiao, you are a good person. Sumu checked his justice value, astonished that within mere moments, Lu Xiuyao had contributed 320 points to him. Given this calculation, along with Yi Tong's from that evening, today S10 draws should yield favorable results. Hand me your phone. Sumu extended his hand. Without hesitation, Lu Xiuyao handed her phone to Sumu. A wealthy person like him wouldn't deceive her. Sumu also took out his phone and transferred 20,000 yuan to Lu Xiuyao. This lending arrangement had a humane touch, requiring repayment on the same day without accruing interest. Upon hearing the notification of 20,000 yuan received on her phone, Lu Xiuyao's gratitude towards Su Mu was beyond expression. Affection 10. Su Mu glanced at his phone. It was now 8:10 in the evening, and he still had ample time. Where is your home? I will escort you back now. After returning her phone, Su Mu stated, Su Xiao, my home is in the urban village of the southern district of Jiang City. I can manage on my own. Lu Xiuyao replied softly, Do not call me Su Xiao. My name is Su Mu. You may call me brother from now on. All right. Su Mu Yi. Lu Xiuyao's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head. Guided by Lu Xiuyao, Su Mu arrived at the urban village in the southern district, where the streets were rather dilapidated and the buildings in disrepair. For over 20 years, there had been talk of demolition, yet nothing had occurred. At an intersection, Lu Xiuyao pointed outside the car window and said, Su Mu Ge, my home is right in that small alley. Good, take this home to eat. Su Mu extracted the barbecue, planning to buy more on his way back. Thank you, Su Mu Ge. Lu Xiuyao nodded repeatedly and opened the door to exit the vehicle. Su Mu followed suit, saying, Rest assured, I will be waiting for you outside school tomorrow afternoon. MHM. Lu Xiuyao nodded in agreement. Xiuyao, what are you doing here? At that moment, a young man in a suit approached. He had slick back hair and a slender build, appearing to be around 26 or 27 years old, with a fairly handsome visage. Su Mu scanned him with his divine eye, his eyes widening in shock. Name, Feng Chu character, protagonist of the most powerful son-in-law destiny power, 1700 destiny level, 17, max level 10. Su Mu was taken aback, realizing that this son-in-law possessed a higher destiny power than the previous martial king, Lin Yang. Feng Chu abruptly pulled Lu Xiuyao to his side, his gaze wary as he directed toward Su Mu. Who are you? Brother Feng, this is my Su Mu Ge. Lu Xiuyao wriggled free from Feng Chu's grasp and moved to Su Mu's side. Xiuyao, do not be so quick to call someone your brother. Who knows what intentions he harbors? Feng Chu continued, only then noticing Lu Xiuyao's hair. Did he make you dye it? No, I did it myself. Lu Xiuyao clenched her small fists and stated, I told you before that I wanted to change. I will no longer allow anyone to bully me. Do not be deceived by this man. I will take you home. Feng Chu stepped forward, grasping Lu Xiuyao's arm. Let me go. Lu Xiuyao broke free. She was filled with indignation, questioning how she could be fooled by Su Mu. She had no money, and the only thing she possessed was her own body. Yet, she had clearly indicated her intentions to Su Mu in the car, and he had not agreed, urging her instead to take care of herself. How could Su Mu deceive her? My friend, it seems somewhat impolite to accuse me of deceiving her upon our first meeting, does it not? Su Mu replied, hands in pockets. I am a man too. Do you think I am unaware of what you are thinking? Feng Chu retorted, his voice cold. Now get lost. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude. What? Do you intend to fight me? Su Mu shrugged. Feng Chu, my affairs do not require your intervention. Lu Xiuyao glared coldly at Feng Chu, stating, I was bullied today, and it was Su Mu Ge who rescued me. He saved you to claim your body. I am willing. Tears streamed down Lu Xiuyao's cheeks as she added, I was bullied at school, and you always told me to endure to gather evidence, and to report it. Do you know what Su Mu Ge did? He willingly helped me resolve my troubles. Lu Xiuyao pointed at Feng Chu, declaring, You are a married man. I have no ties to you, so please do not interfere in my life. Destiny power, -20. Feng Chu stood frozen, his fists clenched. his animosity towards Su Mu intensifying. He truly wanted to reveal to Lu Xiuyao that his 3-year period had not yet concluded. He had cultivated a certain technique that led to a deviation, rendering him unable to use his power for 3 years. His original plan was to wait until the 3 years had elapsed, impress his wife and her family, and then help Lu Xiuyao reclaim her dignity. Yet, unexpectedly, this young man had intervened. "Xiuyao, what he said is true. Do not trust anyone, just go home." Su Mu smiled and waved at Lu Xiuyao. "Su Mu Yi, I am leaving." Lu Xiuyao waved back at Su Mu, casting a final glare at Fong Chu. The disparity between the two was starkly evident. She had previously regarded Fong Chu as her confidant. However, she could surmise the reason behind his behavior. Fong Chu was merely feeling envious. Seeing Su Mu drive such a fine car, he instinctively perceived him as a bad person. Ultimately, Fong Chu was also concerned for her safety. Lu Xiao understood that although Fong Chu was married, he had entered another family. It was said that they treated him poorly, including his wife. In comparison to Su Mu, he naturally felt envy and resentment. After Lu Xiuyao departed, Fong Chu's expression turned icy as he said, "I do not care who you are. You had better not trouble Xiuyao in the future, or you will certainly regret it. I am still unaware of your identity. What is your relationship with Lu Xiuyao?" Su Mu inquired with a smile, having acquired information about him through the system. "I have no relationship with her. I merely know her. She's a very good girl." Fong Chu replied nonchalantly. "Then you are quite meddlesome, accusing me of being a bad person upon our first meeting. You must also be no good yourself." Su Mu shrugged. "You lack even the most basic respect, or is it that you have had a difficult life, accustomed to being bullied, and see someone wealthy and instantly deem them a villain? You." Fong Chu pointed at Su Mu, his breath quickening. Su Mu had indeed struck a nerve. "Furthermore, you mentioned that as a man, you are aware of other men's thoughts. Therefore, you must also have thoughts about Lu Xiuyao, correct?" Su Mu wore a hint of disdainful smile, turning to walk back to the car, speaking with such righteousness while being no different himself. Destiny value -10. Fong Chu's fists clenched tightly, trembling from the force. This scoundrel has truly hit the nail on the head. Or rather, he had articulated Fong Chu's subconscious thoughts. He was a man, and he too desired love. He had once contemplated that once the 3-year period ended, if his wife and her family remained obstinate, he would no longer concern himself with them. Instead, he intended to incorporate Lu Xiuyao into his harem. However, an unexpected individual had intervened. He could not allow Lu Xiuyao to accompany this person. Meanwhile, Yi Tong and Yi Yu were still in the living room, engrossed in a television show. Yi Yu was savoring fruit, thoroughly captivated by the program, while Yi Tong appeared distracted. She glanced at her phone and noted that it was already 9:30, yet Su Mu had not returned. She was unsure why this troubled her. Previously, she felt elated when Su Mu was absent, but now an unsettling sense of loss lingered. "Xiaoyu, stop watching and go to bed. You have school in the morning." Yi Tong stood up and declared, "We shall not wait for him any longer. He surely will not return tonight." Chapter 29. Acquiring military combat skills. Yi Yu glanced at Yi Tong and nodded gently. She initially intended to offer some comfort, but found herself at a loss for words. Perhaps this is how men are, especially after hearing that woman's voice today. She could only think of her as a seductress. Such a woman could certainly ensnare Su Mu completely. "Sis, I'll sleep with you tonight," Yi Yu said with a bright smile. "Alright," Yi Tong replied, realizing that it had been quite some time since the sisters had shared a bed. Before her marriage, they had always been together. However, after moving here, Su Mu forbade Yi Yu from sleeping in the villa, relegating her to a doghouse. Their interactions were limited to meal times. Yet, Yi Tong bore no resentment towards Su Mu. Her expectations were modest. She merely wished for their sisterhood to be free from abuse. After freshening up, the two made their way to Yi Tong's room. Once nestled under the covers, Yi Yu couldn't help but wrap her arms around Yi Tong, playfully resting her hands on her sister's waist. "Cease. Why do I feel like you're becoming more beautiful?" "It must be because of Su Mu," Yi Yu teased. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yi Tong chuckled, reaching out to tickle Yi Yu. The sisters engaged in playful banter for a moment before closing their eyes, the recent hardships inflicted by Su Mu fading from their minds. Perhaps it was due to his drastic change in demeanor. Meanwhile, Su-mu returned home to find the lights extinguished. Checking his phone, he noted it was nearly 10 o'clock and recalled that Yi had school the next day. She likely went to bed early. Yi Tong, feeling bored alone, probably retreated to her room as well. Su-mu placed the barbecued food he had bought on the dining table and headed upstairs. He planned to address the matter concerning Lu Xiuyao at school the following day, hoping to gain a significant amount of justice points. After all, he couldn't keep exploiting Yi Tong. One's energy was indeed limited. Quietly opening the bedroom door, Su-mu entered and slipped off his shoes, burrowing into the covers. He reached out from behind to embrace her. However, upon closer inspection, he realized something was amiss. On the other side, Yi Tong heard a noise and quickly turned on the bedside lamp, flooding the dark room with light. Startled, Yi Tong's eyes widened as she covered her mouth. Su-mu thought, "This is bad," and swiftly moved to the doorway. "What's going on? Why are you two together?" Yi Tong felt awkward, but tried to maintain her composure. I thought you wouldn't be back tonight, so," she murmured. Yi suddenly realized, exclaiming as she grabbed the blanket and covered her head. "I'll never get married." Despite her words, Su-mu noticed that Yi's fondness for him had not diminished. "Little Yu, it's all right. It's just a misunderstanding," Yi Tong said, both amused and exasperated, as she gently reassured her sister. Noticing that Yi remained hidden, she gestured to Su-mu, urging him to say something. "Okay," Su-mu replied, unsure of what to say. He had sensed this situation before arriving. "Ahem, little Yu, it's all good. I couldn't tell at first either," he said, clearing his throat. Feeling embarrassed, Yi kicked the blanket in frustration. Yi Tong rolled her eyes, suggesting, "You should just go outside." "All right, I leave it to you," Su-mu said, nodding awkwardly before stepping out. He sat on the living room sofa for about 5 or 6 minutes before Yi Tong and Yi descended the stairs together. Yi's cheeks were still flushed, and she was uncertain about her emotions. However, she knew deep down that she was not angry. It was hard for her to believe that just days ago, she wished for Su-mu to meet a terrible fate. In such a short time, despite his advantage, she felt no resentment. Of course, she realized this was all a misunderstanding, and she hadn't anticipated that Su-mu would greet her sister in such a manner. "I bought you barbecue," Su-mu announced, bringing the still warm food from the dining table. "I apologize. I thought you wouldn't return tonight, so I let little you sleep with me," Yi Tong said, her tone tinged with regret. "Remember, if I'm not coming back, I'll let you know in advance," Su-mu replied with a smile, approaching Yi Tong. "Don't blame yourself." "Sis, I'm fine. It was indeed a misunderstanding," Yi quickly added, before hastily retreating to her room, eager to escape. "Do you think she's really not upset?" "This is all my fault," Yi Tong murmured softly. "It's not your fault," Su-mu reassured her, indicating the barbecue. "Are you going to eat?" "I'm not hungry. I've already washed up before you arrived," Yi Tong replied, shaking her head. "All right. It would be a waste to throw this away. You should head back to your room. I'll eat, and then come up." Su-mu winked at Yi Tong. She nodded slightly, her cheeks flushing as she departed. After finishing his meal, Su-mu checked his justice points, realizing he still needed a bit more to reach 1,000. He would have to persuade Yi Tong to exert herself a little more. Returning to his room, Su-mu began to strategize his plans with Yi Tong. Meanwhile, Yi, in the adjacent room, found herself inexplicably irritated by the sounds of the night. Her mind wandered, pondering whether Su-mu would have, if she had caught on in time. With that thought, she burrowed back under the covers. The following morning, Su-mu resumed his usual routine. He opened his interface to review his information. Last night, with Yi Tong's assistance, he had achieved 10 consecutive draws. Name: Su-mu. Character: antagonist, same body. Manager of Su Corporation's Human Resources Department realm. Early stage of Ming Gene physique. 100 mentality. 90 cultivation points. 0, max 100, destiny power. 124. Su-mu knew that his destiny power had originally been in the 90s. But after encountering that son-in-law last night, he had seized an additional 30 points from him. Without further ado, he initiated the 10 consecutive draws. The wheel before him shimmered brightly, spinning rapidly as rewards began to materialize. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 attribute points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30 cultivation points. Su-mu observed the information before him, confirming it aligned with previous descriptions. The guaranteed rewards were no longer solely attribute points. Cultivation points have been added as well. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 Desert Eagle bullets. Seeing this, Su Mu let out a sigh. Previously, he had only received a firearm and some skills. That gun had been of no use to him. Now, with 500 bullets, his future safety was somewhat assured. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30 cultivation points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special level military combat skill certificate. Chapter 30. Is this lad seeking retribution for himself? Military combat skills? As this reward manifested, Su Mu felt the resurgence of muscle memory within him. He moved his arms, and a myriad of techniques flooded his mind. This was indeed a remarkable boon. Previously, Su Mu possessed strength but lacked the knowledge of techniques. When engaged in combat, he resorted to mindless punches and kicks. However, now he had mastered military combat skills. It is essential to note that military combat differs from conventional fighting. The latter abides by numerous rules, serving as a form of protection. In contrast, military combat lacks rules, aiming solely to eliminate opponents with the simplest and most expedient methods. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 20 cultivation points. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 20 attribute points. Su Mu observed the rewards appearing before him, pondering whether this 11th lottery could bestow another divine ability. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Hall of Fame Painter certificate. After completing the 11 rewards, the final gift was not a guaranteed one, but rather a certificate for a painter. Su Mu took a deep breath. Regardless of the outcome, this was a decent haul, especially the military combat skills. Rising from his bed, he made his way to the bathroom and opened his inventory. Besides the Desert Eagle, there were rows of bullets. Su Mu deftly loaded the bullets into the magazine before returning the gun to its place. Should danger arise, he could easily access it. After a brief wash, Su Mu descended the stairs. He seated himself on the sofa, examining the guaranteed points from this draw, 140 cultivation points and 70 attribute points. He opened his panel and allocated all the points. His first priority was to max out the cultivation points at 140. Black text appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, host. You have entered the mid-stage of Mingjin. Su Mu swung his fists in the air, feeling the rush of power as the wind crackled around him. As for the attribute points, he opted for a balanced enhancement of his physique, despite being unsure of the purpose of the mental attribute at present. Once finished, Su Mu reviewed his attribute panel. Name: Su Mu. Character: Villainous Saint Body. HR Manager of Su Corporation Realm. Mid-stage Ming Jin Physique. 130 mental, 130 cultivation points. 40, max 100, destined power. 124, gazing upon his attribute panel. Su Mu stroked his chin, nodding to himself. Compared to the previous villain Su Mu, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. Just then, he lifted his gaze to find Yi Yu descending from the second floor. Upon spotting Su Mu, a blush crept across her cheeks. The events of yesterday lingered in her memory, compounded by a dream of a romantic nature she had the night prior. Awake? Su Mu asked, slightly embarrassed, and took the initiative to greet her. Yi Yu no dit genti. I'll drive you to school shortly, Su Mu said with a smile. At that moment, Yi Tong emerged from her room. Spotting Yi Yu, she patted her on the shoulder. I'll make breakfast for you. All right. Yi Yu inhaled deeply, her simile returning. Reflecting on her previous thoughts of pursuing enlightenment, the current occurrences seemed trivial in comparison. Yi Tong prepared a simple breakfast, and the family gathered to eat together. After the meal, Su Mu briefed Yi Tong before taking Yi Yu to school. This time, he drove a Porsche 991. As they headed towards the school, Su Mu glanced at Yi Yu in the passenger seat and inquired, "Are you still upset about yesterday?" "No," she replied, shaking her head. Throughout, she had never truly been angry. Rather, embarrassment and shyness were her primary emotions. Upon arriving at the school entrance, Yi Yu exited the car, waving, "Goodbye, brother-in-law." Su Mu nodded with a smile before driving away. Not long after Yi Yu left, several female classmates approached her. Meanwhile, a woman with blonde hair, wearing a baseball cap and carrying a backpack, gazed in Yi Yu's direction. She was Lu Xiuyao. Occasionally, she found herself envious of individuals like Yi Yu, who came from wealth, faced no bullying, and had many friends. However, the car you had just exited was likely Su Mu's. She recalled Su Mu mentioning Yi Yu's name the previous night, indicating they were acquainted. Yet, Lu Shuyao was unaware of the nature of their relationship, and a sense of jealousy inexplicably stirred within her. Su Mu proceeded to the company, specifically summoning Meng Wanyue to his side. It was essential to reassure her to allow himself the time to develop. Su, here are today's tasks. I've roughly organized them for your review. Meng Wanyue placed a document on the desk. Wanyue, how are you finding your time at the company? Su Mu perused the material briefly. Not bad. She responded with a gentle nod. That's good to hear. Su Mu continued reading when he suddenly pointed. The president is visiting the combat center today? Indeed. The president intends to invest in a comprehensive combat facility, Meng Wanyue replied calmly. Su Mu stretched lazily, finding it quite fitting for Su Ningbing's character. Are you interested? He asked with a smile. I recall you are quite skilled. Those athletes shouldn't be your match, right? My fighting style differs significantly under their rules. I would not stand a chance. Meng Wanyue gently shook her head. What is your fighting style? Murder? Su Mu quipped half-jokingly. Meng Wanyue turned her face away, not answering. Su Mu smiled, standing up. Come, accompany me to the combat center today. He had gained some knowledge of fighting and understood that rules existed to protect the participants. These athletes pushed their combat techniques to the extreme within those confines. In the realm of mixed martial arts, once a submission hold was successfully applied, one would be declared defeated. However, in actual life and death encounters, tactics such as eye gouging could compel an opponent to protect themselves, thus reducing the force of the attack. With a weapon in hand, the dynamics would change dramatically. Naturally, these considerations were aimed at ordinary individuals and did not pertain to ancient martial artists. Su Mu drove to the combat center, hoping to enhance Su Ningbing's favorability towards him. After all, she possessed a remarkable level of destiny. Upon arrival, Su Mu and Meng Wanyue found Su Ningbing had just arrived as well. She was not dressed in the previous revealing office attire. Instead, she wore a form-fitting women's suit on top and black trousers below. Her tall stature, coupled with a strikingly cold beauty accentuated by her glasses, radiated an undeniable allure. Noticing Su Mu, she furrowed her brows and approached. What brings you here? Sister, have you forgotten your previous promise to me? Su Mu replied, gazing at Su Ningbing's frosty expression. What promise? This place is not for you. Su Ningbing coldly turned away, asserting that this was a venue brimming with masculine energy, unfit for someone like him. You are being unreasonable. If I am a soft-footed shrimp, then what are you? Have you forgotten? I am the man here. Su Mu retorted, feeling irked, contemplating teaching her a lesson if the opportunity arose. Consider yourself a man? Go home. Su Ningbing's gulp dit dai fun. Recalling their childhood tussles where Su Mu had never emerged victorious. Our department is responsible for event planning. I am here to assess their work, Su Mu said, hands in his pockets, trailing behind Su Ningbing. Oof. Su Ningbing ignored him further, following the staff to the distant entrance. The head of the combat center had long been awaiting their arrival outside. Upon spotting Su Ningbing, he promptly approached her. Hello, Maetsu. I'm the person in charge here, Tian Kai. Tian Kai was a balding middle-aged man, slightly portly in stature. Greetings, Su Ningbing replied succinctly, shaking his hand. Hello, Ms. Su, I am Lu Langtao. I did not expect you to be so stunning. The young man standing beside Tian Kai gazed at Su Ningbing with evident admiration and spoke up. Such a lack of decorum. Tian Kai shot Lu Langtao a disapproving look before turning back to Su Ningbing with a smile. Ms. Su, please do not take offense. I believe you're already acquainted with Lu Langtao, who is currently one of the leading figures in mixed martial arts in the country and has participated in several competitions in the United States. It's just that you're incredibly beautiful and still single. I couldn't help myself, Lu Langtao chuckled. Su Mu, observing the interaction, made his way over, discontent with the way Lu Langtao was looking at Su Ningbing. Su Ningbing also noticed Su Mu and was filled with astonishment, wondering if this young man intended to defend her honor. Chapter 31. Brother, practice more. However, Su Ningbing was well aware of the gravity of the situation. Su Mu was the kind of person who, regardless of whether he faced a renowned opponent or even a novice with just a year or two of training, would find himself flat on the ground with a single punch. She promptly stepped to the right, placing herself in front of Su Mu. She understood his temperament. If she did not intervene, things could take a turn for the worse. I am aware of your current mixed martial arts record. 3 wins and 3 losses. Su Ningbing remarked calmly as she gazed at Lu Langtao. Upon hearing this, Lu's expression soured, but he quickly retorted, those were battles against world-class opponents. Domestically, I am unstoppable. Is that truly the case? Su Mu noted Su Ningbing's protective stance but continued to smile. Oh, and who is this little brother? Are you suggesting you wish to compete with me? Lu Langtao cast a disdainful glance at Su Mu. He possessed the confidence of someone at a higher weight class, far removed from those at lighter levels. In Jiangbei, he was undoubtedly one of the strongest fighters. Moreover, being under 30, should he achieve notable rankings in the future, he could amass a fortune in domestic performances and advertisements. This is my brother, Su Mu, Su Ningbing introduced succinctly. Indeed, he is your brother, Lu Langtao chuckled. Before Su Mu could react, Su Ningbing grasped his hand firmly. She then addressed Tian Kai. Mr. Tian, we cannot possibly conduct our discussion right at the entrance, can we? Please do come in. Tian Kai smacked his forehead, smiling sheepishly. Su Ningbing exchanged a glance with Su Mu before releasing his hand. The gathered individuals turned and proceeded deeper into the venue. Meng Wanyue remained steadfastly by Su Mu's side, her expression unwavering. Inside the expansive arena, several boxing rings were arranged alongside vast open spaces designated for grappling practice. Numerous individuals were engaged in training. Tian Kai, trailing Su Ningbing, remarked with a smile, I have invited several international coaches. We can certainly establish an octagonal cage similar to those abroad. Su Ningbing surveyed the training participants and inquired softly, do you have any suggestions? To my mind, we should replicate the model. With the Su Group's investment, we could easily establish the foremost octagonal cage in Jiangbei, perhaps even gaining nationwide acclaim. After all, what drives these competitions? It's simply the allure of monetary rewards. As long as there are prizes, international experts will flock here. It is not so straightforward. The times have changed, and mere imitation seldom leads to success, Su Ningbing replied, adjusting her glasses with a composed demeanor. We must devise a superior plan, one with distinct appeal. Tian Kai nodded gently. What you say is true, Su. Allow me some time to ponder this further. Very well. Su Ningbing hak no wet. Mr. Su, I previously heard Mr. Tian mention your great enthusiasm for martial arts. Perhaps I could teach you a few moves? Lu Langtao approached with a smile. It could serve you well for self-defense. Upon catching sight of Su Ningbing, he found himself momentarily at a loss. As a martial artist, he prioritized physique, and Su Ningbing was undeniably striking. He envisioned engaging Su Ningbing in ground play, eager to feel the contours of her form. The thought of what might transpire made him slightly flustered. It was all Su Ningbing's fault for being so attractive. No need. My sister has private sessions with champions for instruction, Su Mu interjected. Champion? I wonder from which obscure league they hail, Lu Langtao scoffed, brimming with arrogance. To be honest, my family's championship medals could cover an entire wall. How could someone who hasn't even made it onto the rankings be so boastful? Sumuchakel, hands tucked in his pockets. I compete in top-tier events abroad. Domestically, in my weight class, who can rival me? Lu Langtao sneered. Your tone suggests you are rather formidable. Shall we test it? I will only use one hand. Enough. Go rest over there. This is Su's brother. Do you not understand? Tian Kai's expression darkened. Their resources were already stretched thin, and if Lu Langtao drove the Su Group away, it would spell disaster. TCH. Lu Langtao shot a cold glare at Su Mu before turning to leave. Wait, you need not hold back. Just practice with my little bodyguard beside me, Su Mu said, taking a step back and wrapping an arm around Meng Wanyue's shoulders. Meng Wanyue instinctively recoiled, but Su Mu urged, Wanyue, do me a favor. Let me treat you to a meal. Ha ha ha. You truly do not understand, do you? Do you know my weight class? We are light heavyweight. Lu Langtao assessed Meng Wanyue, noting that her legs were no thicker than his arms. Perhaps I should summon one of my lighter weight students instead. No need, just you, Meng Wanyue declared, removing her high heels and fixing her gaze on Lu Langtao. She felt uncomfortable in the man's presence. Favorability -1. Su Mu suddenly noticed a series of ominous words, not directed at Meng Wanyue, but rather at Su Ningbing beside him. He rolled his eyes. He was merely trying to assist her, yet she had lowered his favorability. "Put your shoes back on," Su Ningbing said, her brow furrowing as her expression darkened. Su Mu was, after all, incorrigible, seemingly intent on having others bully this woman. She surmised that Su Mu likely sought to take advantage, and since the employee had not agreed, he devised this plan instead. The employee felt compelled to acquiesce due to Su Mu's status. Meng Wanyue, however, was resolute in her stance. For now, she regarded Su Mu as her superior, dismissing the opinions of others. "Come on, no need for me to step aside," Meng Wanyue stated calmly to Lu Langtao. "If you cannot even handle me, you are unworthy to approach Su Shao." "Ha ha ha! Beautiful lady, I am coming for you," Lu Langtao exclaimed, glancing at Tian Kai. "Do not worry. I know how to treat a lady with care." This woman was undeniably attractive, yet he found Su Ningbing even more so. Nevertheless, beauty did not negate the allure of Meng Wanyue. He had no intention of employing brute force. Rather, he planned to grapple her to the ground, enjoying a brief encounter before ending it. Su Ningbing glowered at Su Mu, feeling regret for initially holding him in higher regard, only to discover he was still the same worthless individual. "Beautiful lady, here I come." Lu Langtao charged toward Meng Wanyue. He feigned a punch before swiftly diving forward, attempting to wrap his arms around her waist. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberated, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. Su Ningbing's eyes widened in disbelief. What has transpired? At that moment, Lu Langtao found himself sprawled on the ground, gritting his teeth as he attempted to rise. Yet before he could recover, he wobbled and collapsed once more. As he lunged forward, Meng Wanyue had merely lifted her knee, which collided with Lu Langtao's head, sending him crashing to the floor. Does this count as my victory? I recall that in mixed martial arts, one may follow up with strikes. He can't even defend himself now, Meng Wanyue remarked, slipping back into her high heels and standing behind Su Mu. Is this truly it? And he claims to dominate domestically? Su Mu could not help but laugh. Practice more. Brother, I made an error. That was a mistake. Lu Langtao lay flat on the ground, his head spinning, filled with indignation. That force was not that of an ordinary person. I had held back. Chapter 32. The bullying of Lu Xiuyao. Say whatever you want, it matters not to me. Su Mu waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in engaging with such individuals. If you have the skill, wait for me 2 minutes, and we shall continue. Lu Langtao, with his eyes closed, still refused to concede. Fine, I will wait for you 2 minutes, he replied defiantly. Meng Wanyue spoke with an expression as calm as the surface of a still lake. Observing the scene, Su Ningbing realized she had misjudged Su Mu. One could discern a person's training simply from their power in action. The woman before her had executed a knee strike with remarkable finesse, clearly indicating professional prowess. Favorability 3. Su Ningbing cast a furtive glance at Su Mu, puzzled as to when her father had appointed such an impressive bodyguard. This time, the organizer Tian Kai refrained from intervening. During the initial discussions with the Su group regarding a collaboration, Lu Langtao had played a crucial role. His intent was to utilize this program to elevate Lu Langtao to the status of a martial arts star. Now, however, he found himself utterly humiliated, having been bested by a woman. As 2 minutes swiftly elapsed, Lu Langtao sat up, shaking his head vigorously, feeling nearly restored. He had not exerted himself in battle. He had merely collapsed instantly, thus sustaining little fatigue. Kulme. Lu Langtao rose from the ground and faced Meng Wanyue, stating, as a girl, you ought to wear protective gear. Otherwise, you won't withstand even a punch from me. No need for protective gear, Meng Wanyue retorted, removing her shoes once more. Let's treat this as a real battle. You are truly arrogant. Lu Langtao approached her again, disregarding the ground beneath him, intent solely on delivering a knockout punch to this insufferable woman. With rapid-fire punches, he swung repeatedly, yet Meng Wanyue seemed to anticipate his movements, effortlessly evading each strike. Frustrated, Lu Langtao unleashed a roundhouse kick aimed at her neck. Meng Wanyue promptly ducked, sidestepping to Lu Longtao's flank, delivering a punch to his abdomen followed by a strike to his chin. Her movements flowed like water, and with two resounding thuds, Lu Langtao collapsed once more. Shockwaves rippled through the onlookers. All were rendered speechless, unable to believe their eyes. The initial victory may have been attributed to luck. Yet this time, it was a complete display of technical superiority. Among the crowd, only Su Mu maintained his composure, observing the scene with a knowing smile. This woman was a subordinate of the Dragon King, one of his 3,000 warriors, and certainly among the elite. To an ancient martial artist, the punches and kicks of mere mortals appeared as though they were moving in slow motion. Hurry! Su Ningbing aplau vigo dusin. The staff members accompanying her joined in, and even the athletes present began to cheer, overwhelmed by the stark contrast in skill, particularly her dazzling evasive maneuvers. Despite being aware of his surroundings, Lu Langtao felt as if the world were spinning, unable to rise after being bested by a mere woman. His previous arrogance evaporated in an instant, and he longed to disappear into the ground. After a moment's thought, he closed his eyes, feigning unconsciousness. Though Tian Kai felt a pang of embarrassment, he clapped along, recognizing the hidden talents of the Su group. "Haha, you flatter me, Director Tian," Su Ningbing responded with a polite smile. At that moment, Tian Kai approached Meng Wanyue with a grin. "Miss, why not come work with me? You're not only beautiful, but also incredibly skilled. You could easily become a martial arts star and earn much more. Apologies, but I am under Su Xiao's employment. Su Xiao is far stronger than I merely follow him and have picked up a few basic skills," Meng Wanyue replied, glancing at Su Mu. Su Mu, with his hands in his pockets, maintained an air of indifference, exuding a sense of aloofness. This girl knows how to speak. She is subtly elevating her own status. I must reward her later. What? Su Xiao is even stronger? Tian Kai was momentarily stunned, as were those around him. Yet, upon observing Su Mu's stature, standing at 185 meters with long arms, he could not deny he was a fine specimen. Actually, my sister is not weak either. She can hold her own against me in a spar, Su Mu remarked, pointing at Su Ningbing. Su Ningbing shot a cold glare at Su Mu, retorting, "You're just being boastful." The prowess of the bodyguard did not equate to his own strength. If not for the family reputation, she would have taught him a lesson right then. Jian Kui Intriguet suggested, "Why not let Su Zong offer some personal guidance? We have several female athletes here who could assist. Do not heed his nonsense. We are merely enthusiasts and not qualified to instruct professional athletes." Su Ningbing shook her head. "Let's focus on the program instead." "Very well," Tian Kai acquiesced. Su Mu had intended to follow, but suddenly recalled a promise made to Lu Xiuyao. He needed to watch over her at the school gate this afternoon. He gently patted Meng Wanyue on the shoulder. "Wanyue, let us return. I have something else to attend to." Meng Wanyue nodded in agreement. Along the way, Su Mu took out his phone and sent Meng Wanyue a red envelope containing 200 yuan. "This is a token of appreciation for your assistance today," he said with a smile. "Thank you, Su Zong." Meng Wanyue feigned delight as she held little interest in monetary matters. "Tonight, do not dine alone. I shall treat you," Su Mu insisted with a grin. "Thank you, Su Zong, but you should dine with your family," Meng Wanyue declined. "I am bringing my family along to dine with you. I cannot refuse. I must properly express my gratitude," Su Mu stated. Gradually, he was finding his footing, with Yi Tong serving as a steady source of his moral compass. Although Yi Yu's favorability remained negative, it was on a steady upward trajectory. With matters concerning his family in order, his focus now shifted to Meng Wanyue. As a representative of the Dragon King, she was essentially the Dragon King's eyes. Only by ensuring the Dragon King was aware that his sisters were faring well could he postpone the King's return, thereby granting himself time to develop. Su Mu's intentions were straightforward. He needed to draw Meng Wanyue closer before she could become part of the Dragon King's harem. "All right," Meng Wanyue replied softly. Having been raised as an assassin, her upbringing had shaped her solitary nature, making her averse to socializing. Since her arrival in Jiang City, aside from investigating Yi Tong and Yi Yu, she preferred seclusion in her room. Now that she had a job, she was compelled to venture out during the day. Yet after work, she would casually purchase a meal and return to her rented apartment. This was the routine she had grown accustomed to. Su Mu offered her a radiant smile, but Meng Wanyue turned her face toward the window. Su Mu silently cursed, realizing his cheerful demeanor had failed to elicit a reaction. After escorting Meng Wanyue to her workplace, Su Mu sped off toward Jiang City First High School. This was familiar territory for him. He had previously visited daily to deliver flowers to Mu Qingying. However, Mu Qingying had to remain in the background, although she was quite ample and appealing. Leaving Su Mu in a state of internal conflict, his sister Su Ningbing was her equal. Rather than pursue her, it would be more prudent to manage Su Ningbing first. A level 10 fate was far more advantageous. Before he knew it, the clock struck 11:40. Suddenly, Su Mu noticed several women emerging from a nearby corner. The leader, a young woman with dyed brown hair and a lip ring, appeared to be under 20. The women accompanying her were garishly dressed, giving off an unkempt appearance as they stood nearby, smoking. Su Mu rolled down the window, slightly curious about their conversation. Today is Monday, so the one who scavenges for food should have received her allowance, the woman with the lip ring remarked with a laugh, clutching her cigarette. Just as hunger struck, the woman with long bangs and slender eyes cheerfully remarked that they would indulge in a sumptuous lunch shortly. Upon hearing this, Su Mu narrowed her eyes slightly, pondering whether it was indeed they who had tormented Lu Xiuyao. Chapter 33. A new perspective. Su Mu's gaze was somewhat indifferent as he glanced at his phone. After all, school would soon be over, and waiting a little longer was no inconvenience. At noon, the school gate swung open, and local students streamed out. Su Mu noticed a group of young girls making their way towards the entrance, so he casually grabbed a mask from the car, alighted, and followed them. Wearing the mask, he stood a short distance away from the girls, feigning interest in his phone. Suddenly, a woman adorned with lip piercings seized a short-haired girl clad in a school uniform. The latter's face turned pale upon recognizing the former. Zhang Nan, what is this? Have you forgotten your middle school classmate? Zhang Nan grinned. Huang Nana, got any money? I can barely afford a meal lately. Lend me a hand. I have no money. I return home for lunch. My parents don't give me pocket money, Huang Nana whispered, clearly terrified. Then you'd better return to school and fetch our dear classmate, Lu Xiuyao. Tell her I want to see her. If she doesn't come, I'll send someone to her house to smash her grandmother's trash can. Zhang Nan chuckled sinisterly. Huang Nana, unable to refuse, reluctantly turned back towards the school. Su Mu, with his hands tucked in his pockets, gradually clenched them into fists. It was no wonder that Lu Xiuyao had been driven to such desperation, contemplating surrendering herself to a petty thug. From this woman's treatment of others, Su Mu could infer the extent of Lu Xiuyao's previous suffering. After waiting for about 5 or 6 minutes, Su Mu spotted Lu Xiuyao in the distance. She was dressed in sports attire, a backpack slung over her shoulder, and a black cap atop her head. Once Huang Nana brought her to the group, she hurriedly departed. Zhang Nan and her companions regarded Lu Xiuyao with disbelief. Who is this? With dyed yellow hair, I barely recognize her. Zhang Nan scoffed as she appraised Lu Xiuyao. What do you want? Lu Xiuyao replied nonchalantly, hands in her pockets. Just some old classmates catching up, Zhang Nan said, pointing to a narrow alley nearby. Let us chat over there. You dare not go? Next time I see your grandmother rummaging through trash, I'll dump a garbage can on her head, sneered a woman with narrow eyes. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiuyao quietly followed them, having come to a realization the night before. Su Mu had indeed awakened her. Ultimately, it was her own cowardice that had held her back. From this day forth, she would initiate a transformation. As they entered the alley, Su Mu remained outside, listening intently. He aimed to ascertain whether Lu Xiuyao truly had changed. Old classmate, it's Monday, your trash-collecting grandmother should have given you some allowance by now. Zhang Nan said with a mocking smile. We'll need to collect protection fees. But I don't want to pay, what should I do? Lu Xiuyao replied coolly, locking eyes with Zhang Nan. Am I giving you face? With your yellow hair, can you even tell the difference between big and small? The woman with narrow eyes retorted sharply. Zhang Nan chuckled lightly. Don't scare her. Don't worry, I'm not frightened. Lu Xiuyao calmly took off her backpack, retrieving a piece of wood with 2 nails embedded in it. Initially, she had intended to grab a kitchen knife, but but recalling Su Mu's words from the night before, she opted for this instead. With an expression of indifference, Lu Shuiao faced the group, though her heart raced. Once, she would have never dared to imagine herself in such a position. "You all, I'm short on cash lately. Give me some money, consider it protection fees," she said, her icy gaze sweeping over them. She struggled to maintain her composure, her voice trembling slightly. "What the hell? Lu Shuiao, have you lost your mind? Try touching me." The woman with narrow eyes advanced menacingly. Bang! Lu Shuiao gripped the wooden stick tightly and brought it crashing down. The woman instinctively raised her arm to block. Crack! One of the nails pierced her arm, and blood instantly flowed forth. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief before she shouted, "What are you all doing? Get her!" The other women stood paralyzed, taken aback by Lu Shuiao's audacity. They had assumed she wouldn't dare to strike. After all, if her face was marred, their futures would be jeopardized. Their supporters believed in their looks and skills. "Go!" Zhang Nan barked at the other women. "Did you hear that?" Fearful of Zhang Nan's authority, the women removed their jackets and hurled them at Lu Shuiao. The nails on her wooden stick caught on one of the garments. Seeing this, Zhang Nan rushed forward and kicked Lu Shuiao. Yet, instead of cowering, Lu Shuiao charged at them. Su Mu removed his mask and strode into the alley, unable to deny that Lu Shuiao had earned his respect. "Hey kid, this doesn't concern you. Get lost." Zhang Nan barked upon noticing Su Mu's entrance. "I know Tiger. Do you want him to take you out?" Su Mu did not slow his pace. He approached Zhang Nan and slapped her face with a force far greater than he had struck Lu Shuiao. Zhang Nan fell backward, blood spilling from her mouth. "What are you? How dare you speak to me like that?" Su Mu retorted, then turned to Lu Shuiao with a smile. "Are you all right?" "Su Mu, I'm fine. I'm not afraid of them." Lu Shuiao replied, breathless yet emboldened, having overcome her fear despite facing multiple opponents. "That's the spirit," Su Mu thought, nodding to himself. Lu Shuiao was entirely different from Yitong. If she held a high enough regard for him, Su Mu contemplated using his destiny power to elevate her into a formidable force. He needed someone by his side who was willing to fight. "You brat! How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am?" Zhang Nan cried, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, a few individuals entered upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing them, Zhang Nan's face lit up with joy. "Zhao Ge, hurry, help me." The leader, a bald man clad in a tank top, was inked with tattoos. Two hulking figures followed closely behind him. "Is that Zhang Nan?" The bald man chuckled. "Who wouldn't want to mix with us? Even Tiger's little sister dares to fight. It's him. Take him out." Zhang Nan shouted, pointing menacingly at Su Mu. Lu Shuiao, seeing the towering figures, quickly picked up the wooden stick from the ground. Though her legs trembled, she stood defiantly in front of Su Mu. Observing this, Su Mu couldn't help but smile. Pressing down gently on Lu Shuiao's head, "I told you I will help you. You kid, you're as good as dead. Still trying to be a hero?" The bald man sneered, pulling out a cigarette. "Get them." The two muscular men rolled up their sleeves, ready for action. Zhang Nan smirked. "You brat. I'll repay that slap 100-fold. Chapter 34. Let your brother Tiger meet me. As two burly men approached Su Mu, one of them suddenly launched an attack. A fist came hurtling towards Su Mu's face. Su Mu regarded the man before him, noting the sluggishness of his movements. With a swift motion, he seized the assailant's wrist and yanked him towards himself, causing the brute to lose his balance and topple forward. With a resounding thud, Su Mu delivered a knee strike directly to the man's chest. The brute's eyes widened in terror as he was propelled back 2 meters, crashing to the ground, his body convulsing. The second burly man, witnessing this scene, barely had time to react before Su Mu was upon him, with one hand gripping the man's face. Su Mu effortlessly lifted the hefty 200-pound man off the ground. With a thunderous impact, he slammed the man against a nearby wall, blood immediately oozing down the surface. Releasing his grip, the man crumpled to the floor. The bald man, who had been confidently smoking, was now rendered speechless by the spectacle before him. These two were his strongest enforcers, typically untouchable by 2 or 3 individuals. Yet, against Su Mu, they stood no chance. As for Zhang Nan, who had been boasting moments before, she was now dazed, especially at the sight of blood on the wall. It was evident that Su Mu was not to be trifled with. Behind Su Mu, Lu Shuyao's eyes sparkled with admiration, her affection for him visibly increasing. He was astonishing. She had initially thought Su Mu was merely affluent, but his prowess was astonishing. Discarding the wooden stick in her hand, she stepped forward and linked her arm with Su Mu's. She lifted her chin, gazing defiantly at the still shocked onlookers, as if declaring, "This is my man. Brother, you're a bit reckless. Typically, those who act so brazenly don't live long," Zhao Yin remarked, taking a drag from a cigarette. Sumu, accompanied Biluxuyo, strode over to Zhao Yin. Although Zhao Yin held a cigarette, he instinctively recoiled. The aura emanating from Su Mu was anything but ordinary. "Grab her from behind," Su Mu commanded Zhao Yin, pointing at Zhang Nan. "What do you intend to do?" Zhao Yin asked, frowning. "In 3 seconds, if you do not comply, I will break one of your arms," Su Mu replied calmly. Zhao Yin, unable to meet Su Mu's gaze, felt an unshakable certainty that Su Mu was not speaking idly. "Brother Zhao, my apologies." Zhao Yin swiftly moved behind Zhang Nan, seizing her arm. "Zhao Yin, I am Brother Tiger's woman. How dare you treat me this way?" Zhang Nan struggled, but as a woman, she could not break free from the grip of the burly man. "Shuiyao, strike her. Unleash all the grievances you've endured over the years," Su Mu instructed Lu Shuiyao, taking full responsibility for the consequences. Lu Shuiyao looked up at Su Mu, her affection for him continuing to soar. She nodded and approached Zhang Nan. "Lu Shuiyao, if you dare lay a finger on me, I..." Slap! Before Zhang Nan could finish her threat, Lu Shuiyao's palm met her face. "Curse me. Curse my grandmother. Strike me. Bully my grandmother. Insult me. Steal my money." With each phrase, Lu Shuyao delivered another slap. As she continued, tears streamed down her face, recalling the countless grievances she had suffered over the years. The other women, frightened, prepared to flee. "Did I permit you to leave?" Su Mu's voice rang out coldly from behind. "Whoever dares to move another step, not only will you suffer, but I will also pay a visit to your homes." Upon hearing this, the women felt as though their legs were weighed down with lead, too terrified to budge. Su Mu desired precisely this outcome. When dealing with such scoundrels, one must be even more ruthless. Their mindset deviated from that of normal individuals. If you yield and reason with them, they will only perceive you as easy prey. Only through force can one truly put an end to such behavior. "Brother Su Mu, enough. Let them go," Lu Xiao said, wiping her tears with her sleeve as she approached him. "Lu Xiao, just wait. I will have Brother Tiger exterminate your entire family." Zhang Nan, her face swollen and bruised, still refused to concede. "Did you see that? How can we let them go? I promise to assist you, and I will see it through to the end," Su Mu said with a smile, then turned to Zhao Yin. "Release her." Once Zhao Yin complied, Zhang Nan fell uncontrollably to the ground. "Get up. Take me to meet your Brother Tiger." Su Mu's expression remained unperturbed. Zhao Yan's heart raced at this request. Just moments ago, he had intended to caution that Brother Tiger was not an ordinary man. To his astonishment, this young man was boldly seeking an audience. Was this an act of folly? "Very well. You are not afraid of death, are you? Follow me," Zhang then retorted, rising from the ground and striding toward the exit. Su Mu flashed a reassuring smile at Lu Xiuyao. "Do not worry. I will handle everything." Lu Xiuyao nodded earnestly, feeling utterly secure with Su Mu by her side. Curious, Zhao Yin, though not affiliated with Brother Tiger, maintained a decent rapport and decided to accompany them. After all, Zhang Nan was Brother Tiger's woman, and he had just inadvertently offended her, warranting an apology. As Su Mu followed, he checked his justice points. To his surprise, Lu Xiuyao had contributed over 80 points of affection in such a brief moment. Being an 8th-level fated individual, she possessed around 600 to 700 justice points. He felt that in this short span, he might accumulate enough for 1,000 points, allowing for a 10-fold draw. In the Tiger Brothers billiards hall, several rugged vehicles were parked outside, including a Land Rover and a Toyota Land Cruiser. "Brother Tiger is inside. You wanted to see him, right? Follow me." Zhang Nan shot a glare at Su Mu. Su Mu took out his phone and sent a message to Wang Biao, then smiled as he walked inside. In truth, he could easily handle these individuals alone, but sometimes influence holds great significance. To prevent them from continuing to harass Lu Xiuyao, Su Mu decided to take decisive action. Upon entering the billiards hall, which spanned 2 floors, Su Mu observed the first floor filled with billiard tables and a few slot machines. As for the second floor, even without ascending, the sounds emanating from above made it clear that it was a gambling den. "You little brat." Slap. Zhang Nin pointed at Su Mu, but before she could finish, Su Mu struck her again. "Speak respectfully, or I will have your tongue cut out." Su Mu pulled Lu Xiuyao to a nearby sofa. "Summon your brother Tiger to meet me." "Brother Tiger, brother Tiger." Zhang Nin wept as she ascended the stairs. In just a minute, a throng of individuals descended from the upper floor. The leader, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut and a scar on his left cheek, wore a tank top adorned with a tiger tattoo on his arm. Zhang Nin clung to the middle-aged man's arm, pointing at Su Mu while tearfully recounting, "Brother Tiger, it's him." Huang Hu, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, squinted at Su Mu. "Little brother, you're truly audacious." No sooner had he spoken than 20 to 30 individuals surrounded Su Mu, cutting off any means of escape. Huang Hu caressed Zhang Nan's lip piercing, speaking softly. "Do you know how pleasurable it is here? How will you compensate me if you ruin it?" "Compensate you? Who do you think you are?" Su Mu crossed his legs casually. "I am here to demand money. Since this woman belongs to you, return to me all that she previously stole from my sister, along with interest in full." "What the hell? Brothers, did you hear that?" Huang Hu erupted into laughter. The surrounding crowd joined in, mocking Su Mu. Where did this fool come from, seeking death in this place? Chapter 35. What other brothers do you have? Even Zhao Yin over there couldn't help but chuckle. As the saying goes, the timid fear the bold, and the bold fear those who have nothing to lose. Zhao Yin acknowledged that this man was quite formidable. Yet the individuals on Huang Hu's side were reckless to the extreme. Was he here to flaunt his strength, or did he cherish his life too little? "Do you even know who you're talking to? Back in my day, when I wielded 2 machetes and cleared an entire street, you weren't even born." Huang Hu scoffed disdainfully. "Damn it. Throughout my life, it's always been others paying me. I've never encountered someone demanding money from me." "Well, today you have." Someone replied coolly. "Huge brother, leave it to me. You're just showing off here. How many lives do you think you have?" A nearby punk with dyed, yellow hair strode toward Su Mu. "You're looking for death," he shouted, extending his hand to grab Su Mu's arm. Boom! Su Mu retaliated with a swift kick, sending the punk hurtling backward, crashing into 3 or 4 people due to the crowd surrounding them. "I'm conversing with your master." Witnessing this, the crowd hastily dispersed, retreating towards the nearby warehouse. In a short while, dozens of individuals armed themselves with various weapons, including rebar and machetes. Lu Xiuyao, despite having conquered her own fears, could not suppress her trembling body at the sight of so many armed individuals. While their side had only 2, how could they possibly stand a chance? Zhang Nan, her face swollen like a pig's head, couldn't help but smirk at the scene unfolding before her. "Lu Xiuyao, kneel before me," Zhang Nan bellowed, having delivered numerous slaps earlier. Now she demanded 10-fold, or even 100-fold retribution. Lu Xiuyao clenched her fists, her heart racing. She stole a glance at Su Mu, realizing that it was her predicament that had drawn him into this mess. She would not allow Su Mu to take risks for her sake. "I'll kneel, but you must let him go," Lu Xiuyao declared, rising to her feet and pointing at Su Mu. Su Mu raised an eyebrow at her words. This Lu Xiuyao was indeed quite loyal. She had transformed remarkably from the weak girl she once was. Of course, Su Mu understood that she was ready to risk her life. "Let him go. Do you think that's possible?" Zhang Nin sneered. This person was the source of her humiliation. How could she allow him to escape? "Kid, I'll let you go, but your sister must serve me well for a day," Huang Hu leered. "Huge brother." Zhang Nan, hearing this, clung to Huang Hu's arm and shook it. "Shut up." Huang Hu shot her a cold glare, causing her to immediately lower her head. Lu Xiuyao was far more beautiful than Zhang Nan, and she feared being overshadowed by her in the future. Yet, Huge Brother was not someone she could deter. "Fine, I agree." Lu Xiuyao gritted her teeth, responding without a second thought. Su Mu stood up from the sofa and slapped Lu Xiuyao, but this time not on her face, but on her rear. Lu Xiuyao let out a yelp, her cheeks flushing crimson. I mentioned yesterday that such precious things cannot be given away lightly. If you dare do this again, I'll strike you, Sumu warned, glancing at her. I said I would support you until the end. Just watch quietly. Elu Xueyao nodded gently, positioning herself beside Sumu. Kid, do you think I want to make a move? Huang Hu glared sinisterly at Sumu. First, I want him down. I want to see blood. Zhang Nin couldn't help but smile at this. Just as they prepared to act, a cacophony of screeching brakes erupted from outside. Everyone turned to the window, discovering that their entrance was entirely blocked by black Buick GL8S, numbering over a dozen. As the doors swung open, a cadre of tall men in suits briskly entered, led by none other than Wang Biao. Huang Hu, momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of nearly 100 individuals, struggled to maintain his composure despite the fear coursing through him. He approached, asking nonchalantly, "Which faction do you belong to?" Bang! Without uttering a word, Wang Biao delivered a punch to Huang Hu's face, blood gushing from his nose. Before Huang Hu could collapse, Wang Biao seized his hair, hoisting him back up. Attack! The suited men surged forward like a violent tide, overwhelming Huang Hu's lackeys. The disparity in their fighting abilities was stark. Huang Hu's men were mere street thugs, while Wang Biao's crew was impeccably trained. Zhao Yin was utterly stunned. Before he could assert that he was not affiliated with Huang Hu, he was struck in the temple and collapsed to the ground. In mere seconds, Huang Hu's crew lay defeated, with only Zhang Nan and a few other girls remaining upright. The rapidity of the events left everyone speechless, and by the time they processed what had transpired, it was already over. As a seasoned leader, Huang Hu bellowed in anger, "If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Shut him up. Break one of his arms." Wang Biao commanded, frowning. Without hesitation, a buzz-cut man behind Wang Biao swung his knife, severing Huang Hu's entire right arm in one swift motion. The crowd was astounded. Who were these people? Huang Hu and his men stood in shock. They had fought before, but who could be so ruthless? Compared to these individuals, their past altercations seemed like child's play. A piercing pain forced Huang Hu to emit a scream akin to a slaughtered pig, but Wang Biao merely cast a calm glance at him, prompting Huang Hu to immediately silence himself, afraid to even breathe. Sweat dripped down Huang Hu's forehead, but he dared not utter a sound. "Su Xiao, I have a grudge against these people. We are here for revenge today," Wang Biao declared, approaching Sumu. Upon hearing this, everyone present began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. His statement made it clear that he was here to handle these individuals, and Sumu bore no responsibility. Even if an investigation arose, Sumu would remain unscathed. In essence, he was taking the fall, much like ancient warriors who sacrificed themselves for their lords. Huang Hu realized he had provoked a formidable foe. He dared not even look at Sumu, instead fixing his gaze on Zhang Nan, the very woman who had drawn him into this predicament. Feeling the weight of Huang Hu's murderous glare, Zhang Nan felt utterly drained, her legs buckling beneath her as she sank to the ground. The other women around her mirrored her fear. It was over. In their eyes, the once mighty, huge brother now lay before this man like a dead dog. Tears streamed down Zhang Nan's face as she desperately sought to plead for mercy, but she was too terrified to utter a word. Sumu approached Huang Hu, towering over him. "Weren't you quite fierce? Didn't you claim to have cleared an entire street back in the day?" "Brother, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the mountain of greatness before me. Please spare me." Huang Hu trembled, fully aware that his life was on the line. "Let me impart a little wisdom. True strength lies with those sipping fine wine and trading stocks," Sumu said softly. "Yes, I understand, Huang Hu stammered. At that moment, Sumu turned toward Zhang Nan, crouching down to meet her gaze. "What other brothers do you have? Let me there." Chapter 36. I am Sumu's fiancée. Zhang Nan was trembling in fear, her face filled with desperation as she pleaded, "Big brother, I was wrong. I apologize sincerely and am willing to accompany you. I am more skilled than Lu Xiuyao. Please spare me." Tears streamed down her face when, suddenly, a foul odor invaded Sumu's nostrils. A puddle of liquid had formed around her legs. Sumu instinctively covered his nose and stood up, truly believing he was not picky about food. He returned to Huang Hu's side and proclaimed, "I will pay my sister back the full amount, 10,000 yuan. I will give 20,000. Huang Hu hastily pulled out his phone. "No need. You give me 20,000, and I shall provide you with another 20,000 for medical expenses. We will owe each other nothing." Upon finishing his words, Sumu took hold of the still shocked Lu Xiuyao and prepared to leave. As he departed, he glanced at Zhao Yin, who, frightened, immediately lowered his head, realizing he had acted foolishly by offending this young man. "Young Master Su, how should we handle this?" Wang Biao inquired, following Su Mu closely. "Let's go back. If anyone spreads word of this, just ensure that brother who over there disappears." Su Mu intentionally made sure Huang Hu could hear him. "Understood," Wang Biao replied, heading towards Huang Hu to snap a photo of him with his phone. "I've remembered you." Huang Hu frantically begged, "Big brother, I assure you that this matter will not be spoken of." "That would be best," Wang Biao said, gesturing for those around to disperse as he prepared to return. Seeing them leave, Huang Hu bellowed, "What are you standing around for? Hurry, take me to the hospital. My arm won't be reattached if we delay." The two individuals lying on the ground unsteadily approached Huang Hu, helping him up. Huang Hu fixed a fierce gaze on Zhang Nan. "This is all you're doing. I will settle this once I'm discharged." Zhang Nan, terrified, did not dare lift her head. Still unable to believe that the woman she had bullied since middle school was now acquainted with such a powerful figure. She felt utterly hopeless yet resentful. Su Mu did not linger, pulling Lu Xiuyao along as they exited. He entrusted the aftermath to Wang Biao, who was a professional in such matters. Su Mu glanced at Lu Xiuyao beside him, noting the continuous rise in his affection points. His sense of justice had exceeded 1,000 points. Little did he expect that today, Lu Xiuyao alone had granted him 10 consecutive draws. Lu Xiuyao linked her arm with Su Mu's, gazing up at him with admiration. "Su Mu, go. Let us go to a hotel." "What?" Su Mu immediately withdrew his arm. "Are you asking for another beating?" "I'm not speaking carelessly. I know that is my most precious possession, but I wish to give it to the person who treats me the best." Lu Xiuyao was earnest. One could say that Su Mu represented a rebirth for her, granting her a second chance at life. "Let us eat first. After we dine, we'll return to school and study hard to repay your grandmother," Su Mu said, leading Lu Xiuyao into a restaurant outside the school specializing in braised chicken rice. Lu Xiao's affection points rose once more, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. "Su Mu Gu, you are truly wonderful." After they finished lunch, Su Mu escorted Lu Xiuyao away. She turned back every few steps, but suddenly, her smile faded when she noticed Yi Yu approaching Su Mu. Su Mu was smiling as he patted Yi Yu's head. Lu Xiuyao felt inexplicably displeased. "Brother-in-law, what are you doing here?" Yi Yu, having not eaten in the school cafeteria that day, was somewhat affluent for a student, holding 10,000 yuan. After treating her friends to a small hot pot meal and buying them milk tea, she had decided to visit Su Mu. "It's nothing. Just passing by," Su Mu replied. "Looking at you, are you going home tonight? If so, I'll come and pick you up after school." "No need. I think I'll stay in the dormitory." Yi Yu smiled. "All right, then I want T come and pick you up," Su Mu said, just as he spotted a familiar face. Mu Qingying, accompanied by a round-faced female teacher, exiting the school. "Mu teacher," he asked back. The female teacher smiled. This time, Mu Qingying did not label Su Mu as a scoundrel. "Then you should head back." "I'm leaving." Su Mu waved at Yi Yu with a smile, not even glancing at Mu Qingying as he drove away. Both Mu Qingying and the teacher were left in a state of confusion, particularly Mu Qingying, who felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Despite her strong aversion to Su Mu, wishing for him to vanish from her world, his absence now left her unsettled. Meanwhile, Yi Yu and her classmates headed for their classroom. Suddenly, Lu Xiuyao emerged from a nearby garden, blocking Yi Yu's path. "You are Yi Yu, right?" Lu Xiuyao asked, her expression serious. "Yes, what is the matter?" Yi Yu frowned slightly, recognizing the girl as someone from class 2. "What is your relationship with Su Mu?" Lu Xiuyao inquired. Su Mu. Yi Yu was puzzled, wondering how this girl knew him. Could it be that Su Mu had bullied her? Had she approached him after witnessing their conversation? As this thought crossed her mind, Yi Yu turned to her long-haired companion. "Xiaoting, you should head back. I'll talk to her." "Okay." Xiaoting nodded and walked towards the classroom. Once her classmate had departed, Yi Yu countered, "Do you know him?" "Indeed, Lu Shuiyao nodded. I am his good friend. Good friend? Yi Yu clenched her fists upon hearing this. So, Su Mu's true nature has finally been revealed. She found it hard to believe. What is your relationship with him? Lu Shuiyao pressed again. Yi Yu hesitated, deciding to impersonate her sister to warn this girl to back off. I am his fiancé. We have been betrothed for a long time, she stated calmly. Fiancé? There is a betrothal? Lu Shuiyao asked incredulously, initially assuming they were merely a couple. Yes, that is precisely the case. Yi replied coolly. He is a scoundrel. He deceived you. You're merely a mistress. Do not speak ill of Su Mu Ge. Lu Shuiyao shouted at Yi Yu, then shook her head. I'm sorry. It's my one-sided affection. It has nothing to do with Su Mu Ge. With that, she turned and dashed towards her classroom, shocked to learn of Su Mu's fiancé, reflecting on Su Mu's smile when he saw Yi Yu. Along with his repeated rejections, Lu Shuiyao pondered whether he truly cherished his love for Yi Yu, realizing he was indeed a good person. She was at a loss, uncertain whether to persist, fearing that if she intervened, Su Mu might be unhappy. Yet, she was unwilling to give up. Su Mu had already arrived at the company, seated alone in his office, gazing out at the scenery. A knock echoed at the door, and upon granting permission, Meng Wanyue entered. What is the matter? Su Mu inquired, considering the narrative surrounding her, seeking a way to draw closer to her. Ideally, he would develop her as an ally. President is looking for you, Meng Wanyue announced. Su Ningbin, what does she want with me? Despite his curiosity, Su Mu rose and prepared to find out. Chapter 37. Because you're my sister, I shall yield to you. As Su Mu passed by Meng Wanyue, he smiled and said, Remember, I shall treat you to dinner tonight. Meng Wanyue nodded in acknowledgement. Su Mu left the office and took the elevator to the CEO's office. Chairman Su Shou resided on the top floor, while CEO Su Ningbing occupied the floor below. Upon arriving at this level, Su Mu was greeted by many employees who smiled and waved at him. Some held positions that technically surpassed his own, yet his status as the chairman's son afforded him a certain privilege. When Su Mu reached the CEO's office, he gently knocked on the door. Hearing a cool voice from within, he pushed the door open. Su Ningbing was seated in the executive chair, engrossed in the computer beside her. Her office style contrasted sharply with that of Su Shou. Su Shou's office was starkly minimalist, featuring only a treadmill as equipment. In contrast, Su Ningbing's workspace was adorned with numerous items, including a black punching bag and an expansive yoga mat. Sister, you want to see me? Su Mu closed the door and took a seat on the nearby sofa. To cut to the chase, where did you find your secretary, Meng Wanyue? Su Ningbing adjusted her glasses, casting a calm, sidelong glance at Su Mu. Initially, she had assumed Meng Wanyue was a bodyguard assigned by Su Shou, but after inquiring, she discovered that was not the case. I didn't find her. She came through an interview. Why? Su Mu replied, puzzled. Did Su Ningbing suspect something about Meng Wanyue's identity? How do you know she possesses such combat skills? Su Ningbing pressed further. She mentioned during the interview that she had trained in combat. Su Mu concocted a casual explanation. He could not disclose the truth, that Meng Wanyue was one of the Dragon King's 3,000 warriors. Your wife is Yi Tong. Do you know what the Yi family was involved in previously? Su Ningbing crossed her arms, leaning back in her chair. This posture intensified her imposing presence, creating an unexplainable allure that captivated Su Mu's gaze. I'm asking you a question. Su Ningbing interjected sharply. I know that Yi Pharmaceuticals is primarily focused on the pharmaceutical industry. Su Mu responded, recalling the plot. Initially, the Yi family planned to stake everything on a last-ditch effort. We invested heavily, but ultimately, it ended in failure. Indeed. However, our father is a man of gratitude. After the downfall of the Yi family, we absorbed their former subordinates and specifically invested in a pharmaceutical company. Su Ningbing paused for a moment. We successfully developed a new drug, but just as we were about to launch it, the formula was leaked. What? Is there a traitor in the company? Su Mu narrowed his eyes, sensing that such events had not transpired in the original narrative. Had his presence caused a deviation in the storyline? Indeed, just last night, the prices for our pharmaceutical raw materials nearly doubled, clearly manipulated by someone with malicious intent. Su Ningbing removed her glasses, her demeanor transforming dramatically. With glasses, she appeared somewhat softer. But without them, she resembled a formidable queen, exuding a powerful aura. Do you suspect Meng Wanyue? Sumu finally grasped Su Ningbing's intentions in summoning him. Indeed, to be frank, she is far from ordinary. With her capabilities, how could she possibly settle for being a mere secretary? Su Ningbing stated, her gaze fixed on Sumu. She has only been here a few days. How could she have the means to obtain the formula? Surely I lack the qualifications to access it? Sumu asked. His statement was merely to affirm that Meng Wanyue was not the traitor. While Meng Wanyue is indeed an undercover agent, her current mission is solely to protect Yi Tong and Yi Yu. The Dragon King is unaware of what the Su family is involved in. There is no way he would entrust her with stealing company secrets. Who knows what method she employed? Regardless, her motives are suspect, Su Ningbing remarked. You must either find a reason to dismiss her or allow her to accompany me for constant surveillance. Let her stay with me. I have more free time, and it will be easier to monitor her. Su Mu was determined not to dismiss Meng Wanyue, as he sought to draw her closer to his side. With that mind of yours, you think you can monitor anyone? Su Ningbing looked at him as if he were foolish. Honestly, for what transpired with the Su family, it seems you're not particularly clever either, Su Mu retorted, crossing his legs and casting a sidelong glance at Su Ningbing. Or are you trying to keep Meng Wanyue around for some ulterior motive? What ulterior motive could I have? Su Ningbing averted her gaze, increasingly astonished by her foolish brother's peculiar behavior since the incident with the Su family. Su Mu was indeed correct. Su Ningbing had ulterior motives for keeping Meng Wanyue close, not only for surveillance, but also for personal gain, as she sensed that Meng Wanyue might have reached the legendary level of ancient martial artists. Su Ningbing had previously heard of ancient warriors from Suzhou. Su Mu, being as naive as he was, would not comprehend such matters. To have Meng Wanyue alongside him would be a waste of talent. It would be far better to have her with herself, where she could utilize her authority as CEO to receive training. Since childhood, Su Ningbing had harbored a passion for combat, dreaming of becoming an ancient warrior. Thus, she had specifically called Su Mu over to hand Meng Wanyue over to her. Sister, it seems you believe Meng Wanyue is formidable and wish for her to instruct you in combat? Su Mu suddenly turned to Su Ningbing. I have no such intentions. Su Ningbing feigen in dai feng. Then you might as well seek my guidance. I can equally offer instruction. Su Mu smiled. He recalled how the Dragon King had once subdued Su Ningbing with sheer strength. He could employ a similar strategy to enhance her favor towards him, transforming her goodwill into a substantial asset. Su Mu, with your lack of skill, do not embarrass yourself in front of me. This morning at the combat center, I refrained from exposing you out of consideration for being my brother, but if you truly believe you are skilled, let us spar now. Su Ningbing sensed Su Mu's recent arrogance had reached excessive levels. She kicked off her high heels and removed her office suit, revealing a thin black sweater that showcased her formidable figure. Kulme, show me just how strong you are. Su Ningbing beckoned Su Mu with a finger. Chapter 38. My heart aches for my sister. Su Mu shook his head slightly, thinking that his sister truly was asking for a beating. He unbuttoned his suit, tossed it onto the sofa, and removed his shoes, standing on the expansive yoga mat beneath him. Come on, let me offer you a few pointers. Su Mu, with one hand casually tucked into his pocket, gazed at Su Ningbing. You, a soft-shelled shrimp, the hardest thing about you is your mouth. Su Ningbing approached Su Mu and unleashed a flurry of punches. However, Su Mu effortlessly evaded her strikes with nimble dodges. Su Ningbing's eyes widened in disbelief. Her power and technique were of a professional caliber, and she realized she had been outclassed by Su Mu. If they were in a ring, the audience would surely be cheering for him. When not boxing, Su Ningbing retreated sharply, following up with a high kick aimed at Su Mu's neck. Su Mu swiftly crouched and charged forward, managing to wrap his arms around her body after evading the kick. With one of Su Ningbing's legs planted on the ground, Su Mu gently tripped her, sending her to the floor. His face collided with a formidable force. Despite being somewhat distracted, his muscle memory quickly found its place, employing a triangle lock to restrain Su Ningbing. Su Ningbing struggled in vain, realizing she was utterly powerless. Just give up. Su Mu released her. As he prepared to rise, Su Ningbing's long legs suddenly clamped around his neck. I haven't surrendered yet, she declared, swiftly flipping him over. At that moment, Su Mu found himself face down, momentarily dazed. However, he quickly regained his composure, twisting his body to break free. Before he could catch his breath, Su Ningbing lunged at him again, pinning him to the ground. The thunderous impact left Su Mu momentarily disoriented, but he seized the opportunity to roll over and grasp Su Ningbing's back, successfully locking her in a rear naked choke. "Let go, you brat." Su Ningbing gasped, her voice icy. "Sister, you're truly shameless. I was clearly winning just now," Su Mu retorted as he released her once more. Su Ningbing, incredulous, recognized that Su Mu's skills were indeed superior. Could it be that he had always been holding back, merely considering her his sister? At that moment, a knock echoed at the office door. Su Ningbing jolted, quickly rising to dress, not even taking the time to put on her high heels, before hastily sitting in the boss's chair. Stealing a glance at Su Mu, she felt as if they had engaged in some clandestine affair. "Gumin." Su Ningbing inhaled deeply and adjusted her glasses. The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man carrying a document. Su Mu stood by the punching bag, casually throwing punches. "President, please sign here." The man, sporting an oiled hairstyle and a slightly rotund figure, stood just over 5 feet tall. He glanced at Su Mu, astonished. Rumors suggested a strained relationship between the siblings, but it seemed merely to be speculation. After briefly reviewing the document, Su Ningbing signed it. Once the man departed, she turned to Su Mu with a faintly accusatory gaze. "Who taught you that? It's a secret, but I trust you can figure it out." Su Mu replied nonchalantly as he donned his suit. "I feel for my sister. I've always let you win since we were young." At his words, Su Ningbing felt a flush creep to her cheeks. "If you truly wish to grow stronger, you can seek my guidance anytime. I have more than enough to offer." With that, Su Mu turned to leave. "I'll investigate Meng Wanyue's situation and provide you with an answer." As Su Ningbing watched him disappear, her heart began to race. Reflecting on their past interactions, she wondered if Su Mu had indeed been allowing her to win all along. Upon returning to his office, Su Mu settled into the boss's chair, gently stroking his face. The facial cleanser he had used was surprisingly effective. No wonder men often believed that great talent equated to righteousness. Yet, the betrayal within the company warranted investigation, not for Su Ningbing's sake, but for Su Shou's. The family's business must not be compromised or seized. After work, Su Mu sent a message to Meng Wanyue, instructing her to prepare for the evening. Once he returned home to pick up Yitong, he intended to inquire about Meng Wanyue's residence. Upon arriving home, he found Yitong tidying up. She paused her work upon seeing him. "Xiaoyu messaged me earlier, saying she won't be back tonight." "Yes, I heard that too," Su Mu replied as he approached her, taking her hand. "Today, I want to treat my secretary to dinner. You should accompany me." Yitong recalled the last time she encountered the fierce beauty and chuckled. "I think I'll pass. It would be easier for you to talk with her alone. What are you imagining? I'm inviting her as part of a family gathering." Su Mu retorted playfully, giving her a gentle pat. "Change your outfit. We'll head out in half an hour." "All right," Yitong replied, slightly touched, realizing Su Mu's invitation was perhaps to prevent her from overthinking. Noticing the affection meter above Yitong's head, Su Mu remembered that today, only Lu Xiuyao had contributed over 1,000 points to him. Seizing the moment, he decided to perform 10 consecutive draws, hoping for something valuable. As he observed Yitong ascend the stairs to change, he opened his system panel to check his status. Name: Su Mu. Title: Villain Saint Body. Human Resources Manager of Su Group Realm. Mid-Ming Strength Physique. 130 Spirit. 130 Cultivation Value. 40 Max 100 Destiny Power. 124. He clicked on the roulette for his 10 draws. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 cultivation points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 attribute points. Su Mu stared at the screen in surprise, receiving 2 guaranteed rewards right off the bat. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 30 cultivation points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 kilograms of gold. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. Gold could be drawn? However, 10 kilograms equated to about 20 pounds, and, given the current gold price, it could fetch several million. Not bad, considering it was solid currency. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 30 cultivation points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a divine level ability. Level 2 Perception. Su Mu was astounded as the system screen flickered, revealing yet another divine ability. However, it was still perception. Previously, he had Level 1 Perception, allowing him to sense all living beings within a 100-meter radius. He wondered what Level 2 Perception entailed. Could it possibly extend the range further? Chapter 39. It seems I found the traitor Su Mu did not immediately check, but instead pondered what other valuable items he might obtain this time. However, the outcome left him somewhat disappointed. In this 11th draw, apart from gold and the second-level perception, everything else was merely the minimum guarantee. He first examined the specific abilities of the second-level perception, and upon reading the description, Su Mu was rendered speechless. It was extraordinarily powerful, truly a divine-level ability. Even if the other 10 attempts yielded nothing, he felt that this time's 10 consecutive draws were worthwhile. The second-level perception did not increase its range, which remained at 100 meters. However, within this range, it provided images. To put it simply, the first-level perception was akin to an infrared night vision device, capable of detecting human outlines. In contrast, the second-level perception allowed him to discern the actual appearance of individuals. For instance, Su Mu could clearly see Yi Tong changing clothes on the second floor as he activated his second-level perception. By expanding his awareness, he could also observe pedestrians outside the villa. Had he acquired this ability earlier, there would have been no need to probe Meng Wanyue. He could have directly perceived her face, thereby confirming that she was the one recording the video. Nonetheless, one aspect still left Su Mu feeling slightly uncomfortable: the limitation of the second-level perception. He could only see within the range where living beings existed, just like the first-level perception. Unless there were people present, he would not be able to detect anything. For example, while he could sense activity in the master bedroom on the second floor, he could not perceive the specifics of Yu's unoccupied room next door. To him, it appeared as a void. Moreover, what he could observe was confined to the space occupied by living beings. For instance, at that moment, as Yi Tong was in her room with the wardrobe open, Su Mu could see the clothes within. However, if the adjacent drawer was closed, he could not see inside it. Yet, one should not be overly greedy. Su Mu felt that this ability was sufficiently formidable. In this draw, he had acquired only 40 attribute points, but his cultivation value reached 100 points. Thus, he allocated all of it accordingly. Before him, black text reappeared. Congratulations to the host for entering the late stage of Ming Jing. Su Mu opened the system panel to review his current information. Name: Su Mu. Character: Villain Holy Body. HR Manager of Su Group Realm. Late stage of Ming Jing Physique. 150 Spirit. 150 Cultivation Value. 40 Full 100 Destiny Power. 124 He then clicked for details to inspect his various abilities: piano, cooking, military combat skills, and painting. Of course, he also possessed the divine-level ability of second-level perception. Su Mu took a deep breath. His capabilities were increasingly formidable. Yet, his combat power remained insufficient, and he needed to strive further. Otherwise, how could he possibly contend with the Dragon King, with only the Ming Jing stage? Yi Tong emerged from her room, clad in a simple black dress that exuded freshness and elegance. Her hair was tied up, adorned with a black bow, and compared to her previous attire, she appeared much younger. "I'm ready." Yi Tong smiled as she approached Su Mu, her gaze shyly lowered. Su Mu had already perceived her selecting accessories and noted that she had chosen this black bow among several options. As a man of high emotional intelligence, Su Mu knew exactly where to compliment her. "The bow is truly lovely. It seems to elevate your aura. One could easily mistake you for a high school student," he remarked with a smile. "Not at all." Yi Tong gently touched the bow, her head lowering in modesty. Above her head, a few words floated. Affection 20. Su Mu was astonished. He hadn't expected that a single compliment would yield such a significant increase. It seemed he needed to pay more attention to details in the future. "Shall we go?" Su Mu suggested to Yi Tong. She nodded. Su Mu drove his Kai ride, taking Yi Tong to the address sent by Meng Wanyue. To his surprise, her residence was also in the East District, not far from Su Mu's villa area, only a few streets away, approximately 4 to 5 kilometers. Perhaps the choice of location was made for the sake of monitoring him. It was an upscale community, and Su Mu parked outside before beginning to message Meng Wanyue. He activated his perception to survey the surroundings. Countless individuals came into view. In this tall building, some were dining, others arguing, and some were engaged in various activities. Eventually, he spotted Meng Wanyue. She lived in the high-rise near the street. Well within his perceptive range, Su Mu observed closely as Meng Wanyue walked from her bedroom to the living room, her phone in hand. The living room sofa was strewn with snack bags and soda bottles, and a high-power telescope was positioned at the window. Su Mu's heart raced. He quickly looked up to see that the window faced his own villa area. He felt a sense of relief that he had been prepared. Before long, Meng Wanyue appeared in front of the car, dressed in sportswear. She opened the door and sat in the back seat, greeting them, Su Zong, Su Foreign. Please don't call me foreign. I feel I am not that old, Yitong replied, somewhat embarrassed, turning her head. We are about the same age, so just call me Sister Yi. All right. Yi Ji, Menk, Van you know dit. Huh? How do you know my surname is Yi? Yitong inwirit kuriyisli. I told her. Su Mu interjected with a smile. I see, Yitong said, enlightenment dawning upon her. Meng Wanyue stole a glance at Su Mu, who was smiling at her through the rear-view mirror. She quickly lowered her head, feeling quite embarrassed. As Su Mu drove leisurely through the streets, contemplating what to eat, he suddenly recognized a familiar figure heading towards an upscale restaurant. It was a middle-aged man, short in stature, with slicked-back hair and a rotund belly. This was the same man who had come in to sign documents during Su Mu's interaction with Su Ningbing earlier that day. According to his memory, the man was named Qian Gang, one of the founders of the group, one of the earliest to work with Su Shou. Su Mu paid little attention. In their line of work, dining out and hosting or being hosted was common. However, as he expanded his perception, his expression grew serious. He spotted a familiar face, Li Feiping from Fengwei Foods, who had previously been close to Lin Yang during their time with the Su family. The two of them were inside, laughing and shaking hands. Initially, Su Mu might not have suspected anything about these two, but with Lin Yang's involvement, it felt amiss. He parked the car by the roadside and maximized his perception. The upscale restaurant had only 5 floors, easily covered by his 100-meter range. He meticulously searched room by room until he finally focused on a luxurious private room on the 5th floor. Lin Yang was seated inside. What is wrong? Yitong asked beside him. I believe I have found a traitor within our company, Su Mu replied swiftly, pulling the car into a nearby parking space before leading both women out. Today, we shall dine at this restaurant. On the way, Su Mu casually draped his arm over Meng Wanyue's shoulder. Do you have any listening devices or the like? He asked in a hushed tone. I do. Meng Wanyue hesitated slightly before awkwardly nodding. Chapter 40. Lin Yang's plan. Su Mu rolled his eyes. He had merely inquired if there were no listening device. It would be somewhat troublesome. However, since Meng Wanyue possessed one, the task became considerably easier. Meng Wanyue retrieved a small women's wallet from the pocket of her tracksuit. Upon opening it, she extracted a round black button, slightly larger than a fingernail. Su Mu took it, examining the device. It was indeed a listening device, adorned with numerous tiny sound holes. The back was coated with a powerful adhesive, allowing it to be affixed anywhere. This is high-grade equipment we often utilize during missions. It only requires activation via a mobile phone, and the recorded audio will automatically upload to the cloud, from which we can access it using our phones, Meng Wanyue explained. Beside them, Yitong was momentarily taken aback. Was this woman truly a secretary? She seemed more like a spy from the past. All right, activate it first, and then hand it over to me, Su Mu instructed, leading the two towards a restaurant named Guiyan. Good day, sir. How many in your party? As they entered, a female server approached them. 3, Su Mu replied with a smile. Do you have private rooms? We prefer dining away from crowded areas. Certainly. Shall I arrange for you on the 3rd floor? She responded. We would like to go to the 4th floor, Su Mu said, having already assessed the hotel. The dishes were delivered via elevator. The 5th floor would be more convenient, but Lin Yang was no ordinary person and feared detection. Thus, the 4th floor was a more suitable choice. Very well, we have private rooms on the 4th floor, though they are somewhat more luxurious and come with a minimum spending requirement. The server smiled. We visit frequently, so we are well aware, Su Mu nodded. Guided by the server, They ascended to the fourth floor of the restaurant. After selecting a private room, Su-mu entered. The room's decor resembled that of a European castle, with dim yellow lighting creating an immersive atmosphere. He refrained from ordering an extravagant set meal, as there were only 3 of them, and wasting food was a disgrace. Nevertheless, the minimum spending for the room was 1,000 yuan. He ordered a few decent dishes and 2 bottles of wine worth several hundred each, barely meeting the minimum requirement. "Wife, Wanyue, you stay here. I have some matters to attend to," Su-mu said, smiling at Yitong as he took the listening device. Upon hearing the term wife, Yitong felt a stir within her, but merely nodded in response with a smile. Su-mu then left the private room and headed towards the elevator. Activating his senses, he discovered that the money from his company had indeed gone to Lin Yang's room, where they were engaged in light-hearted conversation. Su-mu's perception allowed him to see the scene but not hear the words, underscoring the importance of the listening device. He lingered by the elevator entrance, waiting for the dishes to be served. Once he confirmed who was delivering the food to their room, he pressed the elevator button. The elevator stopped on the 4th floor, where a male server in uniform stood pushing a food cart. Upon seeing Su-mu, he smiled and said, "Sir, this is going up to the 5th floor." "I am aware," Su-mu replied as he entered the elevator. Once the doors closed, he casually inquired, "How much is your monthly salary?" 4 to 5,000. The server answered vaguely, "I'll give you 5,000 to assist me with the task." Su-mu, turning away from the elevator's camera, produced the button-shaped listening device. "Just affix this to the bottom of a bowl." The elevator cameras do not record audio. The server, momentarily stunned, had yet to respond when the elevator doors opened. Su-mu gestured toward the nearby staircase. "If you're agreeable, come over here. There are no cameras." After a moment's hesitation, the server pushed the card over, whispering, "Isn't this illegal? You aren't at fault." "They are. Among them is a corporate spy from our company," Su-mu stated. "Quickly, I'll transfer the money first." The server, hearing this, took out his phone. Earning an extra 5,000 was too tempting, especially since he could easily find someone else to do it if he declined. Su-mu promptly transferred 5,000 yuan. The server, upon seeing the money, lifted a large bowl from the cart and placed the listening device beneath it. "Be careful when you place it back. Don't raise it too high to avoid detection." "Don't worry. I'm a professional," the server assured him. He then replaced the bowl and pushed the cart toward the private room. He knocked on the door before entering, announcing, "Sir, these dishes are our restaurant specialties." He carefully placed the dishes on the table, ensuring the bowls were positioned such that the listening device remained concealed. The 3 individuals within would never suspect that a listening device had been installed beneath the bowl. After the server left and closed the door, the conversation resumed. Li Feipeng raised his glass with a smile, saying, "Mr. Qian implies that we will not agree to cooperate?" Indeed, when Su's group was newly established, there were only 6 employees besides Mr. Su. "I was one of them," Qian Gang proudly declared, lifting his glass. "Ha ha ha." Lin Yang, seated nearby, leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. "What are you laughing at?" Qian Gang shot a glance at the young man. "You speak so grandly. Yet you secretly leaked the valuable formula developed at great expense by the Su family to Feng Yu. Is this not a case of a hero stumbling over a beautiful woman?" Lin Yang remarked, a smile gracing his face. Upon hearing this, Qian Gang's expression turned grave. "What nonsense are you spouting? Not willing to admit it? Should I unveil your secrets one by one? For instance, your mistress has her claws into you." Lin Yang's lips curled into a smirk. "How do you know all this?" Qian Gang's face paled. "The mistress you initially kept is Feng Yu's person, and Feng Yu is mine." Lin Yang scrutinized Qian Gang. "You are fully aware that she is manipulating you, yet you cannot resist. Your desire for Feng Yu blinds you. How did you investigate this?" Qian Gang asked coldly. "That is of no concern to you. My intelligence capabilities allow for such inquiries," Lin Yang replied. "If you refuse to cooperate with us, I will disclose everything to Su Shou." "Please don't." Qian Gang was thoroughly alarmed, unsure of how much the man before him knew. If everything came to light, he wouldn't merely be dismissed. Imprisonment awaited him. "That is acceptable. Currently, we possess the materials for the weight loss drug, but we require the proportions and processing methods," Lin Yang said with a smile. "You have 1 week to procure them for me, or you know the consequences." "That's impossible. The proportions and processing methods are not under my department's jurisdiction. Qian Gang shook his head. I cannot obtain them. I'm unconcerned. Lin Yang maintained a smile. It is merely a week. Once you acquire them, I shall invest, allowing old Li to handle production, and we will rise to become a top enterprise in Jiangbei. Meanwhile, Su Mu sat in the stairwell, eavesdropping on their conversation in real time through the cloud. He could also visualize the scene, feeling as though he were seated among them. A smile crept across Su Mu's face. Since Lin Yang wished to play, he would indulge him in the game. Chapter 41. Meng Wanyue reveals the truth. Su Mu returned to his private room, only to find several dishes already served. Yi Tong and Meng Wanyue were seated together, engaged in conversation. Curiosity piqued. Su Mu closed the door and took a seat beside Yi Tong, inquiring, "What are you discussing?" "We're reminiscing about our past," Yi Tong replied with a smile, glancing at Meng Wanyue, whom she found quite delightful. If Meng Wanyue were to become Su Mu's partner, Yi Tong would have no objections, provided that Meng Wanyue consented, as such matters typically require a woman's agreement. This evening, Su Mu refrained from drinking, as he was the designated driver, while Yi Tong and Meng Wanyue indulged in a considerable amount of wine. Despite its relatively low alcohol content, Su Mu noticed a rosy flush creeping onto both their cheeks, indicating that neither was particularly adept at handling alcohol. As the night wore on, Meng Wanyue began to show signs of inebriation, having rarely consumed alcohol before. As a skilled assassin, she was accustomed to maintaining a clear mind. Yet, she sensed a genuine warmth emanating from Yi Tong, and coupled with her directive from Long Wang to protect Yi Tong, she instinctively felt a fondness for her. While Su Mu enjoyed his meal, he extended his perception to monitor the three individuals upstairs. He was well aware of their intentions and could always listen to the recordings later. Approximately half an hour later, the trio upstairs dispersed, exiting the room and taking the elevator down. Moments later, the waiter who had attended to Su Mu entered the private room, discreetly removing the listening device hidden beneath a bowl before heading to the restroom to dispose of it. Su Mu couldn't help but smile at the waiter's caution, likely stemming from a fear of discovery. He continued to expand his perception, observing the bustling street where Qian had just departed by vehicle. Lin Yang and Li Feipeng followed suit, vanishing into the night. "I can't drink anymore, Sister Yi. I have work tomorrow. Let us call a night," Meng Wanyue said, her face flushed as she pushed away her glass. "Why don't you come home with us? We have plenty of rooms," Yi Tong suggested, slightly tipsy herself. No, I should head home. "I wouldn't want to impose," Meng Wanyue replied, her mind still somewhat clear despite her state. "All right then, let us escort you home," Yi Tong offered, rising to support Meng Wanyue's shoulder. Observing their condition, Su Mu stepped forward, saying, "Allow me to assist you both." "Thank you, darling," Yi Tong blushed, looking at Su Mu. Su Mu was taken aback. It was the first time Yi Tong had referred to him in such a manner after their intense days together. He positioned himself on either side of the two women, leading them out of the room and down to the elevator. The restaurant was vibrant with patrons that evening, countless men casting envious glances in Su Mu's direction, their faces twisted with jealousy at the sight of two stunning women at his side. Upon reaching his vehicle, Su Mu settled the two in the back seat before shutting the door and driving towards Meng Wanyue's residence. After parking by the roadside, he assisted Meng Wanyue out of the car. "Thank you, Su." She swayed slightly. "You both can head back. I can manage from here. Let me help you upstairs." Omu insisted. "Notijin head unstedigate." Grateful, Meng Wanyue led Su Mu through the complex, guiding him to her building. Upon reaching the entrance, Su Mu observed her struggle to ascend the steps. Rolling his eyes at her inebriation, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist, helping her navigate the stairs. "Su, how did you know I was being monitored?" Meng Wanyue asked, narrowing her eyes inquisitively. "You are no ordinary individual, if I'm not mistaken. You came here for Yi Tong and Yi Yu," Su Mu replied, fully aware of Meng Wanyue's true intentions, but choosing not to divulge too much. "Impressive, Su," she acknowledged, taking a deep breath. "How did you deduce that?" Su Mu pondered for a moment before recalling an instance of the market when she had intervened on behalf of Yi Tong and Yi Yu. "I didn't instruct you to act, yet you did," he explained. Meng Wanyue appeared contemplative. "Yet at the fighting center, when that man mocked me, you showed no reaction until I was the one who took action." Su Mu chuckled as he pressed the elevator button. Clearly, in your eyes, they hold greater significance than I do. Quite astute, she commended, raising her thumb as they ascended to the 16th floor. Your investigation diverges significantly from my own. Can you now reveal your purpose? Su Mu inquired softly, realizing that her willingness to share would indicate a burgeoning rapport between them. I am here to protect them. They are family to Long Wang, and I am his subordinate, Meng Wanyue clarified. Who is Long Wang? Su Mu feigned ignorance. A formidable figure, a dominant force from across the borders. He rose to prominence in a mere 3 years, Meng Wanyue reflected. Only recently did I learn of the annihilation of the Yi family and the mysterious disappearance of its direct descendants. I have spent considerable time searching for the whereabouts of the family head, yet unearthed no leads. Su Mu nodded silently, recalling the narrative that the Yi family patriarch, Long Wang's adoptive father, had indeed met his demise. It was unsurprising that she had been unable to find any information. Eventually, Long Wang altered his strategy, turning his attention to his sisters, ultimately tracing them to the Su family in Jiangbei. As Meng Wanyue spoke, the elevator doors opened on the 16th floor. Long Wang sent me ahead to assess how Yi Tong and Yi Yu are faring. Su Mu assisted her out of the elevator, and Meng Wanyue approached her door, pressing her fingerprint to unlock it. Once inside, Su Mu noticed a pair of binoculars by the window. Surveillance equipment? He queried. Yes, she admitted, somewhat embarrassed. Have you reported back to Long Wang? Su Mu continued. I did. I informed him that they are doing well and that the Su family is taking good care of them. Meng Wanyue nodded gently. Su Mu exhaled a sigh of relief, hoping her report would temporarily appease Long Wang and grant him time to strategize. Allow me to help you to your room. Su Mu offered as he guided Meng Wanyue into the bedroom. Upon noticing the contents of her suitcase, he rolled his eyes at the comprehensive array of items. Listening devices, pinhole cameras, night vision goggles, a tranquilizer gun, and daggers among other tools. Meng Wanyue swayed slightly, collapsing onto the bed, her eyes fluttering shut as her breathing steadied. Suddenly, she began to remove her sweatpants, leaving Su Mu momentarily speechless. Chapter 42. The weight loss pills of the Su family. Su Mu stood nearby, his gaze falling upon a small pair of white panties adorned with a delicate bow at the front. However, Meng Wanyue had not completely removed her clothing. Instead, she had merely pushed it down to her ankles before attempting to take off her top. After several unsuccessful attempts, Su Mu took the initiative to assist her in removing her shirt. While handling the garment, he discovered a concealed dagger nestled within the pocket. At that moment, Meng Wanyue lay sprawled out, clearly unconscious. It must be noted that she possessed a certain beauty. If Su Mu were to lie down beside her, he would resemble a wooden figure. Ultimately, Su Mu chose the path of righteousness, despite a slight flicker of wickedness within him. He lifted the blanket and draped it over Meng Wanyue before turning to leave, closing the door behind him. Upon descending the stairs, Su Mu opened the car door, only to find Yi Tong resting against the seat, already asleep. He chose not to awaken her, instead driving back home. After parking in the garage, he gently helped Yi Tong out of the car, guiding her inside. Ah, I seem to have dozed off, Yi Tong remarked, furrowing her brows before they relaxed into a smile upon seeing Su Mu. He supported her as they ascended the stairs and returned to the bedroom. He retrieved his phone, preparing to download the complete recording from the cloud, intending to share this information with Su Shou and Su Ningbing the following day. At that moment, Yi Tong's hand began to wander. Su Mu was taken aback. It was the first time Yi Tong had been so proactive. Although she had previously cooperated, it was always Su Mu who took charge. Darling, I feel so happy these past few days. Yi Tong's voice was tinged with the effects of alcohol and a hint of allure. Yes, you shall be even happier in the future. Su Mu replied with a gentle smile. Now sleep. I can't sleep, Yi Tong exclaimed, burrowing herself under the covers. Su Mu's eyes widened in surprise. He had no idea that Yi Tong had recently taken an interest in the stock market, engaging in low buying and high selling. While she was not yet adept at it, she was genuinely earnest in her studies. It is worth noting that low buying and high selling is a challenging endeavor. Even Su Mu, seasoned as he was, had nearly faltered with several million in funds. The next morning, Meng Wanyue suddenly jolted awake, realizing she was in bed. Quickly assessing her body, she noted her pants had slipped down to her ankles. Taking a deep breath, a fierce glint appeared in her eyes. Though her mind was somewhat foggy, she vividly recalled Su-mu assisting her inside the previous evening. Moreover, she had divulged information about the Dragon King to him. Indeed, drinking had proven to be a hindrance. That scoundrel Su-mu, does he think I will not dare to kill him simply because Yi Tong and Yi were fond of him? As Meng Wanyue spoke, tears streamed down her face. Trained as an assassin from a young age, she still cherished her own body, safeguarding it meticulously. It was unexpected that the battlefield and assassination had preserved her, only to be sullied by a rogue. Without hesitation, Meng Wanyue dressed and grabbed her phone, activating it. She had strategically placed 3 pinhole cameras throughout her house. Connecting her phone, she accessed the recordings from the previous night. Watching as Su-mu helped her through the door, he even inquired about the purpose of the telescope, to which she had responded. Subsequently, he guided her back to the bedroom. Clenching her fists, she braced herself for the nauseating footage. However, she was taken aback. The scene unfolded entirely differently from what she had anticipated. She had removed her own pants, and as for her shirt, it was only after multiple failed attempts that Su-mu had stepped in to assist. Finally, he had tucked her in and departed. Meng Wanyue feared Su-mu might return midway and witness her awakening. I misjudged him, she murmured softly. She had once suspected that Su-mu's kindness was merely a guise, akin to those unsavory men, seeking to possess her physically. Yet, he had refrained from taking advantage of the opportunity presented to him. Not only did he abstain from any inappropriate actions, but he hadn't even touched her. Meng Wanyue began to wonder if perhaps she wasn't attractive enough to captivate Su-mu. Regardless, it became evident that Su-mu's goodwill was not driven by desire. Perhaps that was simply his nature. Affection level 30. Meanwhile, Su-mu had awakened, reflecting on the events of the previous day, relishing the memories. It seemed as though he had played the role of the subject while Yi Tong reigned as the queen, elevated above him. Instinctively, he checked his status panel. Suddenly, a notification appeared, indicating an increase of over 100 in his justice points. Su-mu glanced at Yi Tong, who displayed no negative indicators above her head. Uncertain of the source, he noted that such a substantial increase occurred in his absence. Clearly, the fate level must be significant. Quietly, Su-mu exited the room. As he descended the stairs, Yi Tong's eyes fluttered open. I can't face anyone, she exclaimed, covering her face, unable to believe that the person from last night had truly been her. It seemed she would need to refrain from drinking in the future. She couldn't recall the complete details, yet she remembered that she had confronted Su-mu. As an exceptional chef, Su-mu effortlessly prepared breakfast. After a simple meal, he took his keys and departed, leaving the remaining breakfast in the kitchen. Before leaving, he sent a message to Yi Tong. Yi Tong could hardly summon the courage to descend the stairs, unsure how to face Su-mu. Would he perceive her as too open? Would he consider her a loose woman? Just then, her phone vibrated, and upon checking, she discovered Su-mu's message. Breakfast is in the kitchen. Heat it up yourself when you wake. You worked hard last night. Upon reading this, Yi Tong's cheeks flushed crimson, reminiscent of a freshly cooked crab. Affection levels continued to rise above her head. Su-mu drove to the company, settling into his office where he listened to the complete recording from the previous day. He was astonished by the level of confidentiality within the company, as even the son of the chairman had not been privy to such information. Clearly, there was a deliberate effort to conceal it. In summary, the Su family had taken over the medical research personnel from the Yi family. It is important to recognize that the medical field differs from other industries. Investment is substantial, and the chances of success are low. Without progress, it becomes an endless pit requiring continuous financial input. Many enterprises cannot sustain this and ultimately abandon their efforts, as was the case with the Yi family. Yet, once success is achieved, the profits can be extraordinarily lucrative. After several years of investment from the Su family, a purely herbal weight loss pill had finally been developed. Unlike the counterfeit products and ineffective remedies that led to rebound weight gain, this medication boasted no side effects. Its only drawback was that it induced a sense of fullness. In essence, individuals struggling with obesity consume excessively due to high caloric needs. However, by taking this pill, they could receive essential nutrients while feeling satiated. Consequently, their food intake decreased, naturally resulting in weight loss. Yet, just as the product was about to launch, the formula was leaked to Feng Yu by Qian Gang. Now, Lin Yang was also aware. Lin Yang planned to invest all his earnings from years as a mercenary into this venture, utilizing Li Feiping's factory for production to expedite the release of the weight loss pill. The Su family had invested heavily, only to have others reap the rewards. Lin Yang's audacity stemmed from his recognition of the potential of this medication. Su Mu rose, heading out to seek his father. As he opened the door, he found Meng Wanyue standing outside, poised to knock. Upon catching sight of Su Mu, she instinctively stepped back, her demeanor tense. Suzong, she stammered. Chapter 43. The company will face ruin without me. Su Mu gazed at Meng Wanyu before him and smiled, inquiring, "Do you need something from me?" "This is the data I've organized for today," Meng Wanyu replied, holding the documents tightly. She kept her head lowered, avoiding Su Mu's gaze. Yesterday's incident had been far too embarrassing, especially the moment he caught a glimpse of her undergarments, which made her cheeks flush with warmth. "All right, just place it in my office. I need to head upstairs for a moment," Su Mu said, giving Meng Wanyu a reassuring pat on the shoulder before making his way toward the distant elevator. Meng Wanyu turned back to glance at Su Mu, recalling how she had admitted to surveilling him just the day before and claimed to be affiliated with Long Wan. Did he truly trust her enough to allow her into his office alone? A sudden wave of envy washed over her for Yi Tong. Living with a man like that must be utterly blissful. Su Mu stepped into the elevator, heading toward the president's office. Just as he was about to knock on the door, a woman in uniform approached him with a smile. "Mr. Su, the president is not in. He should be with the chairman." "Understood." Su Mu nodded and turned to leave. It was just as well. This matter was of utmost importance, and he needed to inform his father. Upon reaching the chairman's office on the top floor, Su Mu knocked lightly on the door. After receiving a response from within, he pushed the door open. Su Shou sat at his desk, while Su Ningbing stood opposite him. "Xiao Mu, what brings you here?" Su Shou greeted with a smile. Su Mu settled into the sofa, crossing his legs, and lamented, "This company will face ruin without me. Go home and sleep it off." Su Ningbing shot Su Mu a cold glare, her mind preoccupied with the company's troubles while he jested carelessly. "Huh, what do you mean by that, young man?" "Su Juka, have you encountered any troubles lately?" "Indeed, we have a traitor in our company. We invested a significant amount in developing a new drug. But the formula has been leaked," Su Shou explained, looking at Su Mu. "Only a few core executives and researchers are privy to the formula, and we are currently investigating, but there are no leads." "Father, why are you telling him all this?" Su Ningbing interjected. "He knows nothing about the company." "My defeated subordinates speak as if they possess great wisdom," Su Mu remarked nonchalantly. "I'm here to inform you of the traitor's identity." "You know?" Su Shou stood up abruptly. "Could it be Meng Wanyu?" Su Ningbing furrowed her brows. After all, Su Mu had mentioned tracking her just yesterday. "That's absurd. I don't even know the formula. How could she, being new here?" Su Mu rolled his eyes. "It's Qian Gang. Impossible." Both Su Shou and Su Ningbing exclaimed in unison. "Xiao Mu, old Qian has been with me since the beginning. Back when our company had only 2 storefronts and could barely pay wages, he stayed by my side without ever leaving." Su Shou spoke softly. "It cannot be him. People change. When someone rises to a different status, their mindset transforms as well," Su Mu replied, directing his gaze at Su Shou. "Do you truly believe a once impoverished and insecure individual would remain humble upon acquiring wealth?" "Su Mu, do you have any evidence?" Su Ningbing, "Pets? Why would I be so certain without evidence?" Su Mu smiled. Upon hearing this, Su Shou's expression shifted dramatically. Could this truly be the case? Su Mu sent a recording to Su Shou's phone. After glancing at the device, Su Shou clicked play. Despite the recording altering the speaker's voice, Su Shou recognized it instantly. "It's Qian Gang." As the recording concluded, Su Shou and Su Ningbing exchanged incredulous glances. They had never suspected Qian Gang. "Who is this Feng Yu?" Su Su Yingui. Looking at Su Mu. "I know her. She's the owner of the Yuexia bar, quite the social butterfly in Jiang City. Someone frequented her bar almost daily." Su Ningbing replied with a hint of sarcasm directed at Su Mu. Su Shou nodded knowingly. He had heard of Su Mu's lavish spending each time he visited. What do you think my intention was in going to her bar? Su Mu asked, reclining on the sofa with his hands behind his head. At this, both Su Shou and Su Ningbing fell silent, realizing that Su Mu had likely discovered the connection between Feng Yu and Qian Gang and had gone there to investigate. Su Mu awkwardly scratched his nose, casually downplaying his efforts. Yet, this rationale could indeed salvage his reputation. Young man, I underestimated you. Su Shou's demeanor grew serious, astonished by his son's astuteness. This was truly a case of wisdom disguised as folly. Su Ningbing gazed at Su Mu in disbelief. Over the past few days, he had completely reshaped her perception of him. Once, she had dismissed Su Mu as a frivolous scion, but now he demonstrated exceptional prowess in piano and combat. And he had even uncovered the traitor. Every achievement requires years of accumulation, Su Ningbing observed, casting a deeper look at Su Mu, who now exuded a different aura. Young man, there are 3 individuals involved, right? Besides Qian Gang, who is the remaining person? Su Shou asked Su Mu. Lin Yang. He is not to be underestimated. I must say, I doubt you and sister can handle him, Su Mu stated seriously. If you trust my judgment, I wish to be involved in the decision-making for this incident. Of course, Su Shou replied without hesitation. He had never anticipated his son to be so remarkable. He had misjudged him entirely. How do you propose we proceed? Su Ningbing asked, stepping closer to Su Mu. Lin Yang is pressuring Qian Gang to obtain the material ratios and production techniques within 7 days. He will undoubtedly act soon, Su Mu said, a smile creeping onto his lips. Are there many who know the ratios and processing methods? Not many. Besides my father and me, there's only one senior executive and a chemist brought over from the Yi family, Su Ningbing explained. My approach is simple. Provide Qian Gang with incorrect ratios and processing techniques. Su Mu laid out his plan, then let them invest heavily and watch them suffer losses. Excellent. Su Shou clapped his hands enthusiastically. Tonight, I will secretly invite the 2 of them to our home. You both must attend. Su Mu and Su Ningbing nodded in agreement. I shall take my leave for now. I will bring Yitong along tonight, since she has connections with the Yi family, Su Mu said before turning to depart. Su Shou and Su Ningbing watched his retreating figure, lost in thought. Ningbing, did you misjudge him? Su Shou asked, a smile playing on his lips. After a lengthy pause, Su Ningbing replied calmly, I need to observe further. I shall head down now. Su Shou gazed at Su Ningbing's back, feeling a sense of helplessness. If he had known Su Mu would turn out so exceptional, he would have done everything in his power to facilitate a union between Su Ningbing and Su Mu. Compared to Yitong, he would have preferred Su Ningbing to marry Su Mu, for she was someone he had watched grow. As Su Mu returned to his office, his phone pinged with a new message from Zhao Yingying. She inquired, Are you there? Su Mu recalled this woman. She was the sales associate who had once helped Yu purchase clothing, the leading lady from the strongest son-in-law. Su Mu had a penchant for observing people's eyes, and Zhao Yingying's unwavering gaze left a lasting impression on him. Why she sent me a message? Su Mu murmured softly, then replied, Here. Chapter 44. The Shameless Son-in-Law Upon Returning. Su Mu placed his phone on the table, intent on accumulating more justice points to enhance his strength. After a span of 4 to 5 minutes, a message finally appeared on his screen. Is it convenient to talk? Zhao Yingying had sent a few words. Su Mu furrowed his brow slightly before he took the initiative to call her via voice. In just a second or two, the call was answered. Hello, Su Shao. You may have forgotten me. I am the one from before. I remember you. Zhao Yingying, Su Mu interrupted her. Yes, thank you for remembering me. I. Her voice trembled with emotion. Su Shao, I am truly at my wit's end. Please, I beg you to lend me some money. I promise to repay you in the future. I am willing to do anything you ask. What do you need the money for? Su Mu inquired with curiosity. My mother is ill and requires surgery. I've had to drop out of school to work, but I cannot earn enough. If this continues, my mother will miss the optimal time for treatment. Zhao Yingying's voice broke, and she was on the verge of tears. I genuinely have no other options left. I have exhausted all avenues for borrowing. How much do you need? Su Mu asked. 10. 15,000. It seemed Zhao Yingying was ashamed to utter such a figure. To ask for 15,000 from someone she had only met once felt preposterous. Yet, she was indeed out of options, and she could not afford to miss any opportunity. That is not a small sum, Su Mu remarked calmly. Although he had previously spent 10,000 casually at Feng Yu's bar, he was no longer the same Su Mu of old. I know that if you can lend me the money, I will do anything you ask, Zhao Yingying insisted, her determination evident. I will definitely repay you in the future. Please send me your location, Su Mu instructed before ending the call. He was aware that Zhao Yingying was the heroine of the story, and her favorability rating was positive. However, spending 15,000 to gain her favor felt somewhat excessive, especially since he could easily garner such affection from Yitong in just a night or two. Yet, after much contemplation, he resolved to assist her. As the system's name suggested, it was a justice system. Helping others was akin to accumulating virtue for oneself. Upon receiving Zhao Yingying's address, he saw that it was at the second hospital of Jiang City, and he left his office to head there. Zhao Yingying stood anxiously at the hospital entrance, waiting. Soon after, she spotted Su Mu's figure and quickly jogged towards him. Su Mu observed Zhao Yingying, who was dressed simply in a beige dress. Her black hair cascading like a waterfall. She did not possess the breathtaking beauty of Su Ningbing, but exuded a wholesome and innocent charm. However, the resolute aura in her eyes had vanished, replaced by a sense of helplessness. Su Xiao, Zhao Yingying wiped her tears. I am sorry for asking you for such a large sum of money when we hardly know each other. Enough of that. Let's see your mother first. Su Mu placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Just call me Su Mu. Su Xiao feels too distant. Favorability 30, I will still call you Mu Ge. Zhao Yingying replied as she led the way to the inpatient building. Su Mu followed closely behind, reflecting on the expressions of the families gathered at the hospital. He felt a pang of sympathy for the world, where a lifetime of hard work could be insufficient to cover the expenses of a major illness. It seemed profoundly unjust. Upon reaching the 6th floor of the inpatient building, Zhao Yingying opened a hospital room. Mom, she froze, her eyes widening in surprise at the sight of a young man in a suit with slicked back hair. Feng Chu, what are you doing here? I came to see Annie. I'm sorry, Yingying, but I couldn't manage to borrow the money, Feng Chu replied, an apologetic tone in his voice. He had previously received a call from Zhao Yingying requesting financial assistance, but had been rebuked by his wife when he attempted to ask her for help. It's all right. I've already borrowed the money, Zhao Yingying stated as Su Mu stepped inside. Upon seeing Su Mu, Feng Chu was momentarily taken aback. You again? Su Mu felt a bit awkward. Was this what they termed the villain's fate? Always crossing paths with the male protagonist. Do you two know each other? Zhao Yingying asked, puzzled as she glanced between them. Yingying, he is not a good person. You should keep your distance from him, Feng Chu warned, his expression icy. He felt that Su Mu was purposefully opposing him, having previously disrupted his relationship with Lu Shuiyao. Since yesterday, he had been messaging Lu Shuiyao, yet she had not responded. Clearly, this scoundrel had deceived her. Feng Chu, how can you say that about him? Su Mu is a good person, Zhao Yingying replied, her expression darkening. From their very first meeting, Su Mu had treated her well, buying her numerous clothes and securing her commissions. Now he was even willing to lend her such a large sum. How could he possibly be a bad person? At that moment, the woman lying in the hospital bed slightly raised her head to look at Su Mu. She was Zhao Yingying's mother, Li Yun. With shoulder-length hair and a beauty that had clearly passed on to her daughter, she appeared to be in her late 30s, her figure voluptuous and exuding a mature charm. Yet now, her complexion was pale, and her gaze lacked strength, diminishing her beauty. Had she been radiant, she would have been even more striking. Su Mu instinctively activated his divine eye to inspect her. Name, Li Yun. Occupation, breakfast shop owner, delivery rider, heroine of the strongest son-in-law. Favorability, 1 fate level, 7, max level 10. Su Mu was taken aback by the information displayed before him. Good heavens, he exclaimed. This Feng Chu was truly a beast. Having taken Zhao Yingying and not being satisfied, but also pursuing Li Yun. After recovering from a shock, he returned to normal. There were indeed many similar plots. Yingying, do not blame me for my harsh words. He is merely approaching you to fulfill his desires, Feng Chu asserted, fixing his gaze on Zhao Yingying. As a man, I understand his psychology all too well. Feng Chu, you misunderstand him. Su Mu has never approached me first. It was I who sought him out, Zhao Yingying defended, recounting their previous encounters and what had transpired that day. Since the last time he bought clothes for her, he had not contacted her. Upon hearing this, Fong Chu's demeanor shifted. We are not well acquainted. I fail to see why you would continually suspect me of ill intentions. Su Mu's expression darkened. It is fortunate you and Ying are not involved. Had you been, I would have left immediately. I am here to help, not to bear insults. Su Mu, please do not be angry, Zhao Ying pleaded, grasping his arm. There must be some misunderstanding. Fong Chu is a good person. Su Mu rolled his eyes, indeed. He was a good person, having ensnared both mother and daughter. A good person? How much did he lend you? Su Mu asked flatly. He did not lend anything, Zhao Ying replied, her head lowered. Is this the good person you speak of? A married man without a job, unable to contribute a single cent? Su Mu remarked coolly. Married? Fong Chu is married? Zhao Ying gazed at Fong Chu in disbelief. Li Yun, too, was taken aback. She had never heard Fong Chu mention anything about a marriage. Initially, she had thought highly of him, considering a match between him and her daughter, despite the age difference. Clearly, he was someone who knew how to care for others. The expression on Fong Chu's face grew increasingly grim. Chapter 45. You come. Where you come. Fong Chu's animosity towards Su Mu has become increasingly evident. He first met Lu Xiuyao, and during a conversation, he revealed his marital status. From that moment on, he could distinctly sense a shift in Lu Xiuyao's feelings towards him, which seemed to transition from a semblance of affection to a more familial sentiment. Subsequently, upon meeting Zhao Ying, he learned from experience and refrained from disclosing his marriage to her. He harbored a disdain for his current wife and contemplated that once he regained his strength, if her family dared to disrespect him, he would promptly seek a divorce. However, if she acknowledged her faults and was willing to remain by his side, he would not interfere with his own desires to take a concubine. He hailed from a hidden aristocratic lineage. Even though his family had been exterminated and he was the last survivor, he was still a scion of a noble house. In such families, having multiple wives and concubines was commonplace. Moreover, even outside of hidden families, numerous nations adhered to polygamous traditions. He merely needed to acquire citizenship in any of those countries to legitimately expand his household. Yet, Su Mu continued to thwart his plans, which he found utterly intolerable. Xiaofeng, are you really married? Li Yun glanced weakly at Fong Chu. And indeed, I am married. Fong Chu was unwilling to deceive. The truth was easily verifiable, and lying would only further strain their relationship. You never mentioned it before? Li Yun nodded gently. Mainly, you all never inquired, Fong Chu replied, his expression slightly awkward. Aunt, please rest assured here. Everything will be all right. Su Mu held a deep admiration for women like her. For instance, her profession, selling breakfast in the morning while also working as a delivery driver, was commendable. Perhaps it was the intense workload that had taken a toll on her health. This money is too much. Aunt, you must have heard Ying's words earlier. The reason I purchased so many clothes was due to Ying's excellent service. She is a wonderful girl. Su Mu smiled at Li Yun. I learned of your character through Ying, and I hold you in high regard. Affection 20. Affection 20. Both Li Yun and Zhao Ying saw black text appear above their heads. You flatter me too much. Li Yun sighed with a bitter smile, then nodded at Su Mu. In that case, I shall comply. Once I recover, I will repay you promptly. There's no rush. I have already covered the expenses to expedite her treatment. Su Mu added, glancing at Zhao Ying, lead me there. Alright, Muye. Zhao Ying, filled with gratitude, guided Su Mu away, leaving Fong Chu feeling restless. He internally cursed. I came here and spent 20 yuan on fruit, only to be left hanging? It's all that scoundrel Su Mu's fault. Xiaofeng, do not take it too much to heart. Every family has its challenges, Li Yun said weakly, casting a glance at Fong Chu. I understand. Fong Chu nodded lightly, reflecting on how kind Aunt was, not disappointing him. Compared to Zhao Ying, he had known Li Yun longer. He frequently visited Li Yun's breakfast shop and was captivated by this mature, curvaceous woman. Such women, with their alluring figures, were the ultimate pursuit for men. Upon discovering that Li Yun had lost her partner, it was an opportunity for him. He later learned of her beautiful daughter. If you have nothing pressing, please go about your business. You must earn a living and cannot remain here indefinitely. Li Yun managed a faint smile at Fong Chu. Of course, Aunt. Fong Chu nodded gently and took his leave. As long as Li Yin stood by his side, he felt confident in securing Zhao Yingying's affection. Exiting the hospital building, he headed towards the payment counter to settle matters with Zhao Yingying. Upon arrival, he noticed that Zhao Yingying and Su Mu were still in line. Yingying, Fang Chu approached first. I'll be heading back. Zhao Yingying nodded softly. All right. Before departing, he cast a warning glance at Su Mu. Let me make this clear. Do not pull any tricks. If I find out you are bullying Yingying, bro, I am speechless. You come, or you come to pay. Su Mu stepped back, creating space for Fang Chu. Fang Chu was momentarily at a loss for words. Not a single penny from you. Yet you act like a big shot? Su Mu scoffed. If I were you, I would first sort out my own affairs before meddling in others. Su Mu, upon their first encounter, had gleaned information about Fang Chu. A descendant of a hidden aristocratic family, he had narrowly escaped the annihilation of his clan. In pursuit of vengeance, he had discovered the family's martial arts techniques and trained in solitude. Initially, he made progress, but his impatience led him to a state of mania, resulting in unconsciousness. He was rescued by his current wife's father, who saw potential in him, thinking to take him into the family. Being an orphan brought certain advantages. Most notably, there were no familial interests to complicate matters. With no relatives to siphon resources from, he was an unencumbered addition to the household. However, in time, his wife's father passed away, and both his wife and mother-in-law looked down upon him, considering him inept. They were reluctant to entrust familial responsibilities to him, leaving Fang Chu to endure daily humiliation. Yet, out of gratitude for the man who had once saved him, he refrained from retaliating. Su Mu possessed a sense of principle. In his eyes, Fang Chu was slightly superior to Lin Yang, as he understood gratitude. At least he remembered the man who had once rescued him. Hence, Su Mu was reluctant to stoop to his level. However, his patience was not boundless, and if Fang Chu continued to irritate him, he would not hesitate to respond harshly. Mugu, please do not be angry. Zhao Yingying grasped Su Mu's hand, then turned to Fang Chu, her expression serious. Fang Chu, I am not a child. I know what I'm doing. You are behaving strangely today. Please return home. Destiny power -10. Fang Chu felt an overwhelming sense of displeasure. Zhao Yingying, with her demeanor, had effectively issued him an eviction notice. It was worth noting that Zhao Yingying was not like Lu Shuiyao. Lu Shuiyao had a stubborn disposition. When provoked, she would simply ignore him, while Zhao Yingying had always maintained a neighborly demeanor. This was the first time he had witnessed such a stern expression from her. It's all Su Mu's fault. Fine, I will leave now. If anything arises, do not hesitate to call me. Fang Chu nodded and turned to depart. His heart simmered with rage. Had it not been for his inability to wield his powers, he, a formidable martial artist, would have ensured that this scoundrel paid dearly for his insolence. The audacity to undermine him right before his eyes. One was bad enough, yet he had to contend with two. Finally, it was Zhao Yingying's turn at the counter. Su Mu wasted no time and directly settled the bill. Mugu, thank you. I will write you an IOU. Zhao Yingying, relieved at the prospect of her mother's recovery, felt a weight lift from her shoulders. There is no need for that. Su Mu waved his hand dismissively. Then, Mugu, what do you intend for me to do? Zhao Yingying lowered her gaze, her tone hesitant. Rest assured, I will keep my word. Whatever you ask of me, I shall fulfill. Chapter 46. Then hurry up and get divorced. Let Brother Su hit me. Su Mu observed Zhao Yingying's anxious demeanor and inquired with a smile, Is there anything you can't do? Indeed, Zhao Yingying clenched her fists, her entire body trembling. As a university student, she understood far too well that no one would extend a helping hand without reason. The moment she messaged Su Mu, she had already braced herself for the worst. I want you to master controllable nuclear fusion and serve the nation. Can you do that? Su Mu asked Zhao Yingying. Huh? Zhao Yingying was momentarily taken aback. However, Su Mu's words did bring her some relief. Brother Mu certainly had a sense of humor. I don't require anything from you. As I mentioned earlier, my assistance stems from my appreciation of your character. Su Mu gently ruffled Zhao Yingying's hair, reassuring her that as long as she repaid him in the future, all would be well. Affection 30, Brother Mu, I feel guilty about this. Let me do something for you. Zhao Yingying's eyes glistened with unshed tears. What did you possibly do for me? Su Mu quitted. I could. Zhao Yingying took a deep breath, realizing that apart from her own physicality, she had little to offer in gratitude to Su Mu. Su Mu led Zhao Yingying to a secluded spot. Do you think I help you because I desire you? Zhao Yingying hesitated for a moment before gently nodding. She couldn't fathom any other reason Su Mu would assist her. Yingying, you underestimate me, Su Mu replied calmly. If I sought the company of a woman like you, I wouldn't need to spend 150,000. Zhao Yingying was momentarily stunned to hear this. It was true, although she was unaware of Su Mu's family background. He clearly came from wealth. A mere wave of his hand could attract numerous women. Moreover, she did not consider herself particularly exceptional. Had she been a big star or come from an affluent family, she would not have cared for that sum. Brother Mu, I apologize for my superficiality, Zhao Yingying said with genuine remorse. Affection 20, go to your mother now. I have matters to attend to. Su Mu waved at Zhao Yingying before turning to leave. He had earned another 800 or 900 points of righteousness, marking his visit worthwhile. With this addition, he was now poised for 10 consecutive draws. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already noon and decided to return to the company to accompany Meng Wan for lunch. He also planned to send a message to Yi Tong, asking her to prepare for their evening visit to the Su family estate. Just as Su Mu was about to drive back, his phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Feng Yu. A cold smirk crossed his face. The recording from the previous night made it clear that Lin Yang had stated Feng Yu was his person. Last time, when Feng Yu had invited him, it undoubtedly had ulterior motives. However, Su Mu had not fallen in her trap. It seemed she was intent on continuing her pursuit this time. Su Mu answered the call, curious about her schemes. Young Master Su, do you have time during the lunch hour? I know you were quite busy, so I didn't want to disturb you in the evening. Feng Yu's voice came through, still laced with allure. I'll be waiting for you at the bar. Just say what you need, Su Mu replied coolly. I'm busy at noon too. There are many things that cannot be conveyed over the phone, Feng Yu insisted. Then we can discuss it when we meet, Su Mu concluded before hanging up, finding it amusing that she considered herself significant. She was merely a bar owner, while he was the heir of Jiang City's top conglomerate. What made her think he would seek her out? Did she believe he was still the villain Su Mu of old, her devoted admirer who would come running at her beck and call? Meanwhile, Feng Yu stared at her hung-up phone, lost in thought. Yi was preoccupied, having neglected her studies all day due to her concern for Lu Xiuyao. During lunch, she took the initiative to wait at the entrance of Class 2 for Lu Xiuyao. She decided to probe further. If she confirmed that Su Mu was indeed involved with another woman, she would surely report it upon returning home that night. Upon seeing Lu Xiuyao, Yi promptly approached her, only to notice that Lu Xiuyao's hair had reverted to black. Lu Xiuyao, do you have time this afternoon? Yi asked, taking the initiative. Lu Xiuyao looked at her, recalling that she had contemplated a matter last night that she wished to discuss with Yi. She nodded gently. Let's go to the cafeteria, Yi suggested. All right, Lu Xiuyao agreed. The two made their way to the cafeteria on the second floor of the school. Yi ordered a small bowl of beef noodles, while Lu Xiuyao opted for egg and tomato rice. They sat across from each other at a window side table. Yi did not start eating immediately. Instead, she pondered her wording, ultimately deciding to ease into the topic. I remember your hair was yellow yesterday. How has it turned black now? Brother Su doesn't like it. So I dyed it back, Lu Xiuyao replied. Did he chat with you yesterday? Ye furuit herbereis, fading frustrate. How could Su Mu be so despicable? He had her contact information and yet failed to reach out to her. No, but I can guess that Brother Su prefers me this way, Lu Xiuyao said, lowering her gaze to eat a spoonful of rice. Yi decided to drop the pretense. Lu Xiao's incessant mentions of Brother Su clearly indicated that she did not regard Yi, his fiancée Yi, as significant. Yi felt compelled to inform Lu Xiuyao that Su Mu was already taken, yet she had not given up. I think you might have forgotten something. Su Mu has a fiancé, Yi, and they're already engaged, Yi reminded her. I know, but engagement isn't the same as marriage. I thought about it all night. I want to give up on Brother Su. Lu Xiuyao continued to eat, oblivious to Yi's irritation. Yi sighed in exasperation. What was so appealing about that scoundrel Su Mu? From the looks of it, it wasn't Su Mu pursuing Lu Xiuyao, but rather Lu Shuiao harboring deep affections for him. Suddenly, Yiyu narrowed her eyes, her tone turning icy. Tell me, you don't truly like Su Mu. You're enamored with his wealth, aren't you? Although Yiyu was reluctant to admit it, Su Mu was indeed tall, handsome, and, crucially, affluent. His flashy sports car was quite a temptation for a young woman like Lu Shuiao. Lu Shuiao shot Yiyu a cold glance. You don't understand our relationship at all. He saved my life. He gave me a second chance. She had never cared about Su Mu's wealth. Even if he were a pauper, her feelings would remain unchanged. All right, I won't pretend anymore. Actually, I'm not his fiancé, Yiyu paused. Looking at Lu Shuiao, he's my brother-in-law. Yes, you heard correctly. Su Mu has been married. She had withheld the truth earlier merely to gauge the situation. Now, she had concluded that it was not Su Mu supporting Lu Shuiao, but rather Lu Shuiao who had feelings for him. Thus, there was no need to deceive her any longer. What? Brother Su is married? Lu Shuiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, if you don't believe me, let us add each other as friends. I'll send you their marriage certificate tonight when I return home, Yi replied nonchalantly. Stay away from him. Don't disrupt his relationship with my sister. As Lu Shuiao continued to consume her rice, she truly had not anticipated this revelation. Yi began to eat her beef noodles, sensing that the conversation was nearing its end. Unless brother Su tells me to leave, I want to walk away from him, Lu Shuiao suddenly declared. Puffed. Yi spat out her noodles in surprise. She grabbed a napkin to wipe her mouth. Sister, what are you thinking? You're intent on being the other woman, aren't you? As long as brother Su agrees, I wouldn't mind being the fifth or sixth, Lu Shuiao replied calmly. Yi was rendered speechless. Suddenly, she remarked, let me share a secret with you. Su Mu is quite a wicked person, exhibiting tendencies toward violence. Constantly hitting me and my sister. Then you should hasten your divorce. Allow Su Mu to strike me instead. I would willingly endure it. Lu Shuiao turned to Yiyu, exclaiming in astonishment. Yiyu, her head filled with black lines of frustration, could only give Lu Shuiao a thumbs up. P.S. Lu Shuiao added. Apart from Su Mu, the reader is also quite handsome. A prompt for updates and a rating would enhance his charm even further. Yiyu conjured it. Chapter 47. Regardless of the Dragon King or the war god, Su Mu had returned to the company, dining with Meng Wanyue in the company's cafeteria. Meng Wanyue kept her head down, feeling uncomfortable, especially recalling the events of the previous night. Indeed, drinking could lead to unforeseen complications. Wanyue, let me clarify. After I escorted you home yesterday, I did not do anything inappropriate. I swear, Su Mu said, looking at Meng Wanyue. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she hastily focused on her meal. I understand. I trust you, Mr. Su. You shared a lot of information with me yesterday. Su Mu decided to take the initiative. I wish to inquire about that Dragon King you mentioned. Is he treating you well? At this, Meng Wanyue's expression changed abruptly. After a moment of hesitation, she replied, yes. That is good to hear, Su Mu nodded. If at any point you feel he is not treating you well or is not as considerate as I am, do not hesitate to leave him and come to me. Meng Wanyue offered a bittersweet smile. Having already confided in Su Mu, she felt no need to conceal her feelings any longer. Once you are a part of the Dragon King's crew, you remain so for life. Leaving is tantamount to death. Her vacant gaze met Su Mu's. I have no opportunity. How can you say he treats you well? What are you thinking? Su Mu furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Rest assured, I will protect you from now on. Meng Wanyue was momentarily taken aback. Then a genuine smile graced her lips. Thank you, Mr. Su. She was unsure why, but his words warmed her heart. The Dragon King's might was beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Su Mu, facing the Dragon King, felt as if he were a mere mantis trying to stop a chariot. Affection level 5. Su Mu noticed an increase of 40 points in his righteousness value. Through the divine eye, he discovered that Meng Wanyue's affection for him had already turned positive. It seemed his efforts were not in vain. However, her affection level was still too low and required further nurturing. She surely held positive feelings towards the Dragon King as well. Su Mu's goal was to ensure that his affection surpassed that of the Dragon King, thus naturally winning Meng Wanyue over. After their meal, Su Mu returned to his office. He sent a message to Yi Tong, informing her that he would be home later that evening. He then opened his system and thanks to the assistance of Zhao Yingying and her mother, he was now able to perform a tenfold draw again. He wondered what treasures awaited him this time. As per his usual practice, he first checked his status panel. Name: Sumu role, villainous saint body. Human Resources Manager of Su Corporation Realm. Late stage of bright strength physique. 150 spirit. 150 cultivation points. 40, max 100, destiny power. 154 his destiny power had increased slightly, a result of siphoning it from the son-in-law. Sumu recalled that once his physique reached 50, he had entered the realm of ancient martial artists. With over 150 destiny power now, he planned to transfer some to his father to see if he could similarly ascend to this realm. However, for now, his primary task was to claim his rewards. He clicked the roulette, initiating the tenfold draw, and the wheel began to shimmer. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 cultivation points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 30 cultivation points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a storage space. Sumu frowned upon seeing the reward. Another storage space? However, he refrained from inspecting it immediately, awaiting all rewards to appear. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a divine ability, mastery of pharmaceuticals. Sumu's eyes widened in astonishment at the emergence of yet another divine ability. Though he was unsure of its function, he planned to study it thoroughly after the draw concluded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 30 cultivation points. As the rewards continued to materialize, the 11 draws were completed. Among them, 9 were basic rewards, while 2 yielded new items, 1 storage space and a mastery of pharmaceuticals. He first opened the storage space, discovering that it had indeed transformed. Previously the size of a small refrigerator, it now resembled 2. This expansion was undoubtedly advantageous, allowing him to store much more, especially larger items. He felt confident that with a few more storage spaces, he could even fit his sports car inside. Upon closing the storage space, Sumu promptly reviewed the details of his pharmaceutical mastery. Understanding this ability, a flood of inexplicable memories surged within his mind, revealing the true power it held. Though he could not utilize it directly, it was undeniably divine. The mastery of pharmaceuticals was straightforward, whether it was traditional herbs or legendary treasures. As long as they were documented by humanity, Sumu would recognize their effects and healing properties. Furthermore, he could analyze artificial chemical concoctions simply by tasting or smelling them, discerning their components and uses. In essence, Sumu had become a living pharmacological encyclopedia. Not only did this mastery pertain to healing substances, but it also encompassed poisons. Henceforth, anyone attempting to poison Sumu would find it nearly impossible, as he could identify toxicity merely by scent. Of course, if an opponent were overwhelmingly powerful and forced him to ingest poison, he would still be at their mercy. In total, Sumu acquired 120 cultivation points and 40 attribute points this time. True to form, he allocated all of them toward his growth, feeling a noticeable shift in his physicality. Congratulations, host, you have entered the initial stage of dark strength. Before Sumu's eyes, black characters appeared, prompting him to re-evaluate his status panel. Name: Sumu role, villainous saint body. Human Resources Manager of Su Corporation Realm. Initial stage of dark strength physique. 170 spirit. 170 cultivation points. 60, max 200, destiny power. 154 Sumu observed that his cultivation points had transformed, increasing from a max of 100 to 200 upon entering dark strength. However, as his realm advanced, his power would significantly amplify as well, which was only logical. In his mind, knowledge of dark strength emerged. Ancient martial artists are defined by the transition from bright strength to dark strength. Bright strength is merely the ability to strike and kick, a skill accessible to anyone. In contrast, dark strength signifies a complete initiation into the realm of ancient martial artists, as it entails the opening of meridians. Dark strength allows one to gather energy, channeling it through the meridians for explosive release. This energy is referred to as chi. Sumu rose from his seat and approached the bookshelf, which held several novels. He selected a thick volume, pressing it between his hands before him. With a focused gaze, he unleashed his dark strength, feeling his arms accumulate power, which then erupted from his palms. Bang! A muffled sound resonated as the inch-thick book shattered into fragments, scattering in all directions. Sumu smirked faintly, marveling at the explosive nature of dark strength, a clear elevation from bright strength. Regardless of the Dragon King or the War God. Just wait, Sumu muttered as he heard the vibration of his phone, glancing over to find a message from Yitong. Chapter 48, Lu Xiao. Sister Lu Sumu stepped forward, picked up his phone, and asked what's the matter. Just now, Yi sent me a message. She said she is coming home today and plans to go to Su's manor tonight. I want to bring her along. Yitong replied from the other end of the line. All right, should I pick her up after work? Sumu inquired. No need. I'm planning to head out shortly to buy her an electric scooter. I'll fetch her since I don't have much else to do. Yitong smiled as she spoke. That sounds good. Sumu nodded in agreement. After work, Sumu drove straight home. He had not invited Mengwan today, as he knew it was essential to strike a balance and not pressure her too much. Moreover, today's events were pivotal for the Su family. In Mengwan was connected to the Dragon King. With the Dragon King's return, his primary objective was to seize control of the Su family, and thus, it was best to keep her at a distance. Yitong purchased a 2,000 yuan Ima electric scooter and headed to Jiang City High School. She parked the scooter at a nearby intersection, waiting quietly. Ever since she and Sumu had registered their marriage, she had not seen Su show. She had endured all her grievances without complaint, feeling indebted to others. This time, she contemplated whether to buy some gifts. After much deliberation, she decided to return home and discuss it with Sumu. Hey, beautiful, can we connect on WeChat? At that moment, two blonde-haired individuals passed by and were immediately captivated by Yitong. Since she needed to ride the electric scooter, Yitong wore jeans today, which showcased her long, slender legs perfectly. They were undeniably straight and long, fit for top model. Not to mention, Yitong was not merely attractive for her legs. One of the blondes, Lu Tu, was the same man Lu Xiao had sought out previously. After Sumu's warning, Lu Tu was not supposed to bother Lu Xiao again. However, he was aware that Sumu's words were merely a ruse to win her favor. It had been several days, and, as a wealthy individual, Sumu was surely tired of the game. Lu Tu had come to the school today specifically to find Lu Xiao, but unexpectedly encountered a stunning beauty. Sorry, I'm married, Yitong replied coolly. Being approached by strangers was a common occurrence for a woman like her, and she had long since grown accustomed to it. What a shame, you've missed out on a good man like me, Lu Tu remarked, noticing Yitong was riding an electric scooter, which suggested she wasn't from a wealthy family. He was unwilling to give up. With his looks, if he didn't pursue women, would he just wait for them to come to him? Come on, beautiful, let us connect. My friend is here, don't let me lose face. Lu Tu smiled at Yitong. Just as Yitong was about to refuse, she noticed students were being dismissed. Yi was among the first to rush out. Not far behind her was Lu Xiao, following Yi with the sole intention of speaking to Sumu. Sister, Yi called out cheerfully as she quickly approached Yitong. Wow. Lu Tu's eyes widened upon seeing Yi. These two are sisters? Hey, beautiful, how about connecting? If you don't want to, let your sister add me, Lu Tu grinned. Yitong ignored them. She had encountered many such individuals before, and in broad daylight. They wouldn't dare take further action. At most, it would be mere verbal banter. Let us go, Yitong instructed as she helped Yi on the back seat, preparing to leave. Hey, she doesn't want to add you. Can't you understand that? A woman's voice suddenly came from behind. Lu Tu turned around, his eyes lighting up. Whoa, are you Lu Xiao? The last time Lu Xiao had contacted him, she was already sporting blonde hair and heavy makeup. A woman with bold makeup could hardly be deemed unattractive if she had a decent figure and face. But Lu Tu was astonished to find Lu Xiao even more beautiful in person. Yes, you don't recognize me? Lu Xiao, wearing a cap and holding a backpack, replied coolly. Her gaze occasionally flickered towards Yitong. She had overheard Yi call her sister, so it was evident that this woman was Su Mu's wife. It had to be said, she was exceptionally beautiful, especially with an aura of elegance that Lu Xiao felt she could never emulate. What's with your attitude, Lu Xiao? How dare you speak to me like that? Lu Tu frowned, his voice cold. In just a day or two, Lu Shuiyao seemed to have transformed entirely. Previously meek in conversation, she now had the audacity to express herself. Lu Shuiyao did not bother to look at Lu Tu, contemplating whether she should greet Yitong. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Lu Tu's brows knitted as he strode towards Lu Shuiyao. Did he think that sleeping with a wealthy man elevated his status? Seeing this, Lu Shuiyao calmly opened her backpack. Lu Tu was now close enough to reach for her clothing. In an instant, Lu Shuiyao pulled out pepper spray and aimed it at Lu Tu's eyes. Shoo! My eyes. Damn! Lu Tu had not anticipated that the timid Lu Shuiyao would dare to strike back. Rubbing his eyes with one hand, he swung his fist wildly at her with the other. Lu Shuiyao delivered a swift kick, sending Lu Tu crashing to the ground. Growth is not always gradual. Sometimes it occurs abruptly after a significant event. That was precisely the case for Lu Shuiyao now. What are you waiting for? Grab that woman, Lu Tu shouted angrily, rubbing his eyes. The overweight blonde beside him hesitated before advancing towards Lu Shuiyao. What are you doing? I'll call the police, Yitong declared coldly, pulling out her phone. After all, this woman had just helped them out of a predicament. Lu Shuiyao decided not to greet anyone today. She turned to leave but caught sight of a bald man leading two others approaching from a distance. This bald man was none other than Zhao Yan. Lu Shuiyao's expression turned serious. She was uncertain if Zhao Yan was there for revenge. Damn, you're not getting away. Lu Tu, with red eyes, charged at Lu Shuiyao, though he could barely make out what was in front of him. He crashed directly into a tall, imposing figure. Watch where you're going. Shim, Shu Yi, Em Soru. Lu Tu's fierce demeanor evaporated upon seeing Zhao Yan. This man was notorious in their circles. His boss had once been rivaled only by the nearby Tiger Ge. However, 2 years ago, his boss had been imprisoned, with no chance of release for at least a decade. Zhao Yan had stepped up as the second in command, and though he was not as powerful as Tiger Ge now, he still commanded a few establishments and over 100 men. Do you want to ruin your life? How dare you provoke Sister Lu? Zhao Yan slapped Lu Tu across the face. Lu Tu was left dumbfounded. Sister Lu? What's going on? Not only Lu Tu, but Lu Shuiyao was also taken aback. Yet, she quickly realized it must be due to Su Mu. Sister Lu, just say the word, and I'll handle him, Zhao Yan said, wearing a flattering smile directed at Lu Shuiyao. Of course, Tiger Huang is still lying in the hospital. I've heard his arm was reattached, but he won't be able to do heavy work anymore. The last time Su Mu was here, he merely glanced at him, showing mercy. If Su Mu found out that I let Lu Shuiyao be bullied without intervening, wouldn't he that be courting death? Lu Shuiyao approached Lu Tu, her expression unreadable. Lu Tu lowered his head, unable to meet Lu Shuiyao's eyes. Deep down, Lu Shuiyao could only marvel at how all of this was a gift from Su Mu. Do not merely mention Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu. She is also willing to take on the roles of Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba. Chapter 49. Whom to elevate? Su Mu's choice a few days prior, Lu Shuiyao, seeking to avoid harassment from certain female ruffians, fell prey to Lu Tu's deceitful claims. Hearing he could summon over 100 people, she sought his assistance. That evening, she steeled herself for what lay ahead. Fortune smiled upon her as she encountered Su Mu. Otherwise, she could scarcely fathom the course her life might take. Smack! Smack! Lu Shuiyao delivered 2 resounding slaps. To Lu Tuesday, Lu Tu clenched his fists, unable to comprehend. As just moments before, this woman had been. Boom! Zhao Yan's formidable figure surged forward, launching Lu Tu like a rag doll. Lu Tu crashed to the ground, clutching his abdomen in agony, saliva escaping his mouth. Dare you still clench your fists? Lu Jie strikes you, and you refuse to comply? Zhao Yan growled. I comply. I comply. Lu Tu gasped, nursing his belly, now acutely aware that Lu Shuiyao had evidently befriended significant figures. Any future attempts to bully her were now utterly futile. Listen, Lu Tu, I do not strike without reason. You owe me 20,000. Consider each slap 1,000, and be grateful. Lu Shuiyao declared coldly. Thank you, Lu Jie. Thank you. You tu std no dead. He recalled borrowing 20,000 from Lu Shuiyao using her phone. If she truly leveraged Zhao Yan against him, repayment would surely entail greater repercussions than mere slaps. Get lost. Lu Xiuyao stated flatly. Lu Tu and his companion, the yellow-haired thug, fled in terror. Zhao Ge, thank you. Lu Xiuyao smiled at Zhao Yan. Lu Jia, there's no need for such formality. We should exchange contact information. Should you encounter any issues in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. Zhao Yan replied with a grin, retrieving his phone. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiuyao nodded in agreement. Once their contact information was exchanged, she approached Yi Tong, who, alongside Yi Yu, observed her intently, particularly Yi Yu, who had previously underestimated her. Initially perceived as an ordinary high school student, she now appeared to be a formidable individual. Are you Su Mu's wife? Lu Xiuyao inquired of Yi Tong. Yi Tong paused in surprise before nodding yes. Do you know him? I am Lu Xiuyao. Su Mu is my idol, Lu Xiuyao replied, her admiration evident. Is that so? Yi Tong similed softly. We have matters to attend to today. We shall take our leave. Perhaps we could dine together another time. Certainly, Lu Xiuyao agreed. Recognizing Yi Tong's significance as Su Mu's spouse and determined to treat her with utmost respect. From the moment she laid eyes on her, she sensed her innate goodness. Su Mu reclined on the sofa, his legs propped upon the backrest, indulging in a brief respite with his eyes closed, contemplating his future plans. His celestial powers were destined to be bestowed first upon his father. Unlike others, he had not traversed realms. He had simply entered this world, his appearance and physique unchanged. Yet, his visage bore a striking resemblance to Su Shou, suggesting a profound blood connection. Su Mu resolved to regard Su Shou as his true father. According to his memories, Su Shou had cared for Su Mu with unwavering dedication. Otherwise, he would not have nurtured the previous antagonist into a state of languor. Thus, enhancing Su Shou's strength was indisputable. His deliberations turned to the question of whom to elevate next. As per the narrative, Su Ningbing was poised to become the Dragon King's right hand, possessing formidable opportunities herself. It could be said that, in the later stages, Su Ningbing would emerge as the strongest among the Dragon King's harem. However, her current approval rating had yet to solidify, leaving Su Mu uncertain about the future. In truth, elevating Yi Tong would be the optimal choice, yet her overly gentle disposition rendered her ill-suited for combat. Wang Biao was another potential candidate. Just as Su Mu grappled with these thoughts, he detected commotion outside. Through his senses, he observed Yi Tong guiding an electric scooter into the villa, followed closely by Yi Yu. Su Mu rose from the sofa and made his way outside. Back already? He greeted. Yi Tong nodded, casting a fleeting glance at Su Mu before quickly averting her gaze. Affection 10. Su Mu noted the black text above Yi Tong's head, a reliable source of righteous value. Yi Tong was consumed by thoughts of the previous night's events, chastising herself for being so audacious. She resolved never to drink excessively again. Brother-in-law, do you know Lu Xiuyao? Yi Yu approached, diving straight into the topic. Yes, why? Su Mu queried, curiosity piqued. Are you acquainted with her? She sought me out, Yi Yu confessed, having deliberated for quite some time on whether to reveal this to Yi Tong. She recognized that her sister was now thoroughly ensnared by Su Mu's charm, and she wished to spare her any potential heartache. Thus, she decided to schedule a private conversation with Su Mu. What did she want? Su Mu inquired. Nothing much. Just mention that you are her idol and that she is quite fond of you, Yi Yu replied, keeping details sparse. Should Yi Tong learn of Lu Xiuyao's willingness to be a secondary figure in Su Mu's life, she could only imagine the ramifications. Do not pay heed to her nonsense. I merely assisted her previously. Su Mu waved his hand dismissively. The group returned to the villa together. Yi Tong turned to Su Mu, asking, Shall we buy some gifts for our return home? What gifts? Father lacks for nothing. Our presence is sufficient, Su Mu chuckled, regarding Yi Tong. Very well, Yi Tong acquiesced, then took Yi Yu's hand as they ascended the stairs. She wished to don an attractive outfit and sought Yi Yu's opinion. Su Mu settled onto the sofa on the first floor, aware that Yi Tong had gone to change. He, too, intended to utilize his senses to find the perfect moment to compliment her. Yet abruptly he froze. His senses revealed Yi Yu also changing clothes, specifically her undergarments. Su Mu's perception sharpened, and he frowned, contemplating the impropriety of the situation, despite the fact that no one else was present. Those two instigators were escalating their ruckus. Su Mu stroked his chin, brow furrowed, before retracting his senses. After a considerable wait, Yi Tong and Yi Yu finally descended together. Yi was clad in the pleated skirt Su Mu had purchased previously, while Yi Tong had opted for casual white attire paired with jeans. The simplicity of her ensemble accentuated her skin, akin to polished jade, glistening with radiance. Observing Yi Tong's raffiné demeanor. Su Mu recalled the regal bearing she had exhibited the night before. The contrast was striking, despite her inebriated state. Beautiful, such a simple outfit, yet when worn by you, it transcends simplicity, Su Mu remarked, directing his compliment towards Yi Tong. Affection 20. Where's the beauty in that? Yi Tong replied, Pilai tosin herheiv. Little you looks stunning in that outfit. Whoever marries you will be truly fortunate. Su Mu knew he could not neglect to praise both sisters, and he sought to bolster Yi Yu's affection as well. Affection 10. Yi Yu lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed, at a loss for words. After resting at home for a while longer, the trio set forth towards the Su family estate. The estate lay on the outskirts of Jiang City, as such a grand residence would not receive approval within the urban confines. Su Mu drove directly to the parking area within the estate. The three disembarked and made their way towards the villa deeper within the grounds. Upon entering, Su Mu discovered Su Ningbing had already arrived. Su Shou sat on the sofa, facing two visitors, a middle-aged man and an elderly gentleman, appearing to be around 60. Father, sister, Yi Tong greeted with a warm smile as she entered. You are the young lady? The elderly man sprang to his feet, astonished. Chapter 50. The resolve of Su Shou. Yi Tong glanced towards the emaciated elder in a suit, his face marked by deep nasolabial folds, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Uncle Wang? Miss, what brings you here? Wang Weiliang hastened over. Yi Tong's eyes reddened, tears welling up as she exclaimed, I never expected to see you here. Ha! Let us not linger on old times. Please have a seat. Su Shou smiled from the sofa. Su Mu gently patted Yi Tong's back. Yi Tong nodded slightly, taking Yi Yu's hand as they settled onto the sofa together. Xiao Tong and old Wang, you may not know the full story, so I will be brief. Su Shou leaned back, recounting his relationship with the Yi family and the events of recent years. Omusat beside Yi Tong, listening attentively. These matters were unfamiliar to Su Mu, as a narrative of a novel primarily unfolded from the perspective of the Dragon King. After Su Shou's explanation, everyone present, including Su Mu himself, began to grasp the unfolding events. Initially, during Su Shou's entrepreneurial journey, he faced a crisis. Several decades ago, at a business gathering, he fortuitously met the father of the Yi family head, the grandfather of Yi Tong and Yi Yu. Although the elder did not invest money in Su Shou, he introduced him to several successful businessmen. With their assistance, Su Shou eventually overcame his crisis, and he has since cherished this kindness. Later, when the Yi family encountered difficulties, Yi Tong sought Su Shou's help, and he unreservedly invested a significant amount of money. Unfortunately, it did not bear fruit, and the head of the Yi family subsequently vanished. Su Shou surmised that the Yi family's troubles were not merely commercial, but stemmed from offending powerful figures. He discreetly took Yi Tong and Yi Yu away and proposed that Yi Tong marry Su Mu, thereby linking her to the Su family and severing her ties with the Yi family. He then invested in gathering elite talents in the pharmaceutical sector to establish a subsidiary. The pharmaceutical industry is immensely profitable, and for the past 2 years, Su Shou has consistently injected capital to focus on a specific medication. This endeavor was akin to gambling, but it appeared to be a fortunate bet. Upon hearing Su Shou's words, the individuals present felt a genuine admiration for this middle-aged man. Truly, he was a member of the affluent elite, achieving such success by the age of 50, a feat few could muster. Su Ningbing felt a profound respect for her father as well. The Yi family's previous involvement in the pharmaceutical industry had resulted in significant losses for Su Shou. Were she in his position, she would undoubtedly avoid this sector in the short term. Yet, Su Shou boldly continued to invest. Dad, aren't you afraid of losing everything in the end? Su Mu queried with a smile. Once a traditional industry begins to decline, it is challenging to reverse the trend unless something novel can be introduced. But in traditional sectors, what new developments could there possibly be? Deeply, the tech industry is even more capital-intensive, and I lack trusted individuals. However, I have great faith in old Wang, an esteemed medical expert. Thank you for your trust, Chairman. I never imagined the two young ladies would be so well protected. Had I known, I would have worked even harder, Wang Weiliang said, bowing slightly. Now, let's return to the matter at hand. Old Chun, you can probably guess why I summoned you here. Su Shou turned his gaze toward the middle-aged man beside Wang Weiliang. Su Mu recognized him. The middle-aged man was named Chun Bei, one of the original pioneers who had accompanied Su Shou in his entrepreneurial ventures. We are aware that the raw materials for our weight loss medication have suddenly increased in price. And there has been a leak, Chun Bei said, his expression grave. Do you have any idea who it might be? Su In Guit? I have no clue. Those who know about the weight loss medication are core personnel, Chun Bei replied, shaking his head gently. I truly do not understand why the chairman, who is not a miser, would be betrayed. There is one thing that has always been underestimated, the power of beauty, Su Shou chuckled. Throughout history, it has been said that beauty can rival empires. Few things can compare. Are you suggesting that the traitor leaked information because of a woman? Chen Bai Uskit, Astornisit. Su Shou did not respond, but instead pulled out his phone to play the recording Su Mu had sent him, allowing the two men to listen. Seated nearby, Yi Tong cast a furtive glance at Su Mu, recalling how he had specifically asked Meng Wanyue for a listening device during dinner, intending to investigate the traitor. Once the recording concluded, Chun Bei's expression grew increasingly grim. Damn, it's Qian Gang. For the sake of a woman, he has handed over our hard work. Chun Bei clenched his fists and struck the sofa. Knowing he was deceiving him, he still willingly fell for it. You're all aware of the situation now. Let us discuss solutions. Old Chun, Qian Gang, fearing exposure, will undoubtedly continue his investigation, and you are the key to this. Su Shou pointed at Chun Bei. I understand. After all, he is not familiar with Mr. Wang, but I have decades of friendship with him. Chun Bei nodded lightly. If he approaches you, do not agree immediately. Otherwise, it would seem too contrived. Allow him to invest some effort first, then agree to his terms, providing him with false ratios and processing methods. Su Shou looked at Chun Bei. Since he dares to act against us, we shall not hold back. We will ensure they face severe consequences. Rest assured, Chairman. Chen Bai nodded vigorously. Chairman, may I say something? Wang Weiliang interjected suddenly. Everyone turned to him, awaiting his words. Your approach may not be feasible. Everyone in our industry knows that before development, experiments are essential. Wang Weiliang explained, once they obtain the ratios and manufacturing processes, they will certainly invest a small amount to develop trial medications. If they yield no results, they will not proceed with production. Upon hearing this, Su Shou and Su Ningbing furrowed their brows. Indeed, they had overlooked this detail. Once the information is acquired, they would surely spend a little to conduct trials. They were not foolish. They would not recklessly produce without assessing costs. Su Shou rubbed his temples and suddenly turned to Su Mu with a smile. My boy, do you have any ideas? His question left several individuals present in astonishment. Initially, Su Ningbing was taken aback. As long as she was present, Su Shou would always consult her first, never inquiring about Su Mu's perspective. It was unexpected for her father to ask Su Mu first today. The shift in dynamics left Su Ningbing feeling slightly envious. Chun Bei and Wang Weiliang shared similar thoughts, especially Chun Bei, who had watched Su Mu grow up, seeing him as someone prone to squandering. It was indeed a surprise for Su Shou to actively seek Su Mu's opinion. The ideal scenario is to provide them with a medication that is effective in the short term but ineffective in the long run, Su Mu said, crossing his legs with a smile. That sounds easy, but executing it is incredibly challenging. We cannot simply allocate funds to develop such an immature drug, Wang Weiliang remarked. Looking at Su Mu, Mr. Wang, if possible, could you share the ratios and manufacturing processes with me? Su Mu inquired. Upon hearing this, Wang Weiliang immediately looked toward Su Shou. After all, Su Shou was the boss. If he agreed, it would be acceptable. Chun Bei opened his mouth, but ultimately closed it again, wishing to caution against it. Su Mu was somewhat easily manipulated. Perhaps a mere woman could coax him into divulging everything. Dad, I disagree. Su Ningbing interjected coldly from his side. Chapter 51. My limited understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. Su Shou glanced at Su Ningbing, speaking with an air of indifference. Don't blame me for being blunt. Sumu has a decent rapport with that bar owner. I'm concerned that a few casual words might lead Su Mu to divulge everything. Su Ningbing cast a sidelong glance at Su Mu, who gently shook his head. This Su Ningbing was indeed cautious. Perhaps the impression left by the previous antagonist, Su Mu, was too profound. Young man, there's some merit in what Ningbing says. First, tell me, what do you intend to do with these materials? Su Shou inquired with a smile directed at Su Mu. I possess a modest understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. I wish to examine the ingredients and methods. Perhaps I could propose a few alternatives, Su Mu replied as he leaned back on the sofa. What? Su Ningbing was taken aback. Previously, Su Mu had claimed to have a slight knowledge of the piano, ultimately impressing a master pianist who sought to be his mentor. He had also mentioned a basic familiarity with combat, effortlessly besting someone like Su Ningbing, who had trained since childhood and was capable of competing professionally. Now, Su Mu claimed to have a rudimentary understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. Could he possibly be sincere? The disparity in expertise was simply too vast. This is amusing. I find it hard to believe you, but I still wish to see what you can conjure, Su Shou remarked, turning to Wang Weiliang. Old Wang, share the methods with him. Very well, let me organize this and send it to your phone. Wang Weiliang nodded, unconcerned about the ramifications. For the company ultimately belonged to Su Shou. If the information were to leak, it would not pertain to him. He retrieved his phone and began composing the message. Meanwhile, Su Shou instructed the chefs to commence preparations for dinner. Seizing the moment, Su Mu strolled through the expansive living room, noting that it was his first visit to this place. Young man, follow me, Su Shou said, patting Su Mu on the shoulder as he led him to the study. Su Mu tucked his hands into his pockets, trailing behind. Upon entering the study, he was captivated by a large, dark red wooden desk and rows of bookshelves. His attention was drawn to a photograph among the volumes. It depicted 4 individuals, and memories slowly surfaced in his mind. This was a picture of Su Shou and his wife, Su Mu's mother, from their youth. Su Mu felt a sense of disorientation. In reality, he had forgotten his father's appearance, but there were photos of him at home. Su Shou bore an uncanny resemblance to the man in the photograph, while the beautiful woman with long hair bore some resemblance to his late mother. In the image, a young girl stood before Su Shou, while a small boy was cradled in the arms of the long-haired woman. These 2 children were none other than Su Ningbing and Su Mu himself. I was at the peak of my career when you were young, and I failed to protect you, resulting in your mother's tragic fate. Su Shou said softly as he noticed Su Mu gazing intently at the photograph. Su Mu had no recollection of such matters. He had only heard Su Shou mention that his mother had met with misfortune, but the details were never disclosed. What did you call me here for? Su Mu asked with a smile. Of late, you've been acting unusually. According to logic, Ningbing is correct. I am not foolish. I often ponder many things, Su Shou replied, reclining in his chair and gazing at Su Mu. Speak to me of your darkest thoughts. Su Mu approached the desk. My darkest thought is that you are merely a pawn, controlled by others. For instance, the recordings you received may have been orchestrated by them. Their intention is to create the illusion that you are not a wastrel, but rather astute, so that when you inquire about the materials and processes, I, as your father, will naturally provide you with the information. Su Mu nodded, comprehending the implication. Then I would take these materials and promptly hand them over to others. Indeed, that is my most concerning thought. The potential of this prescription is immense. They could very well have devised this scheme, Su Shou remarked, observing Su Mu. If you did not resemble me so closely, I might suspect you were an imposter. Su Mu offered a faint smile. It was only natural for his father to harbor such thoughts, especially given his profound concern and understanding of Su Mu. If a father could not discern a switch in his son, it would indeed be rather amusing. If what you say is true, what benefits could they possibly offer me to reach such a situation? Su Mu queried, sitting atop the desk facing Su Shou. Certainly not money. Over the years, whenever you've asked for pocket money, as long as you've explained your intentions, I have never withheld it from you, Su Shou replied, leaning back in his chair. You're likely making the same mistake as Chong, entangled with a woman. Women? Sumu inquired. Precisely. I know you're not particularly fond of Xiaodong, Su Shou observed. I won't lecture you. I know you won't listen. When you mature a bit more, you'll realize that Yi Tong is far superior to the women you've encountered. Sumu inquired deeply. Maturity was not a prerequisite for his current understanding. Old man, I have a way to alleviate your concerns. Speak. I'm all ears, Su Shou chuckled. When Mr. Wang sends the methods to your phone, I will directly review them on your device and propose several suggestions for Mr. Wang's evaluation. Sumu replied with a grin. In your eyes, I appear to be somewhat dim-witted. Surely I wouldn't remember just from a glance. Typically, those who claim to be dim-witted are not, while those who label others as such may indeed be the ones lacking intellect. Just then, Su Shou's phone vibrated. He retrieved it and saw that Wang Weiliang had sent all the relevant information. After a brief glance, he found the multitude of ingredients and production techniques overwhelming. There was no way to remember everything, especially for someone not specialized in the field. Su Shou handed his phone to Sumu. Here, take a look for yourself. Sumu nodded, examining the material before him. Upon encountering the technical terms, his mind conjured images of medicinal effects and outcomes. So that's it, he murmured. After a cursory review, he moved to the door and called out, Mr. Wang, could you come here for a moment? Wang Weiliang, who had been chatting with Yi Tong and Yi Yu, glanced at Su Mu before approaching and entering the study. What is it? He asked curiously. I would like to suggest that in this weight loss medication, the contents of phenylamine and fenfluramine be minimized or eliminated altogether. After all, we are promoting it as purely traditional Chinese medicine, even though they are harmless to the body, Su Mu explained, looking at his phone. We can substitute certain herbal ingredients. While some herbs are challenging to extract alone, combining them with other substances can simplify the process. While speaking, Sumu used Su Shou's phone to send a lengthy message to Wang Weiliang. These alternatives could be entirely effective. Initially, Wang Weiliang was somewhat dismissive, but upon reviewing the information Su Mu provided, his eyes widened in astonishment. Some of the combinations and extraction methods were secrets he had only learned after countless trials. Su Mu had astonishingly articulated them. Moreover, there were additional combinations and extraction techniques that he himself was unaware of. Su Shao, where did you acquire this information? Wang Weiliang stammered, swallowing hard. Su Shou was equally taken aback by Wang Weiliang's reaction. What is happening? Has my seemingly foolish son truly grasped a thing or two? Chapter 52. A Father's Love Like a Mountain. Su Shou's secret Yi Tong and Yi Yu were seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation. Su Ningbing stood alone by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the darkening sky outside. After a moment's hesitation, she turned and walked towards Su Shou's study. She felt it was unwise to disclose these matters to Su Mu. They had invested too much in this pharmaceutical company. If they were to become mere pawns for others, it would only hasten the decline of the Su family. As Su Shou had previously mentioned, once their industry began to decline, it would be exceedingly difficult to recover. By that time, they might not even be able to sustain their position in Jiangbei, let alone be the foremost in Jiang City. Upon entering the study, Su Ningbing was taken aback by the scene before her. Wang Weiliang was seated with Su Mu, the two of them conversing as if they were old friends. To her astonishment, Wang Weiliang had even taken out his reading glasses, borrowed paper and a pen from Su Shou, and was diligently recording Su Mu's words. Standing there, Su Ningbing listened to their dialogue, utterly bewildered. She could not comprehend it, although the language they spoke was that of Longhua, and she recognized every character when strung together. It made no sense to her. At that moment, Su Shou, seated in his chair, cast an understanding glance at Su Ningbing, for he too felt as though he were listening to a foreign tongue. All right, Wang Weiliang exclaimed with excitement as he closed his notebook. He stood up, turning to Su Shou. Chairman, it seems I want to be able to stay for dinner. I wish to head to the laboratory immediately. Old Wang, it's quite late. Why not have dinner first? Su Shou replied as he rose. No, this information is too crucial. If we succeed, I guarantee we can reduce our drug costs by another 30%, Wang Weiliang said, his face alight with enthusiasm. And those extraction methods Su Shao mentioned earlier, I must try them out. If successful, we can share this newfound knowledge with Qiangang. Susho reached out, intending to persuade him to stay, but Wang Weiliang had already departed. He quickly bid farewell to Chun Bei and Yi Tong before hastily driving off to the laboratory. Su Ningbing looked at Su Mu, at a loss for words. Could it be that Su Mu truly understood all of this? Now do you believe me? Su Mu returned Su Shou's phone with a smile. Are you really my son? Have you been possessed? When did you learn traditional Chinese medicine? Su Su et Galim utri hastonits. His questions coming in rapid succession. Do I not look like your son? Su Mu rolled his eyes. I've never studied traditional Chinese medicine. I simply enjoy reading about pharmaceuticals in my spare time. That's all. Su Ningbing stood there dumbfounded. Su Mu read medical texts? She couldn't quite envision it. The thought seemed rather abstract. Ha ha, kid, you've truly surprised me. I even doubted you for a moment. My apologies, Su Shou said, rising from his chair with a smile. Based on Su Mu's fluent exchange with Wang Weiliang, it was clear this was not knowledge acquired overnight. Su Mu must have delved into the subject previously. He gazed at the family photos on the bookshelf, feeling a twinge of regret. He had thought he knew his son well, yet he realized he was utterly unaware of Su Mu's private studies. As the three of them exited the study, Su Shou made his way toward Chun Bei to share his joy. Chun Bei, upon hearing Su Shou's words, was left agape, incredulous as he looked at Su Mu. How is this possible? Isn't this fellow a wastrel? How could he possess such knowledge of pharmaceuticals? He questioned whether he was dreaming. Ye Tong and Yeyu, seated on the sofa, also overheard Su Shou's words. Yi Tong smiled faintly, realizing she had misjudged Su Mu. He was not an aimless wastrel, but rather a learned individual. Affinity 10, Su Mu noticed the black text appearing above Yi Tong's head and smiled. His wife had a keen sense of understanding. She needed not do anything, and yet her recognition of his abilities increased her affinity towards him. However, upon reflection, he noted that Su Ningbing and Yi Yu were still at a negative affinity. Thus their reactions differed from Yi Tong's. Su Shou enjoyed the meal immensely. If the theories Su Mu proposed succeeded, even if only one did, it would not only enhance efficacy but also reduce costs, a monumental boon for their corporation. During dinner, Su Shou observed the rapport between Su Mu and Yi Tong, realizing he had underestimated their relationship. His concern for his biological son had been woefully inadequate. Shao Mu. Su Shou suddenly placed his chopsticks down and looked at Su Mu. Have you considered doing something more? What do you mean? Su Mu, currently savoring a piece of braised pork rib, found the flavor acceptable. The other dishes paled in comparison to his own culinary skills. When I initially assigned you to the Human Resources Department, it was essentially to keep you occupied. Su Shou paused. I now feel it a waste of your talents. What do you say we hand over the operations of our pharmaceutical company to you? Su Ningbing, upon hearing this, adjusted her glasses slightly, choosing not to comment further. If Su Mu indeed possessed the aptitude for pharmaceuticals, it would be a fitting role for him. I think my current position is quite satisfactory. I'll need to give it some thought, Su Mu replied with a smile, casting a glance at Su Shou. He had more pressing matters at hand, namely, acquiring justice points to bolster his own strength, safeguarding the Su family from Lin Yang's treachery, and preventing the returning Dragon King from seizing control. Very well, Su Shou nodded with a smile. After the meal, Chun Bei took his leave. Su Shou specifically instructed him that the events of the day were classified, advising him to await further news. If the counterfeit drugs were successfully produced, he would personally deliver them. That evening, the crescent moon shone brightly in the night sky. Su Shou and Su Mu sat together in a garden adjacent to the estate, both gazing upward at the starlit expanse. Suddenly, Su Mu recalled his destiny power and knew he needed to devise a reason. He couldn't simply allow Su Shou to enter the realm of ancient martial artists without cause. Using his divine eye, Su Mu assessed Su Shou. He had yet to examine his father's attributes. Name, Su Shou role, chairman of Jiangbei Su Group Affinity. Maxed out, destiny level, 1, max level, 10. Note, each individual's affinity has a different maximum. Upon reaching the limit, it signifies that the individual is willing to do anything for the host, even sacrifice their life. For reasons unknown, upon reading the note below, Su Mu felt a lump form in his throat, and his vision blurred with tears. Perhaps this was what a father's love, steadfast as a mountain, truly entailed. Unlike maternal love, which is often emotional and nurturing, a father's love is silent, sometimes imperceptible. Yet it is no less profound than maternal affection. Taking a deep breath, Su-mu felt a wave of emotion, particularly in light of his father's tragic death in a car accident, leaving him without the experience of paternal love. The words struck a chord within him. As he examined Su-sho's detailed information, various statistics materialized before him. Strength, 46 speed, 49 endurance, 45 defense, 48. When Su-mu beheld these figures, he was taken aback. This couldn't be right. Was this truly his father's profile? Clearly, this was the entry level of an ancient martial artist. Su-sho must be harboring secrets. Chapter 53. Yi Tong's direct rebuke. Su-mu vividly recalled that when his strength reached 50 points, the system interface underwent a transformation, marking the onset of the early stage of Ming Jin. It is essential to understand that a strength of 50 is quintuple that of an average person. Quintuple does not simply mean the ability to overpower 5 individuals. The strength of numbers does not accumulate. For instance, if an adult possesses a strength of 10, 10 adults do not equate to a combined strength of 100. Each retains their individual strength of 10, merely multiplied by their numbers. To someone with 5 times the strength, it would be akin to delivering a single punch to each of these individuals. As Su-mu gazed at Su-sho before him, he pondered whether his arrival in this world had caused a deviation, perhaps introducing an abundance of so-called male protagonists. Alternatively, it could be that Su-sho originally possessed strength akin to that of an ancient martial artist, yet the overwhelming presence of the Dragon King overshadowed him. "What is the matter?" Su-sho queried, pulling out a cigarette and placing it between his lips, noticing Su-mu's scrutiny with a smile. "I sense that you harbor deep secrets," Su-mu replied, directing his gaze at Su-sho. "What do you mean?" Su-sho asked, igniting the cigarette with a lighter. "Although you are my father, I remain oblivious to your past," Su-mu continued, drawing from the memories of the original antagonist Su-mu. "Throughout my life, you have never mentioned what my grandparents did." They were farmers, of course," Su-sho responded without hesitation. "Then how did my mother meet her tragic fate?" "Como precedon." Su-sho took a deep drag from his cigarette, gazing up at the night sky. "Why the sudden inquiry?" "Just curious," Su-mu shrugged. Since Su-sho was unwilling to elaborate, he felt no need to press further. All he required was the knowledge that this person before him was his father and treated him well. That was sufficient. "I encountered an extraordinary individual," Su-mu declared suddenly. "And then?" Su-sho's gaze shifted to Su-mu. "He remarked that my talent is commendable and accepted me as his disciple, teaching me various techniques." Su-mu grinned. "I possess a method to elevate you to the realm of ancient martial artists." Upon hearing this, Su-sho's eyes narrowed in intrigue. No wonder there had been such significant changes lately. It was a stroke of fortune. "Do you wish to become an ancient martial artist?" Su-mu inquired playfully. I'm getting on in years, already 50, Su-sho replied, shaking his head gently. He took several hard puffs, exhaling forcefully. "At this age, what does it matter if one becomes an ancient martial artist? It would be impossible to attain mastery in a lifetime." Su-mu observed a sense of helplessness in Su-sho's eyes. He was unaware of the events that transpired in the past, but was resolute in using his strength to help Su-sho become a master. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Su-mu drove home with Yi Tong and Yi Yu. Along the way, he noticed a traditional Chinese medicine shop. After a moment's hesitation, he parked the car by the roadside. "Wait for me a minute," he said, striding into the herbal shop. He adeptly named several medicinal herbs, all intended for health maintenance, justifying his actions as a means to enhance Su-sho's well-being. Upon returning to the car, Yi Tong asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" "No, I merely purchased some nourishing herbs for daily infusion," Su-mu replied with a smile. Hearing this, a blush crept onto Yi Tong's cheeks, and she timidly inquired, "You are still nourishing yourself?" She was taken aback, considering how powerful he had become. She genuinely wished to convey to Su-mu that she could hardly keep up with his robust vitality. After returning home smoothly, Su-mu encouraged Yi Tong to rest while he ventured into the kitchen. As a master chef, he skillfully prepared the herbs, taking a full half-hour to create 2 pills the size of fingernails. One was black, with effect akin to Lu Wei Di Huang Wan, while the other was reddish, enhanced with goji berries for aesthetic contrast. Lacking a proper container, he simply grabbed a red plastic bag from the cupboard to store the 2 pills, intending to present them to Su Shou the following day as miraculous elixirs promising to elevate him to the realm of ancient martial artists. With everything prepared, Su Mu was about to return to his room when he noticed Yu standing at the kitchen door. "What is the matter? Why aren't you asleep at this hour?" he inquired. "Brother-in-law, there's something I need to discuss with you," Yu said, her expression serious. "Speak," Su Mu replied, slipping the plastic bag into his pocket as he exited the kitchen. "That Lu Xiuyao likes you," Yi said. "Want to keep this matter from Yi Tong and seeking Su Mu's guidance instead." "She likes me? How do you know?" Su Mu furrowed his brow. "She told me directly, saying she doesn't mind my sister, as long as you agree. She's open to anything," Yi Yu explained, surprised by her own words. Recalling Lu Xiuyao's frequent propositions regarding hotel rooms, Su Mu found it unsurprising. "What do you mean by that?" he asked. "I want you to clarify things with her so she won't bother you anymore," Yi replied, gazing earnestly at Su Mu. "All right, I'll find a moment to talk to her," Su Mu said, affectionately patting Yi Yu's head before heading upstairs. He had no intention of following Yi Yu's advice to confront Lu Xiuyao. The justice points she provided were equally valuable as those from Yi Tong, and at this pivotal moment of enhancing his strength, he could not afford to relinquish a significant source of such points. Once in his room, Su Mu prepared for sleep. His affairs were in order when Yi Tong suddenly grasped his hand. "My relatives have just arrived," she announced. Hearing this, Su Mu finally grasped the situation. Ever since his arrival in this world, he had been so preoccupied that he had forgotten about the monthly occurrences women faced. "Not a problem. Rest early tonight," he said gently, patting Yi Tong's arm. Affection level 30. Yi Tong felt a twinge of guilt. "Did you take the medicine I prepared earlier?" "Medicine?" Su Mu suddenly realized she had mistaken the pills intended for his father as her own. "You must be feeling quite uncomfortable now," she commented, aware of the implications as an adult. Feeling somewhat amused by Yi Tong's anxious demeanor, Su Mu found her adorably earnest. Just as he closed his eyes, he felt a sudden jolt. "Oh, Yi Tong, you're becoming increasingly assertive." Early the next morning, Su Mu rose early. After stretching, his phone by the pillow rang. He checked to find it was a call from his father, Su Shou. "Dad, what is up? Why are you calling so early?" Su Mu asked, rubbing his eyes. "Hurry to the company." Su Shou's voice came through the phone. Chapter 54. Su Shou. You truly are a medical genius. Before Su Mu could finish speaking, Su Shou had already hung up the phone. What on earth is happening? As Su Mu was pondering, he suddenly noticed that Yi Tong, who was nearby, had also opened her eyes. Typically, Yi Tong was a light sleeper. She would wake up whenever Su Mu did in the morning. However, fearing that Su Mu would pull her into another scolding session, she had pretended to remain asleep. Today was different, and she had no need to feign slumber. "Was that a call from your father?" Yi Tong inquired softly. "Yes. He wants me to go to the company right now. And it's only 7 o'clock, Su Mu replied with a hint of helplessness. "Go ahead. Perhaps there is something significant. I'll get up and prepare a simple breakfast for you." Yi Tong prepared to rise. "No need. You should rest well these days. I'll just grab something on the street." Su Mu gently urged her back down. Affection 20. "All right, just be careful on the road." Yi Tong nodded lightly. Comparatively, the justice points earned yesterday were not as substantial as before. Nevertheless, Su Mu felt it necessary to let Yi Tong rest. He couldn't always exploit her goodwill. After a brief wash-up, he drove straight to the company. As for breakfast, he could eat after he finished with work. Upon arriving at the underground parking garage beneath the company building, Su Mu parked his car and headed towards the elevator. After changing elevators, he ascended to the top floor of the building. He knocked on the door and, upon hearing a response from inside, pushed the door open. Inside the office, there were already 4 people present: Su Shou, Su Ningbing, Chun Bei, and Wang Weiliang, the same individuals from yesterday at Su's estate. Seeing Su Mu enter, Wang Weiliang rushed over, grabbing Su Mu's arm. "Su Shou, a genius. You are truly a genius in the field of medicine." Su Mu scratched his head, looking at Wang Weiliang, who bore dark circles under his eyes, and smiled. "Mr. Wang, please don't flatter me. It might inflate my ego." Su Ningbing cast a deep gaze towards Su Mu, realizing that he had been concealing much until now. Affection 5. Chun Bei also regarded Su Mu with disbelief, astonished that the once foolish spring could now shine in the realm of medicine. All right, old Wang, please reiterate what you just mentioned to him. Su Shou chuckled from his seat. Wang Weiliang nodded. Su Shao, among the several plans you provided me yesterday, two can produce weight loss medication. The cost is lower, but the efficacy is not as good as our original. One is comparable to our weight loss drug, while the last one is genuinely impressive. After altering the materials, the cost decreases further and the effectiveness improves. Wang Weiliang spoke excitedly to Sumu. Sumu nodded lightly. He was not well-versed in medicine, but was adept at pharmaceuticals. He had reviewed the previous materials and processes, substituting them with others that were equally effective or even superior. Some substances were challenging to extract, but he had methods. Su Shao, regarding the flawed scheme you provided, I successfully tested it. Through calculations, using this method to produce medication yields results identical to our weight loss drug in the short term. However, after about half a month, the body will develop antibodies and rebound, rendering it ineffective. Will be harmful to the body? Our goal is to punish Qian Gang and his associates, not to affect consumers. Su Shou inquired from across the room. Rest assured, Chairman, these drugs are nutrient-rich. Aside from lacking weight loss effects, long-term intake poses no harm. Similar to those health products on the market, Wang Weiliang assured Su Shou. That's good to hear. Su Shou nodded lightly. By the way, Chun Bei suddenly turned to Su Shou. Last night when I got home, Qian Gang called me, saying he wants to treat me to dinner today. Ha! Old Qian can't sit still, Su Shou scoffed. Old Chun, take this bogus prescription with you, and the subsequent matters are yours to handle. I understand. I will ensure the task is completed, Chun Bei affirmed with a nod. Su Shou instructed Chun Bei and Wang Weiliang to return home, particularly Wang Weiliang, who had not slept all night. Given his age, Su Shou insisted that he rest first. After they left, only the three members of the Su family remained. Su Mu contemplated whether to disclose his enhancement of Su Shou to Su Ningbing. According to the original plot, Su Ningbing had always aspired to become an ancient warrior, guided by the Dragon King into the fold, and thus held deep gratitude towards him. However, if she were to learn of Su Mu's abilities, she might gravitate towards him. Yet, Su Mu did not intend to elevate Su Ningbing just yet. Her affection towards him was negative, and it would be foolish to act otherwise. After much deliberation, Su Mu resolved to let Su Ningbing know. Her aloofness had become tedious. Although her character was consistently portrayed this way, she remained distant even towards the Dragon King. Dad, I'll get to work now, Su Ningbing announced as she prepared to leave, eager to escape the impending praise Su Shou was bound to shower upon Su Mu. Su Shou nodded lightly. At that moment, Su Mu retrieved the red plastic bag he had prepared earlier. Approaching Su Shou, he said, Old man, this is a pill I made for you. Just take it, and you will enter the realm of ancient warriors. Su Ningbing, already gripping the doorknob and prepared to exit, paused at his words, closing the door once more. An ancient warrior? Su Mu has actually heard of this? And he claims that taking a pill will grant entry? Su Ningbing turned around, noticing Su Mu extracting a black pill from the cheap plastic bag. Where did you obtain this? Su Shou frowned and inquired. If it's from someone else, I certainly want to take it. I fear it may be dangerous. However, this pill was crafted by me. Su Mu had already devised a justification, stating, it contains rare materials I painstakingly acquired at a high price. I appreciate your intentions, but such a fine item should be for your own use. Su Shou chuckled, shaking his head. I'm too old for this. I've already used it. This is merely a leftover from the rare materials. Hurry and take it. Your son wouldn't harm you, Su Mu urged, pressing the pill towards Su Shou's mouth. Su Mu, don't give your father such flashy items. What if he becomes ill? Su Ningbing interjected, furrowing her brows as she approached. It's all right. Su Shou accepted the pill and swallowed it, valuing his son's intentions. He chewed several times before swallowing. Su Mu immediately activated his divine eye to examine Su Shou's information. Name, Su Shou. Title, Chairman of Jiangbei Su Group. Affection level, maxed out. Fate level, 1. Max level, 10. Strength, 46. Speed, 49. Stamina, 45. Defense, 48. Currently, Su Mu possessed 154 points of fate power, which he quickly allocated to enhance Su Shou's strength. He raised it to 50 points. Initially, Su Mu had expected Su Shou to step into the realm of Mingjing, but that was not the case. Su Mu continued to augment his abilities, as he had originally intended to elevate others with his fate power. He increased it by 10 more points, raising Su Shou's strength to 60. At that moment, black text appeared before Su Mu's eyes. Detected damage to the opponent's meridians. Requires 100 fate power to repair. Su Mu was utterly bewildered upon reading the black text. His father, indeed, harbored a past shrouded in mystery. Chapter 55. The Dragon King called me. Su Shou's expression grew grave as he gently waved his arm and solemnly declared, I truly sense a change within my body. Oof. It must be mere psychological effects. Su Ningbing scoffed, chiding herself for being foolish enough to believe Su Mu's nonsense. Did she really think he possessed the ability to elevate someone to the realm of ancient warriors? She turned away, resolved to focus on her work. However, just as her hand grasped the doorknob, Su Mu's words startled her. Old man, tell me the truth. Have your meridians been damaged? Su Mu fixed his gaze on Su Shou. How? How did you know? Su Shou gasped in shock. This was a secret he had never shared with anyone. My medicine is faultless. Since you haven't entered the realm of ancient warriors, it must be a physical issue. Su Mu retrieved a red pill from a plastic bag. Fortunately, I came prepared. Take this. Originally, this red pill was intended to further enhance Su Shou's strength, but it seemed that wouldn't be necessary now. With 100 points of destiny power, Su Mu could restore his father's meridians, and he would certainly not refuse such an opportunity. You're scaring me a bit, kid. Su Shou took the red pill, placing it in his mouth. At that moment, Su Ningbing returned, observing Su Shou's expression, which did not appear to be feigned. Besides, someone like Su Shou would not engage in childish games with Su Mu. Upon seeing Su Shou consume the pill, Su Mu expended 100 points of destiny power to restore Su Shou's meridians. Black text appeared once again. Meridian restoration complete. Assessing subject's physical strength. Attributes have reached peak human level. Activating cultivation talent panel name. Su Shou title. Chairman of Jiang City, Su Group affection level. Maxed out, destiny level 2. Max level 10. Su Mu noted that Su Shou's destiny level had also shifted. He continued to click for more details, revealing additional data about Su Shou. Realm. Early stage of Ming Jin physique. 45 spirit. 20. Seeing this, Su Mu sighed in relief. He had succeeded. Checking his own destiny power, it had decreased to 40 points. However, being able to restore Su Shou's meridians was a momentous occasion for Su Mu. Su Shou's complexion darkened as familiar strength began to flow within him. He could hardly believe it. Years ago, he had been rendered incapable of ever re-entering the realm of ancient warriors, becoming a complete failure. His failure to protect his wife was the greatest regret of his 20 years. Yet now, his meridians had been healed by a single pill from his son. Are you two playing house? Su Ningbing rolled her eyes, but before she could finish speaking, she was taken aback by the scene before her. Su Shou raised a hand, gripping the edge of the office desk, and lifted it off the ground. This desk, purchased by Su Ningbing for Su Shou years ago, was solid wood and weighed a hefty 300 pounds. Su Shou wasn't merely lifting it. He was holding it up by sheer grip strength. Could it be his father had truly entered the realm of ancient warriors? Son, where did you get this red pill? Su Shou set the desk back down, struggling to regain his composure. His son exceeded all his expectations. This pill was given to me by a senior. He said it could save my life in critical moments. Possessing the ability to reorganize and rejuvenate meridians, Su Mu casually fabricated a reason. You shouldn't have given me something so precious. Su Shou sighed, realizing too late its potency. If not for you, then who? You're my father, after all. My greatest wish in this life is to see you soar and then live off your success. Su Mu chuckled as he prepared to leave. Su Ningbing was left speechless. She glanced at Su Shou and immediately asked, Dad, you can't possibly. Indeed, I am quite certain. Su Shou nodded, recalling that he had once been an ancient warrior. Seeing Su Mu leave, Su Ningbing hurriedly followed. Su Mu, do you have any more of that pill? No, as I mentioned earlier, I've exhausted my supply of rare materials, Su Mu replied. finding amusement in Su Ningbing's desperation to enter the realm of ancient warriors, just as the plot had suggested. He opened the door, ignoring her. "Aren't you supposed to be aloof? Then don't seek me out. Dad, I'm leaving now." Su Ningbing called to Su Shou as she exited the office to catch up with Su Mu. Su Shou, engrossed in his thoughts, hardly noticed her departure. He stood up and walked to the bookshelf, gazing at the woman depicted there, lost in contemplation. "I am 50 years old. Do I still have a chance?" Su Shou murmured, clenching his fists tightly. Outside, Su Ningbing caught up with Su Mu, and they stood together at the elevator, waiting. Feeling somewhat awkward, she spoke up. "Su Mu, what exactly are these rare materials? If I could help you find them, could you make me a pill too? Rare materials are hard to come by. They cannot be easily found." Su Mu chuckled at her naivety. "But since you're my sister, I might consider it." Su Ningbing felt a twinge of emotion at his words. She had always looked down on Su Mu, thinking him a disgrace to the Su family. However, over time, she began to realize she had misjudged him. Affection level 10, Su Mu noticed the black text above Su Ningbing's head and smiled. Remarkably, she had never before given him such a significant boost in affection. He pulled out his phone and sent her the names of several rare materials. With his profound knowledge of medicinal substances, Su Mu knew precisely which rare materials could enhance one's strength and facilitate entry into the realm of ancient warriors. The items he provided were indeed accurate. If she could find them, she could consume them directly, significantly increasing her chances of entering that coveted realm. "All right, I'll remember these. Do you have any pictures?" "Names alone won't suffice," Su Ningbing inquired, glancing at her phone. "I'll sketch them out for you when I find the time. Only ancient texts contain their illustrations." Su Mu replied as the elevator arrived. They stepped inside, with Su Ningbing exiting on the next floor, while Su Mu returned to his office. Upon entering, he noticed the remnants of the books shattered by his previous dark energy still lay scattered about. He called for Meng Wanyue. "Mr. Su, what can I do for you?" Meng Wanyue asked as she entered. "Please summon the cleaning staff to assist me with this mess," Su Mu instructed, gesturing to the debris on the floor. "Let me handle it. I have some free time," Meng Wanyue offered, picking up a broom and bending down to clean. As Su Mu observed her, he pondered how to further elevate her affection level. "By the way, Mr. Su," Meng Wanyue suddenly looked up. "What is it?" Su Mu inquired. "Just now, the Dragon King called me," Meng Wanyue said, her gaze fixed on Su Mu. Su Mu's expression instantly turned serious. Chapter 56. They should employ the art of seduction. Su Mu inquired with a calm demeanor. "What did he say to you?" He asked about Yi Tong and Yi Yu's current situation, and I relayed the truth to him. Meng Wanyue continued to sweep the floor, adding, "He mentioned he has a task at hand, and once it concludes, he intends to return to Longhua and wishes to meet you." Su Mu rested his chin on his hand, realizing he could not afford to be complacent. According to the narrative, upon the Dragon King's return, he remained unaware of his status as the adopted son of the Yi family, viewing Yi Tong and Yi Yu as his sisters. However, as he delved into the reasons behind the Yi family's downfall, he would eventually uncover the lack of blood ties. It was only thereafter that the notion of claiming Yi Tong and Yi Yu would emerge. Su Mu pondered over the present situation. Even if the Dragon King were to return and witness the familial bond between himself, Yi Tong, and Yi Yu, he would have no justification to act against him. Nevertheless, Su Mu was resolute in not entrusting his safety to others. It was essential that he possess sufficient strength to uphold his truth. While the Dragon King might refrain from direct confrontation, he could resort to ruthless means to seize his family's enterprises. As Su Mu observed Meng Wanyue finishing her sweeping and heading to dispose of the trash, a smile crept onto his face. The increased goodwill was indeed palpable. Had it been before, Meng Wanyue would not have confided such matters to him. Today at the office, Su Mu encountered no significant events, and thus he lingered until the afternoon's end. As he prepared to drive home, his phone vibrated midway. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Su Shou. "What is it?" Su Mu answered. "Chun Bei just messaged me, stating that Qian Gang has proactively invited him to the same venue as last time's state banquet." Su Shou's voice relayed from the other end. "What do you want me to do about it?" Su Mu rolled his eyes. "I trust your abilities. You were able to eavesdrop on Qian Gang's call last time, and I suspect you can do so again. I'm curious about what reasoning Qian Gang employed to persuade Chun Bei to relinquish the information." Su Shou chuckled. Su Mu felt a tinge of exasperation before replying, "Fine, I'll give it a try. That's all." Su Shou hung up after that. Su Mu glanced at his phone, hesitated momentarily, then messaged Yi Tong to inform her that he would be home later than usual. Yi Tong responded affirmatively, adding an adorable emoji. Su Mu smiled faintly and opened the system to check. Indeed, his justice points had increased once more. He turned his car around, heading towards Meng Wanyue's residence. Since he needed listening devices, it was likely that Meng Wanyue possessed numerous ones at home. Upon arriving at her apartment building, Su Mu initially intended to go upstairs, but noticed a nearby snack shop. Recalling the abundance of snack bags at Meng Wanyue's home, he entered the store. He didn't purchase much, spending 100 yuan on 2 large bags of snacks for her. After paying, Su Mu used his perception to check and confirm that Meng Wanyue was already home. Thus, he entered the complex. Upon reaching her floor, he knocked on her door. Meng Wanyue, now clad in pajamas and bunny slippers, hurriedly opened the door. Upon seeing Su Mu, her initially dull eyes widened in surprise. "Mr. Su, what brings you here?" "I thought it was the delivery." "I am, indeed, here to deliver snacks," Su Mu replied with a smile, lifting the 2 bags. "Last time I brought you home, I noticed many snack wrappers on the sofa, so I guess you enjoyed these and bought you some." Meng Wanyue stared at the snacks and Su Mu's warm smile, momentarily taken aback. Since her earliest memories, she had known no leisure. As an assassin, her life revolved around killing or isolating herself in her room. If she had to name her sole indulgence, it would be these junk foods. She was an easy person to please, indifferent to money. Clothing was merely a necessity, and as long as she had enough food, she deemed it sufficient. Even if she had to survive on plain buns and bread for decades, she believed she could manage. Money was but a triviality to her, as evidenced by the 200 yuan Su Mu had given her when he had helped her out last time, which had left her utterly unmoved. Yet today, when Su Mu spent 100 yuan on snacks for her, her heart was stirred. If she recalled correctly, Su Mu was the first man to purchase snacks for her. Neither her former organization nor the Dragon King had ever done so. "Affection to Mr. Su, please come in. Don't just stand outside," Meng Wanyue said, opening the door wider and lowering her head, slightly embarrassed by the disarray within her home. "It's all right. I've seen it before when I dropped you off last time," Su Mu reassured her with a smile. "By the way, what do you need from me, Mr. Su?" Meng Wanyue hurriedly shifted the topic. She preferred to avoid clutter, usually waiting until the junk had accumulated sufficiently before tidying up. "Do you have any more listening devices?" Su Mu inquired. "It's about the previous matter. Qian Gang is attempting to recruit others in the company, and I wish to overhear their discussions." "Yes, I have plenty left. Let me get them for you." Meng Wanyue quickly went into her bedroom and retrieved a large handful of listening devices from her suitcase, handing them to Su Mu. "You're giving me so many. What will you do if you need them in the future?" Su Mu asked. "I have a few more, and I can always acquire more if necessary," Meng Wanyue explained. "Very well." Su Mu nodded, pocketing the devices. "I won't disturb you any longer. Don't rely too much on takeout. Since you live close to my place, feel free to come over for a meal sometime. I can cook for you." "You're too kind, Mr. Su," Meng Wanyue smiled faintly. "I'll take my leave now." Su Mu waved goodbye to Meng Wanyue as he departed. Meng Wanyue gazed at the snacks on the table, and once again, the black text appeared above her head. "Affection 5. Su Mu returned to his car, opening his storage space to place the listening devices inside. He kept one in hand, having learned how to activate it from Meng Wanyue previously. He activated it before driving towards the restaurant of the last state banquet, parking at a distance and approaching on foot. Putting on a mask, Su Mu neared the restaurant. Using his perception to scan the vicinity, he examined all the rooms, but found no sign of Qian Gang or Chen Bei. It seemed he had arrived too early. After waiting for about 10 minutes, an Audi A8 parked nearby. Su Mu didn't turn his head. His perception was sharper than his sight. Qian Gang exited the vehicle, making his way towards the restaurant. Shortly after, a Porsche Cayenne also stopped in front of the restaurant. Upon seeing the woman who stepped out, Su Mu's eyes narrowed. Feng Yu, the bar owner. Accompanying Feng Yu was another woman, likely in her mid-30s. While she lacked Feng Yu's allure, she was still a mature and captivating beauty. Just from this sight, Su Mu could surmise Qian Gang's intentions. He was planning to employ the art of seduction. Chapter 57. Qian Gang's tactics. Feng Yu entered the restaurant with the woman beside her and upon spotting Qian Gang in the hall, he immediately approached them with a beaming smile. Su Mu, standing at a distance, could not overhear their conversation, but could sense that they were merely exchanging pleasantries. Shortly after, Qian Gang led Feng Yu and the other woman upstairs. Qian Gang remained in the lobby, quietly waiting, evidently for Chun Bei. Su Mu continued to observe and noted that Feng Yu went to the 5th floor, albeit to a different private room adjacent to the previous one. After a brief interval of around 10 minutes, a BMW X5 pulled up outside, and Chun Bei emerged from the vehicle. Upon seeing Chun Bei, Qian Gang eagerly stepped outside to greet him, exclaiming, "Old Chun, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you all day." "Old Qian, what's going on? Have you suddenly decided to treat me to a meal?" Chen Bai chuckled in response. "It's been ages since we brothers have dined together. Come inside. We can chat as we go," Qian Gang said, linking arms with Chun Bei and leading him into the restaurant. Su Mu did not rush to follow. He waited until they entered the private room before making his way inside. As he stepped in, a young waitress approached him with a warm smile. "I'm here to find someone." As soon as Su Mu finished speaking, he recognized a familiar face, the young man who had previously assisted him. He promptly walked over to the young man, instructing, "Follow me." The young man, upon seeing Su Mu, complied and trailed behind him. They both exited to the area outside the restaurant, where the young man inquired, "Sir, what do you need?" "I brought you some money, as per our usual arrangement. 5,000. Su Mu stated, handing over a listening device. "The room number is 520. The young man appeared somewhat bewildered. He had yet to spend the previous 5,000 he received. And now he was being given another 5,000. Is it really that easy to earn money? What's the matter? Are you refusing?" Su Mu asked, noticing his lack of response. "No, of course not. You're quite generous, sir. Just hand it over to me," the young man replied with a slight nod. Su Mu, not one to be impolite, found the previous transaction record and transferred another 5,000. Upon seeing the new deposit, the young man smiled and returned to the restaurant. Meanwhile, Su Mu headed toward a nearby bank, only to find it closed at this hour. He sat on the steps and connected the listening device to his phone, holding it to his ear to create the illusion of a phone call while focusing his senses on the room. "Here you go, gentlemen. This is our signature dish. Please enjoy." The young man carefully placed the dishes on the table before turning to leave. "Old Qian, what is going on? Have you replaced your wife?" Chun Bei questioned with a grin. "Don't talk nonsense. Allow me to introduce you. This is Feng Yu, the owner of the Moonlight Bar," Qian Gang said, gesturing towards Feng Yu. Feng Yu smiled at Chun Bei, saying, "Hello, Mr. Chun. This is my sister, Zhou Wen, who owns a beauty salon." "Hello, Mr. Chun." Zhou Wen greeted with a mature smile. One must admit, for men like Qian Gang and Chun Bei, such alluring women were intoxicating. "Hello, Eveliona," Chen Bai feigned ignorance, turning to Qian Gang and asking, "What is really happening here?" "Between brothers, I won't deceive you," Qian Gang replied, pouring a drink for Chun Bei. "However, let us indulge in a few rounds of drinks first, and I'll explain afterward." "What's the matter?" "You're making me nervous," Chun Bei remarked, furrowing his brow. "Mr. Chun, I've heard from Mr. Qian that you have a vast capacity for drinking. Allow me to toast to you." Zhou Wen raised her glass and downed it in one go. Seeing this, Qian Gang patted Chun Bei on the shoulder, urging, "Don't be rude. She has already had a drink. You should join her for a few rounds." With no choice but to comply, Chun Bei joined in the drinking. After several rounds, the attendees began to feel slightly tipsy. Qian Gang sensed it was time and sighed deeply before saying, "Old Chun, I've made a mistake. I need your help." Startled, Chun Bei frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" "The pharmaceutical materials that Su Boss asked me to keep safe. I let someone else obtain them," Qian Gang confessed, wiping his face with his hand. "No wonder the prices of those materials have suddenly surged. It was you." Chun Bei was already aware of this, but having worked closely with Su Shou, he knew it would be unwise to show any weakness. "I had no choice. I was threatened. You know my son is in a precarious situation. If I don't hand them over, he'll end up in prison." Qian Gang took another shot of liquor. "Old Qian, you know the chairman's character. He will forgive you for the sake of our old camaraderie. Just admit your mistake," Chun Bei urged, hoping to reassure him. "Without knowing the craft and proportions, it's not easy to replicate the materials. It's too late. My son's dirt is still in their hands." Qian Gang grasped Chun Bei's shoulders. My good brother, I beg you, please give me the information you possess. Qian Gang, what are you thinking? Do you want me to make a blunder too? Chun Bei's expression turned grim. These seasoned players understood that if Chun Bei were to directly hand over the materials, it would be highly suspicious. I'm begging you. I just want to save my son. I promise that if you give me the information, I will offer you all my assets in return. Qian Gang stood, bowing deeply to Chen Bai. My good brother, I implore you. This is non-negotiable. I've followed the chairman for decades. I will not betray him. Chen Bai asserted vehemently. As he spoke, he suddenly stood up. Before arriving, he had communicated with Su Shou, sharing the location and his intentions, to refuse the offer outright during their first meal and walk away. Su Shou had agreed, emphasizing the need for resoluteness, so that when they provided false information later, it would not raise suspicion. Yet, as Chun Bei rose, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him and promptly sat back down. Old Qian, there is something wrong with this drink. Chun Bei struggled to keep his eyes open, but his eyelids felt heavy and unresponsive. Old Chun, I'm sorry, but the drink isn't the issue. It's your glass that's the problem. Qian Gang sighed deeply. I know you too well. You would never hand it over willingly, so I had to resort to some tactics. What are you planning to do? Chen Bai was bewildered, unable to fathom Qian Gang's audacious betrayal. Sister Zhou will take a few intimate photos with you shortly. If you refuse to cooperate, those pictures will be shared. Your wife and Su Shou will find out, leading to your disgrace, Qian Gang stated coldly. Qianggong, after more than 20 years of friendship, you would treat me this way? Chen Bai shouted in outrage. I'm truly out of options. Qian Gang exhaled sharply. Meanwhile, Su Mu, who had been observing from a distance, shook his head slightly. That old adage proved true. Business is indeed a battlefield. He contemplated whether to intervene. Chapter 58. This woman is truly terrifying, however. Su Mu ultimately chose not to proceed, for he possessed evidence, the recording. As long as the recording existed, it could unequivocally prove Chun Bei's innocence. With this thought, Su Mu continued to perceive the situation inside. Zhou Wen had already begun her actions, sitting beside Chun Bei and intentionally allowing his hand to rest upon her shoulder. She then guided his other hand into her clothing. Feng Yu had taken out her phone and commenced filming. The angle of her shots was impeccable. It was nearly impossible to discern that he was currently unconscious, especially with Zhou Wen's expressive cooperation. From the photographs, it appeared as though Chun Bei was drowsily leaning in to inhale the fragrance from Zhou Wen's neck, with his hand behaving inappropriately. Subsequently, Zhou Wen began to pose in a different manner. Qian Gang quietly observed everything, before solemnly stating, "You treated me the same way back then, did you not?" "No." Chun Bei was coerced, whereas you were quite proactive, which is why Xiao Zhang recorded the video. Feng Yu replied, glancing at Qian Gang. Huh, how flattering. Do you think she would approach me without your orders? Qianggong sneered it. In the end, it was still your initiative. I had also allowed others to draw close to Chun Bei, including several elders. They all withstood temptation, but you did not. Feng Yu continued to snap photos, her expression devoid of emotion. Qian Gang clenched his fists and took a deep breath, asking, "What is your relationship with Lin Yang?" "He claims you are his woman." "I am his mother." Feng Ygris alluring visage darkened ominously. "He possesses my secret. He is not an ordinary individual. With hacking skills, he has breached the cameras in my home." Upon hearing this, Qian Gang began to speculate how Lin Yang was aware of his secrets, perhaps having accessed his own cameras as well. "This time, I risked my reputation for you. I sabotaged Chun Bei for your sake. If it were Lin Yang, I would never stoop to such disgraceful actions," Qian Gang said, directing his gaze at Feng Yu, exhaling slowly as he inquired, "What must I do to win your favor?" "Nothing you do will suffice," Feng Yu replied, casting a sidelong glance at Qian Gang. "However, I can promise that once I acquire the weight loss medication and establish it as a renowned enterprise in Jiangbei, I would be willing to accompany you for a few nights." Qian Gang lowered his head and took another drink. "What about Lin Yang's side? We can simply adjust a few ratios. After all, it's all about deception. His methods pale in comparison to mine. He can only swallow his pride. Does he dare to act against me?" Feng Yu's eyes glinted with cold light. "Lin Yang's investigative data is inaccurate. Does he truly believe I want to return to the Feng family? Nonsense. After the Su family's decline, I joyfully went to the Feng family, only to be met with ridicule from a crowd, not even seeing my father. From that moment on, I had long since lost hope in the Feng family. I have my own aspirations to become a renowned entrepreneur in Jiangbei and ultimately trample the Feng family beneath my feet, making them regret their actions. However, in the past, this aspiration was merely a wish. Lacking connections and having surpassed 30, the likelihood of achieving such a feat seemed slim. Until she heard of the weight loss drug, this miraculous medication with no side effects. She recognized the terrifying potential it held. Not only in Dragon Country, but globally, the obesity rate was on the rise and would only increase in the future. This drug alone might bestow upon her immeasurable wealth. Sumu sat on the steps, listening to their conversation, increasingly astonished. He had initially assumed Feng Yu and Lin Yang were allies, only to discover their lack of unity. Feng Yu's intention was to monopolize the drug. This woman was indeed formidable. A woman who knows how to exploit her own advantages is a true monster. Sumu had been waiting there for over an hour when Chun Bei finally began to awaken. Qiyonggong, you damn bastard. Chun Bei, still weak from his recent awakening, had intended to strike Qiangang, but his arms simply would not lift. Qiangang pulled out his phone, flipping through the images one by one. Especially upon seeing the women's expressions of outrage and reluctance, he realized he was in serious trouble. However, Chun Bei understood Sumu well. He might face disgrace, but he was doing it for the Su family. His future and that of his son were not for him to worry about. Old Chun, I'm also acting out of self-preservation. I can promise you that if you provide me with the recipe and production process, I will delete this immediately. If these photos leak, I won't have a good ending. Qiangang held up several fingers. Only I and that Mr. Wang know this information. If it leaks, the chairman will certainly deduce it. Chunbei looked at Qiangang and said, who says so? The researchers working under Wang Weiliang. Do you think they don't know? They could leak information too. Qiangang sensed Chunbei's softening and pressed on, Old Chun, help me just this once. I truly have no other options. I beg you, delete the photos. Chunbei finally acquiesced. Fine, I will delete them immediately. Qiangang deleted all the photos from his phone. He was confident that Chunbei would not backtrack, especially since Feng Yu had the same images on her phone. Chunbei retrieved his phone and busied himself for a good 5 to 6 minutes before finally sending the data to Qiangang. Qiangang promptly reviewed it, and upon seeing the dense data, he finally exhaled in relief. Feng Yu also lifted her head to examine the documents, her face lighting up with joy. Her grand vision had finally taken its first step. Feng family, just wait and see. With that, Feng Yu and Qiangang departed, and Chunbei staggered out of the private room, still feeling lightheaded. Not long after he left, the previous male attendant entered the room to begin clearing the listening devices. Chunbei was in no condition to drive. He opened the passenger door and sat down, taking out his phone to find a designated driver. At that moment, the car door swung open, and Sumu entered. You, Chunbei began, but upon recognizing Sumu, he felt a wave of relief. It's you, Su Xiao. I was just wondering why the driver hadn't shown up yet. Old Chun, you need not worry about what transpired today, Sumu said while retrieving his phone to play the downloaded recording. Chunbei was astounded. What was happening? How did Sumu possess recordings of several people if they had arrived first? Even if they threaten you with photos in the future, we have evidence, Sumu said with a smile. That puts my mind at ease. Chunbei nodded gently. Let us find a designated driver to get home. You've worked hard today. Just report to my father honestly. Sumu opened the car door and exited. Chunbei watched Sumu's departing figure, reflecting that perhaps he had misjudged him. With matters resolved, Sumu hurried home, hoping not to keep Yitong waiting. Upon arriving at the villa area, he noticed a figure lurking outside his villa. Sumu immediately activated his perception. At this distance, he could even discern the person's face, despite them having their back to him. Chapter 59. The dog-eat-dog scenario. Upon discerning the features of a figure in the distance, Sumu furrowed her brow. Although the individual was masked and donned a hat, those unmistakable eyes belonged to Meng Wanyue. Curiosity piqued. Sumu wondered why Meng Wanyue had come here. Might she have ulterior motives? Contemplating this, Sumu expanded her perceptual awareness to ascertain what Yi Tong was engaged in at home. Suddenly, her gaze turned icy. In addition to Yi Tong, there was a man present in the house. The man was currently inside the villa, connecting wires near the router. Sumu promptly pressed the accelerator. Arriving at the villa's entrance, she rolled down the window and greeted Meng Wanyue, who stood at the door. Wanyue, what brings you here? Suzong, you're back? Meng Wanyue hastily approached, whispering, there are unsavory characters at home. I'll park the car first. Sumu drove into the underground garage and exited directly. Meng Wanyue, waiting nearby, spoke in a hushed tone. My digital telescope can record. I just noticed someone sneaking in. They seem to be tampering with something. Come with me inside. After a moment's hesitation, Sumu followed Meng Wanyue into the villa. Upon entering, Yi Tong, seated on the sofa, immediately stood up. You're back. And Wanyue is here too? I had a meeting with Wanyue earlier and thought I hadn't invited her yet. So we returned together since it's not far. Sumu explained while glancing toward a corner, where a man in work attire was connecting the optical modem. What's going on? Sumu inquired. Our internet went down earlier. I was going to call for help, but I ran into their technician right at the door, Yi Tong clarified. Sumu nodded lightly. All right, the internet is back to normal. The young technician announced with a smile as he stood up. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Thank you, Yi Tong replied with a smile. You're welcome, the technician said before departing. Yi Tong accompanied him to the door and then closed the villa's entrance behind her. Turning back, she asked, have you eaten? Not yet. Let's wait a bit before we do, Sumu responded. As she spoke, she took out her phone to send a message to Yi Tong. Upon reading it, Yi Tong's expression shifted slightly before she smiled and said, by the way, the light in the bedroom is broken. Could you fix it? Wanyue, you can lend a hand. Sumu glanced at Meng Wanyue and said, Wanyue, can you help? Meng Wanyue nodded and followed Sumu upstairs to the master bedroom. Once inside, Meng Wanyue raised a finger to her lips, signaling silence. She approached the router, retrieved a small device from her belongings, and connected it. Subsequently, she accessed her phone and linked it to the device. After reviewing the data on her phone, Meng Wanyue breathed a sigh of relief. Everything seems fine here. What happened? Yi Tong grasped Sumu's arm and inquired. Wanyue, perhaps you should explain, Sumu suggested. Yijia, this is the video I recorded half an hour ago. Meng Wanyue opened a video file on her phone. ISNT, this our yard? How did you get this footage? Yi Tong asked, intrigued. I had to record it. Things have been a bit unsettled at home lately, so I thought of this method. Wanyue's place has a clear view of our yard, Sumu clarified. I see, Yi Tong said, pointing at the phone. Why is someone trespassing in our yard? Indeed. Note the timestamp, Meng Wanyue replied, looking at Sumu. Suzong, there should be cameras in the yard, right? There are. Sumu opened her notebook to check the yard's camera footage. Yi Tong and Meng Wanyue gathered around to observe, but they discovered that a few minutes of footage were missing. Ordinary individuals would hardly notice. Do you understand? The internet outage was orchestrated by that individual. Their intent was to infiltrate your home. Meng Wanyue continued, their device compromised your network, allowing them to access your security cameras. What? Yi Tong trembled at this revelation. Look at my phone. The footage from the living room camera and the yard shows that they can now control it remotely, Meng Wanyue elucidated. Moreover, they can delete recordings at will. Yi Tong appeared dazed, but then her eyes brightened as she recalled something overheard at Su's estate. Sumu, could it be related to that prescription? Highly likely, Sumu smiled faintly. Internally, she had already narrowed down the suspect to Lin Yang. To the outside world, he was a mere wastrel. If the motive was truly the prescription, who would be foolish enough to intrude into their home? Currently, the only one interested in him was Lin Yang. Of course, that son-in-law must also resent him. However, with his 3-year term not yet concluded and unable to manage his own wife's affairs, it was unlikely he would have the leisure to target Sumu. Thus, it was most probable that Lin Yang was indeed behind this. Wanyue, you're so capable. Can you handle this? Yi Tong inquired, looking at Meng Wanyue. Of course. I could delete their program right now, Meng Wanyue affirmed. Wait, don't act just yet. Sumu suddenly raised her hand to halt them. What's wrong? Yi Tong asked, puzzled. Sumu smiled, for she had news to relay to the individual lurking behind the cameras. She recalled the recording in her possession, which captured the conversation between Feng Yu and Qian Gang. If this recording reached Lin Yang, it would undoubtedly instigate a fierce conflict among them. Lin Yang was astute. Should Su Mu voluntarily present the recording, he would surely harbor suspicions, even suspecting Su Mu of fabricating it to sow discord. However, if he were to overhear it through the cameras, he would have no choice but to believe it. Moreover, the authenticity of the matter could be easily verified. Let Lin Yang and Feng Yu have their fair share of the bite, Su Mu mused. All right, call me whenever you need assistance. Meng Wanyu nodded. Wanyue, what exactly do you do? You seem to know so much, Yi Tong said as she linked arms with Meng Wanyu. Meng Wanyu felt somewhat awkward and was at a loss for words. As a killer, she certainly needed to master skills such as eavesdropping and intelligence gathering. Those were her forte, while other knowledge eluded her. Wanyu used to be a hacker. Su Mu interjected with a chuckle. What? So impressive? Yi Tong exclaimed in surprise. Her face filled with gratitude. Wanyu, thank goodness for you. Otherwise, all our secrets would have been compromised. Su Mu nodded in agreement, affirming her sentiment. Yiji, this is simply what I ought to do, Meng Wanyu said bashfully, scratching her head. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Yang lay on the hotel bed, holding his phone, which displayed footage of the Su Mu family's living room. After Meng Wanyu left, Su Mu sat on the sofa, while Yi Tong busied herself in the kitchen. Kid, I refuse to believe I can't uncover any dirt on you. Lin Yang grinned, relishing the thought of revenge. Just then, his phone rang, prompting him to answer immediately. Boss, today Feng Yu and Qian Gang have been unaccounted for. They still haven't returned. A voice came through from the other end. Those two, have they begun to take action? Lin Yang frowned, his gaze fixated. Chapter 60. The pitiful dog of affection. Su Mu and Yi Tong sat at the dining table, the presence of cameras causing Yi Tong to feel slightly anxious. It's fine. We usually behave like this, Su Mu reassured her with a smile. Yi Tong nodded lightly, recalling that they had not shared any intimate moments or discussed matters pertaining to the company in the living room earlier. With this thought, she began to relax a bit. After their meal, Yi Tong washed the dishes while Su Mu headed upstairs first. Soon after, Yi Tong followed him to the bedroom. Given that Yi Tong's relatives had not yet departed, Su Mu found himself devoid of any romantic inclinations that day. He believed it prudent to grant himself a respite, acknowledging that even a robust body requires protection. The following morning, Su Mu awoke to find Yi Tong stirring as well. Yi Tong initially intended to prepare breakfast for him, but Su Mu declined, urging her to rest instead. Her heart swelled with gratitude. She suddenly realized that she could no longer remain idle at home, as it did not aid Su Mu. In fact, she had already formulated a plan to seek out Wang Weiliang, an elder of the Yi family. Her previous academic focus had been in chemical pharmaceuticals, aligning with the family business. However, the industry demanded exorbitant investments, and when Su Mu inquired about her aspirations, she had readily abandoned that path. Yet now, with Wang Weiliang residing in the Su household, she resolved to consult him that very day, even if it meant pursuing a frontline profession. After preparing breakfast, Su Mu consumed a portion and left some for Yi Tong. Once finished, he drove to the company. Barely seated, Su Ningbing sent him a message requesting his presence in the chairman's office on the top floor. Upon arriving, he knocked and entered, discovering not only Su Shou and Su Ningbing, but also Chun Bei present. You've arrived? Su Shou greeted Su Mu with a smile, while Su Ningbing squinted slightly, feeling that Su Mu was becoming increasingly audacious. He had promised her the previous day to illustrate the form of the rare treasures, yet had failed to deliver. Did she truly need to beg him? Su Mu replied, taking a seat on the sofa. Old Chun has already informed me of last night's events. Qian Gang's actions were indeed shameless, employing such underhanded tactics. Su Shou's expression darkened. I was left with no choice but to agree to provide him with the false documents. I initially intended to delay matters further. Chun Bei shook his head in resignation. Xiaomu, do you have any thoughts? Su in Guit. We cannot afford to grant them too much time. We need to instill a sense of urgency. I believe we should circulate news that the preparations are complete and that the approval is imminent, at which point we shall commence the listing, Su Mu contemplated. Excellent. Should they receive this information, they will undoubtedly hasten their pace and initiate production, Su Shou remarked with a hint of a smile. Chun Bei then stood, nodding at Su Shou. Chairman, I know what to do. I shall take my leave now. Su Shou nodded in acknowledgement. After Chun Bei departed, Su Mu shared the recording from the previous day with Su Shou. I acquired this recording at great expense. The information old Chun provided was only available while he was conscious, while this recording contains details from his unconscious state. Su Mu leaned back against the sofa. Su Shou played the recording, listening alongside Su Ningbing. Their expressions shifted uneasily upon hearing the conversation between Feng Yu and Qian Gang. How could you still want her? That Qian Gang is truly disgraceful, Su Shou scoffed. The most pitiable of all are those who serve with blind devotion. In the end, they are left with nothing. Su Mu stated, shaking his head gently. Su Ningbing and Su Shou exchanged glances, realizing that Su Mu's previous pursuit of Feng Yu was not born of affection. Qian Gang had taken a few days of sick leave and had not reported to work. However, after decades of dedication to the Su family, he still wielded considerable connections. That afternoon, he received news that the approval for the Su family's pharmaceutical product had been granted. This meant they would likely be going public soon. Eager, Qian Gang rushed downstairs to seek out Feng Yu and share the news. Upon reaching the underground parking lot, he opened his car door, only to be approached abruptly from behind. A burly man seized Qian Gang's shoulder, and he felt a knife pressed against his side. Who are you? Qian Gong stammered, trembling. Get in the passenger seat. I'm taking you to meet my boss, the young man grinned. Cold sweat broke out on Qian Gang. Despite his years in the workforce, he had never encountered such a situation. Terrified, he complied. The young man settled into the driver's seat, reassuring him, don't be nervous. Place your phone in front. Qian Gang did as instructed. The vehicle eventually halted at a villa belonging to Li Feipeng, a connoisseur of gourmet foods. Upon exiting, Qian Gang realized who was seeking him. As he stepped out, he spotted Lin Yang and Li Feipeng seated at a stone table in the courtyard, enjoying tea. Li Feipeng rose with a smile upon seeing Qian Gang. Mr. Qian, my apologies for summoning you in this manner. Wasn't there a week's deadline? Qiongong faigne comnis. Last night, with Feng Yu's cooperation, you must have acquired it, correct? Lin Yang uprose his head, inquiring furter. How do you know? Qian Gang's eyes widened in fear. I was unaware earlier, but now I am enlightened. Lin Yang smirked. What? You haven't handed it over yet. Were you planning? I thought Feng Yu had already given it to you. Qian Gang stuttered. Didn't you say she was your woman? She is indeed my woman, but she doesn't always listen, Lin Yang retorted, pointing at Qian Gang. Hand it over now, and I can offer you some money. Qian Gang narrowed his eyes, ultimately producing his phone and retrieving the falsified documents that Feng Yu had amended overnight. Li Feipeng snatched the phone, scrutinizing the information displayed, and a smile spread across his face. He then transferred the documents to his own device. You may leave now. Once we turn a profit, you will receive a reward for your efforts. Lin Yang waved dismissively. What about my compromising materials? Rest assured, we shall engage in a fair trade. They will not be disclosed. Lin Yang replied with a grin. Qian Gang nodded and departed in his vehicle. Li Feipeng, elated by the documents, exclaimed, Mr. Lin, we are on the brink of success. I will notify the department to prepare for full-scale production immediately. Are you foolish? You dare to begin full production without first verifying the authenticity of the medications? Lin Yang chidet, guesting a glance at Li Feipeng. You are right. I acted too hastily. Li Feipeng kunsada, smiling. Let us first find individuals to produce a few samples using this method. Agreed. Lin Yang nodded, sensing the formidable potential of the medication. Once they amassed wealth, they would turn their attention to the Su family. At that time, Su Yaya, the luminous star, would undoubtedly come pleading for their mercy. Chapter 61. Wan Yue, you are truly impressive. Su Mu sat in his office, contemplating when he would return home to play Feng Yu's recording for Lin Yang. This recording could only be played once. If it were to be looped under surveillance, Lin Yang would have to be foolish to believe it. Thus, the timing of the playback was crucial. The Su family was currently releasing news of an impending public listing to hasten Lin Yang and Feng Yu's progress. No, I cannot remain idle. Action is required. Su Mu exited the office. Typically, he would assign surveillance tasks to Wang Biao. However, Lin Yang was no ordinary individual. Using Wang Biao for monitoring could easily raise alarms. It was essential for Su Mu currently operating from the shadows, to capitalize on this advantage. Wanyue. Sumu called out to Meng Wanyue, who was seated nearby. Mr. Su, what is it? Meng Wanyue approached with an impassive expression. From your demeanor, it seems you too wish to escape the confines of the office, Sumu whispered in her ear. Feeling Sumu's breath, her cheeks flushed slightly. Even she was unaware of why her heart raced at his proximity. Affection level 3. It was worth noting that she was an assassin. She preferred physical exertion to office work. Come, let's go execute a mission, Sumu instructed Meng Wanyue. After all, Sumu, as a manager, was somewhat superfluous. Typically, subordinates would handle matters efficiently, requiring only his signature. Meng Wanyue nodded gently and followed Sumu downstairs. Drive your car. Our task today is to follow someone, and my vehicle is rather conspicuous. Sumu glanced at Meng Wanyue. Meng Wanyue nodded lightly and led him to the ground parking lot, stopping in front of a Wuling Hongguang. You drive this to work? Sumu asked in astonishment, as Meng Wanyue's office attire and delicate features seemed incongruous with the vehicle. This car is excellent. It offers ample space, rear-wheel drive, and can drift. Meng Wanyue opened the car door and took her seat behind the wheel. Very well. Sumu settled into the passenger seat, informing her. We will first head to the Moonlit Bar. I will send you the address. Understood. Meng Wanyue nodded, starting the car and following the navigation to their destination. Sumu squinted, pondering their next steps. According to the information he had received, Feng Yu intended to produce weight loss pills, but what she possessed was counterfeit. The methods and ratios she provided to Lin Yang were equally fraudulent. Lin Yang, with his high-level aptitude, was certainly no fool. He would undoubtedly conduct experiments. Upon discovering the ineffectiveness of a drug, he would likely confront Feng Yu first. Sumu simply needed to wait for Lin Yang to seek out Feng Yu, as that would most likely be when he could reveal the recording. The street behind the Moonlit Bar was rather secluded, with few passers-by. Meng Wanyue parked her car there. Mr. Su, what is our purpose here? Meng Wanyue inquired, puzzled. Do you see that small window above us? That is Feng Yu's room. Sumu pointed upward. He had already sensed the situation within and confirmed that Feng Yu was not present. I still do not comprehend what is occurring. Meng Wanyue murmured softly. This is a company secret, but I trust you, so I will share it. However, you must not disclose it to anyone else. Sumu smiled faintly, well aware that Meng Wanyue was affiliated with the Dragon King and had no connections with Feng Yu or Lin Yang, ensuring that this information would remain confidential. Meng Wanyue felt a wave of gratitude. Despite knowing her allegiance, Sumu still placed such trust in her. Affection level 10, rest assured, I will speak to no one. I swear, even if the Dragon King inquires, I shall remain silent, Meng Wanyue assured Sumu. Sumu nodded, recognizing that their relationship was indeed progressing. He understood Meng Wanyue's character. Since she had the audacity to make such a vow, she would surely uphold it. He briefly recounted the events that had transpired. To make the previous incidents seem plausible, Sumu mentioned that when she had been photographing in front of her villa, he suspected she might have been working for another company. Meng Wanyue nodded in understanding, finally grasping the complexities of business dealings. Mr. Su, what should we do now? Meng Wanyue asked. Actually, I wish to install a listening device in Feng Yu's room, but her only window is that small one, which complicates matters, Sumu mused, stroking his chin. The room was well sealed, with only the small window and the bar's second-floor entrance remaining. The entrance was guarded by security and numerous cameras, making it nearly impossible to infiltrate unnoticed. Does her room have surveillance cameras? Meng Wanyue inquired. I am uncertain. It is likely that there are none, Sumu replied, shaking his head. Leave that to me. I can install the listening device, Meng Wanyue stated, glancing at Sumu. If there are cameras, I can also control them, just as you mentioned Lin Yang does. Wanyue, are you truly capable of such feats? Sumu exclaimed with surprise. If Meng Wanyue could accomplish this, it would indeed alleviate some complications. However, there is a prerequisite. The room must be unoccupied, Meng Wanyue cautioned. Rest assured, I am confident that no one is currently inside the room, Sumu assured her through his observations. All right, give me 3 minutes, Meng Wanyue replied, retrieving her phone and an instrument from the vehicle's toolbox, connecting the two. What are you doing? Sumu inquired. This is the latest device from the U.S. military, procured through the black market. It could detect nearby cameras, Meng Wanyue explained, pointing to the blinking dots on the device. You see, there's only one camera on this street. With that, Meng Wanyue drove away from the deserted street, stopping at the intersection, perfectly positioned in a blind spot beneath the camera. She retrieved a screw from the car, opened the window, and hurled it out. Crack! The camera lens above shattered instantly. Wanyue, you are truly impressive, Su Mu praised, giving her a thumbs up. Affection level 5. Su Mu observed the black text above Meng Wanyue. Was it possible that she enjoyed being complimented? Meng Wanyue's expression grew slightly awkward as she returned to the vehicle. After exiting, she opened the back door and took a seat. Beneath the car seat, she changed into a pair of flat shoes, donned a mask and a cap, and carried a tool bag. Mr. Su, you are certain that room is empty, correct? Meng Wanyue asked as she stepped out of the car. Absolutely. Not only is the room unoccupied, but there is also no one at this intersection, Su Mu replied with a smile. Good. Just as Meng Wanyue finished speaking, the Wuling Hongguang shook slightly. She had leaped onto the roof of the car. Su Mu had just opened the window to observe when he saw Meng Wanyue leap up, effortlessly grasping the outer support of the air conditioning unit on the second floor. Her agility was akin to that of a cat. Moments later, she was at the small window. She retrieved her tools from the backpack and began to work on the window, and within 30 seconds, it swung open. Chapter 62. The enigma of my brother Meng Wanyue squeezed through a diminutive window. At that moment, Su Mu rolled down the car window, poking his head out to observe. He soon realized that, at his towering height of 1.85 meters, it would be quite a challenge for him to wriggle through such a narrow opening. Once inside the room, Meng Wanyue confirmed that it was indeed unoccupied. She first utilized her equipment to scan the area, discovering the absence of surveillance cameras. However, she did notice a dismounted socket on the wall facing the sofa, which was equipped with a pinhole camera. Confused by the situation, she pondered whether someone had clandestinely installed the camera, only to be discovered by Fengyu. She chose not to dwell on it and promptly set about installing a listening device beneath the sofa. After completing the installation, she retrieved a cloth from her backpack to wipe away any traces of footprints. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from outside the window. Su Mu's head appeared. What the? Meng Wanyue was startled by Su Mu's unexpected entrance and blurted out an expletive. She quickly inquired, Mr. Su, how did you get up here? Hurry. Fengyu is already on the stairs. On promptly alerted her. His senses keenly aware that Fengyu and Qian Gang had just entered the bar through the front door. He had initially intended to notify her by phone, but it was far quicker to come up himself. Understood, Meng Wanyue replied, no longer concerned about the ground. To the untrained eye, it would be nearly impossible to discern anything amiss. She swiftly cleaned the area by the window and then moved outside to resecure the lock on the window. Just as Meng Wanyue leaped down from the second floor, the door swung open, revealing Fengyu. She quickly took her seat in the driver's position and drove away from the scene. Before departing, Meng Wanyue glanced back at the window and curiously asked, Mr. Su, how did you manage to get up there? I've always been physically fit since childhood, so I simply climbed up, Su Mu replied with a smile. You're quite impressive, Mr. Su. Where shall we head next? Meng Wanyue inquired. Let's find a parking spot near the bar, Su Mu suggested, grinning. Meng Wanyue nodded and parked the car at a nearby intersection, retrieving her phone to log into the cloud. Fengyu's voice emanated from the device. Su Mu, meanwhile, expanded his perception, realizing that Fengyu's room was just within reach, allowing him to visualize the scene inside. Fengyu. Today I was captured by Lin Yang. He forced me to hand over the materials, and I sent him the false documents you provided me yesterday. Qian Gang stated while seated on the sofa. Does he dare act so brazenly? If he does this again, remember to report him, Fengyu replied, her eyes narrowing slightly before she smiled, and added, why the rush to find me today? Is there something on your mind? I've heard that the Su Group's approval has come through, and they are about to go public, Qian Gang informed her. If they list before us, we will infringe upon their patents. Rest assured, do you think I went out for nothing today? While I may not compare with the Su Group in Jiang City, the situation in Yang City is quite different. I've already coordinated with the local officials, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should be ready for production in a few days. Feng Yu revealed with a subtle smile. How can it be so swift? Qian Gang asked, puzzled. I applied for health supplements, while the Su group is pursuing pharmaceuticals. The standards and speed of review are inherently different, Feng Yu remarked, glancing at Qian Gang. You might want to lay low for a while. Once our weight loss product is launched, it will undoubtedly create a sensation throughout Long Country and beyond. Listening to their conversation, Su Mu shook his head gently. Feng Yu would likely be disheartened. The recordings were uploaded to the cloud, accessible through a mobile account, thus eliminating distance as a barrier. Even if Su Mu were at home, he could still hear their dialogue, though he lacked the ability to visualize the scene. According to Meng Wanyue, the listening device would operate for approximately 10 days before running out of power, a time frame Su Mu deemed more than sufficient. Upon their return to the company, Su Mu settled into his office, opting to do nothing but listen to the sounds from Feng Yu's room. He sensed that Lin Yang would soon realize that the substances Qian Gang provided were counterfeit. At 3 in the afternoon, at the Flavor Food Factory's R&D department, Lin Yang and Li Feiping wore grim expressions. What is the status of the 5 test subjects? Lin Yang inquired with a furrowed brow. Mr. Lin, the 5 individuals are still experiencing severe diarrhea. One of them reportedly has collapsed from dehydration, Li Feiping responded somberly. Li, while we may hail from a food production background, with the right materials, proportions, and production techniques, we can create anything, a middle-aged man in a white lab coat interjected, glancing at Li Feiping. Moreover, I will produce them in batches. Surely, we can't be wrong every time. It is indeed not your fault, Lin Yang replied coldly. The issue lies within the production process. What? Are you suggesting that Qian Gang deceived us? Li Feiping gusput, relieved that he had heeded Lin Yang's advice and refrained from full-scale production, or else they would face severe losses. It could be either that Qian Gang is deceiving us or that the Su group provided us with falsified materials, Lin Yang said, narrowing his eyes. I will confront Feng Yu. Meanwhile, Su Mu continued to eavesdrop, but it was evident that Qian Gang had left, and the sounds in Feng Yu's room ceased. Just then, a knock echoed at Su Mu's office door. Come in, Su Mu called out. The door swung open, revealing not Meng Wanyue, but Su Ningbing, clad in a uniform, accompanied by 2 imposing figures. Su Ningbing adjusted her glasses and entered with a composed demeanor. Sister, what brings you here? Su Mu asked, somewhat surprised. Su Ningbing inwardly chastised him. Aside from the company's weight loss product, another matter had been weighing heavily on her mind, the aspiration to become an ancient martial artist. Su Mu had promised to show her what heavenly materials and earthly treasures looked like, yet he had yet to fulfill that promise. All she knew were the names, and online searches yielded no results, leaving her at a loss. Ahem, have you forgotten something? Su Ningbing approached Su Mu's desk, clearing her throat. Forgotten what? Su Mu inquired. You promised to show me the illustrations of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Su Ningbing stated directly. Oh, I've been preoccupied with company matters lately. I completely forgot. Let me draw it for you now, Su Mu replied, pulling out an A4 sheet of paper. Allow me to draw it instead. I've studied sketching before. Su Ningbing countered as she approached. What if your skills are lacking? Have no fear. I possess a modicum of artistic knowledge, Su Mu assured her, picking up a black pen. Upon hearing this, Su Ningbing's eyes widened in disbelief. By the way, am I handsome? Su Mu asked. You, yes, very handsome. Su Ningbing gritted her teeth in response. Am I good to you? Su Mu continued as he began to draw. Su Ningbing momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Despite Su Mu's impressive abilities, he had always feigned weakness throughout their lives. Moreover, if he possessed the capability to help Su Shou become an ancient martial artist, it was highly likely that he himself was one as well. The fact that he allowed her to strike him was genuinely touching. Affection level 10, all right. You treat me very well, Su Ningbing stated plainly, as it was the truth. As she spoke, Su Mu had already sketched 3 different plants, meticulously labeling their colors and characteristics. Su Ningbing stared in awe at the vibrant illustrations that seemed to leap off the page, resembling photographs. Just who exactly was this brother of hers? At that moment, Su Mu's phone rang, and a woman's voice inquired, What brings you here? Then a man's voice followed, expressing longing, I've missed you, come and see you. Su Mu smiled, as Lin Yang finally met Feng Yu. Chapter 63. This woman, damn it, what is happening? Su Ningbing listened intently to the voice emanating from her phone. I have installed a listening device in Feng Yu's room, Su Mu remarked with a smile. Su Ningbing did not leave, choosing instead to remain and absorb the sounds within. At that moment, Lin Yang was seated on a black leather sofa, his gaze immediately drawn to the pinhole camera nestled in the wall socket across from him. How do I remove this camera? Lin Yang asked, crossing his legs and smiling. This camera was originally meant to record my room to prevent any intruders, but I never anticipated that the device I installed would instead become an instrument for someone else to spy on me. Feng Yu flashed a sultry smile at first. I thought there was something installed in other parts of the room, so I had someone thoroughly search the place. I never imagined it was my own device watching me. Su Mu, listening intently, nodded in agreement. Meng Wanyue had also mentioned this matter when she returned with him. Su Mu had speculated that someone had secretly installed the pinhole camera. Little did he know that the camera was indeed installed by Feng Yu herself. Now, with this revelation, he was more certain than ever that Lin Yang was the one monitoring him. Su Mu couldn't help but feel fortunate. Since Feng Yu had just completed a thorough inspection of her home, it was unlikely that Meng Wanyue's listening device would be discovered anytime soon. Su Mu continued to listen. Who lacks manners like this? Lin Yang chuklet awkwardly. Perhaps it's some beast, Feng Yu giggled, covering her mouth. All right, let's get straight to the point. Hand over the actual proportions and production techniques to me. Lin Yang's smile faded. I have a certain patience for beautiful women. If you give it to me now, we shall remain good friends. What do you mean? Did Qian Gang not give it to you? Feng Yu asked, her face etched with confusion. He did, but it was counterfeit. Qian Gang was working for you, and if he dared to act this way, it must have been with your authorization. Lin Yang extended his hand, his expression growing colder. I will say it once more. Give me the real deal, and we will still be friends. Impossible. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? I understand now. It must be a scheme from the Su family. No wonder Qian Gang managed to procure the information so swiftly. Feng Yu pondered aloud. Lin Yang nodded slightly, sharing her suspicion. He found himself more inclined to suspect the Su family than Feng Yu. As it seemed too easy for Qian Gang to obtain the information, he accomplished it in just one day when given a week. Ha ha ha. Miss Feng, it appears we think alike. I too suspect the Su family is behind this. Lin Yang's previously cold demeanor transformed into a grin. I thought you were planning to take action against me. Feng Yu scoffed. No. As I mentioned earlier, I have a high tolerance for beautiful women. Lin Yang stood with a grin. This Qian Gang truly cannot handle his tasks. It seems he needs a proper lesson. With that, he exited the bar. Su Ningbing, who had earlier listened to Su Mu's recording, realized that Feng Yu clearly intended to keep the information for herself, deliberately giving Lin Yang false data. Unfortunately for her, the information she believed to be correct was also a fabrication. With this in mind, Su Ningbing turned her gaze to Su Mu, recognizing that he was the mastermind behind this scheme. She found herself inexplicably reassessing her feelings toward Su Mu. He was no longer as detestable as before. I'm leaving, Su Ningbing announced as she turned to depart. Su Mu, resting his chin on his hand, contemplated that since Lin Yang believed the information he had received was fake, he would likely have some free time. Thus, Su Mu planned to put on a performance that evening, hoping Lin Yang would witness it live. After work, Su Mu drove home, parking in the underground garage before pulling out his phone to message Yi Tong, outlining the evening's proceedings. The other party would be able to observe the living room through the camera and hear the sounds, but they would not be able to detect the text on his phone. Upon receiving Yi Tong's reply, Su Mu exited the car and made his way to the villa. I'm back, Yi Tong greeted him with her usual smile. Yes, a significant incident occurred at the company today. Would you like to hear about it? Su Mu settled onto the sofa, looking at Yi Tong. What incident? Yi Tong, fine ignorante. One of the Su family's veterans, Qian Gang, is a traitor to our company. The materials I previously mentioned to you were leaked by him, Su Mu disclosed. What? Is that really the case? Tongues face registre de surprise. It must be a falsehood. After all, he is a veteran of the company. Falsehood? There is evidence. Last night, Qian Gang dined with another veteran of ours and even drugged him. Su Mu recounted the events, slightly altering details to ensure the narrative flowed smoothly. He explained to Yi Tong, or rather to Lin Yang behind the camera, that Shun Bei had been coerced into revealing the authentic information. Yet, Everything was under Su Shou's control. With company secrets compromised and two individuals privy to critical information dining together, what good could come of it? Thus, Su Shou had preemptively installed a listening device on Chun Bei, capturing their conversation. Unbeknownst to Lin Bei, who was unaware of the listening device, he had been tormented for an entire night and, by midday, confessed to Su Shou, denouncing Qian Gang and admitting his betrayal of the company, expressing his willingness to face legal consequences. Yet, Su Shou had forgiven him for daring to speak the truth. Do you have a recording? Ye tong inwit. As Su Mu had previously instructed, Lin Yang was astute. Without evidence, Su Mu's sole word would likely not be believed. Of course, Su Mu produced his phone, cranking up the volume to play the conversation between Feng Yu and Qian Gang, particularly their discussion about ensnaring Lin Yang. Once the recording concluded, Su Mu added, "Due to the leak of secrets, my father intends to expedite the launch of the weight loss medication to prevent others from getting ahead." Su Mu's speculation was somewhat inaccurate. Lin Yang had not been observing from behind a camera. He was typically busy and would not be fixated on Su Mu. However, he had instructed his subordinates to keep a watchful eye. Upon hearing this news, they promptly transmitted the recording and video to Lin Yang. At that moment, Lin Yang was still contemplating how to acquire the genuine proportions and techniques. Upon receiving Su Mu's message, a murderous intent swiftly crossed his face. He despised betrayal and deceit. His best brother abroad had met his end due to treachery. Feng Yu's cunning was truly profound. It turned out that the information she possessed was genuine, yet she sought to claim it for herself, intentionally misleading him and shifting the blame onto the Su family. This woman must be punished. Lin Yang swiftly took action, determined to make Feng Yu pay the price for crossing him. The mercenary king. How many lives did she think she had? Under the moonlight, the bar thrived in the evening, pulsating with vibrant music and an energetic DJ, causing many to sway as if entranced. Feng Yu sat alone on a sofa in a room on the second floor, cradling a glass of red wine, celebrating her triumph in solitude. She had already begun to fantasize about the future, becoming a renowned entrepreneur in the country, treading upon the Feng family. She would not spare her so-called father or his domineering sons and daughters. Suddenly, Feng Yu heard a noise from the window. Just as she stood up, a deafening crash shattered the glass, scattering fragments everywhere. Chapter 64. Feng Yu's regret. Lin Yang reached through the window, slowly opening it, and remarked, "This window is rather difficult to navigate." Feng Yu frowned. "Mr. Lin, why not use the front door? Why damage my window? I wish to keep my visit discreet." After entering the room, Lin Yang drew the curtains, ensuring that there were no surveillance cameras present. "What do you intend to do?" Feng Yu's heart raced as she observed the determination in Lin Yang's eyes, particularly as he donned black gloves, instinctively retreating. "I detest being deceived. Yet deceit is a common occurrence," Lin Yang stated calmly, advancing toward her. Realizing the dire situation, Feng Yu bolted for the front door, but Lin Yang seized her hair, yanking her backward, causing her to lose her balance. He forcefully pressed her to the ground, her face scraping against the floor, blood oozing from her wounds. "Help!" she gasped, but before she could cry out, Lin Yang's knee struck her abdomen, forcing blood from her lips, leaving her weak and voiceless. "Beauty holds privileges in my domain, but you do not qualify," he remarked, gripping her hair and scrutinizing her battered visage. "In my eyes, beauty is pure, yet you are tainted." Lin Yang. Tears streamed down Feng Yu's face as she panted. "What have I done to provoke you?" Lin Yang leisurely retrieved his phone, playing a recording obtained from Su Mu. Fear flashed in Feng Yu's eyes as she realized that Su Shou had indeed planted a listening device on Chun Bei. "What do you have to say now? You conspired with Qian Gang to deceive me, and afterward, you entertained him for several nights," Lin Yang sneered. "I suspect your rise to this point has been through your liaisons with older men." Initially, he had contemplated adding her to his harem, but this revelation only filled him with disgust. "I refuse to consume the leftovers of old men. Engaging with these older men has nothing to do with you," Feng Yu retorted defiantly. With a swift motion, Lin Yang slapped her across the face, showing no mercy as blood filled her mouth. As a mercenary, he had encountered many beautiful assassins. If he spared her merely for her beauty, he would have met his demise countless times over. "Feng Yu, Hand over the true information. He demanded. I will not. If you have the courage, kill me, she declared, resolute in her defiance. Kill you? Apologies, but I possess the capability, he replied, twisting her shoulders slightly, eliciting a sharp intake of breath as pain contorted her handsome features. I will dismember you and feed you to the fish, he threatened, grasping her other arm. Please, no. Feng Yu finally succumbed to fear. She was merely an ordinary person, unable to match Lin Yang's formidable presence. She recognized that death meant the end of everything. Surviving offered a chance for redemption. Feng Yu, divulge all you know, and I may spare your life. If you dare deceive me again. Lin Yang rose calmly, moving toward the wooden bar, placing his hand upon it. With a thunderous roar, the bar trembled violently, fissures appearing as it nearly collapsed. Feng Yu trembled at the sight. Are you the legendary martial artist? Indeed, you are quite astute for a daughter of the Feng family. I assure you, should you attempt any further schemes, your demise will not be a simple matter, Lin Yang asserted with an air of arrogance. Feng Yu's head drooped in despair, tears cascading down her cheeks as she grappled with her reality. Just moments ago, she believed she could dominate the Feng family, but now she was thrust back into the harsh truth. Regret washed over her. Why had she ever allied with Lin Yang? Had she not known him, she might have succeeded. Yet, she soon realized that not everyone was as unconditionally loyal as Su Mu. Su Mu had known she was exploiting him, yet he remained steadfast in his support. A bitter smile crossed her lips as she recognized her own flaws. She had conspired with those who mistreated her to undermine those who genuinely cared for her. Damn it, I truly am wretched. She resolved to seek out Su Mu and confess her remorse. Su Mu and Yi Tong had already nestled beneath the covers, listening intently to the sounds emanating from the phone, despite being unable to see the visuals. Is this the bar owner you frequented? Yi Tong inquired softly. Indeed. I approached her knowing she had infiltrated my company to gather intelligence. Su Mu replied, weaving a benevolent lie, having long discarded the persona of the villain he once was. I had misunderstood you all along, but it matters not, Yi Tong said, entwining her arm with Su Mu's. You are only family. As long as you treat us well, I care not for any other women in your life. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. Waifu, he was at a loss for words. Was there truly such a woman in the world? Enough of this. Let's not dwell on it, Yi Tong murmured, resting her face against his arm, feeling shy about admitting that Su Mu had been overwhelming, leaving her somewhat breathless. She had always been accommodating, and with Su Mu's kindness, she felt the need to reciprocate, fearing she could not fulfill his desires, leading her to feel guilty for not being able to satisfy him. I shall always treat you well. You are my wife, and none can take you from me, Su Mu vowed, embracing Yi Tong, ready to defend her against any threats. Is it over on that end? Yi Tong asked softly. Shall we turn off the phone? I find that woman somewhat pitiable. Very well, Su Mu nodded gently, knowing the recording function would allow him to revisit the important details later. A revelation had struck him. Feng Yu was indeed a daughter of the Feng family. Suddenly, Su Mu's expression shifted. Yi Tong had grown increasingly audacious. In recent days, with Yi Tong's relatives visiting, Su Mu's acquisition of justice points had slowed, but he had managed to accumulate enough for a 10-spin draw. Disregarding Yi Tong's presence, he activated the system to commence the lottery. Time like water in a sponge. Always yields when pressed. Su Mu first examined his status panel. Name, Su Mu. Character, villainous Saint-Body. Manager of personnel at Su Corporation Realm. Initial dark strength, physical strength. 170 mental strength. 170 cultivation points. 60, maximum 200 destiny energy. 40. Su Mu found it peculiar. Logically, since he had incited a rift between the protagonist Feng Yu and Lin Yang. Lin Yang should have lost destiny energy, yet his own had not increased. Was a face-to-face encounter necessary to seize it? He dismissed the thought, prioritizing the lottery instead. Activating 10 spins, the wheel began to whirl. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 20 cultivation points. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a third-grade self-healing pill. Chapter 65. The self-healing pill can cure early-stage cancer. Su Mu was taken aback. What exactly is a third-grade self-healing pill? Judging by the name, it should be a type of elixir. he decided to first await the rewards, planning to examine its primary functions only after he had drawn all the prizes. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 cultivation points. Sumonaded inwardly, pleased. More cultivation points would certainly be beneficial, as his foremost goal was to elevate his own realm. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a ground-level technique. Cloud step. What? Ground level? Su-mu felt exhilarated at having drawn a ground-level technique. Yitong, tidying up nearby, murmured, "What is wrong today? Are you tired?" "I'm not in good shape today. Just go to sleep," Su-mu replied, giving Yitong a gentle pat on the head. According to the storyline, techniques were classified into 4 categories: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with those above the heaven level existing only in legends. Logically, the most powerful would be the heaven-level techniques, typically possessed only by major powers in top sections. Ground-level techniques were rare even among hidden families. Only the most elite of these families could possibly possess them. Su-mu never anticipated that he would draw one. The lottery was not yet finished, so Su-mu continued to wait. However, the next few draws yielded only the minimum rewards. Once everything concluded, Su-mu examined the results of his 10 consecutive draws, a third-grade self-healing pill, and a ground-level technique. The cultivation points awarded were quite generous, totaling 150 points, while the attribute points amounted to 40. Su-mu first looked into the detailed information regarding the self-healing pill. According to the description, the third-grade self-healing pill could address common early-stage tumors. It could instantly enhance the cell's phagocytic ability, enabling the decomposition and absorption of tumors, thus achieving self-healing. It is well known that tumors signify cancer, so this elixir could indeed treat early-stage cancer. Quite powerful. Su-mu then examined the ground-level technique, Cloud Step, and realized that it was not an offensive type of technique. Simply put, the Cloud Step technique allowed one to place chi beneath their feet, enabling the execution of double and triple jumps. As one's cultivation level increased, the number of jumps would also rise, eventually allowing for the ability to walk on air. Su-mu was inwardly astonished. No wonder it was a ground-level technique. It could facilitate flight. However, given his current realm, he was uncertain how many steps he could take. He allocated all his attribute points, once again strengthening his physical form. Congratulations, host. You have entered the mid-stage of dark energy. He examined the changes in his attributes. Name: Su-mu. Character: Villainous Saint Body. Manager of Human Resources at Su Corporation Realm. Mid-stage Dark Energy Physique. 190 Spirit. 190 Cultivation Value. 10. Maximum 200 Destiny Power. 40 Logically. He should now be in Sage mode. Yet with his continued ascent, his brother once again rallied. However, Yitong had already fallen asleep, and Su-mu chose not to wake her, deciding to address everything the following day. The next morning, Su-mu opened his eyes, quietly rising to head downstairs to the bathing area on the first floor. He did not wish to be seen while practicing his technique. The yard was equipped with cameras, as was the living room, and the bathroom on the second floor was rather cramped. The most suitable location was indeed the spacious bathing area on the first floor, designed for soaking. Su-mu had mastered the techniques he drew, understanding how to utilize them. He leaped into the air and executed the Cloud Step. Although he was airborne, it felt as though there was something beneath his feet, allowing him to jump higher and higher. 1 leap, 2 leaps, 3 leaps. Currently, as a mid-stage dark energy cultivator, he could take 3 steps in the air. With the initial jump added, Su-mu felt that leaping several meters in height was akin to child's play. The self-healing pill. Su-mu retrieved a black elixir from his storage space, roughly the size of a marble he played with as a child. He held it to his nose and inhaled, instantly recognizing the type of medication in his mind. At that moment, he remembered his proficiency in pharmacology, meaning he could analyze this elixir and potentially create it himself. If it could resolve tumors, it surely surpassed weight loss pills, right? Su-mu examined it closely, even tasting it lightly, before shaking his head. The elixir contained 2 rare ingredients, rendering mass production impossible. Just then his phone rang. He shook his head gently, suspecting it was likely his father, but upon checking, he found it was Zhao Yingying. Upon answering, he asked, "Yingying, your mother's surgery should be over by now, right?" "Mu ye." Woo. Zhao Yingying burst into tears the moment she heard his voice, her sobs more intense than when she had borrowed money previously. "What happened?" Sumu inquired, brow furrowed. "Mugu, during the surgery yesterday, the doctor said my mother has stomach cancer and needs to be transferred to another hospital. My mother insisted on going home, and I couldn't stop her," Zhao Yingying choked out. "Your mother is of an age where it should be early-stage cancer, correct?" Sumu asked expressionlessly. "Yes, the doctor did say it was early stage, and there is a chance for treatment, but it would require more money. My mother has already taken a taxi home," Zhao Yingying said, her voice breaking. "Send me your address. I will come over immediately," Sumu instructed through the phone. He felt that his self-healing pill would be perfectly suited for this situation, as early-stage cancer is indeed treatable. The rare ingredients inside were not top tier, and Sumu could create more if necessary in the future. For now, he decided to give the one he had to Zhao Yingying's mother. Skipping breakfast, Sumu messaged Yi Tong before driving to the destination. From the address Zhao Yingying provided, he discovered that their home was in the same area as Lu Xiao's, though one was to the east and the other to the west. Upon arriving, he found Zhao Yingying waiting at the entrance of a residential building. Sumu parked by the roadside, and as soon as he stepped out of the car, Zhao Yingying rushed over, burying her tear-streaked face in his chest. "Mu Yi, I'm sorry for calling you so early. My mother went home this morning while I was in the bathroom," Zhao Yingying lamented, looking like a rain-soaked pear blossom. "It's all right, I'll talk to her," Sumu said, gently ruffling Zhao Yingying's hair. Favorability 10. "Okay, Sumu Gu." Zhao Yingying quickly turned and led the way. As they lived on the second floor, upon entering, Sumu noticed that the iron door to their home was already rusted. Inside, however, the atmosphere was a stark contrast to the outside chaos. Although there were many items piled up, they were arranged in an orderly fashion, radiating warmth. In the living room, Li Yin sat on the sofa, dressed in black pants and a snug blue sweater. Sumu was taken aback. Previously, he had only seen her mature face covered by blankets in the hospital. Now, seeing her full figure, he realized she was indeed extraordinary. Compared to Su Ningbing, the aura she exuded was even more imposing. Yet, unlike Su Ningbing, who possessed a nearly perfect figure without excess weight, Li Yun had a slightly fuller figure, coupled with a mature and charming face, making her presence hard to ignore. No wonder Fong Chu was infatuated with her. Sumu found himself questioning if Fong Chu's primary interest was indeed Li Yun, with Zhao Yingying merely a secondary consideration. "Mom, please, no more." Li Yun's eyes were slightly red as she glanced at Sumu. "Xiao Su, my daughter has caused you trouble." Chapter 66. Aunt's illness. I can cure her aunt. It is not impossible to treat you. Why did you sneak home? You made Yingying worry. Sumu approached and took a seat beside Li Yun. "It is treatable, but it will cost a fortune. We have already borrowed 150,000 from you. I can continue to lend." Sumu interrupted Li Yun. Affection level 10. Li Yun looked at Sumu's sincere demeanor. Touched, she wiped her tears with her hand. "Xiao Su, we still need several 100,000. Even if it can be cured, how will my daughter and I repay it?" Zhao Yingying, sitting beside Li Yun with tears in her eyes, exclaimed, "Mom, I will repay it. I will repay it." Li Yun siga deeply. "I am afraid you will be burdened with debts at such a young age. How will you live in the future? Moreover, the doctor mentioned there is a chance of recovery, but what if it doesn't work?" "Aunt, I can directly give you the money. You need not repay it," Sumu said to Li Yun. "How can that be? Whose money is not earned painstakingly? I cannot take your money for free." Li Yun shook her head at Sumu. "Xiao Su, I appreciate your kindness. I only hope that you will take good care of Yingying in the future." "What? What is it? Are you unwilling?" Li Yun was already hinting. Allowing him to care for Yingying meant allowing Yingying to marry him, didn't it? "To be honest, Aunt, I am already married," Sumu clarified. Upon hearing this, Li Yun felt a bit dazed. Why were all the good men she admired already married? But rest assured, your illness can be treated. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Zhao Yingying immediately stood up and walked to open it. She was surprised to see a familiar face outside. "Brother Fong." The visitor was Fong Chu. Upon entering, Fong Chu spotted Sumu, which irked him greatly. Li Yun had left the hospital without notifying him, and instead, she had informed Su Mu. "Xiao Fong, what brings you here?" Li Yun asked weakly, looking at Fong Chu. "Aunt, why did you leave the hospital without informing me?" Fong Chu said with concern. "Don't worry, I have also managed to gather 200,000. We can seek treatment." Su Mu was astonished at this revelation. Truly, he was the main character. It was unclear how he had procured the funds. "Xiao Fong, you are unaware. I have been diagnosed with cancer, and I have decided against treatment." Li Yun sighed softly. "What? Cancer?" Fong Chu was visibly shocked. Li Yun appeared so youthful, not even 40 yet. He had hoped to have Li Yun by his side one day, especially given her figure. He often dreamed of experiencing it. How could she suddenly have cancer? At that moment, another knock echoed at the door. Zhao Yingying, curious, stepped forward to open it. Seeing a couple outside, she exclaimed in surprise, "Uncle, Aunt, why are you here? Did you forget? I drove your mother to the hospital when she was admitted, and my number was listed as the emergency contact. The hospital just called me." The man, around 35, with a square face and hairstyled in highlights, was Li Yun's brother, Li Kuan. Beside him stood a woman with voluminous waves, heavily made up, with elongated eyes. She was Li Kuan's wife, Qian Jing. "Sister, I heard from the doctor that you have cancer." Li Kuan rushed over with concern. Meanwhile, Qian Jing surveyed the room. "Stomach cancer. The doctor said long-term fatigue, irregular diet, and poor sleep led to gastrointestinal dysfunction, ultimately causing the illness." Li Yun replied flatly. "I was just about to find you. I might not have much time left. So quickly giving the 30,000 you owe us." Hearing this, Su Mu's expression darkened. This single statement revealed much. Li Kuan, her own brother, had borrowed 30,000 from Li Yun and had yet to repay it. In other words, when Li Yun needed funds for surgery, he had not contributed a single cent. "Sister, don't worry. We will take care of Yingying in the future," Qian Jing said with a smile as she approached. Li Yun regarded Qian Jing with indifference, responding, "Yingying does not need your care." Qian Jing's expression soured at this. Did Li Yun already suspect her intentions? Zhao Yingying was a university student, already of age, beautiful, and academically accomplished. Once Li Yun passed away, they planned to adopt Zhao Yingying. Subsequently, Qian Jing intended to find a wealthy suitor for Zhao Yingying, extracting a hefty dowry to supplement their household. They were well aware of Zhao Yingying's character and knew she would never accept such a dowry. They could support her without spending a dime, and in the end, still obtain the dowry, benefiting them immensely. To their surprise, Li Yun flatly rejected the offer. "Sister, what do you mean? If you were to pass, Yingying would be left alone. What if she encounters bad people?" "Eli kun interictet. Who says Yingying would be alone? Yingying has me," Fong Chu asserted, clearly recognizing the dynamics among these individuals. After speaking, he glanced at Zhao Yingying, seemingly conveying, "Look how secure you feel with your brother Fong. Who do you think you are? We are family. What business is it of yours?" Li Kuan shot a glare at Fong Chu. "Yingying will not be alone because Aunt will be fine," Su Mu interjected calmly. Both Li Yun and Zhao Yingying turned to Su Mu, their eyes filled with gratitude. Affection level 20. Affection level 20. Fong Chu cursed under his breath, feeling outmaneuvered by this young man who had captured Li Yun's attention, far surpassing his own capabilities. "Who are you?" Li Kuan asked, his tone unfriendly. "I am Yingying's brother, a doctor, and I can treat Aunt's illness. You need not do anything, just repay me on time," Su Mu stated with a composed demeanor. "Brother Mu, you're a doctor?" Zhao Yingying, teary-eyed, grasped Su Mu's arm. "Indeed, I can treat early-stage stomach cancer without surgery. Medication will suffice," Su Mu confirmed with a smile. "You little brat. How arrogant you are. You think you can cure cancer? I suspect you want my sister to die sooner," Li Kuan retorted just as Qian Jing pinched his arm. "If you can treat her, then do so quickly. We do not wish for anything to happen to my sister," Qian Jing said, casting a glance at Li Kuan. Li Kuan paused, then realized Su Mu was suggesting treating stomach cancer without surgery. If this young man was indeed a quack, what would that mean? Allowing him to treat her would hasten Li Yun's demise, and once Li Yun was gone, it would be easy to bring Zhao Yingying back home, given her personality. "No way. You're a doctor? Do you have a medical license?" Fong Chu stood defiantly before Su Mu, his tone icy. Li Yun was the woman he coveted, What if this young man inadvertently caused her demise? Even with cancer, she could survive for years. In time, he could gather enough resources to treat her. You little brat, how can you block treatment for my sister? Do you have a way to heal her? Li Kuan pointed at Feng Chu, his voice rising. From this moment onward, he and Su Mu were aligned, eager for Su Mu to treat his sister and hasten her departure from this world. Chapter 67. Is this the elixir? Li Kuan, a man devoid of any skills since childhood, epitomized the parasitic nature of some individuals. Initially, he had to borrow from various sources to muster enough funds for his wedding. Subsequently, after the passing of Li Yun's husband, Li Kuan and his wife Qianjing, without Li Yun's consent, clandestinely accepted monetary gifts to introduce men to her. It must be said that Li Yun was the object of desire for many older men, especially as she had a daughter. Typically, women with sons are less sought after. After all, even the likes of Dorgan could not manage. However, a woman with a daughter is considered a coveted prize among older gentlemen. At first, Li Kuan and his accomplices merely collected gifts, amassing a sum of 20,000. Later, the older men began to congregate outside Li Yun's breakfast shop. When she sought her dues, unable to locate Li Kuan, she ultimately returned the money to these men, bringing the matter to a close. This time, they harbored intentions towards Zhao Yingying, and Li Yun would rather entrust her daughter to Su Mu, a married man, than to Li Kuan, this so-called uncle, by 100-fold. Little brother, I believe you can heal my sister. Please, do it quickly. Cancer is increasingly difficult to treat the longer it lingers. Li Kuan continued to address Su Mu. Li Yun, witnessing her brother's vile demeanor, felt nothing but disgust. She was well aware of his cunning tricks. He seemed to desire Su Mu's failure, hoping for her demise. Su Mu, can you truly cure her? Zhao Yingying, tears streaming down her face, grasped Su Mu's arm. As a university student, she understood that cancer is one of the toughest challenges to conquer in the world. If it were anyone else claiming a cure through medication, she would certainly be skeptical. Yet, this was Su Mu, who had previously lent her over 100,000 without a flicker of hesitation. She could not fathom why he would deceive her. There's a 90% chance, and even if it fails, the medication will not adversely affect her health, Su Mu replied with a gentle smile. Then turned to Li Yun, who was seated on the sofa. Annie, would you be willing to take my medicine? It must be quite expensive, Li Yun mused, having learned from her daughter that Su Mu's family was presumably well off. He had just stated his willingness to provide the money without expecting repayment. Such a person would not harm her. The price reflects its value. Su Mu smiled slightly. If it works, it is undoubtedly worth it. If it does not, then it is worthless. All right, I shall give it a try. Let us treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Li Yun nodded gently. Annie, no, I disagree. All medicine has its side effects, especially when it concerns cancer treatment. What if it exacerbates your condition? Feng Chu interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Li Yun. You little brat, do you wish for my sister's demise? Do you think I would hesitate to strike you? Li Kuan flexed his muscles as he advanced toward Feng Chu. Thank you, little Feng. I trust Su Mu. You would not deceive me. Besides, I do not intend to undergo treatment. Ultimately, whether or not I take medicine, I will still face my end. Li Yun forced a smile towards Feng Chu. Hearing this, Feng Chu clenched his fists. With Li Yun saying such, he felt he could not voice his objections. His true desire was to prevent anything unfortunate from happening to her. Su Mu produced a pill and handed it to Li Yun. Although he had previously tasted it, it would not affect its efficacy. Li Yun accepted the pill and swallowed it whole. All present were now fixated on her. Su Mu glanced around before speaking. Why is everyone so tense? Do you think this is a miraculous elixir that will heal her instantly? It requires gradual adjustment before he could finish. Li Yun's complexion flushed bright red, akin to that of a person intoxicated. She clutched her stomach suddenly, tears streaming down her face. It hurts. My stomach aches terribly. It feels like there's a fire burning inside. Li Kuan and Qianjing exchanged glances, both revealing joy in their eyes. Once Li Yun perished, apart from Zhao Yingying, the properties here would naturally become their possession. Su Mu, you scoundrel, what have you given my aunt? Feng Chu rushed forward to confront Su Mu. If anything happens to her, I will not let you off easily. At that moment, Zhao Yingying, weeping, grasped Li Yun's arm. Mom, are you all right? Qian Jing began her act of feigned sympathy, pointing at Su Mu, her voice cold. What did you make my sister consume? We trusted you, and yet you poisoned her? Call the police. I will report you right now. Li Kuan pulled out his phone, threatening Su Mu. Yet, Su Mu remained unfazed, calmly observing Li Yun. Her previously flushed face had now returned to normal. Ying, Mom is fine now, Li Yun said, astonished. She rubbed her stomach and remarked in wonder. It doesn't hurt anymore. Not at all. Does your stomach not hurt? Zhao Ying, wiping her tears, noticed that the pallor on Li Yun's face had transformed into a healthy glow. It doesn't hurt. I feel as if I have returned to my former self. Li Yun rose from the sofa and lightly jumped twice, sending tremors through the room. Su Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. The others stood agape, astonished at the transformation. How could this be? Just moments ago, Li Yun appeared gravely ill, yet now she radiated vitality. Was this truly an elixir? Even if it could heal, such rapid results seemed implausible. Su Mu also found the speed of recovery somewhat astonishing. However, upon reflection, he realized that Li Yun was in the early stages of gastric cancer. This meant that the medication could act immediately upon entering her stomach. In contrast, other types of cancer would require the body to absorb the medication before reaching the root of the ailment, resulting in a significantly slower process. Auntie, cancer does not manifest overnight. I suggest you rest at home for a few days and then visit the hospital for a checkup. Su Mu smiled at Li Yun. Thank you so much, little Su. I truly appreciate your early arrival and the medicine you provided. Li Yun expressed her gratitude. Affection 30, Brother Mu. It is indeed my honor to know you, Zhao Ying remarked, her affection for him also increasing. Affection 30, meanwhile, Fang Chu felt an escalating sense of discontent. Damn it, I was here first. Zhao Ying was one thing, but now even Li Yun seemed to be swayed by Su Mu's charm. This was a slight he could not tolerate. Destiny power, -20, Li Kuan. I truly appreciate your early visit. But please return now and make sure to repay the debt you owe us immediately. Li Yun addressed Li Kuan with an expressionless face. You witnessed it. I have incurred debts for surgery and now lack even funds for meals. If you do not repay, I will have no choice but to take legal action. Cease. I have not yet found a job and have no money, but I will collect the funds as soon as possible and repay you, Li Kuan hurriedly replied, grasping Qian Jing's hand as they prepared to leave. He was filled with regret, wishing he had not allowed that young man to administer the medication to Li Yun earlier. Little Fang, you should head back too. Thank you for your help this time. Li Yun smiled at Fang Chu. Destiny power, -10. Fang Chu felt increasingly disgruntled. Being sent away, while Su Mu remained, would surely not earn him any rewards. Chapter 68. The need for celebrity endorsement, however, Fang Chu found himself at an impasse. He could not overstay his welcome, as the hostess had already issued an eviction notice. Auntie, I shall take my leave now. Please take care of your health, he said, offering a gentle smile to Zhao Ying before turning to depart. Once outside, he closed the door behind him, allowing his gaze to grow progressively colder. Su Mu would undoubtedly take the time to investigate his identity. Regardless, his 3-year deadline was fast approaching, and during this period, Su Mu might very well win Zhao Ying's affections. Yet, he would never attain a woman like Li Yun. Therein lay his opportunity. Seeing that others had left, Su Mu turned to Li Yun with a smile. Auntie, since you are feeling better, I shall not intrude any longer. To his surprise, Li Yun reached for Su Mu's hand, pulling him down onto the sofa. Zhao Ying seated beside Su Mu. Though Su Mu's demeanor remained calm, an inner turmoil brewed as he glanced between them, pondering their intentions. Xiao Su, tell me honestly, the medicine you provided me, it must be quite expensive, right? Li Yun's expression darkened. Her education was modest, having completed only a vocational degree, and she was acutely aware that a surgery costing hundreds of thousands might not yield results. Yet here was Su Mu with a remedy that seemed to work wonders. She had read articles about wealthy individuals whose cancers were often curable. Could this pill belong to a similar category? Su Mu hesitated slightly, realizing that concocting a plausible excuse would be challenging given Li Yun's scrutiny. Annie, to be frank, the price of this medication is approximately 1 million. He spoke with a serene tone, explaining that it was a product of collaborative research by medical experts both domestically and internationally, and due to its exorbitant cost, it had not circulated widely in the market. Affection 20. Affection 40. Sumu noted the rising numbers above their heads, bemused that Li Yun's affection was climbing higher. 1 million. How many breakfasts must I sell to earn that amount? Li Yun released Sumu's hand, seemingly lost in thought, her face almost brushing against the table before her. In contrast, Zhao Yingying's expression was not one of anxiety, but rather fear, as the weight of 1 million, coupled with the previous sum of 150,000, loomed over them. Xiao Su, had I known the value of the medicine beforehand, I would never have taken it. It is far too precious, Li Yun sighed deeply. Annie, please do not feel any psychological burden. The medicine is a gift from me. There is no need for repayment. Sumu reassured her with a smile. Affection 30, I must repay you, Li Yun asserted firmly, unable to shake the discomfort of indebtedness. A resilient woman. She had been alone since her husband's passing over a decade prior. Despite her ability to find another partner effortlessly, she had persevered in raising Zhao Yingying alone. Auntie, I truly admire your strength. Please take better care of yourself, and do not overexert, Sumu said earnestly, his gaze fixed on Li Yun. Li Yun's body stiffened, averted her eyes from Sumu's gaze, feeling an unexpected rush of emotion. She found herself on the verge of tears, recalling that even her late husband had never spoken to her in such a manner. Affection 50, I should be going now. Yingying, please look after your mother. Remember to call me if you need money for your follow-up at the hospital. Sumu glanced at his phone before turning to leave. Mu Yi, let me see you off. Zhao Yingying expressed her gratitude as she followed closely behind him. Affection 20, once in his car. Sumu marveled at the unexpected accumulation of goodwill from Li Yun, while his interactions with Zhao Yingying yielded far less. Arriving at the company, he had scarcely settled into his office when he received a call from Su Shou requesting his presence. Taking the elevator to the top floor, he knocked on the door of the chairman's office. Upon hearing Su Shou's voice, he smiled and entered. In the office alongside Su Shou was Su Ningbing, who regarded Su Mu with her signature, icy demeanor. What have you done? She asked, her tone nonchalant. What do you mean? Sumu replied, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed. The materials for our weight loss pills have more than doubled, and just last night, they surged again by a factor of 2. It is evident that someone is feverishly stockpiling them, Su Shou remarked with a smile. Interestingly, the materials we replaced have seen the steepest increase in price. To make a long story short, Lin Yang got hold of my counterfeit prescription, and the buying frenzy began. Sumu chuckled, eager to see how much they would ultimately lose. Our own medication is poised for production and will soon hit the market. Su Shou turned to Sumu. I intend to secure a celebrity endorsement, and I leave the selection to you. What star do you have in mind? My sister is no less attractive than any of them. Sumu glanced at Su Ningbing, noting how her office attire accentuated her figure, the buttons straining against her frame. With her stunning features, she certainly outshone many celebrities. Su Ningbing, inadvertently elevating her chin, resembled a proud swan. Affection 5. While Ningbing is indeed beautiful, a celebrity is still necessary to swiftly elevate our brand visibility, Su Shou explained. As a young man, your opinion carries weight. I entrust this matter to you. Understood. Sumu nodded lightly, realizing he would need to seek out individuals with favorable reputations. Being pragmatic, he would not pursue top-tier celebrities, as engaging such high-profile individuals typically indicated a lack of core competitiveness in the product, requiring their fan base to drive sales. However, Su Group's weight loss pills possessed distinct advantages, offering effects that competitors could not replicate. They merely needed recognition to make a mark. After bidding farewell to Su Shou, Su Mu returned to his office, recalling a certain individual who might be of assistance, Zhou Henning, who likely had connections in the entertainment industry and could introduce him to suitable candidates. At noon, in the gourmet food laboratory, Lin Yang inquired of Li Feiping, how are things progressing? What is the status of the volunteers? Mr. Lin, perfect. The medication is genuine. Last night, we hurriedly produced a few doses for several individuals, and now, well into the afternoon, they report feeling no hunger at all, Li Feiping exclaimed, fists clenched in excitement. There were no adverse reactions, and their sleep quality remained unaffected. Excellent. It appears to be legitimate. Lin Yang clapped his hands with enthusiasm. I have received word that Su Group's product is set to launch imminently. We must outpace them. I am investing all my savings into rapid production. I'll invest too. Li Fiping chimed in eagerly. Meanwhile, Su Mu was dining with Meng Wan at the company cafeteria when his phone buzzed with an incoming call from Feng Yu. Su Mu scoffed quietly, bemused that this woman still dared to reach out to him. Chapter 69. I only regret being blind. Wasting so much time and money on you, Su Mu originally intended to hang up the phone immediately, but after a moment's hesitation, he decided to answer, curious about what this woman wanted. What's the matter? Su Mu inquired as he connected the call. Su Xiao, do you have a moment? Feng Yu's voice, though still possessing its unique allure, was markedly different from her formerly enchanting tone. I'm rather busy lately, Su Mu flatly declined. I'm currently outside the Su Corporation's building. Feng Yu's voice conveyed. Upon hearing this, Su Mu chose to prolong the conversation. After all, this woman displayed a semblance of decorum, recognizing that someone of her status needed to make the effort to see him. Very well, wait a moment. I will come over after I finish my meal. Su Mu replied before hanging up. Suzong, who was that? Meng Wanyue inquired from across the table. The bar owner, I had you plant the listening device on. Su Mu chuckled, dismissing her as he continued. Let us discuss it after we eat. It was not as if Su Mu required the favor of every so-called leading lady. For instance, Feng Yu, as the illegitimate daughter of the Feng family, likely aimed to undermine the Su family. Why would Su Mu wish to endear himself to her? It was not as if she were indispensable. Currently, Su Mu had a stable network of allies around him, including Yi Tong and Lu Shuiyao. After finishing his meal, he spent half an hour in the restroom before leisurely making his way downstairs to the building's entrance. He was, in a sense, demonstrating to the previous antagonist what it meant to be a man. A sycophant would never win a woman's heart. They could only end up in disgrace. He stood at the entrance for about 10 seconds when a woman emerged from a distant Porsche Cayenne. Clad in a black coat and obscured by a mask and oversized sunglasses, her gait, particularly the sway of her hips, was instantly recognizable. It was indeed Feng Yu. You made me wait for quite a while, Su Xiao, Feng Yu softly said as she approached him. Given how busy the company is, taking time to meet you is already quite a concession, Su Mu replied coolly, hands in his pockets. What is it that you want? Can we talk in the car? Feng Yu gestured towards the Cayenne. Su Mu scanned the interior with his senses, confirming it was empty, and nodded slightly. Once seated inside, Feng Yu smiled and asked, Do you find me so distasteful that you chose to sit in the back? Generally speaking, Su Mu replied nonchalantly. Unlike before, Feng Yu did not react with anger. Instead, she drove away, seeking a nearby underground parking facility where she parked in the darkest corner. She then exited the vehicle, took a seat in the back, and locked the doors. With no one else around, it was unlikely they would attract attention. Removing her mask and sunglasses, Feng Yu's makeup could not conceal the bruises on her face. Who did this to you? Su Mu feigned ignorance. Lin Yang. Feng Yu replied, tears welling in her eyes. Su Xiao, I'm truly sorry. What do you owe me an apology for? Su Mu asked, his tone indifferent. I have wronged you in many ways, the most egregious being my alliance with Lin Yang against you. Feng Yu took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. You treated me so well. Stop. I have no time for your lamentations. Just tell me why you sought me out, and then take me back to the company, Su Mu interjected, casting a glance at her. Su Xiao, I feel that you have been somewhat distant lately, Feng Yu remarked, sensing an unfamiliarity in his gaze. Would you like to know why? Su Mu quitted. Feng Yu nodded gently. The reason is simple. I have encountered a woman far more beautiful and gentle than you. One who is wholly devoted to me, Su Mu stated, his demeanor calm. Do you comprehend? You, and sheer worlds apart. I only lament my own blindness in squandering so much time and money on you. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Feng Yu's face once more. Indeed, Su Mu is no fool. He certainly knows who treats him well. Take me back. I have no desire to listen to your grievances, Su Mu said coolly. You may seek out your other older men, such as Qian Gang. Older men tend to be more considerate. Feng Yu recalled a video recording Lin Yang had shown, in which Su Mu had explicitly stated he would accompany Qian Gang for several nights once their scheme succeeded. Su Xiao, you misunderstand me. I admit to having utilized many men, but I have never allowed them to succeed at my expense. Feng Yu gazed deeply at Su Mu. You should be the most qualified to speak on this matter. What do you mean by that? Your past with them has no bearing on me, Su Mu said, frowning. What cannot be fabricated in this world? Undergoing a reconstructive procedure does not cost much. Very well, Su Xiao. I will take you back, Feng Yu said, dabbing her tears. Then returned to the driver's seat. As she started the car and departed the underground parking lot, she softly remarked, Lin Yang has acquired all the information regarding your family's weight loss product and is currently pushing for full-scale production. Leaning back in the rear seat with his legs crossed, Su Mu gazed out the window, remaining silent. I believe you should inform your father immediately, urging him to launch the weight loss product within the next few days to seize the market. Feng Yu glanced at Su Mu through the rearview mirror. I know you are uninterested in company affairs, but my words are not intended to harm you. I am genuinely trying to assist. The weight loss product is something you conspired with Qiangang to pilfer from Chun Bei, and now you claim to be helping me. Feng Yu, do you not see the contradiction in your actions? Su Mu retorted, slapping the car door. Stop here, it's not far. I will return to the company on my own. Su Mu, if you disregard my advice, you will regret it. I am truly trying to help you, Feng Yu said, pulling the car to a stop by the roadside, her expression cold. Su Mu scoffed, opening the door to exit. Regret? Clinging to false prescriptions as if they were treasures. Let's see who ends up regretting it in a few days. Watching Su Mu leave, Feng Yu's fists clenched in frustration. This Su Mu truly has a pig's brain. Whoever marries you in the future will surely be driven to despair. She pressed the accelerator, speeding away. Upon returning to the company, Su Mu dialed Zhou Henning's number, requesting introductions to several celebrities. Zhou Henning informed Su Mu that he was performing in Yang City in Jiangbei and could meet him today if it was not too much trouble. If it was inconvenient, he would return to Jiang City after finishing his engagements, although it would likely be later in the evening. Su Mu declined to be rude, recognizing Zhou Henning as his elder, and decided to visit him. He called Meng Wanyue to accompany him to Yang City. Jiang City is the capital of Jiangbei province. Yet within the province, its economic strength ranks only second. The strongest city in Jiangbei is Yang City. The once prosperous Su Corporation had thrived in Jiang City before expanding into Yang City, establishing quite a foothold. The initial support for the Yi family was primarily due to their enterprises in Yang City. However, following the fall of the Yi family, most businesses in Yang City collapsed, leaving only one barely surviving company, which Su Mu heard was on the brink of closure. Meng Wanyue drove intently, overtaking one vehicle after another. Suddenly, a red Ferrari darted out from the left, paralleling Su Mu's Cadillac. The passenger window rolled down, revealing a young man with piercings and styled hair, who raised his middle finger towards Meng Wanyue. Though the sound was inaudible, his lip movements clearly indicated he was hurling insults. Subsequently, the Ferrari approached the front of the Cadillacs, intermittently applying its brakes, provoking a reaction from Meng Wanyue behind. What was happening? Su Mu had not noticed earlier, but as Meng Wanyue abruptly braked, he finally became aware of the Ferrari ahead. Chapter 70. Su Mu. That prodigal son, it seems that he felt uncomfortable after being overtaken by Su Mu's car moments ago. Meng Wanyue maintained a serene expression, not allowing anger to take hold. As an assassin, it is imperative to avoid acting on impulse. Otherwise, death is certain. Such individuals believe the world revolves around them, utterly deluded. Despite Su Mu's remarks, his past self, the antagonist Su Mu, was indeed like this. Whenever he was on the road and someone overtook him, he would feel irked, convinced that others looked down upon him simply because he drove such an expensive vehicle. This would incite his wrath, compelling him to overtake them again in retaliation. However, the former Su Mu had not stooped so low as to chase after others to berate them or to deliberately brake in front of them. Meng Wanyue chose not to engage in conflict, and Su Mu remained equally composed. Wanyue, let it go. Switch lanes, Su Mu suggested with a smile. All right, Meng Wanyue nodded, signaling to change lanes. Yet the red Ferrari ahead also switched lanes, persistently braking in front of them. Su, what should we do? Meng Wanyue inquired, glancing at Su Mu. This highway is primarily straight, and our SUV cannot match the acceleration of a supercar like the Ferrari. If there were curves, I could easily overtake him. Sumu took a deep breath, decided to change lanes again, and offered them another chance. Okay, Meng Wanyue switched lanes, but the Ferrari continued its relentless antics, maintaining its position ahead and occasionally braking. Wanyue ram him. I refuse to believe our full-size vehicle cannot outmatch a small sports car, Sumu stated coldly. If we ram him directly, we might find ourselves in danger. Leave it to me. Meng Wanyue suddenly began to decelerate, and the Ferrari mirrored her actions. At that moment, she swiftly veered into the far left lane and accelerated. The sports car followed suit, but this time, Meng Wanyue did not brake. She collided directly into it. The right front of her vehicle grazed the rear of the Ferrari. The Ferrari, now destabilized, began to spin wildly before crashing into the greenbelt with a resounding thud. Its front end utterly destroyed, coming to a stop 100 meters away, leaving a trail of debris behind. Meng Wanyue activated her hazard lights and brought her car to a secure stop. After exiting the vehicle, Sumu assessed the damage to his side, which had only lost a bit of paint. Wanyue, your driving skills are truly impressive, Sumu remarked before approaching the wrecked sports car. Careful, slow down. How could you be so careless? A young man with permed hair scrambled out, blood streaming from his forehead. He glared at Sumu, shouting, "You little brat. Do you have any idea who was in that car? If something happened to him, your entire family would pay the price." My leg, it's trapped," came a voice from the other side, a man shrieking in agony. "Young master son, are you all right?" The permed-haired youth rushed over, but the man's leg was firmly wedged, making it impossible to free him by brute force. "Damn it, are you brainless? Call the police. Call an ambulance." "My leg," the driver roared. Right. The permed-haired youth quickly pulled out his phone, dialing as he continued to point an accusing finger at Sumu. "Let me tell you, you've stirred up a colossal mess. Just wait for your doom." Sumu smiled slightly, sensing familiarity from the driver's seat. It was Sun Jianji, the heir of the Sun Corporation. The Sun family's business primarily thrived in Yang City, ranking around 10th in the entire Jiangbei region. Sun Jianji had a good rapport with the scions of the Feng family and had previously insulted the former antagonist, Sumu. Sumu approached, astonished at the sight of Sun Jianji, bloodied and trapped in the wreckage. "Young master son, what a coincidence. You are Sumu," Sun Jianji stammered, his hair tied into braids, tattoos visible on his neck. Sumu pointed at the permed-haired youth, inquiring with a smile. "Who is he? What do you intend to do?" Sun Jianji retorted coldly. "I want him dead. He dared to insult me just now. I shall send him to his demise first." Sumu's icy gaze fell upon the permed-haired man, who was left utterly stunned, nearly dropping his phone. He had certainly heard of Sumu, a name once synonymous with power in Jiangbei, renowned just a few years prior. With the decline of the Su family, Sumu had seldom returned to Yang City. However, even in his family's downfall, he was not someone to be trifled with by those with merely a small family business. Sumu, known for his ruthlessness, might indeed consider hiring someone to kill him. "Su, young master Su, I had no idea it was you. Wang Pustamelt, trembling visibly. Ha. Just a jest. We live in a lawful society now," Sumu replied with a grin, then turned to Sun Jianji. "Young master son, I have a dash cam in my vehicle. Your reckless driving warrants your responsibility. Should I hand over the footage to the authorities, you will certainly face a few days in detention." Sun Jianji gritted his teeth. Under normal circumstances, he could easily manipulate an average person. Yet, facing Sumu, who had the upper hand in this scenario, he could only suffer in silence. "Heh, Sumu, show some leniency. I was just a bit hot-headed earlier. Do not submit that footage. I take full responsibility. It's unrelated to you." Sun Jianji forced a smile. "Since you accept full responsibility, my vehicle has sustained some paint damage. Don't you think you should compensate me?" Sumu inquired, nonchalantly. Sun Jianji trembled with fury, bellowing, "What are you waiting for? Transfer 1,000 to young Master Su." Yes. The permed-haired man nodded vigorously. Within 10 minutes, the traffic enforcement personnel arrived. Sun Jianji acknowledged his culpability, ensuring that Su Mu and his companion would not face any repercussions. Once Su Mu departed, the permed-haired man approached Sun Jianji. Young master son, this Su Mu has the audacity to return to Yang City. Damn it. Ouch, it hurts like hell. Sun Jianji cursed under his breath, then said, I must inform young master Feng immediately. We need to find a way to deal with that scoundrel. Wanyue, I'm grateful to have you by my side. Su Mu smiled at Meng Wanyue. Affection level 10. Meng Wanyue appeared flustered for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. Su, it is my duty. All right, let us continue driving. Su Mu gazed out the window, his mind racing with thoughts of the 80 points of justice he had just acquired. Earlier today, he had consumed a self-healing pill, which allowed Li Yun and Zhao Yingying to contribute a substantial amount of justice points, enough for 10 consecutive draws. However, noticing the address, he realized they were almost there and decided to meet Zhou Henning first. Meanwhile, outside the Yang City Grand Theater, Zhou Henning awaited with 2 women. Among them was Su Yaya, making her debut on such a grand stage. Alongside her was a stunning beauty with long, straight black hair, wearing a mask and a white straw hat, exuding elegance. Teacher, we've been waiting for over 10 minutes. Who exactly are we waiting for? Such prominence. The long-haired beauty murmured. All right, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. His name is Su Mu, Zhou Henning replied with a smile. What? That prodigal son? The long-haired beauty was taken aback. Chapter 71. Xiao Su, would you be willing to make a guest appearance? Upon hearing this, Zhou Henning turned around to glance at the strikingly beautiful woman with long black hair beside him. Wan Ning, do you know Su Mu? Zhou Henning had indeed heard of Su Mu, previously labeled as a good-for-nothing. However, during his interactions with Su Mu, he had found him to be quite amiable. Yes, several years ago, he was quite the figure in Yang City. Though he was not a good person, Shun Wan Ning remarked coolly. Wan Ning, you must be mistaken. Brother Su is not that kind of person. Initially, I thought he was bad, but after getting to know him, I found him to be genuinely good. Su Yayao interjected from the side, defending Su Mu. I have indeed interacted with him. Shun Wan Ning continued, but Zhou Henning had already stepped forward, for Su Mu had just exited his vehicle in the distance. Zhou Henning cared little for others' opinions of Su Mu. He recognized him as a master, and that was sufficient. Mr. Su, Su Mu greeted from afar. Mr. Su, Zhou Henning approached quickly, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Please just call me Xiao Su. When it comes to age, you are my elder, Su Mu replied, extending a handshake. In that case, I shall humbly comply. Zhou Henning smiled and nodded. Brother Su, Su Yayao, Gaiming, walking over with a smile. Su Mu greeted the youthful and radiant girl warmly. Zhou Henning turned to introduce the approaching Shun Wan Ning, saying, Xiao Su, this is another one of my students, Shun Wan Ning. Our names both contain the character Ning. Perhaps it signifies a connection from the previous generation. There's no need for an introduction, teacher. I have met young Master Su before, Shun Wan Ning interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Su Mu appraised the tall, elegant figure before him, her long black hair cascading down, yet she exuded an approachable demeanor. Although she wore a mask and hat, revealing only her striking peach blossom eyes, the name resonated in Su Mu's mind. Shun Wan Ning, the daughter of the Shun family. Years ago, fueled by the encouragement of several young masters in Yang City, Su Mu had pursued Shun Wan Ning, culminating in a grand concert she had held. He had booked the entire venue, allowing her to perform solely for him throughout the night. However, days later, chaos ensued in Yang City, with the head of the Yi family going missing and their conglomerate being dismantled. The Su family's business faced tremendous losses, plummeting from a position of contention for the top 5 to outside the top 10, making it embarrassing for Su Mu to pursue the leading families of Zhongbei. As per the narrative, she was also part of the Dragon King's harem. Upon the Dragon King's return, he seized the Su family's assets and advanced into Yang City, overpowering the Shun family and compelling them to submit. Initially, Shun Wan Ning was indifferent towards the Dragon King, but their shared passion for music, particularly pure music, forged a deep connection over time, leading her to become a celebrated star. Su Mu observed the information with his divine eye. Name, Shun Wan Ning. Role, musician. Protagonist of the Dragon King's Descent Affinity. -50 destiny level. 8. Max level 10. Su Mu nodded inwardly, recognizing her as a typical protagonist. Mr. Zhou, I have met Miss Shun before. No introduction is necessary, Su Mu said with a smile. That's good to hear. You should spend more time with Wan Ning. My music company has investments from the Shun family, Zhou Henning remarked cheerfully. Your music has already been recorded. It's a pity that the mechanical rendition lacks your spirit. Shun Wan Ning's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Teacher, do you mean that Dawn was composed by Su Mu? Wan Ning, not only did Brother Su compose it, but it was also an impromptu piece he played, Su Yayao added. What? Shun Wan Ning was incredulous. How could Su Mu possess such extraordinary talent? Yet, she had been present during the recording of Dawn and was astounded by the piece's brilliance. After searching for the composition, she confirmed its originality, suspecting Su Mu must have secretly acquired someone else's work. By the way, I heard on the phone that you need a star for this project, right? Zhou Henning asked Su Mu. What kind are you looking for? Our Su family's new product will soon be launched, and we need a star to quickly gain recognition. Su Mu explained with a smile. To gain recognition, you certainly need a top-tier star, Zhou Henning commented. I don't want those superficial top-tier stars. I need someone with real talent, even if they are niche. We can achieve mutual success, Su Mu declared confidently. Mr. Zhou, to be frank, our Su family's new product is bound to be a hit. Niche and talented? Aren't you describing Wan Ning? Zhou Henning pointed at Shun Wan Ning. She has millions of fans online, and while her circle may be small, she wields immense influence. Brother Su, teacher is right. This concert sold out 30,000 tickets within an hour, Su Yayao chimed in. I disagree. No way. Shun Wan Ning and Su Mu exclaimed simultaneously. What's the matter? Zhou Henning inquired curiously, looking at Shun Wan Ning. I don't like advertisements, and I don't need the money, Shun Wan Ning replied, already extending Su Mu enough courtesy. She suspected that this so-called product was merely a ruse by Su Mu to get closer to her, perhaps even pursue her. Affinity -5, Su Mu noticed the negative sentiment above Shun Wan Ning's head and said, Miss Shun isn't quite suitable. Her image doesn't match. You. Affinity -5, Shun Wan Ning glared at Su Mu, interpreting his words as an implication that she was unattractive. Brother Su, isn't Wan Ning beautiful? Suaak Su Mue Sarm. No, you misunderstand. It's because Shun Wan Ning is too beautiful that she doesn't fit our product. Su Mu gently shook his head. That's more like it, Shun Wan Ning mumbled, though her affinity rating did not improve. We'll discuss the star later. The concert is about to begin. Xiao Su, could you do me a favor and make a guest appearance? Zhou Henning asked with a smile, hoping to capture live sound, as this concert could potentially become a classic. Teacher, are you out of your mind? This is a venue of 30,000 people. Do you want the audience to boo me off the stage? Sen Van Ning retorted angrily, puzzled as to how much Su Mu had paid Zhou Henning to make such a request. She recalled that Zhou Henning had previously been a man of principle who shunned greed, yet now he seemed tainted by the allure of wealth. All right, enough of this. Let us head to the concert, Zhou Henning said with a slight smile. He figured that since Shun Wan Ning had invited him as a guest, he could simply refrain from taking the stage. He was confident he had not misjudged Su Mu. His piano skills were sure to astonish the audience. Chapter 72. Shun Wan Ning's concert. Su Mu initially believed that a brief introduction to a few small celebrities by Zhou Ning would suffice. However, he was unexpectedly invited to attend a concert, necessitating his return to the car and urging Meng Wanyu to disembark. Wanyu, it seems you can't leave just yet. I must attend a concert. Let's go together, Su Mu stated to Meng Wanyu. All right, Meng Wanyu replied softly, following Su Mu closely. Together, they proceeded to the concert, arriving at the backstage area. Zhou Ning was instructing the crowd to warm up and conduct a brief rehearsal. Shun Wan Ning was fine-tuning the sound. As a musician, her talents extended beyond merely playing the piano. Unlike the singing stars, her primary focus lay in pure music, occasionally accompanied by chanting. Currently, pure music in the country remained obscure, with even official state compositions frequently utilizing foreign scores. Her path was indeed niche, lacking the widespread appeal of popular songs. At that moment, a man dressed in a suit entered the backstage area. He sported a side parting and appeared to be around 25 years old, clearly a fitness enthusiast with a commendable physique. The Patek Philippe watch adorning his wrist hinted at his distinguished status. Wan Ning the man began, only to suddenly spot Su Mu. Su Mu recognized him as well. Feng Jian. Su Mu's eyes narrowed, surprised to encounter his former adversary, once the villain in his life. Feng Jian, the second son of the Feng family patriarch. Years ago in Yang City, the two had engaged in a fierce rivalry, ultimately culminating in Feng Jian's victory. "What are you doing here, Su Mu?" Feng Jian's expression was unfriendly. "Why shouldn't I be here?" Su Mu replied nonchalantly, hands casually tucked in his pockets. "Of course, you can be here. I'm merely curious if someone like you can appreciate a concert," Feng Jian retorted with a hint of derision. Previously, he had regarded Su Mu with some caution, given their family's comparable standings. However, the Su family had long since fallen behind. As Feng Jian approached Su Mu, he leaned in to whisper menacingly, "This is Yang City. If you dare to get close to Shen Wanning, I will ensure you vanish." Hearing this, Meng Wanyu instinctively stepped forward. Yet, Su Mu swiftly grasped her hand, signaling her to remain still. There was no need to provoke the Feng family at this moment. After all, once the weight loss drug was successful, the Su family would undoubtedly return to Yang City, and they could settle matters then. "I cannot disappear today. I was invited," Su Mu replied with a smile. "You? Who would invite someone like you?" Feng Jian's words were interrupted by Zhou Hining's voice calling from afar. "Su, come here. What do you think of this piano?" Su Mu smirked derisively at Feng Jian before turning away. "To think he could make me vanish. Does he truly believe I'm still that former villain?" Feng Jian's brow furrowed in frustration. What had Su Mu begun associating with Zhou Hining? In the past, Feng Jian had supplied Zhou Hining with numerous goods to get closer to Shen Wanning, but she had dismissed them all. What method had Su Mu employed? Inside the Grand Theater, the venue was now teeming with spectators. The crowd chanted Shen Wanning's name until the lights dimmed, plunging the hall into darkness, save for the shimmering glow of lightboards. As the lights illuminated once more, Shen Wanning appeared at the piano, rising from a platform to center stage. The spotlight enveloped her. A melodious piano melody began to resonate, filling every corner of the auditorium. The audience fell into a hushed reverence. In the front rows sat influential figures, including Feng Jian and representatives from various national departments, as well as notable entrepreneurs and heads of prominent families. This world was inherently a network of personal connections. Their attendance was as much about the music as it was about Shen Wanning's lineage as the daughter of the Shen family. Today, the head of the Shen family, Shen Hong, occupied a seat in the audience, surrounded by Jiangbei's elite entrepreneurs. After the first piece concluded, thunderous applause erupted, echoing throughout the hall. "Shen Wanning, I love you." The talented Shen Wanning, the goddess of talent. Apart from the clapping, countless voices called out her name. Shen Wanning was taken aback by the affection her music garnered. She raised a microphone, gesturing for silence. Her previously masked features, complemented by her captivating peach blossom eyes, exuded an innate charm. "Thank you, everyone. Thank you. The next piece I will perform is my self-composed second concerto, featuring my junior sister, Suyiyo, on piano. This is her debut performance, so I kindly ask for your support." As her words settled, applause erupted once more. This concerto was grand and majestic, with the piano's agile notes intertwining seamlessly with a myriad of instruments, undiminished by any overshadowing. The incorporation of chanting in the latter half elevated the music to an extraordinary height, leaving the audience in awe. "Uncle Shen, this is phenomenal. Wanning's music is utterly breathtaking," Feng Jian exclaimed, giving a thumbs up to Shen Hong. The surrounding entrepreneurs voiced their admiration as well. "Truly remarkable. It feels as though a deity has descended, imparting an overwhelming sense of grandeur. This is epic music. Who would have thought it was composed by a girl in her 20s? The audience's reactions varied from flattery to genuine astonishment. Shen Hong, a slender middle-aged man with graying hair, smiled and nodded at those around him. "Ha ha ha. You may praise her in my presence, but if you do so before her, I worry she might become overly proud," Shen Hong chuckled. The others joined in with polite laughter. Meanwhile, Su Mu and Meng Wanyu remained backstage. Zhou Hining was conversing with Su Mu, who shared details about the weight loss drug developed by the Su family, which was set to launch soon. "Ah, I see. No wonder you mentioned earlier that Wanning wasn't quite suitable. You're looking for someone plumper, aren't you?" Zhou Hining teased. "Not exactly. You seek a mutually beneficial partnership, so clarified. If it's about mutual achievement, I would still recommend Shen Wanning. Having worked for 2 decades in the military arts troupe and then spent decades in the music industry, I've encountered countless stars. I can assure you, Wanning's talent is immeasurable. If she were to endorse a product, I could spare some time to create another piece of music for her, Zhou Hingning remarked thoughtfully. That would be splendid. If you compose another piece, I'll have Wanning endorse it free of charge, Zhou Hingning expressed, eager to see if Su Mu had reached the pinnacle of his creative abilities. At that moment, a middle-aged man strode towards them hurriedly. He was the executive director of the concert. Mr. Zhou, it's time to prepare. After Miss Shun's performance, it will be your turn. The director announced with a smile. Su, come with me, Zhou Hingning said, rising with a grin and giving Su Mu a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Chapter 73. The charisma of Su Mu. Su Mu shook his head slightly, but still rose to follow Zhou Henning. Meng Wanyue, curious, recalled her investigation into Su Mu, who seemed to possess no discernible talents, particularly in music, as there were no prior records. Why then was the piano maestro Zhou Henning so invested in him? At this moment, the executive director had led Zhou Henning to the lift platform, where a piano awaited. Mr. Zhou, please take the stage. The performance is just a minute away. After Miss Shun's introduction, it will be your turn, the executive director said, glancing at his tablet for the timing. Zhou Henning remained still, looking at Su Mu beside him. Xiao Su, do me this favor. This piano is far superior to the one at the Su family's, Mr. Zhou, what is happening? The executive director asked, bewildered. Aren't you supposed to be on stage? I know, but I've changed my mind, Zhou Henning replied nonchalantly. I want Xiao Su to perform. Don't worry, if anything goes wrong, it's on me. But, I said it's on me. Get the staff ready for the live recording, quickly. Zhou Henning interjected, gently pushing Su Mu onto the platform, positioning him before the piano. The executive director dared not protest. After all, Zhou Henning was not merely a piano master, but a towering figure in the music world. He complied without question. Meanwhile, the music on stage concluded, and the audience erupted into thunderous applause. At that moment, Shen Wanning took the microphone and smiled at the crowd. In our Dragon Kingdom, when it comes to piano, the first name that springs to mind is undoubtedly Master Zhou Henning. The audience outside cheered in response, for those knowledgeable in music recognized him as a national treasure. Today, I have also invited my teacher, Shen Wanning announced. Let my teacher present a textbook performance for everyone. Even the prominent figures in the front row were taken aback, astonished that Zhou Henning had indeed arrived. They realized they were fortunate to be present, gaining favor with Zhou Henning while also showing respect to Shen Hong. Outsiders knew Zhou Henning as a piano master, but the elite were well aware of his multifaceted identity. As the lift platform ascended, the piano and a figure appeared on stage, surrounded by darkness, save for a spotlight illuminating the piano and its player. Shen Wanning, who had previously been all smiles, froze upon seeing the individual on stage. The audience, observing through the large screen, discovered a young man seated at the piano. This cannot be Zhou Henning, can it? Surely not. Zhou Henning is an old man. This is clearly a youth. What is going on? A performance mishap? The murmurs spread throughout the crowd. In the front row, the elite whispered among themselves, one elder scrutinizing Su Mu. He is Su Mu, from the Su family in Jiang City, that wastrel who previously engaged in brawls and reckless driving in our city. Feng Jian focused on the young man on stage. Indeed, the Su Mu from the Su family. What is happening? Why is he up there? As they conversed, Shen Hong's expression darkened further. Su Mu was utterly shameless. Previously, he had monopolized a concert hosted by Shen Wanning, and Shen Hong vividly recalled how his daughter had been brought to tears by this scoundrel. Now he was back to disrupt things. Was he not slapping Shen Hong's face? A prodigal son dreaming of greatness. He was unworthy even to carry his daughter's shoes. Shen Wanning, too, was infuriated. What was happening with her teacher? In a venue of 30,000, if this performance faltered, how could she ever hold another concert? What had Su Mu done to gain Zhou Henning's favor? As these thoughts crossed her mind, her eyes began to well with tears. As Su Mu began to play, the initial chaos left the audience in stunned silence. Was this music? Even a child pecking at keys would produce a more melodious sound. Shen Hong's face darkened. He gestured for the security personnel from a distance to approach swiftly. "What are you doing? Throw him out." Shen kid. Feng Jian nearly laughed out loud. Su Mu had become even more foolish than before. What good was bribing Zhou Henning if he couldn't play? He was destined to humiliate himself on such a grand stage. Feng Jian felt pity for Su Shou, wondering what sort of offspring he had raised. Suddenly, Su Mu's other hand began to move. The chaotic music gradually transformed into a coherent melody. Shen Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. "Don't go yet," he shouted, as the security personnel preparing to approach the stage halted. The soul-stirring vibrations coursed through the venue, stimulating the senses repeatedly. Even Meng Wanyue, listening backstage, felt her pupils dilate and tears brim in her eyes. She couldn't comprehend why a piece of music made her so emotional, longing for resonance. Above her head, admiration points surged. Su Yaya felt the same. What had begun as ordinary piano music now enveloped her completely. The spiritual tremors were more profound than before. Suddenly, Su Mu executed a dramatic variation, greater in range between the bass and treble than ever before. The alternating scales delivered wave after wave of sensory delight. Su Mu is truly exceptional, Su Yaya thought, as admiration points floated above her. "By heavens!" Zhou Henning exclaimed, unable to restrain himself. He closed his eyes, nodding his head to the rhythm, feeling genuinely humbled. Despite playing Dawn countless times, he could not match Su Mu's flair. This variation showcased the stark contrast between the two musicians. Shen Wanning was rendered speechless. What was happening? What was the essence of this piece? Shock and trepidation coursed through her as the audience wept collectively. Especially in the front row, the influential figures who had fought their way to the top wiped their tears while listening intently. Shen Hong felt a lump in his throat, especially during the interplay of chaos and order, akin to a fierce storm striking his heart. Even Feng Jian, who had always looked down on Su Mu, found himself at a loss for words. As the performance concluded, silence enveloped the stage. Thunderous applause erupted as Su Mu descended. Shen Wanning, microphone in hand, intended to say a few words but found herself overwhelmed by the audience's fervor. Even the prominent figures in the front row stood to applaud vigorously. Once backstage, Zhou Henning approached Su Mu with a broad smile. "Xiao Su, I am genuinely humbled. This will be a breakthrough. It's bound to create a sensation." Zhou Henning grasped Su Mu's hand with fervor. "Mr. Zhou, I have already performed my part. If you can persuade Miss Shun, I welcome her. If not, please find me another capable second-tier performer," Su Mu replied with a smile. "Understood. I will ensure it happens. I won't see you off. I have my own matters to attend to." Zhou Henning waved as Su Mu nodded in agreement. The concert continued, but subsequent performances lost their vibrancy. The audience remained enraptured by the previous piece, many experiencing their souls tremble for the first time due to music. As the concert concluded, the influential figures in the front row stood and made their way backstage to seek out Shen Wanning. "Wanning, who was that person just now? I wish to meet him." "Miss Shun, was it Su Mu who played the piano before? Where is he now?" Shun Wanxing glanced at the crowd surrounding her, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Zhou Henning approached with a smile, drawing everyone's attention away. Chapter 74. 10,000 Points of Justice. Su Mu had returned to Jiang City in a car and opened the system panel to take a glance. He was utterly bewildered. What was happening? His justice points had surged to over 9,000, with just a few hundred more needed to reach 10,000. He recalled that previously, he had only accumulated a little over 1,000 points, primarily thanks to Li Yun and Zhao Yingying. Upon further reflection, he discerned the reason behind this surge. The majority of the remaining points stemmed from the audience's appreciation of his musical performance. In simpler terms, it was his rapport with the audience. However, the audience members had predominantly low destiny levels, nearly all at level 1. The justice points he received from each individual were modest, but the sheer number of attendees was substantial. As Su Mu closed his eyes in contemplation, he pondered whether he would have to perform frequently to garner goodwill. This, however, was not in line with his character. He preferred to operate as a behind-the-scenes mogul. Yet, upon further contemplation, if he could cultivate positive feelings among those around him and assemble them, The acquisition of justice points would be no less significant than those from the level 1 destiny individuals. With over 9,000 points accrued, he resolved to hold off and gather a bit more from Yitong before reaching the coveted 10,000 mark. 1,000 points would yield a 10 consecutive draw, which surely warranted a more substantial reward for the 100 consecutive draws. He planned to return home, where he would not only allow Yitong to extract resources, but also partake in the lottery himself. It had been this very method that had previously led him to acquire valuable abilities, and perhaps history would repeat itself. Sumu, is everything all right? You seem to be smiling, Meng Wanyue remarked, glancing at him before returning her gaze to the front. Oh my, Wanyue actually initiated a conversation with me? Sumu felt a surge of happiness and smiled back at her. Affection 5. Meng Wanyue gently pressed her lips together before responding. Sumu, please don't jest. I'm not joking, Sumu retorted, resting his hands behind his head and staring ahead. This was indeed a fortuitous development. If he could win Meng Wanyue over, it would effectively neutralize the Dragon King. Noticing the time displayed on the car screen, he realized there was no need to head to the office. Wanyue, let's skip the office and head straight to my house for dinner tonight. Sumu, that's unnecessary. Trust me, or I shall have to dock your salary. He feigned anger, casting a mock glare at Meng Wanyue. Stealing a furtive glance at Sumu, Meng Wanyue ultimately nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Sumu had orchestrated a scheme involving Lin Yang and others. Susho, Sumu's father, was equally industrious. Having previously procured a large quantity of materials for a weight loss medication, they were now experiencing a surge in prices due to Lin Yang's frantic acquisition efforts. Sitting in his office, Susho reviewed a report provided by Su Ningbing, a broad smile spreading across his face. Unbeknownst to them, several of the materials had already seen a price increase from 5 yuan to 10 times that amount. Susho looked at Su Ningbing. What are your plans? Of course, we sell. With so many materials on hand, hoarding them serves no purpose. Selling at 10 times the price means we win. Su Ningbing responded with a rare smile. Considering it easy money, you still lack ruthlessness, Susho chuckled. Let us buy more aggressively, creating a false sense of urgency about our needs. We can sell at 15 times the price before offloading. Su Ningbing frowned slightly at the mention of risk. Risk? Do you think they'll abandon the weight loss medication at such a critical juncture? Su Gao De. All right, I will proceed as instructed, Su Ningbing conceded. On the other side, Lin Yang had fully invested his funds, halting production on all flavor food lines to focus entirely on the weight loss medication. He gazed at the boxes of pills with an increasingly delighted expression, fully aware of their value. Mr. Lin, we have a situation. Some of our required materials have suddenly skyrocketed in price, clearly indicating large-scale purchases by someone, Li Feiping reported, approaching Lin Yang with a tablet in hand. Lin Yang merely glanced at it, a cold smile emerging. The Su Corporation is likely ramping up production as well. Ignore them. We shall continue our purchases. Eventually, the cost will be reflected in the price of the weight loss medication. Understood? Li Feiping nodded, agreeing with the plan. Sumu, however, paid little heed to the unfolding commercial drama, having returned to his villa with Meng Wanyue. The dog-eat-dog scenario had concluded, and he swiftly ascended to the second floor to disable the surveillance cameras, ensuring Lin Yang could not monitor their activities. I'll be cooking tonight. You two lovely ladies can relax in the living room and let Wanyue sample my culinary skills, he declared, ushering the women to the living area before retreating to the kitchen alone. Yitong took Meng Wanyue's hand, and they sat side by side. Wanyue, do you have a boyfriend? Yitong pondered her own situation, feeling it was time to reflect. She found Meng Wanyue quite impressive. And no, Meng Wanyue replied, shaking her head. Such matters had never crossed her mind. At least in recent days, her thoughts had remained unchanged. She had always been solitary. She never believed she would grow old, convinced she would not live to see that day. However, in recent days, she sensed a shift in her mindset. What do you think of Sumu? Yitong smiled slightly. Sumu is a wonderful person, Meng Wanyue answered honestly. Yitong nodded gently, recognizing that one's gaze could reveal much. It seemed Meng Wanyue harbored feelings for Sumu as well. Perhaps she could facilitate an opportunity for the two of them, provided Meng Wanyue was open to it. Gulme, dinner is ready. Sumu called from the kitchen. Meng Wanyue immediately stood and hurried to the kitchen, feeling somewhat socially anxious. Yet, with Sumu around, she felt a bit more at ease. She still felt nervous when interacting with others. Gazing at the array of delectable dishes, her eyes widened in disbelief. Sumu played the piano beautifully, but she had not anticipated his culinary skills to be equally remarkable. The mere sight of the dishes made it apparent they would be delicious. Affection 5. Yitong approached to assist with serving the dishes. Since there were only 3 of them, Sumu had not prepared an excessive amount. Just 5 dishes: twice-cooked pork, kung pao chicken, boiled beef, and spicy shrimp. After taking a bite, Meng Wanyue was utterly astounded. "This is amazing." Affection 5. Yitong also took a bite, nodding enthusiastically. Although she knew Sumu's cooking was exceptional, it consistently moved her. Affection 10. Sumu observed the rising affection points above their heads, realizing that if this continued, he would accumulate the needed points without even needing to extract resources that evening. After they had eaten their fill, Meng Wanyue sought an excuse to leave, feeling somewhat constrained in the setting. In her eyes, conversing with others was akin to a daunting task. After washing up, Sumu lay down on his bed, still a few dozen points shy of his goal. He would require a small favor from Yitong to reach the milestone. As Yitong lay beside him, her voice barely above a whisper, she said, "Darling, it has been 3 days." With those words, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Sumu, hearing this, narrowed his eyes and smiled. His primary objective remained the lottery. As for the remaining matters, he could rely on Yitong's assistance. Chapter 75. Previously. When thinking of Sumu, one could only associate him with spitting. Yitong understood Sumu's intentions. However, having experienced drunkenness once before, this time felt familiar. Sumu glanced at the favorability rating above Yitong's head. In just a few attempts, he had amassed 10,000 points of justice value. He accessed the system panel to review his attributes. Name: Sumu. Character: villainous saint body. Manager of human resources at Su Group Realm. Mid-stage dark strength physique. 190 mental strength. 190 cultivation value. 10. Maximum 200 destiny power. 80. He then turned his attention to the wheel beside him, which now displayed 10,000 points of justice value. Sumu wasted no time and decided to use all of it for a lottery draw. At that moment, black words appeared before him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a hidden rule. 10,000 points of justice value can unlock a high-level lottery. Would you like to proceed? Click to confirm. Sumu noticed a slight change in the interface before him. At the bottom of the wheel, the words high-level lottery appeared. He extended his hand and clicked on the high-level lottery, transforming the entire wheel into a golden hue. It was clearly stated that 10,000 points of justice value could only be used for a single draw. Sumu did not hesitate for long. After all, this 10,000 points was almost a gift. He prepared to try his luck. If the prize turned out to be unsatisfactory, he would refrain from further attempts in the future. Upon clicking the lottery, the golden wheel shone brightly. However, only Sumu could perceive this. Yitong at his side still saw the pitch-black room. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a heaven-level martial art, star shifting. Sumu was momentarily stunned by the black words that appeared before him. A heaven-level martial art. After so many draws, he had only obtained an earth-level martial art, Cloud Step, but this time he had directly drawn a heaven-level martial art. All 10,000 points of justice value had vanished. Sumu pondered for a moment before deciding that he would prioritize normal 10 consecutive draws in the future. In comparison to other rewards, the guaranteed experience points were far more valuable to him. Currently, he was merely at the mid-stage of dark strength, and his power felt insufficient. He sensed that he could not even defeat Lin Yang, let alone the Dragon King, who was about to return. The following morning, Sumu opened his eyes. Having been busy the day before, he had not had the chance to review the heaven-level martial art he had acquired. After getting out of bed, he closed his eyes to examine the martial art. Upon reading the introduction to star shifting, he was astounded. It was indeed formidable. In essence, it allowed for damage transfer. After activating star shifting, any injuries he sustained could be transferred to others within a certain range. However, the heaven-level martial art required a significant amount of chi, and with Sumu only possessing dark strength, he could only execute it once. It seemed that, as he had previously thought, His primary task was to enhance his own power. Yitong had also risen early. She quickly dressed and said, "I'll prepare breakfast for you. I'll handle it." Sumu replied with a smile. "No need. You've been the one cooking these past few days. I have some free time now." After a few days of care from Sumu, Yitong's cheeks had become much rosier, and she appeared more spirited, shedding her earlier despondency. While they were having breakfast, Yitong shared her thoughts. She did not wish to remain at home indefinitely. Having studied biomedical sciences, she desired to work at the pharmaceutical company under Su Group. She had already spoken with Wang Weiliang, but had yet to inform Su Shou. Sumu wholeheartedly supported Yitong's decision. After all, it was his own company, so he felt reassured. "Don't worry. I'll personally speak to my father at the company today and arrange for a more manageable position for you." Sumu looked at Yitong, adding, "No matter what, you mustn't work overtime. After a long day at work, I want to see you as soon as possible." Favorability 10. "All right," Yitong replied, her head bowed, a blush adorning her cheeks. Sumu drove to the company and greeted Meng Wan before returning to his office. Just as he sat down, a message arrived on his phone. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from Lu Shuyao. It had been several days since he had last seen her. Lu Shuyao had forwarded a video, accompanied by a message. "Sumu, is it you? You're trending. So handsome. So handsome." Sumu opened the video and saw it was from the previous day's concert, where he had been playing the piano. He replied, "Indeed, it is I," adding a panda emoji for effect. Subsequently, he browsed online and found that he had indeed made the trending topics. However, most headlines began with Shen Wanning. For instance, Shen Wanning's concert features a divine performance, and Shen Wanning invites a mysterious guest, shocking the audience, among others. Sumu paid little attention to this. He had never enjoyed being in the limelight. He continued scrolling through Douyin, discovering that his original piano piece, Dawn, had also been released. Just a few hours post-release, its views had already exceeded 100 million. Sumu gently shook his head. He was not interested in such matters and preferred to patiently cultivate his own domain. His priority was to safeguard the Su family and prepare for the impending return of the Dragon King. Sumu took the elevator to the top floor, arriving at the chairman's office. Upon entering, he found Su Shou laughing while using his phone, with Su Ningbing standing across from him, looking exasperated. "You arrived just in time. Did you go to Yang City yesterday?" Su Shou asked with a smile. "Yes, Zhou Henning is over there. I wanted him to help me find a celebrity." Sumu replied, settling onto the sofa. "I see. Your piano performance was incredible, far surpassing the recordings on my phone." "I was moved to tears," Su Shou remarked, marveling at his son's musical talent, which he had never noticed before. "Dad, let's stick to the matters at hand," Su Ningbing interjected, rolling her eyes. "The weight loss medication has begun mass production, and the approval has come through. The earliest it can be on the market is next week." "Good." Su Shou set his phone aside and turned to Sumu. "What are your thoughts?" Su Ningbing glanced at Sumu. She had grown accustomed to their father seeking Sumu's opinions on matters. "I have no particular thoughts. We should proceed step by step without rushing," Sumu replied, then added, "I'm here to discuss Yitong." Meanwhile, Feng Yu sat in a daze on the second floor of a bar. Her once ambitious aspirations had been trampled like tofu. She had not anticipated that Lin Yang was a legendary ancient martial artist. Scrolling through her phone, she stumbled upon the trending news about Su Mu, leaving her in shock. Listening to his piano piece, tears streamed down her face. She had never imagined that Su Mu, the notorious wastrel, possessed artistic talent. Reflecting on his recent words, she realized that Su Mu had indeed changed. Previously, she associated him with spitting. Now, thoughts of him evoked eloquence. At that moment, her phone lit up with an incoming call. Checking the caller ID, she immediately answered. "Miss Feng, Fengwei Foods has hired the popular celebrity Isong Luo Luo. I discovered that her advertisement has already been filmed and is beginning to air." A middle-aged voice spoke from the other end. "This Su Mu truly is a fool. I warned you long ago, yet you paid it no mind," Feng Yu thought angrily. Resolved to seek out Su Mu once more. Chapter 76. She wouldn't give Su Mu a chance. Su Mu had already conferred with Su Shou, who informed him that all matters concerning the pharmaceutical company would be under his exclusive management. Moreover, Yitong, a high-achieving student majoring in a related field, was set to work alongside Wang Weiliang, which Su Mu readily approved. Upon returning to his office, Su Mu's phone rang, revealing yet another call from Feng Yu. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to answer. "What is it?" he inquired. "I told you last time, but you seem to have disregarded it. The weight loss medication from Lin Yang has already begun advertising." Feng Yu's tone was tinged with urgency. "I understand your concern, but please do not rush. First, explain to me what has you so anxious," Su Mu replied. "Your Su family has invested so much money, and now others are reaping the rewards. Aren't you worried?" Feng Yu retorted. "Isn't it because of you that we leaked the formula?" Su Mu asked nonchalantly. "I regret it," she admitted. "You do not regret it. You only feel remorse now that the fruits have been snatched away. Had the fruits remained in your grasp, would you still feel regret?" Su Mu gently shook his head. "Please refrain from calling me for a while. I fear my wife might misunderstand." With that, he ended the call. Meanwhile, Lin Yang was tirelessly working around the clock, striving to launch the weight loss medication before Su Corporation went public. With the star power of Song Luoluo, the product was set to debut this Saturday, ahead of schedule. Song Luoluo, a popular actress, naturally attracted significant attention. Lin Yang had also invested heavily in trending topics, ensuring the weight loss medication remained in the spotlight. Upon release, it was sold out almost instantly. Lin Yang and Li Feiping beamed with delight at the profits rolling in. Particularly for Lin Yang, his ego began to swell as he realized that production could hardly keep pace with sales. Consequently, he instructed Li Feiping to continue investing in acquiring additional production lines to ramp up the manufacturing of the weight loss medication. On Su Mu's end, there was no urgency. After all, within 10 days to 2 weeks, their weight loss medication would lose its effectiveness. During lunch, he received a call from Zhou Henning, who had persuaded Shen Weining to collaborate with Su Mu. Zhou Henning was off to a meeting in Yanjing, but Shen Weining would personally come to discuss matters with Su Mu that afternoon. As Su Mu awaited her arrival, he promptly descended the stairs upon receiving news of Shen Weining's approach. Outside the company building, a navigator was parked. Shen Weining emerged from the vehicle, her long black hair cascading down her back, clad in a long dress and wearing a black mask. Given her rising fame, her public appearances often sparked a frenzy. "Miss Shen," Su Mu greeted with a warm smile. Shen Weining glanced at Su Mu, surprised that the recent buzz surrounding the concert was largely due to him. Yet, she remained unimpressed. What good was great musical talent if one's character was lacking? In her circle, there were plenty of talented musicians whose personalities left much to be desired. "Su Mu, let me be clear. When my teacher suggested I shoot an advertisement for the weight loss medication, I initially declined," Shen Weining stated directly. "However, upon seeing Song Luoluo also endorsing the product, I decided to approach you." Song Luoluo? Su Mu recalled seeing her advertisements recently. She was a singer and had starred in popular idol dramas, making her a hot topic. "Indeed, to be frank, I despise that woman. As long as you guarantee that your weight loss medication is superior in quality and free from issues, I will agree to participate," Shen Weining declared. She held a grudge. Years ago, Song Luoluo had publicly criticized her music as non-mainstream, claiming her lack of singing ability had driven her to pursue pure music instead. At that time, Song Luoluo was far more famous, and her mindless fans had viciously attacked Shen Weining, leaving her fuming. Now that she had garnered some recognition herself, Zhou Henning had assured her of the superior quality of Su Corporation's weight loss medication, prompting her to consider this collaboration. Her sole motivation was to overshadow Song Luoluo. "Miss Shen, I assure you, within a month, their weight loss medication will encounter problems," Su Mu whispered to her. "They originally stole our formula, and we have since improved upon it." "Good," Shen Weining nodded. "I am willing to shoot, and, as my teacher instructed, I do not require any payment." As the daughter of the Shun family from Jiangbei, she was not in need of money. "Very well. I promised Mr. Zhou I would compose a piano piece for you free of charge." Su Mu smiled as he inquired. "Shall we prepare?" "No need for preparation. We can shoot right away." Shen Weining wished to minimize her association with Su Mu. Staying overnight in the city could lead to unforeseen complications with this shameless man. She aimed to finish the shoot promptly and return home. Su Mu nodded and called Meng Wanyu to arrange for the filming crew to commence immediately. Su Corporation possessed its own photography team located within the Su building. They planned to shoot indoors, utilizing cutting-edge special effects to create a stunning visual experience. As the crew set up the scene, the costume designer busied herself with Shun Waning's attire. With her innate beauty, Shun Waning required no makeup, only attention to her wardrobe and styling. At that moment, Su Mu sat before the piano, his fingers gracefully gliding over the keys, and music erupted into the air. In an instant, he captivated everyone present. This particular piece emphasized contrast. The music began heavy and slow, reminiscent of a lumbering figure. The weighty notes even caused the audience's breaths to quicken, as if they had all become sluggish themselves. As the composition progressed, the style shifted dramatically, yet seamlessly, evoking a refreshing sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze. The tempo quickened towards the conclusion, becoming light and lively, reminiscent of dancing sprites. Most astonishingly, the latter part of the score mirrored the first, yet it conveyed an entirely different emotion. As the performance concluded, the crew members stood frozen, awestruck. Incredible. This music is phenomenal. Su, you are truly remarkable. The surrounding staff were not merely flattering him. Su Mu's rendition was indeed extraordinary. Meng Wanyu's previously vacant eyes now sparkled with admiration. She found herself captivated by this exceptional individual, whose culinary skills matched his musical prowess, and he treated her well, far surpassing the likes of Long Wan. Shen Waning, too, was left dumbfounded. Was this man a monster? No, he must have been familiar with the piece beforehand. Yet, even so, the way he played was impressive. Suddenly, her expression shifted as she recalled that years ago, Su Mu had known nothing about music. How had he become so adept? Was it perhaps due to her own involvement in the music industry? In just a few years, he had elevated his musical skills to such a level. Was it all in pursuit of her affection? After all, he had openly pursued her in the past. Lowering her head, Shen Waning acknowledged Su Mu's perseverance. However, his lack of character meant she would not grant him an opportunity. Chapter 77. Fong Chu comes prepared. The filming of the advertisement proceeded remarkably well, with a straightforward and easily comprehensible storyline. They first enlisted a few overweight actors while Shun Waning played the music. Midway through, the advertisement transitioned, accompanied by a change in the music. Finally, a group of younger actors was introduced to demonstrate the efficacy of the weight loss drug, showcasing their successful transformations. Once the filming was complete, their task concluded, and it was handed over to the special effects team. After the advertisement shoot, Shen Waning prepared to return to Yang City. Su Mu made a symbolic attempt to persuade her to stay for dinner. "Miss Shun, why not stay for a meal?" he suggested. "No need. It's only a 2 to 3 hour journey," she replied, unwilling to give Su Mu any opportunity, wary of his intentions. Who knows what he might be plotting? Perhaps he wishes to intoxicate me during dinner, leading to unwelcome advances. Then I shall not insist, Su Mu remarked with a faint smile, relieved not to have to entertain her. In recent days, due to his busy schedule, Su Mu had been following a strict routine. The acquisition of justice points was primarily derived from his nightly interactions with Yi Tong, along with Meng Wanyu. Naturally, Su Ningbing had also seen a slight increase in favorability, albeit still remaining in the negative. Having completed the advertisement today, Su Mu sat in his office for a while, contemplating his return home. He had accumulated another 1,000 justice points and planned to redeem them that evening. Just as he settled into his car, his phone rang, revealing a call from Zhao Yingying. Upon answering, Zhao Yingying's voice brimmed with joy. "Mu Ge, we went for a checkup at the hospital today, and my mother's health has improved completely." The doctors were astonished. Su Mu smiled and nodded. "That is wonderful news. Do you have time tonight? We would like to treat you to dinner," Zhao Yingying continued, her excitement tempered by a calm demeanor. "We," Su Mu echoed. "In addition to myself, we wish to invite Fong Chu. He has been quite helpful during my mother's hospitalization, so it would be inappropriate not to invite him." After a pause, Zhao Yingying added, "There may be some misunderstandings between you two. However, if you prefer, we can invite only you and extend a separate invitation to him in the future. Let us invite him as well. It will lighten the financial burden for you," Su Mu suggested, contemplating whether he could acquire additional celestial power to further enhance Su Shou's realm. "All right, Mu Ge, I will send you the address shortly. Zhao Yingying responded cheerfully. Su Mu first messaged Yi Tong to inform her he would be home later than usual. Yi Tong replied that she too planned to stay a bit longer to complete her experiments. Over the past few days, she had begun working and officially joined Su's pharmaceutical company. In the underground parking of the company, Su Mu waited for about half an hour until Zhao Yingying sent the address, indicating they had already arrived. After glancing at the details, he noted it was a hot pot restaurant and promptly drove over. Zhao Yingying had already provided the room number, and upon arriving at the restaurant, Su Mu made his way to the second floor, heading straight for the designated room. Upon opening the door, he found Li Yun and Zhao Yingying seated together. "Xiao Su, you've arrived," Li Yun exclaimed, rising to greet him. Su Mu was taken aback by Li Yun's appearance. Her shoulder-length haircut framed her rosy complexion, and her eyes, mature yet slightly mysterious, sparkled with amusement. She wore a pair of jeans paired with a purple sweater, an undeniably exquisite choice. The alluring silhouette of her figure was simply captivating. Su Mu realized that true beauty often lies in subtlety. Li Yun's high-neck sweater exuded sophistication, far surpassing the more revealing options. In comparison, Zhao Yingying, embodying a pure and youthful charm akin to a neighborly girl, appeared somewhat overshadowed. "Mu Yi," Zhao Yingying chimed in with a sweet smile. "Please, take a seat," Su Mu replied, directing his gaze at Li Yun. "Auntie, congratulations on your recovery. Thanks to you, I owe you my life. I will repay your kindness." Li Yun smiled warmly. "No rush, take your time, and don't overexert yourself in the future." Su Mu reassured her with a wave of his hand. At that moment, the door swung open once more, revealing Fong Chu, accompanied by a rather aloof woman. The woman wore a cap that partially obscured her striking features. "Lu Shuiyao?" Su Mu exclaimed in surprise, astonished that she had also come. It was unexpected, as Lu Shuiyao and Zhao Yingying should not have known each other, given their differing school years. "Mugu, you're really here?" Lu Shuiyao, initially cool, dashed towards Su Mu with a bright smile, settling beside him and linking her arm with his. Fong Chu maintained a neutral expression, though internally he was elated. He had invited Lu Shuiyao, and after numerous attempts to contact her, she finally responded to his call, agreeing to join them for dinner upon learning Su Mu would be present. Fong Chu felt a twinge of frustration, realizing Lu Shuiyao had been drawn to Su Mu. However, he understood the dynamics at play. Two would undoubtedly outweigh one. Li Yun and Zhao Yingying were far more appealing than Lu Shuiyao, especially Li Yun, who had already caught his attention. His intent was clear. Having Lu Shuiyao present would foster close interactions with Su Mu, while Zhao Yingying, being somewhat reserved, would likely withdraw. Avoiding competition with Lu Shuiyao, with Su Mu as her rival removed, Zhao Yingying would naturally become his. With Zhao Yingying as his partner, it would seamlessly lead to Li Yun becoming her closest ally. "What brings you here?" Su Mu inquired with a smile directed at Lu Shuiyao. "Fong Chu informed me, and since my home is nearby, I decided to join," Lu Shuiyao replied, glancing at Li Yun and Zhao Yingying before resting her gaze on Zhao Yingying. Aware of Zhao Yingying's timid demeanor, she saw an opportunity to assert herself. Zhao Yingying, sensing the competitive aura from Lu Shuiyao, hastily averted her gaze. Fong Chu smirked, pleased that his plan was unfolding as intended. "Xiao Su, didn't you say you were married? Is this your wife?" Li Yun inquired curiously, noting Lu Shuiyao's youthful appearance, which seemed even younger than her daughter. "No, she is my sister, Lu Shuiyao," Su Mu clarified, playfully tapping Lu Shuiyao's forehead. "I previously warned you not to trust strangers. What if someone malicious used my name to deceive you?" "Malicious?" Fong Chu's expression twitched to being labeled as such by Su Mu. Lu Shuiyao pouted slightly, covering her head. "I understand, Mu Yi." Despite her expression, her favorability towards him increased. Fong Chu was not about to let Su Mu evade the topic. With a curious demeanor, he posed. "Su Mu, Lu Shuiyao isn't a relative, is she? Since you're married, isn't it inappropriate to be close with other women?" Su Mu smiled at this inquiry, recognizing that Fong Chu had indeed come prepared. Chapter 78. The descendants of the hidden families. Su Mu had been pondering why Fong Chu had summoned Lu Shuiyao when he realized the reason. "Fong Chu, what do you mean by that?" Before Su Mu could speak, Lu Xiuyao interjected, "Haven't you also gotten married? Not long ago. You mentioned that if my grandmother were to pass away, you would take care of me. Now that it's Su Mu, you seem to have changed your tune." Fang Chu's expression darkened. Lu Xiuyao was becoming increasingly audacious. He vowed to make her regret this insolence, to see her kneel before him one day. Originally, Fang Chu had intended to set a trap for Su Mu, but unexpectedly, he found himself ensnared by Lu Xiuyao's meddling. Zhao Yingying and Li Yun exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting discomfort, particularly Li Yun, who had previously thought that Fang Chu's attentiveness towards his daughter exceeded that of an ordinary friend. Only later did she learn that Fang Chu was already married. Through Lu Xiuyao's remarks, it became evident that Fang Chu was not only devoted to his daughter, but bestowed similar attention upon other women. In contrast, Su Mu had been forthright. When she suggested entrusting Zhao Yingying to him, he had candidly stated that he was married and boldly acknowledged Lu Xiuyao as his sister. Unlike Fang Chu, who concealed the truth. "Since we are all gathered, let us dine," Li Yin proposed, activating the switch beneath the hot pot and smiling at the others. "Auntie, I'll treat for this hot pot since we have an extra guest today," Su Mu said, patting Lu Xiuyao's back. "That won't do. We can certainly afford one meal," Li Yun replied with a smile, urging everyone to eat without hesitation. Su nodded gently, "Ternento elu Xuyao. Aren't you going to thank Auntie? Your timing today was impeccable." "Thank you, Auntie," Lu Xiuyao said to Li Yun. Fang Chu picked up his chopsticks, feeling out of place among them, as if he were an extraneous presence. The camaraderie around him resembled that of a family. He decided to inquire about Su Mu's background. "Su Mu, may I ask what you do?" Li Yun and Zhao Yingying also turned their attention to Su Mu, their curiosity piqued. "I assist my family with their business," Su Mu replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the others understood that he was indicating his family's enterprise, which explained his wealth. "And what about you?" Su Mu countered, directing the question back at Fang Chu. Fang Chu felt a flush of embarrassment. He found himself in a humiliating position. Thus, he fabricated a story. "I used to run a small business, but it went bankrupt, and now I am unemployed." Aside from Su Mu, who was aware of Fang Chu's circumstances, the others accepted his tale as truth, having discerned that he had little wealth. The meal lacked the fervor typical of social gatherings. Yet the three women present developed a more favorable impression of Su Mu. Summarizing their thoughts, it was clear that Su Mu, despite his affluence, carried himself with humility. Li Yun, having worked as an employee in a company, had dined with wealthy individuals before who would boast of their accomplishments upon sitting down. In contrast, Su Mu had lent them a significant sum and provided a medication worth $1 million, yet he never mentioned it. Li Yun lamenta, wishing Su Mu had not married so early. "I'll be right back. I'm heading to the restroom," Zhao Yingying said apologetically to Su Mu before standing to leave. "I'll go too." Lu Xiuyao followed her. As Su Mu poured himself another drink, a commotion erupted outside, filled with shouts. It seemed Lu Xiuyao's voice was among them. Su Mu and Fang Chu sprang to their feet and hurried toward the restroom. Not far from the restroom entrance, a drunken middle-aged man with a buzz cut was pointing at Lu Xiuyao, threatening, "You little wench, dare to insult me? Who told you to meddle?" Lu Xiuyao was gripping Zhao Yingying's hand, visibly anxious as she stepped back. Upon seeing Su Mu approach, she visibly relaxed. "What happened?" Su Mu inquired. Zhao Yingying, still shaken, was reassured by Lu Xiuyao's explanation. That man just put his arm around Zhao Yingying's shoulder, claiming he was lost and wanted her to guide him to the restroom. Li Yin joined them, and hearing Lu Xiuyao's account, she quickly pulled Zhao Yingying closer. Fang Chu, observing the scene, felt a smirk tug at the corners of his mouth. Finally, it was his turn to act, despite being unable to use his abilities due to his current condition. Yet, he was capable of handling a few individuals. "Get lost. Right now." Fang Chu strode forward, pointing at the buzz-cut man. "You think you're invincible just because you've had a drink?" The middle-aged man, swaying slightly, raised his fist to strike Fang Chu. Fang Chu's expression was one of disdain as he seized the man's wrist and delivered a powerful punch. With a sickening thud, the man collapsed, blood pouring from his nose. Fang Chu turned back with an air of indifference. "Yingying, are you all right? Scum like him should be on the ground." He surprised himself with how convincingly he had played the part. "I'm fine," Zhao Yingying stammered, shaking her head. "Brother Wolf. Brother Wolf is in trouble." Suddenly, a burly man burst from another hot pot room. Hearing the commotion, 20 or more individuals from nearby rooms rushed out. Upon seeing their fallen companion, they hurried to assist him. One lean, dark-skinned man pointed at Feng Chu, shouting, "Was it you?" Feng Chu felt momentarily dazed. He could easily handle a few people, but this crowd was overwhelming. Without the use of his abilities, he was as vulnerable as any ordinary person, especially in his injured state. If they were in a more spacious area, he could evade and take them down one by one, but the hot pot restaurant was too confined. Feng Chu glanced toward Su Mu, realizing that the three women would be of no help. As for Su Mu, before he could finish his thought, the group charged forward. Feng Chu threw punches, knocking down a few more, but those who fell clung to his legs, restricting his movement. Several burly men grappled with his arms, rendering him helpless. In an instant, fists began to rain down upon Feng Chu's face. "Stop hitting him. I'll call the police," Li Yun exclaimed, witnessing the unfolding chaos. The three women and Su Mu were clearly no match for this mob. "You all are in cahoots, aren't you?" The women stay, and the men lie down, the lean man commanded, his voice laced with malice as he turned his gaze towards Su Mu and the others. Several burly men grinned lewdly at the order. "We need to leave," Su Mu urged the others swiftly. Li Yun grabbed Zhao Yingying, prioritizing her daughter's safety, with Lu Shuiyao closely trailing behind. "You think you can escape?" The lean man came charging, throwing a punch towards Su Mu's chin, but Su Mu caught his fist with ease. With a sudden knee strike to the man's chest, he sent him flying, knocking down several pursuing individuals. As the crowd witnessed the lean man fall, they released Feng Chu and surged towards Su Mu. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Chu darted down the nearest staircase. "Is that it? You won't fight alongside me?" Su Mu shouted at Feng Chu, who was fleeing in panic, questioning how he could possibly be a descendant of a hidden aristocratic family. Feng Chu offered no response, secretly wishing for Su Mu to also bear the marks of defeat upon his face. Chapter 79. Self-Strategy, most lethal outside the hot pot restaurant. Feng Chu spotted Li Yun and others waiting for him. "We must hurry. They are coming after us," he urged the group. "Where's Mu Ge?" Zhao Yingying asked anxiously. She had clearly witnessed Su Mu confronting someone to allow them to escape. Lu Shuyao remained silent, scanning the area until she noticed a shovel by the roadside. Grabbing it, she dashed into the restaurant, only to be pushed back out by Su Mu. "What do you need this for?" Su Mu asked with a faint smile. "Su Mu Yi, are you all right?" Lu Shuyao breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him unharmed. "You underestimate me too much. Let's go before they catch up," Su Mu replied. Although he said this, it was evident that their pursuers were currently incapacitated, lying on the ground. Feng Chu's face bore signs of distress. He was angry with Su Mu, but even more so with himself. Why had his body not yet recovered? Otherwise, those people would be of no consequence. How could Su Mu dare to covet his woman? "Xiaofeng, are you okay? Should we go to the hospital?" Li Yun approached with concern. Regardless of the circumstances, Feng Chu's injuries had stemmed from their actions. "Feng Chu Ge, I'm sorry for causing you trouble," Zhao Yingying added apologetically. "No need. It's just a minor injury. I can grab some medicine," Feng Chu replied, though he felt somewhat soothed by their concern. Initially, Su Mu intended to drive Feng Chu home, but he was declined. As Feng Chu insisted, he had his own vehicle and would leave first. Su Mu then took the remaining three into his car. In recent days, Su Mu had been driving a Cadillac Escalade for work, while Yitong temporarily drove a Porsche 911. "Su Mu Ge, did you help Feng Chu just now?" Lu Shuiyao, seated in the front passenger seat, suddenly inquired. Li Yun and Zhao Yingying in the back perked up, listening intently. "What do you mean?" Su Mu asked, perplexed. "When we went downstairs, he was clearly held captive and unable to move, yet you had ample time to escape, and he ended up coming out first." Lu Shuiyao pointed out, pouting slightly. "You didn't need to help him. He didn't care about you and ran away first." Su Mu regarded Lu Shuiyao and recalled her earlier act of charging into the restaurant with the shovel. He felt a touch of warmth. Indeed, Lu Shuiyao had changed. In the back seat, Li Yun and Zhao Yingying's admiration for Su Mu began to rise. He was truly a good person, despite Feng Chu's constant hostility towards him. He could put aside past grievances to assist him. Feng Chu is truly inconsiderate. When someone helps you, you just run away. And the first thing you do upon escaping is to ensure these girls leave, completely disregarding Su Mu's safety. Lian shook her head gently, having just felt gratitude towards Feng Chu. Su Mu was somewhat bewildered by the situation, realizing that self-strategy could be most lethal. He had not actually assisted Feng Chu. After dropping off Li Yun and Zhao Yingying at their homes, Su Mu drove Lu Shuiyao to her doorstep. Be careful in the future. Protect yourself. Don't let a single word deceive you, Su Mu advised as he glanced at Lu Shuiyao. I understand. Next time, I will call you first, Lu Shuiyao replied. Her head bowed. Su Mu, go. You're truly kind. Go home, Su Mu smiled, patting the back of her head. Su Mu, go. You're married. But I don't mind. With a peck on Su Mu's cheek, Lu Shuiyao bashfully opened the car door and dashed away. Su Mu watched the rising admiration above Lu Xiao's head and touched his cheek, shaking his head lightly. Upon returning home, Yi Tong had already arrived. Su Mu entered the yard and noticed an electric bike parked nearby. Sensing it, he realized Yi Yu was also home today. In the living room, Yi Yu greeted him. Brother-in-law, you're back. Milimetrov, Su Mu nodded. Observing Yi Yu's relaxed demeanor, he noted how much she had changed since their first meeting. He glanced at the admiration gauge, realizing she was just over 20 points away from positive score. Yi Yu, being a 9th-level talent, would greatly assist him in accumulating justice points. At that moment, Yi Tong poked her head out from the kitchen. Back already? Have you eaten? I've already eaten. But I could have a little more of your cooking, Su Mu replied, smiling as he settled onto the sofa. 10 admiration, almost done, Yi Tong said, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as she returned to the kitchen. Yi Yu, displaying a mature demeanor, crossed her arms and casually glanced at Su Mu. Brother-in-law, have you spoken with Lu Shuiyao? No, I haven't seen her lately, Su Mu replied with a smile, fully aware that he could not divulge the truth to Yi Yu, especially since Lu Shuiyao was currently a steady source of his justice points. It seems I should arrange for you two to meet soon, Yi Yu pondered, stroking her chin. Before long, Yi Tong emerged from the kitchen with a smile, saying, Dinner is ready. Yi Yu stood up to help her sister serve the food. At the dining table, they discussed recent events. Yi Tong had begun working in the company under Wang Weiliang, engaging in experiments, being her own family's business, and with Wang Weiliang previously being part of the Yi family. She felt quite at ease. Su Mu shared updates about the weight loss pills that were set to launch that evening. Throughout the meal, Yi Yu remained quiet, her mind occupied with concern for her sister. It was evident that Yi Tong's gaze was now filled with affection for Su Mu. She knew her sister well, unambitious and unassertive. Thus, her sister's happiness rested solely on her shoulders. Yi was uncertain why, but ever since Su Mu began treating her sister well, her own mindset had shifted. Previously, she had aimed to pull Yi Tong away from Su Mu's grasp. Now, her thoughts had transformed. She considered the possibility of sacrificing herself to ensure her sister's happiness. Could she and her sister Yi Tong not compare to Lu Shuiyao? That evening, Su Mu and Yi Tong conspired over significant matters, having accumulated over 1,000 justice points. He aimed to gather more, reaching 2,000 points by tomorrow morning for a lottery draw. As a master pianist, Su Mu excelled at duets. After completing the first, he realized he was just shy of reaching 2,000 points. Thus, he initiated a duet, effortlessly achieving his target. The next morning, Su Mu woke early, glancing at the sleeping Yi Tong, noticing traces of tears at the corners of her eyes. Though Yi Tong had already awakened, she dared not open her eyes. Fearing the unknown, she even contemplated calling Meng Wan to seek assistance, given their proximity. Su Mu proceeded with his usual routine, initiating the lottery draw. He planned to focus on enhancing his skills with the advanced draw later, prioritizing his immediate goal of self-improvement. As the 10 consecutive draws commenced, the wheel began to spin. Ding! Congratulations! The host has obtained a heavenly level technique, Spirit Vessel Armament. Su Mu was astonished. What was happening? Normally, he would begin with heavenly level techniques. Had he truly lost out with the previous 10,000 points? Chapter 80. This old man is indeed extraordinary nonetheless. Su Mu was acutely aware that such matters of luck are beyond explanation. He had drawn enough times, Yet this was the first occasion he had obtained a celestial-level technique. Thus, he continued to draw. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received 20 cultivation points. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received 10 attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received 20 cultivation points. Sumu rolled his eyes. Is the system truly this pragmatic? Or had he exhausted all his luck by drawing a celestial-level technique? After 11 draws, apart from the initial celestial-level technique, the remaining 10 were all guaranteed rewards. Sumu was not disheartened. After all, he could still attempt the 10 consecutive draws, so he pressed on. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received 20 cultivation points. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received 10 kilograms of gold. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired a divine-level ability, Mastery of Appraisal. What the heck? Sumu was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated such fortuitous luck today. He had gained another divine-level ability, though the Mastery of Appraisal sounded somewhat trivial. Nonetheless, being of divine grade, its future utility should not be underestimated. The subsequent draws yielded only guaranteed rewards, yet for Sumu, the value of the 10 consecutive draws today was immense. After completing all his draws, he began to review what he had acquired. He had once again mastered a celestial-level technique, Spiritual Vein Armament. In addition, he had gained a divine-level ability, Mastery of Appraisal, and a kilogram of gold. Apart from these 3 items, everything else consisted of guaranteed rewards, accumulating 220 cultivation points and 120 attribute points. Without hesitation, Sumu immediately allocated these points. Before him, black characters appeared once more. Congratulations, host! You have entered the late stage of dark energy. Sumu clenched his fists, feeling his physique grow increasingly formidable. He promptly checked his panel information. Name, Sumu character, antagonistic sacred body. Manager of Human Resources at Su Corporation Realm. Late stage dark energy physique. 250 mentality, 250 cultivation value, 30, max 200, fate power, 95 after reviewing his panel. Sumu nodded in satisfaction. It looked quite impressive. Compared to the previous Sumu, the difference was astronomical. Sumu then examined his newly acquired divine-level ability, Mastery of Appraisal. Upon discovering its usefulness, he was taken aback. He had initially thought it merely a simple skill for identifying antiques. But it turned out he could appraise various treasures, including weapons, jade, and even techniques. Even unfamiliar techniques could be assessed from the perspective of spiritual resonance to determine their relative strength. Sumu nodded gently. This ability was not as pitiful as he had imagined. Next, he scrutinized the celestial-level technique, Spiritual Vein Armament. After thoroughly reading the technique's description, he was astounded to discover it was a status-type technique. Having played numerous games before, he knew that skills that grant buffs are typically essential. After a brief analysis, he recognized that this technique indeed enhances combat power, making its strength undeniable. Upon rising, Sumu made his way to the living room, feeling that mastering several advanced techniques had already made him sufficiently strong. The only thing lacking was his own realm. It felt akin to weaponry. Techniques are like bullets, while one's realm is the caliber. No matter how superior the bullets, if the caliber is small, their power remains limited. Conversely, with a sufficiently large caliber, even ordinary iron ball can deliver devastating impact. Sumu initially intended to prepare breakfast, but before he could enter the kitchen, Yi Tong had already risen. Recently, Yi Tong had devised a method. She would rise right after Sumu left the room. After all, it would be awkward for both to be dressed and go downstairs, only for Sumu to pull her back. Awake? Sumu greeted Yi Tong with a smile upon seeing her. I'll go prepare the meal, she replied, her cheeks slightly flushed as she hurried towards the kitchen. I have to go to work soon. Sumu nodded lightly. Upon arriving at the company, Sumu had barely warmed his chair before Su Shou summoned him with a phone call. Entering the chairman's office, he found Su Ningbing there as well. What's going on? Sumu reclined on the black leather sofa, crossing his legs and smiling at Su Shou. Last night, our advertisement began airing. Did you catch the news? Su Shou asked with a grin. Not at all. Sumu shook his head. He was far too busy to pay attention to such matters. Over 90% of the comments are derogatory, branding our Su Corporation as despicable plagiarists, Su Ningbing added, turning to Su Mu. Su Mu pulled out his phone to check the news regarding Su Corporation, only to encounter a barrage of scornful insults. A scant few praised the advertisement, noting the captivating piano piece. Most of these were fans of Shun Waning. However, even her fans were questioning why she would endorse an advertisement for a plagiarizing company, leading to a decline in her public image. This morning, our products have officially launched. Do you know the current sales figures? Su Shou inquired with a smile, raising 3 fingers. 3,000. Su Mu pondered thoughtfully. For a typical small processing factory, achieving 3,000 sales upon launching a new product was commendable. Yet, for Su Corporation, 3,000 was abysmal. Not only had they invested substantial capital, but such sales wouldn't even cover the wages of the medical company. By the way, there's a banquet at the Jiang City Business Department tonight, and entrepreneurs from Yang City will be attending. Su Shou glanced at Su Mu. You should accompany me. Will the Yang City entrepreneurs be present? Su Mu asked, intrigued. Indeed, while Jiang City's economy may not rival Yang City's, it is the provincial capital. Su Shou waved his hand dismissively. You can head down now. All right. As Su Mu was about to leave, he suddenly halted, recalling that he had accumulated nearly 100 points of fate power. He intended to enhance Su Shou. He couldn't merely elevate his father to the early stage of bright energy and leave it at that. Using his divine eye for a brief scan, Su Mu was left utterly astonished. What on earth was happening with Su Shou? Name: Su Shou. Character: Chairman of Su Corporation in Jiang City. Affection level: maxed. Fate level: 2, max level 10. Realm: early stage dark energy. Physique: 70. Mentality: 35. Su Mu stared at the panel in disbelief. It had only been a few days, and he couldn't possibly be mistaken. He had just restored Su Shou's meridians, and he had been in the early stage of bright energy. How had he now become in the early stage of dark energy? This was a significant leap in realm. No wonder Su Shou was so jubilant today, grinning from ear to ear. This old man is indeed extraordinary. Are you all right? Do you have something else to discuss? Su Shou asked, gazing at the dazed Su Mu with a puzzled expression. Su Mu had intended to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. After a moment, he left the office, planning to wait a few more days to observe. If Su Shou possessed the ability to rapidly elevate his cultivation, he would consider enhancing others with his fate power. In the afternoon, before Su Mu had the chance to exit his office, Su Shou pushed the door open and entered. Hey, let's go, Su Shou said with a smile the moment he stepped inside. All right, Su Mu nodded. After all, it was merely a banquet, primarily revolving around routine discussions about development issues. The main objective was to foster a space for communication among entrepreneurs. Lin Yang, the warrior king, would undoubtedly be in attendance as well. The two took the elevator down together. Su Mu cast a furtive glance at Su Shou, noting that it was the first time they had ventured out together on an errand. Su Shou stood a few centimeters shorter than Su Mu, at just over 1 meter 80. However, his physique was decidedly more robust. Previously, Su Shou had mentioned to Su Mu that he had served in the military, which lent his face an air of rugged determination. Yet, at this moment, Su Mu began to harbor doubts regarding Su Shou's true identity. If he was merely a soldier, why were his meridians disrupted? Chapter 81. In future endeavors, one must remain composed in the narrative known to Su Mu. Su Shou did not have a significant role. Perhaps, due to Su Mu's successful treatment of Su Shou's meridians, the course of history had been altered. The two made their way to the underground parking garage and settled into the rear seat of a Rolls-Royce Phantom. For a businessman of Su Shou's stature, a luxury vehicle worth millions did not adequately convey his status. They were more enamored with other details, such as the vehicle's license plate, Jiang, a 99999. The driver in the front seat was a middle-aged man with graying hair. Su Mu recalled that he was Su Shou's dedicated chauffeur, named Lu Shi. Old Lu, let's go, Su Shou said with a smile directed at the driver. Certainly, Lu Shi nodded slightly, glancing at Su Mu through the rearview mirror before driving off. At the Jiang City Jiangxiang Grand Hotel, an array of luxury cars congregated outside, featuring not only local plates, but also several from afar. In the banquet hall on the top floor, groups of people mingled. At this moment, the center of attention was undoubtedly Li Feiping, the star of gourmet foods. He had ascended to celebrity status, with those wealthier than him approaching him for greetings. The attendees were astute businessmen, keenly aware of the burgeoning market for weight loss pills. Currently, due to production capacity issues, these pills were only available in a few provinces. Once they expanded production, they could be marketed nationwide or even globally. With this single product, there was a considerable likelihood that Li Feiping would rise to become the wealthiest individual in Jiangbei. Li Feiping reveled in this newfound status, knowing that many conversing with him were once individuals he needed to bow and scrape to. Now, they regarded him with respect. His gaze turned toward Lin Yang, seated at a distant table, recognizing that all of this was a result of his efforts. Just then, a wave of astonished gasps rippled through the crowd as a woman clad in a black evening gown, her hair elegantly styled, made her entrance. She exuded a sultry allure, and it was none other than Song Luoluo. Initially, Song Luoluo gained fame for her sensational performances and subsequently rose to prominence with several hit songs. Today, her black gown featured a daring slit, revealing a striking décolletage. Many young admirers rushed forward, eager to meet the celebrated star. As time passed, more influential figures from Jiangbei began to appear. While savoring red wine, Lin Yang's attention was suddenly captured as he spotted Su Shou and Su Mu, the father and son duo. Even amidst his excitement, upon seeing Su Mu, dark omens loomed overhead. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he silently expressed gratitude to the Su family for relinquishing the weight loss pills into his hands. Lin Yang initially intended to greet them, but then noticed that the Feng family from Yang City had also arrived. Su Mu, lost in elation, realized that his earlier suspicions were confirmed. Only by confronting the protagonist directly could he seize the fated power. At that moment, Feng Jian caught sight of Su Mu. Previously, at the music event hosted by Shen Weining in Yang City, Su Mu had outshone him, leaving Feng Jian feeling irked. Approaching Su Mu, he wore a disdainful expression, remarking on the Su family's apparent decline and imitation of others. Everyone was aware of what Feng Jian was referring to. The gourmet food company had launched their weight loss pills first. Just yesterday, the Su group had also introduced theirs. Was this not an imitation? However, most companies present paled in comparison to the Su family and dared not voice their thoughts. The Feng family, however, was formidable and would not tolerate such affronts. Silence, commanded Feng Jian, standing beside a middle-aged man sporting a small mustache. The man, with slick-back hair and deep-set lines on his face, emanated a piercing gaze. He was Feng Jiang, the patriarch of the Feng family. Feng Jiang offered a faint smile and extended his hand. "Old Su, it has been a long time." "Indeed, it has been quite a while," Su Shou replied, shaking Feng Jiang's hand. Given the history of financial disputes between their families, one might wonder if reconciliation was at hand. Just as this thought crossed the minds of those present, Feng Jiang walked directly toward Li Feiping. "Mr. Li, I have long admired your reputation," Feng Jiang stated with a smile, extending his hand. Li Feiping was taken aback. The Feng family ranked among the top 5 business families in Jiangbei. To have such a prominent figure acknowledge him was astonishing. Li Feiping felt a sudden stiffness in his posture, as if he would need to adapt to this newfound position. "Mr. Feng, it is an honor," he replied, shaking hands. "How is it that a food company suddenly delves into weight loss pills?" Feng Jiang inquired with genuine curiosity, drawing the attention of other business magnates nearby. Li Feiping had anticipated this question and replied leisurely, "We have a dedicated research department. Initially, we aimed to develop purely herbal snacks, but by a fortunate turn of events, we discovered a weight loss formula." The audience reacted with astonishment, marveling at the serendipity of such a lucrative product emerging from chance. "What clever fade! You must know full well how you acquired your weight loss formula." "Serendipity? I suspect otherwise," Su Mu interjected, casually slipping his hands into his pockets and maintaining a calm demeanor. A ripple of excitement surged through the crowd at this revelation. Lin Yang approached with a glass of red wine, smirking as he addressed Su Mu. "Su Mu, are you not afraid of being accused of slander for such baseless claims?" "Indeed, and you dare to point fingers? Your weight loss pills were released first, while your family followed suit. Who is truly the thief here?" Feng Jian mocked from the sidelines. The consensus among the crowd was clear. The facts spoke for themselves, as Li Feiping's product had indeed been launched first. We did not launch earlier simply to ensure our product's quality. You took this opportunity to pilfer our formula. Do you not fear dire consequences? Su Mu retorted, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Fortunately, we have made improvements to our formula in recent days, enhancing its efficacy. Enough of this, Su Shou interjected, placing a hand on Su Mu's shoulder. Su Mu fell silent, and together they departed from the gathering. The two occupied a secluded corner of the banquet hall. Su Shou raised his glass of red wine, gazing at Su Mu with a smile. You were rather outspoken just now. In future endeavors, one must maintain composure. I did it intentionally, Su Mu chuckled. Oh, what do you mean? Su Shou asked, puzzled. Regardless of whether Lin Yang believes my words, he will undoubtedly feel a sense of crisis. Even if we had not made improvements, our product would still capture their market share. This is inevitable, Su Mu explained, smiling at Su Shou. Do you think he will remain passive? Su Shou glanced at Lin Yang, who was engaged in conversation with Feng Jiang. It dawned on him then. Su Mu's words had instilled a sense of urgency in Lin Yang, compelling him to secure market shares before Su's group could. The only option left for Lin Yang would be to increase investment, leading to greater losses in the end. Well done, my boy. Su Su et Galim, downing his glass of wine in one gulp. Just then, another wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as Shun Hong, the head of the Shun family, made her entrance, accompanied by her daughter, Shun Weining. Chapter 82. I bet 50 billion with you. Shun Wan Ning stood in stark contrast to Song Luo, dressed in casual attire and a sports cap, while her long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Upon her arrival, her gaze first fell upon Su Mu, and then, inevitably, upon her arch-rival, Song Luo. Wan Ning, you've arrived, Feng Jian exclaimed, his face lighting up with a broad smile as he approached her. He had long since pinned his future on Shun Wan Ning, knowing that as the second son of the Feng family, he had a formidable elder brother above him. Born of his father's first wife, after Feng Kong divorced her, he remarried Shun Wan Ning's mother, thus creating a complex family dynamic ripe for contention over the family fortune upon Feng Kang's eventual passing. In typical families, a husband might fear the new wife, especially after losing the first. But in the Feng family, Shun Wan Ning's mother held little sway. Feng Kong favored his eldest son, which led Feng Jian and his mother to devise a strategy to ally with other influential families, with the Shun family being their target. Marrying Shun Wan Ning would undoubtedly secure the Shun family support, thus positioning Feng Jian to inherit the Feng family's wealth. Shun Wan Ning acknowledged Feng Jian with a slight nod before making her way to Su Mu and Su Shou. At the banquet, the true star of the evening was undoubtedly Li Feiping, followed by the Shun and Feng families, and then Song Luo, while Su Mu and Su Shou found themselves largely overlooked, with only a few scattered acquaintances coming to greet them. However, with Shun Wan Ning's presence, their corner of the room regained its allure. Sen Van Ning created. Earlier, while investigating Su Mu, she had also looked into Su Shou and found him quite admirable. Van Ning, I didn't get the chance to see you when you left early from the advertisement shoot, Su Shou remarked with a smile. I had other matters to attend to. Sen Gan Ning replied, turning to Tumu. Come with me. I wish to discuss something privately. Su Mu nodded with a smile and followed Shun Wan Ning to a large window overlooking the nightscape of the city. You must have seen the online criticisms directed at me, Shun Wan Ning fumed, glaring at Su Mu. I hadn't paid much attention. All I noticed was the vitriol aimed at our Su group. They merely called you reckless and questioned why you would endorse our advertisements. Su Mu replied, chuckling. Is that not a criticism? Shun Wan Ning retorted, her fists clenched in indignation. My father was furious when he found out. If you were lying, I assure you, I will not let you off lightly. Su Mu remained silent, finding her fierce demeanor rather endearing. Is this not Miss Shun? At that moment, Song Luo approached with a smile. Upon seeing Song Luo, a flicker of displeasure crossed Shun Wan Ning's eyes. Miss Song, what brings you here? Oh, nothing much. I was just curious. I recently became the face of a weight loss product. And since you did too, will you be my stand-in for future film shoots? Song Luo laughed, covering her mouth playfully. She was aware of Shun Wan Ning's status, but also had her own influential connections. Yushan Wanning was momentarily at a loss for words, regretting her impulsive reaction as her father had warned her against such behavior. "Miss Song, even if I were a stand-in, it would be you standing in for Miss Shan," Su Mu interjected with a grin. "Your product is dubious, while hers is legitimate." He found Song Luo unremarkable compared to Feng Yu, and her allure paled in comparison to others. "Dubious? Su Mu, your product's ingredients are all herbal. The effectiveness is evident." Feng Jian chimed in from a distance. "And even if it were genuine, what of it? The Su family possesses ample resources. Our weight loss product will obliterate yours," Su Mu proclaimed, mimicking the bravado of a villain. "Does your family truly possess more resources than ours? We will pour every ounce of investment into our culinary products. Your Su family pales in comparison," Feng Jian shot back coldly. "Shall we wager?" Su Mu suggested with a smile. "In 10 days, our sales will surpass yours." "Agreed. What are the stakes?" Feng Jian, versed in commercial knowledge, understood the explosive potential of their weight loss product. "Let us not make it excessive. We'll wager 50 billion. If our sales do not exceed yours within 10 days, our Su Group will donate 50 billion in your family's name to the Hope Project," Su Mu declared, pointing at Feng Jian. "And if you lose, your Feng family will donate 50 billion in our name. Do you dare?" Feng Jian hesitated, glancing back at Feng Kong. While many companies boasted a market value of 50 billion, few could afford to donate that amount in one go. "Afraid to wager?" Su Mu turned to Su Shou. "Do you consent to this bet?" "Indeed, if you are that confident, I shall cover the 50 billion, Su Shou replied, raising his wineglass with a smile. Feng Jian clenched his fist in frustration, envious of the single male heir in his family's business, feeling no anxiety over potential threats to his inheritance. From a distance, Lin Yang observed Su Mu with a faint smile, recognizing him as a reckless spender, having previously overestimated his capabilities. "The Feng family agrees." Feng Kong approached with a grin. "It's merely a donation to the state. Even if we lose, we'll gladly contribute." He had already discussed plans to invest 30 billion to distribute their weight loss product nationwide. The Su family's hope of surpassing the Feng family in 10 days was nothing short of delusional. By the time they assembled the 50 billion for donation, the Su family would be thoroughly crippled, unable to maintain their status in Jiangbei or even in Jiang City. "Let us finalize this wager in front of everyone today." Su Mu smiled. The surrounding guests marveled at the spectacle, pondering what misdeeds Su Shou must have committed in a past life to have birthed such a reckless offspring. Agreeing to 50 billion so readily, this young man threatened to ruin the Su family. Lin Yang remained silent, recognizing that Su Mu had reminded him that the weight loss product he acquired from the Su family were merely copies, not originals. He could produce them, and so could the Su family. Eventually, consumers would gravitate towards the lower-priced products, especially when they found similar efficacy. He had initially planned to monopolize the market, but now realized he needed investors to expand production. Perhaps he could allocate a portion of profits to the Feng family, ensuring the complete dismantling of the Su family. Collaborating with the Feng family would also allow him to leverage Feng Kong to intimidate Feng Yu, a person reliant on an older man's support, yet still daring to deceive him, a man known for holding grudges. Su Mu instructed the staff here to print the contract. Nearly a week has passed, and within 3 days, their weight loss medication will undoubtedly encounter issues. At that time, it will unfold into a grand spectacle. Chapter 83. Their weight loss pills are defective. The leaders of Jiang City were undeniably the most elated at this banquet. 50 billion is no trifling sum. It affords them the opportunity to accomplish numerous endeavors for Jiangbei. Witnessing Su Mu, Su Shou, Feng Jian, and Feng Kong all sign the documents, it became evident that these funds were irrevocably theirs. As the banquet concluded, Su Shou and Su Mu departed amidst the murmurs of the crowd, which were less about admiration and more akin to scornful jibes. Throughout, Su Shou maintained a smile, having underestimated his son. This deliberate wager may have been a means of vengeance. The Su and Feng families' enterprises largely overlapped, resulting in fierce competition in Yang City. Ultimately, due to the misfortunes of the Yi family, the Su family lost the contest. Seated in the rear of a Rolls-Royce, Su Shou suddenly gazed at Su Mu and remarked, "You bear striking resemblance to your mother." Su Mu, taken aback, inquired how. "Your character," Su Shou replied. "That penchant for deception." With a chuckle, Su Shou turned his gaze toward the window, his expression growing resolute. "Let me share a secret. Your mother is likely still alive." Su Mu's eyes widened in shock. The world indeed seemed altered. "Then why did you claim she was dead?" He pressed. "To the former version of myself, her absence was akin to death. But to the man I am now, she may yet breathe." Leaning back in his seat, Su Shou retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and cracked the window ajar. "And her," Su Mu began. "Do not pry. I shall divulge the truth in due time." Su Su ingan deeply, flicking the ash out the window. 3 days swiftly passed. The Su family's weight loss pill advertisements were confined to Jiangbei, while Lin Yang's version had been launched nationally. Initially, Feng Kong intended to invest 30 billion, but upon realizing the immense popularity of the flavor-infused diet pills, he augmented his investment by an additional 20 billion. Factories for the production of these diet pills sprang up across every province in the nation. Feng Yu sat in her bar, reflecting on the news from the past few days. A sense of regret washed over her. One misstep had led to total ruin. Had she not collaborated with Lin Yang, perhaps she would now be basking in success. Since Su Mu had previously advised her not to intrude any longer, she had refrained from seeking him out. She found it unwise to squander time on the dim-witted. She had informed him that the Su family was poised to go public, which might have provided a countermeasure. Now, with advertisements rolling out in Jiangbei, they had long missed their opportunity. Meanwhile, Li Feiping was grinning from ear to ear. He had never envisioned reaching such heights. Their factory had once teetered on the brink of collapse, saved only by tax evasion. Now he was soaring, witnessing a daily influx of money that left him feeling weightless. If this trajectory continued, within a year his flavor-infused foods would eclipse the Su Group, claiming the title of Jiang City's foremost enterprise. Lin Yang felt a sense of comfort. The time had come to strike against the Su family. Soon, the cornered Su Yaya would have no choice but to seek his assistance. The thought of capturing his white moonlight stirred something within him. "Mr. Lin, a crisis has arisen." Li Feiping burst into Lin Yang's villa, clutching a stack of documents. This villa, gifted to Lin Yang by Li Feiping just days prior, was a testament to his gratitude. "What is it?" Lin Yang asked, looking up. "I was just about to seek your help with the Su family. Our weight loss pills have faced numerous complaints, alleging they are ineffective and merely deceptive." Li Feiping handed over the documents. Lin Yang barely glanced at them, waving his hand dismissively. "Engage public relations. Simply state they halted production and indulged, regaining weight. That is quite normal." "No, some individuals have not ceased their usage and continue taking them," Li Feiping replied, his anxiety palpable. "What?" Lin Yang's expression shifted dramatically. He perused the documents briefly and asserted, "Fortunately, the count is relatively low, only a few hundred. We can silence them with monetary compensation. A few tens of thousands each should suffice." "Understood. I will take care of it immediately," Li Feiping declared, dashing out of the villa. In the past 3 days, Su Mu had refrained from participating in any lotteries, amassing over 2,000 points. He planned to draw 3 times consecutively, hoping for a celestial-level technique and a divine ability, akin to his previous 10 consecutive draws. At noon, after dining with Meng Wanyue, Su Mu received a message from Su Shou requesting his presence. "Wanyue, you may head back. I need to step away for a moment." He smiled at her. "All right, Su Zong." Meng Wanyue nodded, unaware of her own transformation. Once preferring the comforts of home, she now found herself enjoying work, driven solely by the desire to see Su Mu. Upon arriving at the chairman's office, Su Mu found Su Ningbing, clad in office attire, standing before Su Shou's desk. "Why is it that every time I come here, you are present?" Su Mu inquired. "Because Dad always summons me first." "My office is closer," Su Ningbing replied coolly. "Ha ha. Today, I called you both here to announce that we shall counterattack." Su Shou leaned back in his chair, grinning at Su Mu. "Do you know what you overlooked?" "What?" Su Mu furrowed his brow. "The power of capital. Even if the medication proves ineffective, they can simply use money to quell the unrest." Su Shou intertwined his fingers before him. "Thus, as soon as their pills hit the market, I invested heavily to bribe several individuals to consume Lin Yang's weight loss pills. Upon hearing this, Su Mu grasped Su Shou's intent and marveled. Indeed, experience is invaluable. Currently, over half of those individuals have begun to rebound, showing no effects from the medication. They will cooperate unconditionally with us. We must amplify this news, Su Shou stated with a smile. Excellent. I will contact the television reporters at once, Su Ningbing affirmed. I know a female influencer in the realm of social media. I will have her cover this as well. News travels faster online. Su Mu recalled a time when he had been a prominent figure in her live streams, having invested millions in her. Though he rarely watched her broadcasts anymore, he occasionally revisited her streams, gifting her a token sum. Good. I leave this to you both. Su Shou nodded, preparing to tighten the net. The sensational news regarding the weight loss pills surged to the top of trending topics once more. Increasing numbers of individuals participated in interviews, asserting that the flavor-infused pills had initially shown efficacy but subsequently failed. At this juncture, those whom Su Shou had previously bribed began to emerge. They claimed to enjoy documenting their lives, consistently taking the medication and measuring their weight, with video evidence to back their assertions. Most experienced a rebound by the 10th day, initially believing it to be a normal reaction, only to realize the medication was utterly ineffective, as the weight loss pills dominated the trending topics. Another sensational headline surged forth. Million-level influencer AI Kiki reveals the truth about weight loss pills. AI Kiki's live interview immediately captivated a vast audience of onlookers. During her live broadcast, Wang Weiliang from Su Group's pharmaceutical division presented irrefutable evidence. They had been developing weight loss pills for several years, with surveillance footage and timestamps available to corroborate their claims. Wang Weiliang further informed AI Kiki that the flavor-infused products were merely defective items discarded by them, losing efficacy within 2 weeks. In contrast, the pills launched by the Su Group were authentic weight loss solutions. A single stone can stir up 1,000 waves. After Wang Weiliang presented such an abundance of materials, a multitude of netizens swiftly retaliated. Particularly those who had previously purchased weight loss medications began to come forward one by one. Lin Yang gazed at the trending information, utterly bewildered. Could it be that the claims made by the Su Group were indeed true? With all his funds already invested, if the medication were to be problematic, all his endeavors would ultimately be in vain. Chapter 84. Lin Yang's Rage. This is an insult to character. Previously, Li Feiping, brimming with confidence, believed he was on the verge of triumph over the Su Group. However, he now found himself in a state of panic. No longer interested in the research reports, he frantically scoured his phone for related news. Even a casual video scroll revealed throngs of people queuing to return products. Across the nation, sales locations were inundated, but these individuals were not there to purchase, they came to return. Suddenly, another shocking revelation emerged. A former executive from Flavor Foods disclosed that Li Feiping had committed tax evasion, and he possessed evidence. The entire internet was abuzz. Shen Weining's fan base sprang into action. Those who once deemed her foolish now recognized her as the most rational among them. Subsequently, many casual fans, upon witnessing Shen Weining's advertisement, propelled her piano piece to trending status. At the Shen residence in Yang City, Shen Hong observed the unfolding events with grave concern. It was no wonder that Su Shou had appeared so self-assured at the previous banquet. He had long been prepared. "Dad, have you seen the trending news?" Shen Weining exclaimed, bounding down from the second floor in her pajamas, her face alight with excitement. Her private messages had exploded with countless apologies directed at her. Shen Hong maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded his daughter. He had been troubled by the collaboration between the Feng family and Flavor Foods, fearing that the Fengs would soon surpass the Shuns. But now, with Flavor Foods in disarray and his daughter fortuitously having filmed an advertisement for the Su family, perhaps this could serve as a turning point, provided that the Su family's weight loss product proved effective. Having seen it, Weining, I must apologize. Your insight surpasses mine, Shen Hong remarked with a smile. Shen Weining pouted slightly before breaking into a grin. It seemed that Su Mu had indeed not deceived her. At this moment, aside from Li Feiping and Lin Yang, the most incensed were undoubtedly the Feng family. Damn it, Feng Kong shouted, hurling an ashtray at the enormous television screen. An investment of $5 billion, with another $5 billion at stake, $100 billion in total. These were real funds, not mere inflated valuations. The prospect of donating $50 billion in the name of the Su family felt more painful than a dung heap. Fool! What kind of bet did you make with Su Mu? Feng Kong glared at Feng Jian. You promised in the end, didn't you? Feng Jian mumbled, eyes cast down. Do you dare retort? Feng Kong shouted, forcefully smashing a wine glass into Feng Jian. You've been played. That old fox, Su Shou, deserves punishment. Feng Yu, having witnessed the entire spectacle, was left stunned. She realized she was merely a pawn in this game. From the outset, she had suspected that the information Chun Bei provided was fabricated. If Su Shou could plant a listening device on Chun Bei, he could certainly provide false information. No wonder her earlier warnings to Su Mu had fallen on deaf ears. He had evidently known all along that the weight loss product she coveted was a sham. Su Shou was indeed not to be underestimated. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the recently repaired window shattered again. In the darkness, Lin Yang's silhouette emerged. Lin Yang, do you not know how to use the door? Feng Yu remarked coolly. I'll use whatever I please. Lin Yang approached with purpose, striking Feng Yu across the face, sending her sprawling from the sofa to the carpet, blood trickling from her swollen mouth. Feng Yu, you deceived me. You conspired with the Su family to trick me. Lin Yang's eyes burned with fury. Years of earning millions as a mercenary abroad had been squandered. It was not the money that mattered. It was the indignity of being thwarted. This was a grave affront to his character. Lin Yang, I too have been deceived. Su Shou anticipated my actions and provided me with false information. Feng Yu protested, clutching her face, tears welling in her eyes. Yet her expression remained fierce. Lin Yang stepped closer, grasping her hair, his voice icy. I do not believe you. As he spoke, he dragged Feng Yu to the window. Lin Yang, what are you planning to do? Feng Yu's face paled with fear. Su Mu frequently dispenses money here. Your relationship is certainly not ordinary. Lin Yang's expression remained impassive. I initially intended to deal with Su Mu through legitimate means, but he has compelled me to act. He must understand the weight of his offenses. With that, Lin Yang prepared to throw Feng Yu from the window. Below, a middle-aged man reached out to catch her. He deftly produced tape, wrapping it around her mouth multiple times before tossing her into a black van. Lin Yang effortlessly leaped from the second-floor window and took his place in the passenger seat. The driver, a young man who had previously repaired a router at Su Mu's villa, smiled and asked, Boss, what is the plan? I am agitated and desire death. Lin Yang replied, his eyes gleaming with lethal intent. Understood. Leave it to me, the driver nodded. No need for you. This is Dragon Country, and I don't want you attracting the attention of the cleaners. Lin Yang's expression remained calm. Upon hearing cleaners, the young man's face turned pale. He had almost forgotten. This was not the Middle East or Africa, but Dragon Country. The consequences of a public killing by a martial artist would be dire. I plan to contact Nine Fingers. He owes me a favor, Lin Yang stated coolly. This rascal had committed numerous offenses, and if he were to be dealt with by the cleaners, he would deserve it. Death List 18, Nine Fingers? The young man was astonished. To employ such an individual against Su Mu seemed an overkill. The death list was the underground assassin ranking in Dragon Country, comprising 18 names known as the 18 Hells. Nine Fingers held the 18th position, a ranking of significant value. Apart from hidden top-tier assassins, he ranked among the best openly known assassins in Dragon Country. Killing Su Mu, a scion of a major conglomerate, involves considerable risk. I must ensure absolute certainty. Lin Yang clenched his fists. Let us go. The following morning, Su Mu awoke early, eager to initiate the lottery. When his phone began to vibrate, frowning slightly, he wondered if it was his father again. Glancing at the screen, his brow furrowed deeper. The caller ID revealed none other than Feng Yu. Initially intending to hang up, he noticed Yeo Tong stirring beside him. Is it Dad? She asked. No, it's that bar owner from before, Su Mu replied, showing her the screen. Answer it. It might be important, Yeo Tong suggested softly. All right, given Yeo Tong's insistence. Su Mu answered the call, placing the phone on speaker. What else with the early morning wake-up call? Su Mu, your little lover Feng Yu is in my possession. Do you wish to save her? A deep voice resonated from the other end of the line. Chapter 85. Your abduction of Feng Yu is of no concern to me at first. Su Mu thought there had been a misunderstanding. He glanced at Yi Tong and whispered, I have no connection with her. I do not care. Yi Tong offered a faint smile. Su Mu, do you comprehend? Your lover, Feng Yu, is in my grasp. If you wish to rescue her, provide us with 1 billion. The low voice on the other end echoed again. 1 billion? Just how much is this Feng Yu worth to demand such a price? Su Mu retorted into the phone. After all, she is your lover, and thus the price is steep. If you fail to meet our demands, we shall have no choice but to kill her. Oh, then go ahead and kill her. Su Mu replied. What? I said go ahead and kill her. Upon finishing his words, he hung up the phone. Was this person out of their mind, using Feng Yu as leverage against him? Her capture had nothing to do with him. Did they truly believe he was still the previous villain Su Mu, or her devoted admirer? Isn't this rather cruel? I feel quite sorry for that woman. Yi Tong murmured softly beside him. Su Mu paused, then opened his phone to log into the cloud. Thanks to Yi Tong's reminder, he recalled that Meng Wanyu had installed a listening device beneath Feng Yu's sofa. Meng Wanyu had mentioned that the battery could last at least a week, though he was uncertain if it still had power now. Checking the time, Su Mu discovered there was indeed still power remaining. Therefore, he began to scroll back from this morning, reasoning that if they were currently making a call to him, it must have been shortly after her abduction. Upon reaching last night, Su Mu and Yi Tong quickly discerned the reason behind the incident. It was not beyond Su Mu's expectations. It was indeed Lin Yang. This incident had resulted in significant losses for Lin Yang, and he was clearly filled with rage and humiliation. Unable to suppress the Su family through business means, he had resorted to using force. Shouldn't we report this to the authorities? Yi Tong suggested, looking at Su Mu. No need. If we were to report it, our installation of the listening device in her private space would also constitute an illegal act. Su Mu gently shook his head, pinching Yi Tong's cheek with a smile. Leave this matter to me. All right. Yi Tong acquiesced, and a message floated above her head. Affection level 10. Su Mu chose not to dwell on Feng Yu any longer and instead began a lottery draw, having accumulated 3,000 points over the past few days. He could perform 3 consecutive 10 draws. As the wheel began to spin, rewards began to materialize. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 20 cultivation points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 30 cultivation points. Su Mu looked at the steady stream of basic rewards and couldn't help but sigh. It seemed his luck in this mystical endeavor had run dry. During the first 10 draw, he ended up with 11 draws, all yielding basic rewards. Su Mu had never experienced such a streak of bad luck before, so he initiated the second round of 10 draws. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 20 cultivation points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a first-grade beauty elixir. Su Mu's expression froze. He had drawn a beauty elixir? What use was that? Individuals like Yi Tong and Yi Yu were already stunningly beautiful and had no need for such a product. Moreover, being a first-grade item, it likely wasn't of high quality. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a yellow-level technique, the mountain splitting palm. Seeing this, Su Mu gently shook his head. He had become quite discerning, and a mere yellow-level technique was hardly worth his attention. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the heart method for the mountain splitting palm. What? Another repeat? Su Mu was taken aback. This system could produce 2 consecutive duplicates? This was exceedingly frustrating. This round of 10 draws yielded nothing but basic rewards aside from these items. Su Mu decided against further draws and opted to inspect the items he had acquired. Perhaps his luck was simply poor at this moment. He got up to wash and then left his bedroom, heading downstairs to the living room. Upon opening his storage space, he initially intended to take out the beauty elixir, only to discover an additional item inside. This item was a rusted copper plate, roughly the size of a school textbook. Su Mu pulled out the copper plate and noticed it was inscribed with a multitude of tiny characters, the title being Mountain Splitting Palm. I see now. Su Mu's eyes brightened. Acquiring a technique differs from obtaining its heart method. The former refers to the martial art he had previously acquired, which he could only practice himself and could not impart to others. In contrast, the heart method, such as this mountain-splitting palms heart method, could be freely given to others for cultivation. What a valuable find! Sumu was pleasantly surprised. Just because he found the yellow-level technique unimpressive did not mean it lacked value for others. He understood the plot well. Yellow-level techniques were considered treasures among general hidden families. Returning the copper plate to the storage space, Sumu took out the beauty elixir. According to its description, this first-grade elixir could balance hormones within the body, enhance beauty, and treat acne. Acne, commonly known as zits, plagued many individuals worldwide. Even those with attractive features could be marred by these blemishes. Even if the acne faded with age, the scars remained unhealed. Sumu sampled the elixir, and with his knowledge of pharmaceuticals, he analyzed its composition and preparation. He was pleasantly surprised to find that, despite lacking rare ingredients, this first-grade beauty elixir was composed entirely of common herbal medicines. This indicated that his own pharmaceutical company could produce it as well. Sumu smiled, sensing this elixir could become a blockbuster product. Having evaluated the items acquired, Sumu felt content and decided to continue with the lottery. For the final round of 10 draws, he settled on the living room sofa. As the wheel began to spin, the rewards appeared before him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 20 attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a storage space. Sumu smiled. Another storage space. This was indeed a good item. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 30 cultivation points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a lost long sword. After 11 draws, he concluded there were no remarkable rewards. Sumu opened the storage space, discovering that what was once the size of 2 refrigerators had now expanded to the size of 3. It was now easy to store a bicycle or an electric scooter inside. Sumu removed a pure black long sword, lightly tapping it with his finger. Unsure of its material, the sword's guard resembled demonic horns, exuding a formidable aura. However, such an item would merely gather dust in the storage space, as even now, the Desert Eagle far surpassed this sword in capability. This time, he acquired a total of 350 cultivation points, while the attribute points amounted to 160. Sumu wondered why the recent acquisition of attribute points had been considerably less than the cultivation points. Without hesitation, he allocated all the cultivation points, feeling the chi within his meridians expand further, followed by the appearance of black text. Congratulations, host, you have entered the early stage of the Qigong realm. Sumu clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had finally reached the Qigong realm. Upon entering this realm, he could be considered a formidable expert within the martial arts world. The most notable distinction between Qigong and dark energy was the ability to project it outward. Qigong also had an alternative name, internal power. While bright energy and dark energy required contact to exert force, Qigong did not. This realm allowed the release of internal qi. Subsequently, Sumu allocated the attribute points, further augmenting his physical prowess. He sensed that a confrontation was imminent. Lin Yang was already filled with rage. If he discovered that abducting Feng Yu yielded no results, he might resort to abducting those around him, such as Yitong and Yi Yu. Chapter 86. The legendary cleaner Sumu was determined to take precautions against potential threats. After completing his tasks, he opened his system panel. Name: Sumu. Character: Villainous Same Body. Manager of the Personnel Department of Su Group Realm. Early stage of Chi Physique. 330 Spirit. 330 Cultivation Value. 180, Max 400, Destiny Power. 155. Sumu reviewed his attributes. Nodding to himself, it was evident that entering a new realm demanded an increased cultivation value, which was only natural. The further one advanced, the more challenging it became. Meanwhile, outside a small county in Jiang City, in an abandoned factory, Feng Yu was bound by ropes to a metal frame. Lin Yang and the 2 others beside him were in a state of bewilderment. They had initially believed Sumu was merely feigning indifference. To their surprise, after such a long time, Sumu had not returned their calls. Ha ha! Feng Yu's hair was disheveled, and blood stained the corner of her mouth. Yet, in this moment, she exuded a chaotic beauty. I've told you countless times, I have no relationship with Sumu. Do you see him coming to rescue me? Though she spoke these words, a hint of sorrow flickered in her eyes. The old Sumu would undoubtedly have come to her aid, despite his lack of intellect. He cared deeply for her, but now it was too late. With a bitter smile, she mused that perhaps this was the price she paid for toying with men. Suddenly, a black dart flew in through a shattered window of the factory. Lin Yang quickly raised his hand and caught the incoming projectile. Examining the black weapon in his grasp, he noted its finger-like shape, with the tip resembling a conical spike. 9 fingers, how audacious! Is this how you treat your benefactor? Lin Yang's eyes glinted with icy disdain as he tossed the dart to the ground. Yeah. From the window, a gaunt man leaped in. He appeared to be in his 50s, clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and black athletic pants, reminiscent of a retiree. His left hand was missing a middle finger, and his narrow eyes gleamed with mischief. Lin Yang, if you die, wouldn't this favor be lost? I can take your life right now. Lin Yang glared at 9 fingers, his voice cold. Are you in a hurry? I was merely joking. That attack surely couldn't have killed you. 9 fingers surveyed the surroundings before his gaze fell upon Feng Yu. His eyes widened in greedy astonishment. What a waste. You bind such a gem? I have no taste for second-hand goods. To me, this woman is merely leftover scraps after being ravaged by others. Lin Yang replied dismissively, glancing at Feng Yu. I'm not picky. Just let her down. It's been ages since I encountered such beauty. Despite her calm demeanor, Feng Yu trembled uncontrollably. If this man were to take liberties with her, she would rather face death. Moreover, she had never deceived Sumu. While she might be deemed a heartbreaker for using men, she had never allowed them to have their way with her. Even her first kiss had been preserved. As 9 fingers reached out toward her, tears began to stream down Feng Yu's face. Wait, Lin Yang's voice rang out from behind. What is the matter? Do you wish to indulge first? I don't mind waiting in line, 9 fingers replied with a smile, turning back. I know you well. Even though you owe me a favor, to have you do my bidding, I need to offer something of value. This woman is that value, Lin Yang explained, producing a phone from his pocket and tossing it to 9 fingers. 9 fingers caught it, discovering a photograph displayed on the screen. This man is Su Mu, son of Su Shou from Su Group in Jiang City. I want him dead, Lin Yang stated flatly, after you eliminate him. This woman is yours to dispose of as you please. Feng Yu closed her eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks. The more despicable Lin Yang became, the more towering Su Mu appeared in her heart, filling her with regret. Very well, I shall first savor the flavor, 9 fingers said with a grin, eyeing Feng Yu. No, Lin Yang interjected, his expression unyielding. I've told you, I understand you. After you've had your fun, you'll vanish. We must first eliminate Su Mu. The Su Group in Jiang City has the resources for investigation. If they trace back to me, I will be dealt with by the cleaners, Lin Yang asserted. 9 fingers regarded him thoughtfully. I want to kill him publicly. I want you to lure him to a secluded spot. Understood. It's settled, Lin Yang nodded. Deceiving that foolish wastrel Su Mu would be a simple task. Later, while dining with Yi Tong, Su Mu mentioned the situation, urging her to remain vigilant and to conduct her activities in crowded places with cameras, avoiding solitary areas at all costs. Su Mu understood the plot. The reason why the land of Long Country was so secure, with ancient martial artists not running rampant, was due to a specific profession, the cleaners. Ordinary cleaners dealt with the refuse of everyday citizens, while these cleaners managed the detritus of the ancient martial world. Backed by the authority of Long Country, cleaners wielded immense power, categorized into 3 levels: junior, intermediate, and senior cleaners. Senior cleaners possessed formidable strength, with only a handful existing in all of Long Country, rivaling even the leaders of top sections. Having traversed into this world through a novel, Su Mu had not yet finished it. He had reached a point in the story where several senior cleaners, their power surpassing that of the Dragon King, were present. If an ancient martial artist dared to brazenly kidnap Yi Tong, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the cleaners. Yi Tong's expression turned grave. If Lin Yang had the audacity to kidnap Feng Yu to threaten Su Mu, he would undoubtedly not hesitate to do the same to her. She needed to exercise utmost caution. After breakfast, Su Mu arrived at the company, and shortly after entering his office, Meng Wanyue entered with some documents. President Su, here is today's work report. Meng Wanyue placed the materials on the desk. Wanyue, have you heard about the recent happenings in our company? Su Mu inquired. looking up at her. I've heard. Our weight loss medication is selling remarkably well, boosting the entire group. The chairman mentioned that this year's year-end bonuses will be significantly higher than in previous years. Meng Wanyue replied calmly, showing no desire for material gain. Let me play something for you. Su Mu activated a recording on his phone and played it for Meng Wanyue. After it concluded, he continued, this morning, Lin Yang sent someone to threaten me with Feng Yu. If he finds that ineffective, he may target others, like Yi Tong and Yi Yu. I hope you can protect them. Affection level 15. Black characters floated above Meng Wanyue's head. Su Mu was astonished. It seemed this was the first time she had gained 15 points of affection. He was oblivious to what he had done to deserve it. President Su, I admire you greatly. Despite knowing Lin Yang's intentions are directed at you, you choose to worry about those around you, never thinking of yourself, Meng Wanyue said softly. Only then did Su Mu realize he had indeed never considered his own well-being. After all, compared to Yi Tong and Yi Yu, he was a formidable master of qi with heavenly-grade techniques. Chapter 87. Su Mu pondered whether to be anxious or to linger in the restroom for half an hour. Meng Wanyue, with a grave expression, gazed at Su Mu. The Dragon King had issued a command, instructing her to ensure their safety, and she was determined to do so, even at the cost of her own life. Wanyue, Su Mu remarked, studying the cold depths of her eyes. I would prefer that your motivation to protect them stems from your feelings for me, rather than from the Dragon King. At this, Meng Wanyue shuddered, uncertain of how to respond. The Dragon King had tasked her with safeguarding Yi Tong and Yi Yu, and Su Mu had done the same. In this instance, the choice was clear, yet she couldn't help but wonder about future conflicts. What if the Dragon King commanded her to eliminate someone, while Su Mu forbade it? Whom should she obey? Meng Wanyue felt her mind freeze. As an assassin, she had never grappled with such dilemmas before. But now, she found herself at a loss. Wanyue, perhaps I am being overly sentimental. Do not overthink it. Your sole responsibility is to protect them, Su Mu said, forcing a smile. So, it has nothing to do with the Dragon King. Even if it were others, your word alone would compel me to protect them to the best of my abilities. Meng Wanyue replied, her understanding clear. She felt at ease in Su Mu's presence, unlike the tension and discomfort she experienced with the Dragon King. She was acutely aware of who treated her well. Wanyue, your assurance brings me comfort. Allow me to present you with a gift. This is a metal piece from the mountain-splitting palm technique, which I acquired by chance, Su Mu offered, handing the rusted metal to Meng Wanyue. As she examined the object, her eyes widened in astonishment. Su, this is a martial arts technique. Indeed, I have inquired about it. It is merely a yellow-level technique, nothing particularly advanced. When time permits, I shall procure something of a higher caliber for you. Su Mu replied with a smile. He too had mastered the mountain-splitting palm, which was quite effective, transforming the hand into a blade capable of delivering powerful strikes, far superior to ordinary energy projections. Su, this is far too precious. Even a yellow-level technique is not something just anyone can possess. I cannot accept it, Meng Wanyue insisted, shaking her head vigorously. The profession of an assassin, apart from a select few elite, seldom graced the halls of prestige. True masters seldom stooped to becoming assassins, and most techniques were held within sects or hidden families. Practitioners like Meng Wanyue were scarce. Previously, her assassinations relied solely on skill and stealth. After nearly losing her life on a mission, the Dragon King rewarded her with a yellow-level technique, for which she felt immense gratitude. But for Su Mu to simply give her one, she felt unworthy. Are you defying me? Su Mu narrowed his eyes at Meng Wanyue. This is not a one-time item. You could simply take a photograph. He understood the narrative. Yellow and techniques could be documented through text, but those of the earth level and above required the original manuscripts for cultivation. However, if you continue to resist, I may have to strike where you're most tender, Su Mu interjected, pointing at her. Meng Wanyue felt her cheeks flush, torn between embarrassment and gratitude. She nodded repeatedly, retrieving her phone to photograph the technique's text. Su, I assure you, I will not disappoint you. I will learn this technique swiftly, she declared, putting her phone away. Now return, Su Mu said, waving her off with a smile. Understood, Meng Wanyue replied, turning to delve into her study of the technique. As Su Mu watched her depart, He returned the technique to his storage space. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes in contemplation. The route from Yitong's home to her workplace was straightforward. There should be no complications. He had also advised Yitong to inform Yu to remain at school for the next few days and avoid wandering. As long as he protected those two, everything should be fine. Just then, his phone vibrated. He glanced at it, noting it was a virtual number before answering. Is this Sumu? Shortly, you will receive a video link on your phone. Be sure to check it. The voice on the other end had clearly been altered, rendering it impossible to identify. What if it's a virus? I won't look, Sumu retorted just as the call ended. Moments later, a text message arrived with a link. After some hesitation, he retrieved an old phone from his desk drawer. Although termed old, it had barely seen use. He had switched devices when the new foldable model was released. This phone housed no sensitive information and was often used to access risky websites, so he had no fear of malware. Entering the link on the old phone, he was greeted by a video. At its onset, a woman appeared. Mu Qingying, the very woman Su Mu had previously pursued, now bound to a post. Su Mu, your goddess is now in my grasp, awaiting your heroic rescue. If you do not arrive by 4 this afternoon, I cannot predict your fate. The video continued. If you dare to report this, Mu Qingying will die, and you'll be next. If you are a man, come alone to the old fertilizer factory in Wu City, where someone will meet you. The video concluded abruptly. Su Mu was at a loss for words. Why was he being forced to care about individuals he had little interest in? He began to question Lin Yang's intelligence. First, it was Feng Yu who was kidnapped. Now, it was Mu Qingying. Should he be anxious or take a moment in the restroom? Yet, upon reflection, he understood Lin Yang's approach. Previously, he had been frequenting Feng Yu's bar, and it was evident to many that he had feelings for her. Moreover, he had been sending flowers to Mu Qingying daily. Lin Yang's decision to abduct these two wasn't entirely misguided. His error lay in failing to realize that Su Mu had changed, evolving into someone new. Rubbing his eyes, Su Mu wrestled with whether to intervene. If Mu Qingying proved ineffective, Lin Yang might continue his abductions, and soon, Su Mu would have genuine cause for concern. However, since Mu Qingying was the one captured, he had ample room for maneuvering. After all, she posed no threat to him. With that in mind, he pressed his hands onto the desk, preparing to take action. It was time to confront the perilous depths of this situation. As he opened the office door, he unexpectedly encountered Meng Wanyue approaching. "Su, where are you headed?" she inquired, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Su Mu hesitated momentarily before deciding. "Come with me." With an extra pair of hands, their strength would be multiplied, and this would offer Meng Wanyue an opportunity for a heroic rescue. Simultaneously, Su Mu yearned to witness the fruits of his recent efforts. Chapter 88. Mu Qingying was deeply moved. Meng Wanyue immediately placed the documents on the table and turned to follow Su Mu. Unbeknownst to her, a slight smile graced her lips. She relished the opportunity to accompany Su Mu. Along the way, Su Mu recounted the events that had transpired. Once he finished, they had already taken the elevator down to the underground parking lot. Meng Wanyue proactively took the driver's seat, opening her phone to consult the satellite map regarding the abandoned fertilizer factory in Wuqing. The map indicated that the factory had long been deserted, its numerous chimneys standing forlornly. Within the premises, several structures lay in decay, with no signs of life for miles around. "Su, they may have lured you here with ill intentions," Meng Wanyue observed, scanning the surroundings. "Typically, such places are chosen for sinister purposes." "Fear not. I possess some martial skills," Su Mu reassured her. "Let us proceed." "Very well," Meng Wanyue nodded, driving out of the parking garage. She parked in an open lot in front of her Wuling Hongwang. After opening the rear door, she climbed inside. Moments later, she emerged again, having changed from her formal office attire into comfortable athletic wear. She also donned a pair of sneakers and grabbed a backpack, tossing it onto the back seat. She had formulated a plan. If those people merely intended to teach Su Mu a lesson, she would apprehend them and let Su Mu deal with them. However, should they dare to harm Su Mu, she would not hesitate to eliminate them all. Wuqing was a county-level city under the jurisdiction of Jiang City, located about an hour's drive from the city center. Su Mu was nearly dozing off, feeling uncharacteristically calm. If rescue was not feasible, retreat would suffice. After all, he had made an effort. Had he Tong been the one captured, he would not have been so at ease. Su, we are 3 kilometers away from the old fertilizer factory, Meng Wanyue announced, pulling over along the roadside outside Wuching. According to the map, continuing straight for another 3 kilometers would lead them to their destination. Sumu rolled down the window, allowing the gentle breeze to enter. Wanyue, they insisted I go alone. Absolutely not, Su. You are in grave danger alone. I will accompany you, Meng Wanyue stated with a serious expression. If you come with me, I fear they may take drastic measures. How about this? I will enter through the front gate of the factory to draw their attention, while you slip in from behind to rescue the hostage, Su Mu proposed, looking at Meng Wanyue, who nodded after a moment of contemplation. Anzai, Su, just a moment, she replied, swiftly exiting the vehicle. From her backpack, she retrieved a watch equipped with a tracking device. Press the button on the right to send me your location and allow me to hear you. This will help me find you, she instructed, handing the watch to Sumu. Sumu nodded, removing his Rolex and tossing it onto the seat before putting on Meng Wanyue's watch. Shall I head to the back of the fertilizer factory now? I will send you a message once I arrive, Meng Wanyue suggested. Yes, but do not act until I arrive, Sumu instructed. Understood, she affirmed, shouldering her backpack and leaping down to the road below to take a shortcut to the factory. Sumu also exited the car, seating himself in the driver's position. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes to steady his nerves. It was a falsehood to claim he was untroubled. This encounter could very well determine life or death, whether he would be the one to kill or be killed. The first time always stirred anxiety. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, Sumu's phone buzzed with a message. He glanced at it, noting that Meng Wanyue had arrived at her destination. He replied that he had received her message and began driving towards the fertilizer factory. The roads leading out of the city were relatively empty, and within 2 minutes, he reached the site. Approaching the dilapidated factory, he turned his vehicle towards the entrance. The entrance gate of the abandoned fertilizer factory was rusted and only partially opened. Before exiting the vehicle, Sumu sent a message to Meng Wanyue, informing her that he was about to enter. After sending it, he stepped out and made his way inside the factory. Activating his senses, he scanned the vicinity for any living beings within a 100-meter radius. After walking a few meters inside, his senses detected a man in his 50s hiding behind a structure. I have arrived. Where's Mu Qingying? Release her. Su Mu called out, feigning ignorance of the man's presence. Jiuji, positioned at the gate, had already set up a pinhole camera. He watched through his phone, confirming that Su Mu was alone. He donned an Ultraman mask and stepped forward with a grin. The camera's other end was connected to Lin Yang, who had insisted on this precaution due to concerns about Jiuji's unpredictability. Meanwhile, in another part of the abandoned factory, Feng Yu and Mu Qingying were present. Lin Yang was scrutinizing the footage on his laptop, a smile creeping onto his face as he saw Su Mu's arrival. Bound to a pillar, Mu Qingying's eyes brimmed with tears. Positioned as she was, she could clearly see Su Mu on the screen. Just moments ago, she had been consumed with anger, blaming Su Mu for her predicament. Yet, witnessing his audacity to come alone, her heart swelled with appreciation. Feng Yu felt a twinge of jealousy upon hearing Su Mu's arrival. Why did he come to rescue Mu Qingying and not her? Did Mu Qingying truly hold greater significance? After all, her own assets were no less substantial. Kid, you really are something, daring to show up, Jiuji remarked, adjusting his Ultraman mask as he approached Su Mu. I do not care who you are. Whatever sum they have offered you, I will double it. Release Mu Qingying at once. Su Mu retorted, hands tucked in his pockets. The son of the Su group, indeed wealthy. If Mu Qingying were truly here, I would certainly release her, Jiuji replied, now standing directly before Su Mu. What do you mean? Mu Qingying is not here? Su Mu asked, his brow furrowing. This place is merely a grave meant to deceive you. I had expected a fierce battle, yet you came here without a second thought. Jiuji shook his head lightly. Your opponents are not as foolish as you. You will not leave here alive. Su Mu's expression darkened as he prepared to unleash his skills. It was evident that being lured here was not merely a matter of a simple confrontation. Lin Yang clearly intended to take his life. How much are they offering you? I will pay you 5 times that. Just help me rescue Mu Qingying, and I will agree to anything. Sumu insisted, simultaneously opening his storage space where a desert eagle lay concealed. Since the opponent could not see it, he took the opportunity to prepare for an attack. Meanwhile, Mu Qingying, on the other side, was weeping profusely. He had just declared that Su Mu would not leave alive, yet here Su Mu was still intent on saving her. Su Mu was indeed infuriating, but his feelings for her were undoubtedly sincere. Affinity 50, Chapter 89. In the realm of martial arts, nothing is indestructible. Only speed is unbreakable. Upon hearing Su Mu's words, Nine Fingers immediately murmured, "I assure you I will complete the task." With that, he extracted the pinhole camera from his person, severed the wire, and discarded it on the ground. A man of Su Mu's wealth was certainly someone to exploit for a hefty sum, enough to allow him a prolonged indulgence. After profiting from this venture, eliminating him would not pose a problem. Young man, I admire your character. I agree to assist you, but it will cost me 200 million. Nine Fingers raised 2 fingers, signifying his demand. Very well, but first, aid me in rescuing the hostage, Su Mu replied, taken aback by the revelation of an additional camera on his adversary. If he were indeed wielding a desert eagle, eliminating the man before him could result in Lin Yang capitalizing on the footage. A secure location must be found. You lack the standing to negotiate. Pay me first. Nine Fingers coldly retorted. I would give you a dime. Su Mu exclaimed, turning to flee, for he had spotted a safe haven. To his left, there lay a narrow gap between 2 buildings, merely 2 meters wide, one end blocked by a wall, creating a dead end. Such a cul-de-sac would surely lack surveillance. Nine Fingers swiftly pursued him, only slowing his pace upon witnessing Su Mu enter the dead end. Foolish. How can one be so utterly naive? In Nine Fingers' hand appeared a concealed weapon. Since you refuse to pay, let me send you on your way. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in disbelief. Su Mu had, at some unknown moment, brandished a desert eagle, now aimed directly at him. Who, indeed, is the greater fool? Nine Fingers, rather than panicking, merely chuckled, adopting a high and mighty demeanor. Have you heard of ancient martial artists? He questioned. Just then, he swung a punch into the adjacent wall. With a thunderous crash, his hidden strength created a large opening. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he stated, in the world of martial arts, nothing is indestructible. Only speed is unbreakable. A gun may be swift from 7 paces, but you are within that distance. He had yet to conclude his thought when he suddenly crouched to launch his concealed weapon. Bang! Bang! Before he could release it, 2 bullets struck his head, and blood spurted forth. Well then, this thing is swifter. Nine Fingers collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Within 7 paces? This weapon was both fast and precise. Su Mu holstered the Desert Eagle. Initially intending to depart, he realized this individual was not so easily dismissed. The direction in which Nine Fingers had crouched was toward the very hole he had created. Ideally, he would have evaded the attack, thrown his concealed weapon, and rolled into the hole to avoid Su Mu's desperate flailing. One must admit, his combat prowess was commendable. However, Su Mu, also an ancient martial artist, possessed exceptional dynamic vision and bore the title of marksman. Su Mu exhaled deeply. Life always presents a first. Gazing upon the corpse, he felt a twinge of discomfort but managed to suppress it. Suddenly, he sensed an approaching presence and, upon recognizing the figure, realized it was Meng Wanyue. With a swift motion, Meng Wanyue darted past the alley's entrance, simultaneously assessing the situation within. Sighing with relief upon seeing Su Mu standing firm, she approached him quickly. "Su, are you unharmed?" she inquired. "Do I appear to be in distress?" Su Mu replied with a smile, hands tucked in his pockets. Meng Wanyue knelt beside the corpse, removing the Ultraman mask. Upon revealing the face, she immediately checked the man's fingers. Noticing her unease, Su Mu asked, "Do you recognize him? Surely he is not one of ours?" "He is not one of ours. This man is a death list assassin, ranked 18th, known as Nine Fingers. He is treacherous and has committed countless heinous acts, devoid of any integrity typical of an assassin." Meng Wanyue herself had once been an assassin but adhered to a code of honor, taking payment to right wrongs. This man even betrayed his employers. So, he was a death list assassin. Sumu recalled the narrative surrounding this list. Indeed, such a ranking existed in Long Country, but those at the bottom were mere footnotes. The truly formidable assassins were among the top ranks. He had not anticipated that Lin Yang would resort to employing a master from the death list to eliminate him. So, you. Meng Wanyuan noticed the wound on Nine Fingers' head and looked up at him. Sumu did not conceal the truth. He opened his storage space, one hand behind his back, revealing the Desert Eagle. With a playful shake of the weapon, he said, "This is what I acquired at great cost." Upon seeing it, Meng Wanyue's realization dawned, yet she remained astounded. For an average person, even with a firearm, it would be a formidable task to vanquish a master like Nine Fingers. Sumu returned the Desert Eagle to its place and approached Nine Fingers' body, conducting a cursory search. He discovered only a mobile phone, a room key card, and a small pouch filled with concealed weapons. Using Nine Fingers' fingerprint, he unlocked the phone, finding it remarkably unchanged, even the wallpaper unaltered. Upon accessing the contacts, he found numerous entries, among them Lin Yang. Using his own phone, he captured images of the contacts, which might prove useful later. Opening the messages, the first was from Lin Yang, accompanied by a photo of Feng Yu, bound to an iron frame, with the text, "Interested? Give me a call." Sumu checked the call log and noted that Nine Fingers and Lin Yang had exchanged several calls in recent days. Oddly, despite the absence of any applications, a notification warned of insufficient memory. Upon examining the gallery, he discovered a plethora of videos and casually opened one. The distinct voice of a woman emanated from the device. "Shameless," Meng Wanyuan muttered upon glimpsing the content. Sumu remained silent, for he too possessed similar material on his own phone. Utilizing the system's search feature, he found nearly 100 gigabytes of such content in his browser alone. One could only imagine the nature of it. This old man was quite vigorous for his age. Sumu pocketed the room, key card, and turned to Meng Wanyue, questioning, "What shall we do with the body? Should we dig a grave for him?" "No need for that. Nine Fingers is a wanted man. Should someone discover him, they will inevitably report it, and upon confirming his identity, authorities will contact the cleanup crew." Meng Wanyue softly replied. Sumu nodded and continued, "There should be several cameras in the vicinity. I'll check." Meng Wanyue retrieved a device from her bag and, after conducting a scan, identified two cameras, one at the entrance of the fertilizer plant and another inside. "Sue, let me see his phone." She extended her hand. "All right." Sumu acquiesced, handing over Nine Fingers' phone. After examining it, Meng Wanyue stated, "If I'm not mistaken, both cameras are linked to this phone." She logged in, deleted all stored recordings, and then disabled the cameras. After another check with her device, she confirmed that the previous two blinking lights had vanished. Chapter 90. Feng Yu. "Do you think I would hesitate to kill you?" Meng Wanyue returned the phone to Sumu, but expressed concern that it might contain a tracking device. "Perhaps it is best not to keep it," she suggested. "All right, I will heed your advice." Sumu nodded and tossed the phone onto the ground. "There may be fingerprints on it. We must exercise caution." Meng Wanyue stepped on the phone, and with a resounding crack, it shattered, sending tremors through the earth. "Wanyue, I am grateful to have you," Sumu praised, giving her a thumbs up. Affection 5. Feeling slightly bashful, Meng Wanyue lowered her head before inquiring, "Sue, where shall we go next?" After a moment of hesitation, Sumu produced a room key card that bore the hotel's name and room number. "Let us investigate this hotel." "Very well," Meng Wanyue nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Mu Qingying watched the image on her notebook fade away, uncertain of what was transpiring with Sumu. Lin Yang's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. He understood the character of Nine Fingers. If all went as expected, he intended to extract a sum of money before eliminating Sumu. However, it had been quite some time, and he wondered why he had not received a call. Nine Fingers was the type who would be distracted by any woman in sight. "Your associate seems unreliable. He may have already betrayed you," Feng Yu scoffed from the side, having given up on any semblance of hope. "If we are to die, why not embrace it instead of cowering?" Lin Yang turned to Feng Yu, his expression filled with disdain. "When he returns, you will undoubtedly be excited, considering he is an older man." Feng Yu's gaze was piercing. "Even in death, I shall not spare you." "But I am an atheist," Lin Yang replied coolly. At that moment, Mu Qingying was still shedding tears, unsure of the reason. Perhaps it was because Su Mu was unafraid of death as he sought to rescue her. After all, he too was a victim in this ordeal. Su Mu and Meng Wanyue arrived at the hotel indicated on the keycard, located within Wu City. Wanyue, I shall wait here for you. Please check his room for any clues, Su Mu instructed, having parked the car outside the hotel. He retrieved the key card from his pocket. Understood. This shall be simple. Su, please wait for me by the roadside, Meng Wanyue replied, donning a sports cap as she exited the vehicle and made her way into the hotel. Su Mu parked at a distance and waited for about 10 minutes before Meng Wanyue returned, taking her seat in the passenger side. What did you find? Su Mu inquired immediately. I disabled the camera on the 3rd floor. Inside his room, there was merely a small suitcase. Aside from clothes and weapons, there were only useless items like his passport and ID, Meng Wanyue explained, rummaging through her backpack. As for electronic devices, there were some cameras and listening devices. Oh, and this. Su Mu noticed an electronic watch in her hand, presumably the latest model. He took it from her and examined the information displayed. One particular application caught his attention, a map. Upon opening it, his eyes lit up. Su, what is the matter? Meng Wanyue asked, noticing his expression. Look at the search history on the map, Su Mu replied, handing the watch back to her. Upon seeing the records, Meng Wanyue's eyes widened in realization. There were several entries, including Wu City and this hotel. One location was even more specific, the old steel mill in Wu City. Su Mu had previously visited a fertilizer plant. Why would he search for the steel mill? Checking his phone, he confirmed that the steel mill was located on the far eastern edge of Wu City, having been abandoned for quite some time. The fertilizer plant lay on the far western edge, a considerable distance apart, spanning the entirety of Wu City. It appeared that Feng Yu and Mu Qingying were very likely held captive there. Su Mu closed his eyes, contemplating their next course of action. Su, perhaps I should go rescue them. I can move more freely on my own, Meng Wanyue suggested. Absolutely not. Lin Yang is not someone to be underestimated. Su Mu firmly rejected her proposal. Regardless of Meng Wanyue's strength, Lin Yang, as the male lead, possessed a high level of destiny. Even if Meng Wanyue were stronger, luck could still favor Lin Yang. Just as Su Mu was grappling with his thoughts, he noticed a police car passing by. Of course, how could I have been so foolish? Su Mu exclaimed, breaking into a smile. Now that we know the location, we should simply report it to the authorities. After all, those kidnapped are not close acquaintances like Yitong. Reporting this is already a matter of loyalty. With this realization, Su Mu took out his phone, although he was uncertain how to justify the call. After much deliberation, he decided to be honest. Lin Yang, a man of his caliber, would not directly confront the state. This time, aside from dealing with a villain, he had not committed any crimes. It was unlikely he would face repercussions. With that thought, he dialed the number. Su Mu explained the situation, stating he had received a threatening call earlier that morning, instructing him to go to the steel mill. The Su family held considerable influence in the Jiang city, and upon learning of Su Mu's identity, the authorities promptly initiated a rescue operation. Before long, members of the security force arrived to meet Su Mu. The leader, a middle-aged man with a square face, approached Su Mu and asked, Su Mu, is what you said over the phone true? Indeed. If I were to lie, I would willingly bear the legal consequences, Su Mu replied with utmost seriousness. Very well, let's proceed. The middle-aged man immediately issued commands for the surrounding officers to follow in their vehicles. Meanwhile, Lin Yang was still awaiting Nine Fingers' call when suddenly a young man rushed to his side. Boss, we have a problem. What is it? Lin Yang furrowed his brow, questioning. I installed cameras on the route to the steel mill, and police cars are heading our way. The young man reported swiftly. What? How do they know about this location? Damn it, that bastard Nine Fingers. Lin Yang had never anticipated that someone of Nine Fingers' caliber could falter. His sole thought was that Su Mu had used enough money to sway Nine Fingers, resulting in his betrayal. What should we do, boss? The cameras I set up are 5 kilometers away. At their speed, they will arrive in mere minutes. The young man was now in a state of panic. Ha ha ha. I told you. Your allies are unreliable, Feng Yu laughed mockingly. On the other side, Mu Qingying felt a weight lift from her heart. If Su Mu had indeed swayed Nine Fingers with money, then he was in no danger. Lin Yang, flipping his hand, revealed a dagger, and in an instant, lunged toward Feng Yu. The blade's tip was merely a centimeter from her left eye. Feng Yu instinctively shut her eyes in fear. Feng Yu, do you think I would hesitate to kill you? Lin Yang glared at her coldly. Shall I first ruin your pretty face that tempts older men? Chapter 91. The Intermediate Cleaner. Feng Yu had long accepted the inevitability of death. Once this mindset emerged, she felt a strange sense of liberation. Of course I believe you. What are you afraid to do? Feng Yu's expression remained indifferent and composed. Boss, issue the command quickly. They will arrive imminently. Urged the youth beside her. Lin Yang hesitated for a moment before surveying Feng Yu and Mu Qingying before him. I do not wish to confront the Dragon Kingdom directly at this time. The only reason for your capture is Su Mu. Let this matter pass, Lin Yang declared, placing his hand upon a rust-ridden machine nearby. With a thunderous roar, the iron contraption buckled inward. Feng Yu, already aware of Lin Yang's status as a martial artist, was not particularly startled. However, Mu Qingying was left utterly speechless. I can eliminate you effortlessly. Should the guards inquire, it would be prudent not to delve too deeply. Otherwise, death will be the least of your concerns. Lin Yang prepared to retreat. He had previously served as an instructor for new recruits in the Dragon Kingdom. Fully aware of its formidable strength, he was no fool to confront a nation. This incident could only be attributed to a lapse in judgment. That scoundrel, Jiu Ji, must be dealt with at a later time. As for Su Mu, he too could not be overlooked. Let us depart. Lin Yang instructed the youth beside him. The young man hastily packed the computers from the table into his backpack and, alongside Lin Yang, fled from the rear of the steel mill. Meanwhile, Su Mu and his companions had arrived at the entrance of the steel mill. The team leader, Wang Wei, immediately commanded an encirclement of the area. Su Mu utilized his senses to survey the interior of the mill. Just at the edge of his perception, he discerned Mu Qingying and Feng Yu. Yet Lin Yang's figure eluded him. Su Zong, Meng Wanyue approached Su Mu, speaking softly, I just checked. There are surveillance cameras nearby. Upon hearing this, Su Mu realized with clarity that Lin Yang had likely discovered he had called for help. Such a person would certainly understand the consequences of opposing the state, prompting him to flee. Contemplating this, Su Mu addressed Wang Wei. Since they intend to target me, I might as well confront them directly. No, it's far too dangerous. If the assailants dared to abduct two individuals at once, they must be numerous, Wang Wei opposed, unwilling to allow Su Mu to take such risks. Following this incident, he promptly reported to the headquarters of the Jiang City Guard. The higher-ups had explicitly instructed that Su Mu's safety must be ensured, as he was closely connected to many prominent figures in Jiang City. Furthermore, all guard stations in Jiang City, including subordinate teams, operated vehicles generously donated by the Su Group. Should anything happen to Su Mu, their reputation would be compromised. It's fine. I will simply communicate with them, informing them that they are surrounded. It may prove useful. Su Mu assured Wang Kui. After all, there was no one inside. He merely intended to put on an act. He could not reveal to Wang Wei that he had already seen the interior was vacated. Su Mu, you possess great courage. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety. Wang Wei praised, raising his thumb in approval before issuing orders for all team members to be armed and ready. Su Zhong. Meng Wanyue grasped Su Mu's arm from behind. Wanyue, do not worry. I do not believe they would dare to kill me in front of so many witnesses. Su Mu replied confidently as he advanced toward the steel mill's interior. All teams prepare. Wang Wei commanded sternly through his Bluetooth earpiece. Lin Yang, I am coming. We can sit down and talk. You are surrounded. Surrender now while you still can. Su Mu shouted within the factory. To avoid revealing his intentions, he carefully observed through windows and doors as he passed by each structure. Outside, Wang Wei was also sweating in concern for Su Mu. Lin Yang. Su Mu shouted, only to hear Mu Qingying's voice call back. Su Mu, Lin Yang is not here. He has escaped. We are here. Upon hearing this, Su Mu made his way to the building where Mu Qingying and Feng Yu were held captive. As he entered, he noticed the two women simultaneously had black characters floating above their heads. Affection 20. Affection 20. After observing the two, Su Mu chose not to linger and promptly exited the building. He called out to Wang Wei outside. Lin Yang has fled. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei waved his hand. and he, along with over 20 surrounding team members, rushed inside. They indeed discovered Feng Yu and Mu Qingying bound within. Clearly, Su Mu had not been lying. Lin Yang had escaped. He had fled through the rear of the factory after spotting police vehicles, having installed cameras along his path. Upon seeing the guards, Feng Yu immediately spoke up. She was unafraid of Lin Yang's threats. If he dared not confront the guards directly, it indicated his trepidation. Regardless of the confrontation, Feng Yu resolved to bring Lin Yang down with her, even at the cost of her own life. Wang Wei was taken aback. It seemed Lin Yang was not a simple adversary. As several individuals untied the ropes, Feng Yu and Mu Qingying exhaled in relief. You two should express gratitude to Su Mu. He risked his life to save you. Had the assailants still been present, Su Mu would have faced mortal danger. Wang Wei remarked, commending Su Mu without reservation. Feng Yu and Mu Qingying exchanged glances, their affection for Su Mu rising once more. However, their feelings still remained in the negative. Thank you, Su Mu. Mu Qingying approached Su Mu, particularly moved by his earlier venture to confront the assassin alone. No need for thanks. It was I who brought you into this predicament. Now that you are safe, I shall take my leave, Su Mu replied with a calm demeanor. A flicker of surprise crossed Feng Yu's eyes. It seemed Su Mu had finally relinquished hope regarding Mu Qingying. Su Mu, you cannot leave yet. Wang Wei interjected with a smile. We still require your statement. Very well. I am willing to cooperate. Su Mu nodded in agreement. The statement Su Mu provided was not overly extensive. He fully cooperated, detailing the timeline of the threatening calls, which were all recorded on his phone. Once completed, Su Mu departed with Meng Wanyue. Mu Qingying and Feng Yu deliberated for a considerable time before ultimately prioritizing their safety. When questioned, they spoke in rather vague terms. Meanwhile, Wang Wei concluded this case only to receive another alert, reporting a body discovered at the old fertilizer factory. He immediately led his team to the site. Upon arrival, they found Jiu Ji lying there. Captain Wang, we have examined the scene. It appears to be a gunshot wound, remarked one of the first responders, his expression grave. Wang Wei's countenance darkened. A violent incident occurring within his jurisdiction could jeopardize his position. Has his identity been verified? Wang Wei inquired as he approached. No record. It requires your authorization, the officer replied, looking towards Wang Wei. What? My authorization? Wang Wei stepped forward to inspect a black tablet. After facial recognition verification, Jiuji's identity appeared on the screen. Upon seeing this, Wang Wei's face paled, and he swiftly retrieved his phone to make a call. As dusk fell, Wang Wei and his team patiently awaited further developments when a woman appeared in the distance. In her 20s, she wore the garb of a cleaner, though not in the customary orange. Instead, her attire was entirely black, adorned with 2 white stripes. With her hands tucked into her pockets, she chewed gum, popping a bubble that shattered the surrounding stillness. Wang Wei broke into a cold sweat. 2 white stripes. An intermediate cleaner. Chapter 92. Su Mu's confusion. What has happened to Feng Yu? Wang Wei could hardly believe it. At 55 years of age, he had only encountered sanitation workers a decade ago. Typically, such information was beyond the grasp of the average individual. Only a figure of his stature, the primary member of the regional guard, possessed the means to contact them. Moreover, this connection was facilitated through an intermediary who would relay messages to the sanitation workers. Over the span of 10 years, he had interacted with more than 20 sanitation workers. Yet this was the first time he had come across a mid-level worker so strikingly youthful. As the woman approached, Wang Wei discerned her features more clearly. She stood just over 1.7 meters tall, her figure elegant, with sharp, penetrating eyes that seemed to perceive everything, exuding an air of confidence. Her long black hair cascaded casually, and her handsome visage bore no trace of the frailty typically associated with women, instead radiating a spirited vigor. Pop! Another bubble she had blown burst. She stepped before Wang Wei and produced a deep red booklet from her person. Upon receiving it, he immediately scrutinized the information. Jiang Huihui, mid-level sanitation worker, affiliated with the Eastern District Sanitation Department of Longhua. Glancing at the embossed stamp below, he felt assured of its authenticity. Hello. Wang Wei returned the booklet to Jiang Huihui, offering her a respectful nod. She tucked the booklet into her pocket and approached the notorious figure known as Nine Fingers. Bending down to inspect, she remarked coolly, "Indeed, it is Nine Fingers, the infamous assassin at the bottom of the death list, a wanted individual by our sanitation department." Wang Wei finally exhaled in relief. Since the matter was now in the hands of the sanitation worker, it no longer concerned him. The other young team members stood in bewilderment. Wanted by the sanitation department? Isn't this place meant for cleaning? Do they even have the authority to pursue criminals? Did this person steal a sanitation worker's broom? As these thoughts swirled in their minds, Jiang Huihui donned black gloves, her fingers probing the bullet holes in the head. Crack! The skull shattered. The young onlookers felt queasy at the scene. With sheer force, Jiang Huihui extracted 2 bullets from the head of Nine Fingers. Observing them closely, she murmured, "The caliber is Namuyae." She retrieved a transparent plastic bag from her belongings and placed the bullets inside. "The corpse is fresh. Speak, did anything happen here today?" Jiang Huihui tossed her gloves casually to the ground. Indeed, a significant event had transpired that day. Wang Wei recounted the incident that Su Mu had reported earlier. Jiang Huihui, chewing gum, listened intently. Afterward, she nodded lightly and stated, "I understand. You may disband. We will handle this matter. Just cooperate fully thereafter." "Understood," Wang Wei replied, eager to offload the situation. Su Mu had returned to the villa, where Meng Wanyue and Yi Tong awaited. He briefly informed Yi Tong of the happenings, but refrained from mentioning his confrontation with Nine Fingers, fearing it would cause her distress. Today, he had invited Meng Wanyue to help erase the surveillance footage from the premises. With Lin Yang's affairs momentarily settled, he could not allow him to monitor him incessantly. Su Mu kept Meng Wanyue until after dinner before letting her leave. After the meal, glancing at the clock, he noted it was not yet 8 in the evening, pondering whether it was too early to retire for the night. Yet, after eating, he found himself at a loss for activities. Just as he was about to send Yi Tong back to her room, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Feng Yu again. Su Mu hesitated, but ultimately answered, "What is it?" "Today, I want to thank you, even if your intention was not to save me." Feng Yu's voice came through the phone. "No need for thanks. We are old acquaintances," Su Mu replied. "Rest well, and if there's nothing else, I'll hang up." "I'm right outside your villa area," Feng Yu disclosed. A smile crept onto Su Mu's face. "What? Planning to conspire with Lin Yang against me again? Please spare me your sarcasm. I have come to you with resolve this time," Feng Yu replied with a hint of a bitter smile. Su Mu contemplated for a moment, deciding to see her. At least Feng Yu was aware of her location. She sought him out personally, rather than summoning him as if he were a mere pet. Whose call was that? Yi Tong had finished washing the dishes and emerged from the kitchen with a smile. "Feng Yu, the bar owner," Su Mu said candidly. "She wants to thank me for saving her today, and she's waiting at the entrance of the community." "Then you should go," Yi Tong encouraged. "You're so unconcerned about me going out at night?" Su Mu rolled his eyes. "Of course, I'm not worried. I hope you enjoy yourself out there and take a few days off," Yi Tong replied, eager for Su Mu to have a good meal outside. Su Mu decided to investigate Feng Yu's intentions. Upon reaching the entrance of the villa area, he spotted a Porsche Cayenne not far away. Using his perception, he confirmed that only Feng Yu was inside the vehicle. He approached, taking a seat in the back as he had done previously. "Speak, what do you need from me?" Su Mu inquired calmly. Feng Yu drove away, heading to an underground parking lot nearby. As before, she parked in a secluded corner, opened the door, and settled back into the rear seat. She pressed the key fob, locking the vehicle. "Su Mu, I'm preparing to leave," Feng Yu stated, her breath resonating clearly in the confined space of the car. "Leave? What do you mean?" Su Mu asked. "I'm planning to depart from Jiang City. My home is not here," Feng Yu confessed, her hand resting on Su Mu's thigh. "To be frank, I don't see you as a good person. But who would have thought that everyone else I encountered pales in comparison to you?" "I'll take that as a compliment," Su Mu replied, pushing her hand away. "Please, don't do that. It makes me uneasy." Feng Yu withdrew her hand, her expression calm. "I've wrestled with this decision for a long time and have resolved to repay you for what I owe. I value your life at 30 million, and with the miscellaneous expenses I incurred with you, 50 million should suffice." Su Mu retrieved his phone and looked at Feng Yu. "Just transfer the money directly to me." "I don't have that much money," she replied nonchalantly. "Then how do you intend to repay me?" With myself. Feng Yu gazed into Su Mu's eyes. Ha! Su Mu threw his head back in laughter, then waved his hand dismissively. Feng Yu, do you really think I am that foolish? Do you believe I would do anything for your mere appearance? He was no longer the Su Mu of the past, nor was he the same man as before. Based on his understanding of Feng Yu, it seemed she intended to leverage her body to persuade him to assist her. I merely wish to repay you without any conditions. Feng Yu maintained her stoic demeanor. Is that so? Su Mu remained unconvinced, scrutinizing Feng Yu as if he were observing a performance by a clown. I admit you possess a silver tongue, but eloquence alone is insufficient. Feng Yu's sultry eyes widened momentarily before she began to showcase her oratory skills without hesitation. Su Mu was taken aback, unable to fathom Feng Yu's audacity to act in such a manner. By the time Su Mu returned to the villa, it was already 10:30 at night. He watched as Feng Yu's vehicle disappeared into the distance, lost in contemplation. Through his perception, he glimpsed Feng Yu within the car. She was crying, deeply distressed. However, soon the vehicle exited the range of his awareness. To this day, he remained perplexed as to why Feng Yu had acted in such a manner. After standing in place for a considerable time, he dialed her number, only to be greeted by the reminder that the phone was turned off. Without delay, he proceeded to his underground garage, hopped into his Lamborghini, and headed toward Feng Yu's bar. He wished to inquire in person, yet upon arriving, he discovered that the bar was shrouded in darkness. With a multitude of people gathered around, all oblivious to the circumstances, Su Mu spotted two prominent characters affixed to the bar's entrance for transfer. Chapter 93. Another female protagonist. Jiang Hui's interrogation, Su Mu returned home to find Yi Tong already in the bedroom. After a long day, he first took a refreshing shower. He was aware that Feng Yu, much like Yi Tong before her, did not harbor any affection for him, as evidenced by the lack of positive feelings reflected in her gaze. With a resigned shake of his head, he chose to dismiss this matter from his mind. The experience felt almost surreal, leading him to question whether he was merely dreaming. Approaching Yi Tong, he noticed she was engrossed in her phone. I'm back. She greeted him with a smile. What are you looking at? Su Mu inquired as he lay down beside her. Chemical formulas. Our weight loss medication has been a resounding success, bringing substantial financial gains to the Su family, and we plan to develop a new drug, Yi Tong explained, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Don't work at home, he said, pulling her closer and taking her phone, placing it beneath the pillow. This was his woman. As for Feng Yu, he would let her be. As a pianist, mastering the duet was fundamental for him. He had just performed for Feng Yu, but it did not detract from his ability to engage in a duet. He believed that he could even manage a trio, or perhaps a quartet, though he had yet to attempt it, having only showcased his duet with Yi Tong thus far. He felt that presenting a trio would be quite challenging. The following morning, Su Mu awoke early. After a day full of activity yesterday, he had not managed to accumulate enough for 10 consecutive draws. Both Mu Qingying and Feng Yu had shown some degree of fondness, yet their feelings remained negative, offering no significant advantages. Upon noticing Su Mu awake, Yi Tong hurriedly got out of bed, quickly freshened up, and prepared breakfast for them. After their meal, they departed the villa together for the company. Su Mu reminded Yi Tong to remain vigilant, even if Lin Yang was currently in hiding. She agreed. Su Mu did not head directly to the office. Instead, he found himself inexplicably drawn to Feng Yu's bar. As it had been the previous day, the entrance was firmly locked, bearing a sign indicating it was for sale. He retrieved his phone, contemplating calling Feng Yu, but ultimately decided against it. Once at the company, Su Mu sat in the executive chair, lost in thought until the vibration of his phone jolted him back to reality. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a message from Su Shou, instructing him to come upstairs. Stretching lazily, Su Mu rose from his chair and made his way to the chairman's office, where Su Ningbing was still present. What is it? Why do you need to see me? Su Mu inquired as he settled onto the black leather sofa. As the saying goes, people rise to high places, and water flows to low. Our weight loss drug has proven to be a great success, and I am preparing to venture into Yang City again. Su Shou replied with a smile, looking at Su Mu. What are your thoughts? None. It's a foregone conclusion. Yang City's economy is more developed, and we already have a company there, Su Mu stated, having anticipated that the Su group would indeed re-enter the Yang city market. Did you encounter trouble yesterday? Su Shou asked, lighting a cigarette and speaking softly. In the past, you would have been the first to call me when faced with difficulties. I can handle this trouble myself, so I didn't inform you. Su Mu chuckled. At this moment, Su Ningbing glanced at Su Mu, recalling how he would always be the first to alert Su Shou whenever issues arose, seeking his assistance to resolve them. Now, however, he was tackling significant matters independently. Lin Yang kidnapped Feng Yu and Mu Qingying and threatened you. Aren't you worried about your safety? Su Shou frowned, taking several deep puffs from his cigarette. In the future, you must avoid putting yourself in jeopardy during such situations. I understand. But look, I'm fine, aren't I? Su Mu was speaking when his phone rang again. He took it out to see that it was a call from Meng Wanhua. Wanhua, what is the matter? He answered. Su Zong, the personnel from the Jiang City Security Bureau have arrived and wish to speak with you. Meng Wanhua relayed from the other end. What? Didn't we discuss this yesterday? Su Mu was taken aback, then replied, I'll go down. What is going on? Su Shou asked. It's probably still regarding yesterday's incident. I'll check it out, Su Mu said, placing his phone in his pocket before exiting the office. As he took the elevator back to his floor, he spotted two individuals outside his office. One was a man in his 30s, clad in a police uniform, while the other was a younger woman dressed in black casual attire, her long hair cascading freely, revealing a striking profile. With her hands in her pockets, she occasionally blew bubbles with her chewing gum. Su Mu quickly assessed them with his divine sight. The man appeared ordinary, but the woman instantly caught his attention, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. Name, Jiang Huihui role, Cleaner of the Dragon Kingdom. Protagonists of the 7 senior sisters are stunning affection level, -20 destiny level, 9, max level 10. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. He had encountered another new female protagonist, and this situation seemed precarious. Although he had not read this particular novel, he had perused enough similar stories to summarize it succinctly. The male lead's senior sister is impressive, but the male lead is even more so. May I assist you? Su Mu approached them, maintaining his composure.